Beep. The call connected. Lin Yu gazed at the string of incomprehensible yet imposing numbers displayed on his phone screen, accompanied by the label indicating the National Wife Allocation Bureau, feeling somewhat dazed. He had just traversed into this world an hour ago. Before he could grasp the situation, he received such an outrageous call. A crisp female voice, devoid of any emotion, emanated from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu?" "Yes, it is." Lin Yu cleared his throat. "This is the National Wife Allocation Bureau. According to the National Treasure Male Rights Protection Act, as a National Treasure Male over the age of 20, you are required to accept an S-Class partner assigned by the state. We are now seeking your specific requirements for a partner to facilitate the final selection by the system. As he listened to this proclamation, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. National Treasure Male? Assigned a wife? An S-Class, no less? While the situation was indeed absurd, it was not enough to throw him off balance. He maintained his composure, responding in a calm tone. "Just go with your highest standard, the best one available. If none can be found, then so be it. I'm not particularly interested in marriage." Upon hearing this, a prolonged silence ensued on the other end. Evidently, this adept staff member had never encountered such a challenging national treasure. Ding. Host detected, making a critical life decision. Multi-child blessing system activated. System objective: transform the host from a national treasure male into a perfect human being excelling in physique, wisdom, wealth, power, and progeny. Lin Yu felt no ripple in his heart, even stifling a chuckle. Indeed, the indispensable golden finger of a transmigrator had arrived, albeit belatedly. Mr. Lin Yu. The female voice finally returned, now tinged with urgency. "Please take this seriously. Matching an S-Class partner is our top priority, a matter of national significance." I mean the highest standard." Lin Yu interrupted her. "Do you not understand?" He could vividly imagine the scene on the other end, where the staff member was sweating profusely, desperately typing on her keyboard. Since such immense fortune had fallen upon him, he must uphold the proper demeanor. He was no naive youth unaccustomed to the ways of the world. After what felt like an eternity, the female voice cautiously resumed, now adopting a more tentative tone. "Mr. Lin Yu, based on your highest standards, the system has locked onto a unique target. I will now verify the information with you. Please confirm if it is acceptable." Her approach had shifted from a mere notification to a request for consent. "Speak." Lin Yu uttered a single word: that S-Class partner. Su Qinghan, female, 25 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms, with a physique that represents the optimal golden ratio of humanity. Background: current president of the Su Corporation, a top-tier conglomerate in Huaxia, with personal assets estimated to exceed 300 billion, ranked first on the Forbes Young Wealthy list. Her wealth is entirely self-made, with minimal familial entanglements. Personality traits: exhibiting an extremely cold demeanor to the outside world, she is referred to as the Empress of the business realm. A comprehensive psychological assessment reveals a profound lack of affection within, alongside a strong emotional dependency, aligning with the highest standard of contrasting. Persona: Lin Yu's eyelids twitched. The female voice paused momentarily before continuing her report. Physical characteristics: long, straight black hair, exquisite features without any signs of artificial enhancement, and a beauty score that has reached its apex. Lastly, regarding special data notes. According to Big Data Analysis, Su Qinghan has over a 95% probability of choosing to wear dark-colored stockings in formal business settings. Lin Yu. He had not even mentioned his preferences, yet they had provided him with everything he desired, even the most clandestine of inclinations: professional. This was true professionalism. "Mr. Lin Yu?" The female voice now carried a hint of barely concealed tension. "May I inquire if you are satisfied with Ms. Su Qinghan? If you find any aspect unsatisfactory, we can immediately initiate an emergency plan to reselect globally, regardless of the cost." "Enough." Lin Yu interrupted her once more, maintaining his indifferent tone. "Let it be her. It's passable." On the other end, a sigh of relief was audible. "Understood. Mr. Lin, we will promptly arrange for your meeting." The female voice seemed to chuckle softly. "Excellent. Since you have confirmed, please arrive at the VIP Hall number 1 of the Civil Affairs Bureau in the city center tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, equipped with your personal identification. MS. Su Qinghan will meet you there to complete the marriage registration process. Wishing you a pleasant life, Mr. Lin Yu. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Yu stood there, phone in hand, stunned for a full minute. Tomorrow, at 10 in the morning, the Civil Affairs Bureau, marriage, the speed of these events was faster than a rocket launch. In a daze, he opened his phone, and an encrypted message popped up. National Marriage Allocation Bureau. Hello, Mr. Lin Yu. Your S-Class partner, Ms. Su Qinghan, has been confirmed. Attached are her basic information and photo for your review. Please arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Yu opened the attachment. A photo ID appeared. The woman in the picture possessed a visage capable of eclipsing all else in the world. Her eyes were cold, her nose perfectly sculpted, and her lips pressed tightly together, devoid of any smile. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Even in a simple ID photo, the aura of an ice queen, exuding an air of aloofness, seemed poised to burst forth from the screen. Such beauty, such grace, was precisely as he had envisioned. No, it surpassed his wildest imaginings. Lin Yu felt his heart pounding wildly. This was not a dream. Everything was undeniably real. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Beginner's Guide task has been issued. Task objective: successfully obtain a marriage certificate with your lawful wife, Su Qinghan, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Task reward: a beginner's gift package. Preview of the gift package contents: super physique, limitless energy, enhanced body. Cash reward of 10 million. Lin Yu gazed at the rewards displayed on the system panel. Not only did he receive a wife, but also money and superpowers. This perfect life was simply too exhilarating. At 9:50 a.m., outside the VIP hall number 1 of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Qinghan arrived 10 minutes early. Her outfit today had been meticulously selected and debated over a 3-hour session the previous night. The black suits that usually filled her with confidence appeared too imposing last night. In the end, she opted for a softer Chanel white skirt suit. The upper half was a fitted blazer paired with a silk blouse, while the lower half consisted of a form-fitting short skirt. Her long, beautiful legs, wrapped in exquisite black stockings, shimmered enticingly under the sunlight. She wore a pair of delicate high heels, each step radiating elegance. Yet at this moment, the female president, who could silence countless tycoons in the business world, bore an expression etched with anxiety. The thoughts of the guide, her assistant, provided on how to interact with a national treasure of a man, replayed in her mind. Ms. Su, you must be gentle, take the initiative, and demonstrate your absolute regard for him. But do not appear overly assertive, lest you provoke aversion. Remember, he is a national treasure. You should adopt a humble demeanor. Su Qinghan silently recited these points, her fingers lightly tapping on her handbag. Is it too early? She glanced at her watch. There were still 5 minutes remaining. Should I freshen up in the restroom? No. What if he arrives early? As she pondered, a figure emerged within her line of sight. Lin Yu approached leisurely, clad in a simple white t-shirt and casual trousers, sporting a pair of sneakers that he had been engrossed in studying the system late into the night and had nearly overslept that morning, hastily completing his morning routine before heading out. Upon seeing him, Su Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Goodness! The photograph had not captured his true allure. Standing at 187 centimeters, with a perfectly proportioned physique and a breathtakingly handsome face, even in simple attire, he exuded an innate charm. Is this truly my husband? Su Qinghan felt her cheeks flush. Taking a deep breath, she quickly approached him. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Yu? She spoke with a voice she had meticulously practiced. I am Su Qinghan. Lin Yu glanced at her. Wow. His looks were even more stunning in person than in the photo. His exquisitely flawless face, coupled with an aloof, icy demeanor, was captivating. And those legs, long, slender legs encased in black stockings, were the epitome of his ideal partner. However, Lin Yu maintained his composure, nodding slightly. Yes, that's me. His gaze lingered on her leg for half a second. Time to go in. With that, he pushed open the door and entered the VIP lounge. Su Qinghan stood frozen in place. Was that it? Is he dissatisfied with me? Have I done something wrong? Doubts began to plague her mind, but she quickly recalibrated her mindset and followed him inside. The VIP lounge was lavishly decorated, and the staff was already prepared at MR. Lin, Miss Su, Please have a seat here. The staff greeted them warmly. Lin Yu casually took a seat, while Su Qinghan tentatively sat beside him. Please present your identification. The two cooperated to complete the necessary formalities. Throughout the process, Lin Yu remained expressionless, offering brief and concise responses. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Mr. Lin, please sign here. The staff handed over the document. Lin Yu took the pen and swiftly signed, his handwriting elegant and free-spirited. When it was Su Qinghan's turn, her hand trembled slightly. Ms. Su, are you all right? The staff inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit excited, she replied, attempting to appear calm, though her voice quivered. Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at her, inwardly amused. Even this business queen experiences nervousness, but it was understandable. After all, it was her first marriage. All right, congratulations to both of you. The staff presented them with two bright red marriage certificates, wishing the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Su Qinghan accepted the marriage certificate, her hands trembling slightly. It bore a photo of her and Lin Yu, sealed with a vivid red stamp. That moment, she truly became Lin Yu's wife. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's guidance task. Reward: 1 beginner's gift package. Super physique activated. Boundless energy, enhanced physique. Cash reward of 10 million has been credited. Lin Yu felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. This system was indeed impressive. Lin Yu, Su Qinghan ventured softly, her tone tentative. Now that we are considered husband and wife, how about we share a meal to celebrate? Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was only 10:30 in the morning. Sure, you can arrange it. A flicker of joy crossed Su Qinghan's eyes. He agreed. Shall we dine at the restaurant on the top floor of Tianqing Tower? Their French cuisine is quite exquisite. Lin Yu nodded. All right. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Qinghan's driver had been waiting patiently. A long Rolls-Royce was parked by the roadside, its body gleaming in the sunlight. Husband, please get in, Su Qinghan offered, opening the car door for him. Lin Yu entered without hesitation. The interior of the car was spacious and luxurious, equipped with various high-tech devices. Seated beside him, Su Qinghan discreetly studied Lin Yu, her heart racing. This man was undeniably handsome, and now he was her husband. Determined to take the initiative, she subtly adjusted her posture, allowing her skirt to ride up slightly, revealing more of her legs ensconced in black stockings. Husband, what do you think of my outfit today? Her voice softened a few notches. Lin Yu glanced at her. What was this woman up to? Yet, those legs were undeniably tempting. Not bad, he replied nonchalantly. The surge of delight filled Su Qinghan's heart. She intentionally stretched, her curves subtly accentuated beneath her shirt. What hobbies do you enjoy, husband? I can join you. Nothing in particular, Lin Yu responded casually. Do you have any preferences regarding where we live? I have several properties in the city center, along with a seaside villa and a mountaintop estate. Doesn't matter. Why was he indifferent to everything? She bit her lip, gazing at Lin Yu, his profile so perfect it was hard to look away. Is it over? Have I already succumbed? Su Qinghan pondered internally. But he is so cold towards me. Am I not being proactive enough? Chapter 3. Is this the service of an S-class wife? At the pinnacle of the Tianqing building, a Michelin 3-star French restaurant has been entirely booked for the exclusive reception of 2 guests. Su Qinghan delicately pulls out the chair for Lin Yu, her movements graceful, though the slight tremor in her fingertips betrays her anxiety. Darling, please take a seat. Lin Yu sits down with an air of confidence, feeling entirely at ease. Su Qinghan then gracefully takes her place opposite him, her posture upright, yet radiating a palpable tension. Soon, the chef personally approaches with a cart, presenting a series of exquisite dishes. Darling, this is the M12 Wagyu beef airlifted from Australia. I requested the simplest pan-searing method to preserve its original flavor. As she speaks, Su Qinghan adeptly cuts the entire steak into evenly sized morsels, then nudges the plate towards Lin Yu. He spears a piece and places it in his mouth. It melts in the mouth, truly exceptional. Wow, is this the service of a billionaire female CEO? She is personally cutting my steak? If her employees saw this, they would surely drop their jaws. Lin Yu internally marvels, maintaining an outward calm. This is the belly of the bluefin tuna from the deep sea, available only in limited quantities daily. Su Qinghan continues to serve him, placing the choicest slice onto his plate. And here is some caviar to enjoy with these special crackers. She attends to him with the diligence of a devoted maid, catering to Lin Yu's every dining need. Lin Yu remains silent throughout the meal, indulging in whatever Su Qinghan serves him. How to describe this feeling? Exhilarating. This is the exhilarating reversal of power in reality, indeed. As the meal nears its conclusion, Su Qinghan finally musters the courage to speak tentatively. Darling, where shall we go after dinner? Is your current residence convenient? Lin Yu wipes his mouth with a napkin, reclining lazily against the back of his chair. It doesn't matter. Again with that indifferent phrase. Su Qinghan's heart skips a beat, yet she quickly recovers. The guidebook on the national treasure of male behavior states that they dislike making decisions and prefer everything to be arranged for them. She immediately beams with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I have already prepared our wedding house. It's at Yunding Tiangong. Shall we go take a look right now? Yunding Tiangong. Lin Yu is unfamiliar with this geographical name, but simply hearing it evokes a sense of grandeur. All right, he nods. Su Qinghan visibly relaxes and promptly rises to make arrangements. The extended Rolls-Royce glides smoothly along the road, soon heading towards a mountainous region on the eastern outskirts of the city. The security here is exceptionally stringent, with a checkpoint every 100 meters from the foot of the mountain. As the Rolls-Royce approaches a magnificent gate, it is halted. The driver lowered the car window as a stern-faced security officer, clad in a uniform and armed, approached. Su Qinghan retrieved a jet-black card, edged in gold, from her Hermes bag and handed it over. The security personnel accepted the card and scanned it on a nearby device. Beep. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Ms. Su. Welcome, Mr. Lin. The gate slowly opened. The vehicle continued its ascent up the mountain as Su Qinghan softly explained, Darling, the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace is the most exclusive, affluent area in all of Huaxia. The villas here are not available for public sale. They are exclusively accessible to those who have made significant contributions to the nation or possess exceptionally high status. Listening to her, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The car ultimately halted in front of an extravagantly large modern villa. Nestled against the mountains, it was enveloped on three sides by lush greenery, while the front boasted a vast infinity pool, offering a panoramic view that captured the entire city's nightscape. They stepped out of the car. The villa's intelligent entrance automatically sensed their arrival and opened. A sweet, technologically enhanced electronic female voice resonated, Welcome home, Master. Su Qinghan promptly clarified. The voice command for the Master has been defaulted to the male head of the household. Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. How considerate. Even the villa system is so thoughtful. As they entered, the interior decor was nothing short of opulent. The grand hall, soaring several meters high, featured a colossal crystal chandelier cascading from the ceiling, a complete suite of smart home technology, and a private elevator leading to the upper floors. Su Qinghan played the role of a little tour guide, showing Lin Yu around. This is the media room, this is the gym, and this is the indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. Finally, they arrived at the master bedroom, which was as spacious as a suite, with a floor-to-ceiling window framing a mountain view. Su Qinghan retrieved a red property deed from the drawer of the bedside table and handed it to Lin Yu with both hands. Darling, this is your wedding gift. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Yu accepted the deed and opened it. Property owner, Lin Yu, it clearly displayed only his name. This luxurious mansion, valued at least in the 10-digit range, now belonged entirely to him. Lin Yu felt as though his heart skipped a beat. Wow, to receive a top-tier villa as a wedding gift? This is faster than robbing a bank. The system says that many children bring many blessings. If I were to marry a few more, wouldn't I be as wealthy as a nation? Just then, his phone chimed. It was a notification from the bank. Dear customer, your account has been credited with 1,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 1,000,00532 yuan. The system's reward of 10 million had arrived. Lin Yu tucked away his phone, his spirits soaring as he regarded the stunning CO before him, who was so nervous she hardly knew where to place her hands. With fair skin, beauty, and long legs, possessing both wealth and charm while being obedient, where could one possibly find a wife like this? As Su Qinghan noticed his silence, her heart grew increasingly anxious. She bit her lip, as if steeling herself for a decision, and retrieved 2 items from her bag. One was a beautifully bound booklet, its cover embossed with golden letters reading white paper on the habits and preferences of national treasures. The other was a pink notebook, exuding a youthful, feminine charm. She handed both items to Lin Yu, lowering her head even further. Darling, this is a guidebook issued by the state, and I've memorized it all. This is my own notebook, detailing how I can better serve you. I'm still learning, and I may not do everything perfectly. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, please let me know, and I will improve. Lin Yu took the pink notebook, casually flipping to a page. There. He found elegant handwriting. Key point 1. Never say no to your husband. Key point 2. Prepare slippers in advance when your husband returns home and give him a relaxing massage. Key point 3. Learn at least 3 different styles of dance for unexpected occasions. Key point 4. Study your husband's preferences, including his favorite games and movies, and actively learn to create common topics. Lin Yu exclaimed, "Goodness. This is not a billion-dollar female CEO. It's practically a manual for the ultimate maid's self-cultivation." Just as Lin Yu was overwhelmed by this display, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Task name. Experience the service of an S-class partner. Task content. Your newlywed wife has prepared meticulously for you. Now, it is time to assess her learning outcomes. Please experience at least one service recorded in her notes. Task reward. God-level combat skills. Beginner. Chapter 4. You can do this too? Lin Yu held the pink notebook, feeling the warmth emanating from it. He opened it to another page, where delicate handwriting caught his eye. Massage techniques. Referencing the ancient text 36 techniques of the dragon's embrace, I have mastered the first 18 techniques to ensure every acupoint of my husband receives utmost relaxation. Goal. Achieve comprehensive mastery within 3 months. Note. Must be used in conjunction with specially formulated essential oils. The recipe has been customized by a perfumer exclusive to the European royal family. Lin Yu thought, what the heck? Dragon's embrace? What kind of nonsense is this? This doesn't sound like a legitimate massage at all. Has the world become so competitive that even wives are expected to excel at this level? Not only must one be a domineering CEO, but also a part-time technician after work. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan observed Lin Yu's expression closely. Her heart racing as she noticed him lingering on that page. Was he interested in this? Her cheeks flushed suddenly, resembling ripe apples, with a rosy hue even creeping to her ears. Summoning her courage, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible anticipation. Husband, I have studied for this for a long time. If you are weary, I can assist you with a massage. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to behold the billionaire female CEO before him, who seemed eager to bury her face in his chest. Studied for a long time? Goodness. She is well prepared. Just in time, the system's reward for a super physique has just arrived. It feels as though a small furnace is nestled within me, brimming with energy, eager to test its effects. Moreover, isn't the system tasked to experience the service of an S-class partner? How fortuitous. His mind buzzed with calculations. Yet his lips merely uttered a nonchalant "HM. Let us head to the bathroom." Okay. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Su Qinghan's eyes sparkled as if she had received the greatest of blessings. She hurriedly led the way, her steps lightening with each stride. The master bedroom's bathroom was larger than the entire house Lin Yu had inhabited in his previous life. A massage bathtub, akin to a small swimming pool, occupied the central space, flanked by a private sauna and shower area. The tub was filled to the brim with warm water, floating fresh rose petals upon its surface, and steam enveloped the air, carrying a delightful fragrance. Husband, the water temperature is adjusted to a constant 42 degrees. The most comfortable for men according to the white paper, Su Qinghan explained as she gracefully approached, extending her delicate hand to assist Lin Yu in removing his outerwear. Lin Yu, not one to refuse, allowed her to take charge. His t-shirt and trousers were gently peeled away, neatly folded, and placed on a nearby hanger. As Lin Yu stood bare-chested, Su Qinghan's breath hitched for a moment. Perfect. His physique was truly a masterpiece of creation. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, with muscle lines flowing smoothly and exuding strength. Not the exaggerated bulk of a bodybuilder, but a beauty filled with explosive power. Particularly those 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. They were practically a playground. Ignoring her fiery expression, Lin Yu stepped into the vast bathtub. The moment the warm water enveloped him, he nearly gasped in pleasure. This is bliss. Absolutely divine. This super physique is nothing short of miraculous. It feels as if every cell is rejoicing, absorbing the heat from the water. Previously, long baths would feel stifling, but now, the fatigue is swiftly dissipating, and my energy is rejuvenating at an astonishing rate. While Lin Yu was lost in his enjoyment, Su Qinghan quietly exited the bathroom. A few minutes later, when she reappeared, Lin Yu opened his eyes to find her transformed. She had exchanged her exquisite Chanel suit for a rather standard black and white maid outfit. The lace-trimmed headband, the playful white apron, and those long legs accentuated by alluring white stockings. All these elements harmoniously blend her icy corporate demeanor with an air of submissive humility, creating a striking contrast. Her husband, Su Qinghan, blushed and dared not gaze upon Lin Yu's form, laying down a soft mat by the edge of the bathtub before kneeling. She uncorked a bottle of what appeared to be exquisite essential oil, warming it in her palms before gently placing her hands on Lin Yu's shoulders. "Shall I begin?" she inquired softly. Lin Yu responded with a sound from his throat. In the next moment, a perfectly measured pressure emanated from his shoulders. Su Qinghan's fingers were soft yet firm, precisely pressing on the acupoints of his neck and shoulders. Alternating between kneading and gentle tapping, her rhythm was distinct, with pressure transitioning from light to deep. How professional! This technique was undoubtedly honed through extensive practice, more adept than the leading therapists at upscale establishments. Lin Yu comfortably closed his eyes, feeling as if every bone in his body had been disassembled and reassembled, an indescribable sense of bliss enveloping him. System. Does this count as the commencement of the task? This service is exceptional. It deserves a 5-star rating. As Su Qinghan continued to massage, she cautiously monitored Lin Yu's reactions. Noticing his evident enjoyment, the weight of anxiety lifted from her heart. Her delicate face, flushed from nervousness and the humid warmth of the bathroom, glistened with fine beads of sweat. "Dear," she murmured, "is this pressure suitable?" "Quite all right." Receiving his affirmation, Su Qinghan exerted herself further. She tentatively asked, "Would you like me to prepare anything else?" Chapter 5. Divine Rewards. My wife is a second-dimensional dancer. Seeing his lack of refusal, she intensified her efforts, her touch becoming both gentler and more vigorous. Every inch of his skin, every meridian, experienced unprecedented relaxation. After several minutes, Su Qinghan's forehead was glistening with fragrant sweat, and her breathing had quickened. "Dear, it's done," she said, retracting her hands, her voice soft and sweet. Lin Yu opened his eyes and rose from the bathtub. Thanks to the extraordinary physique awarded by the system, he bore no excess flesh. Each muscle was perfectly sculpted, brimming with strength. Su Qinghan stole a quick glance and felt her cheeks flush crimson, as if they might bleed, hastily grabbing a nearby towel. "Allow me to dry you off." She stood on tiptoe, delicately wiping away the droplets from Lin Yu's skin, her movements gentle as if tending to a rare treasure. After donning bathrobes, they returned to the living room. Su Qinghan had arranged a midnight snack in advance. On a small round table, a bottle of what appeared to be an exquisite vintage wine sat alongside several delicately prepared accompaniments. "Dear, let us indulge in a glass of wine to ease our fatigue." Su Qinghan poured him a glass, the liquid within the crystal goblet radiating a captivating gem-like crimson hue. Lin Yu gently swirled the glass and took a sip. Oh, the texture was smooth, the fruity aroma rich. It was indeed a fine vintage. Su Qinghan, hesitant to partake, merely held a glass of water, seated beside him like a dutiful student. With utmost care, she began to report. "Darling, I had several international meetings scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but I have asked my assistant to cancel them. From now on, all my commitments will prioritize your schedule. If you dislike my frequent business trips, I shall halt all overseas operations." Goodness, forsaking her career for a man. Lin Yu mused internally, intrigued, yet outwardly he simply acknowledged her with a faint indicating his understanding. An air of quietude enveloped them momentarily. Su Qinghan racked her brain, eager to find a topic of conversation. She could not allow her national treasure of a husband to feel bored. This was a paramount focus, highlighted in red on the white paper. At that moment, Lin Yu abruptly set down his glass and turned his gaze toward her. "Can you dance?" "Huh." Su Qinghan was taken aback, her cheeks quickly flushing a delicate shade of crimson. She nodded vigorously, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know a little." In her desire to please her husband in the future, she had taken the initiative to learn classical and contemporary dance. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. "Oh, she has even prepared for this. What other surprises does my S-level wife hold in store for me?" Perfect, a chance to assess her skills. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "Perform a piece for me." Delighted by the command, Su Qinghan sprang to her feet as if she had received a royal decree. Her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She dashed upstairs to the cloakroom. Lin Yu, unhurried, savored his red wine leisurely. Moments later, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lin Yu looked up, nearly losing grip on his glass. Su Qinghan appeared, transformed. Gone was the maid's attire, replaced by an extravagant fantasy-themed cosplay outfit. Her silver hair cascaded elegantly, complemented by pointed elf-like ears, and she donned a daringly tailored deep blue magical cloak, the high slit revealing her long, slender legs encased in white knee-high stockings. The icy demeanor of the corporate queen she typically embodied was entirely softened by this whimsical ensemble, conjuring an enchanting blend of purity and allure. Wow, hidden otaku traits. Who could resist this? Barefoot, Su Qinghan stepped softly on the plush carpet, advancing into the center of the living room. A hint of shyness colored her voice as she explained, I thought this outfit might be more visually appealing. Lin Yu remained silent, merely gesturing for her to begin. The music gradually flowed from the villa's surround sound system. Su Qingchun inhaled deeply, and her aura transformed instantaneously. With the rhythm of the music, her body began to sway. At times, she resembled a fluttering butterfly, at others, a graceful mermaid. Each movement, every turn, radiated strength and elegance. Particularly, her seamless execution of challenging poses, such as backbends and splits, showcased her remarkable flexibility. Her skirt danced in the air, and her silver hair flowed like a gentle stream. As the melody concluded, Su Qinghan paused, slightly breathless, her chest rising and falling. Beads of glistening sweat formed at her temples, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from exertion, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed intently on Lin Yu, who sat upon the sofa. She resembled a cat presenting its most cherished treasure, eagerly awaiting praise from its master. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Random task. Experience the service of an S-class partner. Completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. God-level martial arts, beginner. In the next instant, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into Lin Yu's consciousness. He felt an explosive power coursing through his body, instilling him with the confidence that he could fell a bull with a single punch. Slowly, he set down his wine glass and rose to his feet. As Su Qinghan noticed him approaching, her heart raced involuntarily, and she nervously clutched the hem of her garment. What was he about to do? Was he dissatisfied with my dance? Before she could finish her frantic thoughts, Lin Yu stood before her, and without a word, he effortlessly swept her into a classic princess carry. Ah! Su Qinghan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Lin Yu, cradling her exquisite form, glanced down at her. He said nothing, but took long strides towards the master bedroom. Chapter 6, 10 million? Are you dismissing a beggar? The following morning, as Lin Yu opened his eyes, he felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him. He believed he could compete in a triathlon, lift weights, and still have the stamina to run a marathon. Superb physique, incredible. This is not just a physique, it's akin to a perpetual motion machine. He glanced down to find Su Qinghan sleeping soundly in his arms. The normally aloof ice queen of the corporate world now resembled a docile kitten, nestled in his embrace, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, a trace of contentment gracing her lips. Lin Yu pinched her delicate cheek. The sensation was delightful. Just then, the room was interrupted by the emotionless voice of the smart assistant. Master, there is a visitor outside the villa. Identity confirmed as Miss Su Mingwei. Do you permit entry? Su Mingwei. Lin Yu had yet to comprehend the situation when the person in his arms, as if stung by a needle, abruptly opened her eyes. Su Qinghan, who moments ago appeared blissfully languid, instantly paled upon hearing that name, her body instinctively tensing up. How did she arrive here? Su Qinghan's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Who is it? A relative of yours? With her lips bitten in anxiety, Su Qinghan sat up and adjusted the blanket to shield herself. She is my half-sister, the illegitimate daughter my father has raised outside. Taking a deep breath, her tone was laden with suppressed fury and helplessness. Ever since my father brought her back to the Su family, she has been at odds with me, envious of everything I possess. She is cunning and malicious, resorting to any means to climb the social ladder. Darling, please don't meet her. I'll have her leave. Oh, a classic tale of a wealthy, illegitimate daughter vying for inheritance? Lin Yu mused lazily, leaning against the headboard. Let her in. However, Concern clouded Su Qinghan's face. It's fine. I'm quite curious to see what trick she has up her sleeve. Lin Yu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Looking at him, Su Qinghan felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. She instructed the butler, "Open the door." Moments later, the door was flung open with a resounding bang. A flamboyantly dressed woman, accompanied by two assistants clad in professional attire, stormed in with an imposing presence. The lead woman, appearing in her early 20s, was adorned in heavy makeup and donned the latest pink Chanel ensemble, clutching a sparkling Hermes Birkin bag, exuding an air of ostentatious wealth. She was Su Mingyue. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the scene in the room. Her lofty sister was clad only in a silk nightgown, nestled in the embrace of an unfamiliar man, who, astonishingly, wore no shirt. Su Mingyue's pupils dilated, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy and malice erupting within her. She directed her ire at Su Qinghan, her voice sharp enough to shatter glass. "Su Qinghan, have you no shame left? You dare to marry such a man, a complete stranger with an unclear background. You've brought disgrace upon the Su family. Have you lost your mind? Do you think marrying any man will secure your position as president?" Su Qinghan's face drained of color from the scolding, and she hurriedly descended from the bed, hastily donning a robe. "Mingyue, what nonsense are you spouting?" she retorted sharply. "This is my husband, Lin Yu. We are legally married." "Husband?" Su Mingyue scoffed, her disdainful gaze appraising Lin Yu as if he were refuse. "Just a leech of a poor man." "Sister, have you been single for too long and are now desperately grasping at straws? Finding a pretty boy is one thing, but to dare bring him home. Let me tell you, the Su Group is not for you to command. Father has already made his decision. Next month's board meeting will nominate me as the new CEO. Her pride swelled with each word, as if victory were already in her grasp. With that, she retrieved a checkbook from her exquisite Hermes bag, swiftly scribbled a series of numbers, tore the page out, and disdainfully tossed it onto the blanket before Lin Yu. The thin slip of paper floated gently down to rest by Lin Yu's leg. Su Mingyue raised her chin high, her tone sharp and cutting. "Here, $1 million. Immediately. Right now, divorce my sister and leave the Su family. Then obediently become my companion. I can offer you far more than she ever could." The air in the room grew thick with tension. Su Qinghan trembled with rage, pointing at Su Mingyue, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. It was an utter humiliation to snatch her husband before her very eyes. Yet, throughout it all, Lin Yu leaned against the headboard, his expression betraying no emotion. He even smiled. Slowly, he reached out, picked up the check, and examined it closely. $1 million. Sister, your ambitions are rather modest. The pocket money the system randomly sent me yesterday was this amount. You think you can use it to bribe me? And this taste. TSK. Compared to your sister, it's like the difference between a buyer's showcase and a seller's showcase. He casually placed the check on the bedside table and then turned to look at the nearly furious Su Qinghan. "It seems your stepsister wishes to usurp your position, even attempting to steal your man." Chapter 7. The iron fist of the law strikes. Su Qinghan was shaking with anger. This stepsister had always been insidious and ruthless, resorting to any means to achieve her goals. Now, she had the audacity to insult Lin Yu before her eyes and even sought to buy him off. "Mingyue, you've lost your mind. He is your brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue only grew more arrogant. With hands on her hips, she screeched, "I'm the one who is mad. I think it's you who has lost it. Bodyguards, get this troublesome man out of my sight. I don't want him dirtying my eyes." No sooner had she spoken than two female assistants behind her stepped forward. These two women were fit and muscular, clearly trained professionals. Emotionless, they reached out to grab Lin Yu. "Don't you dare touch him." Su Qinghan gasped, hurriedly stepping in front of Lin Yu once more. "Qinghan, step aside." Lin Yu gently pushed Su Qinghan behind him, his voice oddly calm. Faced with two vigilant female bodyguards, his expression remained unchanged. "The system just granted me supreme combat skills. It's the perfect opportunity to test their efficacy." Two female bodyguards? Just in time. I'm eager to see how formidable this skill truly is. Two bodyguards lunged forward with formidable speed and impeccable coordination. Just as they were about to reach the hem of Lin Yu's garment, he sprang into action. His movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He countered their advance with deftness and precise joint techniques. With a flick of his left hand, he effortlessly neutralized the first bodyguard's assault and followed up with a push. Simultaneously, His right hand struck with pinpoint accuracy at the second bodyguard's pressure point. In an instant, both female bodyguards lost their balance and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in pain. With a resounding crash, they flew backward like kites with severed strings, slamming against the wall, which bore the imprints of their bodies. Moaning in agony, they found themselves unable to rise. Lin Yu retracted his fist and brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. What an astonishing display of martial prowess, he thought, astonished by his own strength. In that fleeting moment, I felt like a martial arts master. These two professional bodyguards were as fragile as paper. Su Mingyue was utterly stunned, pointing at Lin Yu with her voice trembling. Why you dare to strike a woman? Lin Yu smiled, a smile that instilled genuine fear in Su Mingyue. Indeed, resorting to violence was wrong. He approached her slowly, each step quickening her heartbeat. However, he continued, your previous actions were also unlawful, particularly your verbal insults, monetary temptations, and threats of violence against a national treasure male. Hearing the term national treasure male, Su Mingyue felt her legs weaken. With a facade of bravado, she exclaimed, don't come any closer. This is the Su family. You, an outsider, have no right to touch me. Ignoring her outburst, Lin Yu calmly retrieved his phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, is this the Law Enforcement Bureau? Lin Yu's voice was chillingly composed. This is Villanelle, one of Yunding Tiangong. A female relative is coercing her brother-in-law and attempting to insult him with money and violently expel him, even trying to undermine his marriage. Upon hearing those words, Su Mingyue felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. It dawned on her the gravity of her misdeeds. In this world, a woman's affront to a man and the destruction of a marriage were indeed serious offenses. And no, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. I was wrong. I truly erred. Please, do not call the police. Lin Yu did not spare her a glance, continuing his conversation on the phone. Yes, it is Su Mingyue from the Su Group. Just moments ago, in front of my wife. She attempted to bribe me with 10 million to abandon my wife and become her companion. She even sent bodyguards to threaten me with violence. An outraged voice came from the other end of the line. What? This is utterly outrageous. Mr. Lin, please hold on. We will be there shortly, within 5 minutes. The piercing sound of sirens echoed outside the villa. Several enforcement vehicles screeched to a halt, and a team of fully armed law enforcement personnel surged in. The commanding officer, upon spotting Lin Yu, immediately stood at attention and saluted. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the disturbance. We are the Special Action Team for Men's Rights, and we are here to address the situation. The captain surveyed the scene, taking in the checks scattered on the floor, the groaning bodyguard, and the crumpled figure of Su Mingyue. His expression turned ashen. Miss Su, are you aware of your transgressions? The captain's thunderous roar reverberated through the room. You dare to openly violate Article 37 of the Men's Rights Protection Law. You have verbally insulted our national treasure, threatened him financially and personally, and even attempted to seduce and undermine a marriage. This is a grave offense. Su Mingyue completely broke down, tears streaming down her face as she knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I truly apologize. Please spare me. I will never dare again. Although Su Qinghan harbored disdain for her stepsister, she hesitated and approached Lin Yu, whispering, Darling, she is still my sister. Lin Yu turned to Su Qinghan and replied coolly, I might consider not pursuing this further. However, the rules must be upheld. Qinghan, what do you believe her punishment should be? How intriguing to let my wife handle her stepsister personally. Let us see what my S-rank wife will decide. Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Lin Yu would grant her the authority to decide. The captain also turned to Su Qinghan, awaiting her judgment. Chapter 8. The Stepsister's Downfall. Su Qinghan gazed at the crumpled Su Mingyue on the floor, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. This stepsister had always opposed her, seeking to usurp everything she held dear. Now, she even dared to covet her husband. Her gaze hardened with unprecedented resolve. Captain, based on the Men's Rights Protection Law and the supplementary provisions of the marriage law, I demand that Su Mingyue issue a public apology, undergo 100 hours of compulsory labor reform, and incur a hefty fine amounting to 50% of her personal assets. The fine should be transferred entirely into my husband Lin Yu's account. Furthermore, she shall forfeit all inheritance rights and employment qualifications within the Su family. Wow, is my wife really this ruthless? She just took half of her stepsister's fortune and severed her future. Now, that is a true domineering CEO. Lin Yu felt a surge of inner delight, maintaining an outward calm. The enforcement captain nodded in approval upon hearing her demands. Ms. Su clearly understands justice. Her handling of this matter is both fair and lawful. We shall proceed as you have stated. Upon hearing the verdict, Su Mingyue's world crumbled. No, please, my money, my inheritance rights. She struggled desperately to rise, but two law enforcement officers held her arms firmly. Su Qinghan, you wretched woman, you have ruined me. This is not over. Su Mingyue shrieked hysterically, her voice rising in pitch. I curse you. I curse that you shall receive no peace. The expression on the captain of the enforcement team darkened. How dare they threaten the family of a national treasure? Add a charge of malicious curses. Take her away. Su Mingyue was forcibly dragged out of the villa, her cries fading into the distance. The room fell silent in an instant. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around Su Qinghan's waist and whispered in her ear, You did splendidly. Qinghan, from now on, the Su family will only have us. Upon hearing this, the grievances and anxieties that had lingered in Su Qinghan's heart dissipated like mist. A profound sense of security and happiness surged within her. Husband, she turned to embrace Lin Yu, her voice slightly choked. I no longer have to endure her. Lin Yu gently caressed her back. This maneuver was exhilarating. Not only did we deal with the detestable stepsister, but we also secured a hefty fine. Truly a double triumph. Just then, Su Qinghan's phone rang incessantly. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting. It was my grandfather. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Answer it. Su Qinghan pressed the answer button, and before she could speak, a furious roar echoed from the other end. Qinghan, what on earth is happening? Why has Mingyue been arrested? The voice of old Master Su was filled with exasperation. She claims she offended your husband? Who exactly is that, Lin Yu? Su Qinghan cast a glance at Lin Yu and replied calmly, Grandfather, Mingyue broke the law. She attempted to bribe my husband in front of me and sent bodyguards to threaten him. What? A sound of a chair crashing to the ground was heard on the other end. Has she lost her mind? How dare she treat a national treasure like this? Old Master Su's voice trembled with rage. It's over. The Su family is finished. Qinghan, where is your husband? I must personally apologize. Grandfather, my husband is right beside me. Su Qinghan handed the phone to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the call, his tone calm. Old Master Su. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Old Master Su's voice was exceedingly respectful. It is my failure to discipline her. That wretched Mingyue has offended you. And I will prepare a generous gift to apologize at once. Furthermore, I hereby announce that Su Mingyue is severing all ties with the Su family from today onwards. Her actions are in no way related to the Su family. As Lin Yu listened to Old Master Su's humble voice, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Is this the power of a national treasure? Even the venerable head of the Su family must bow low. Delightful. Utterly delightful. Old Master Su continued. Since Qinghan has already addressed the matter, we shall consider it resolved. Lin Yu's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. However, it would be wise for the Su family to exercise greater discretion in the future. Yes, you are absolutely right, Mr. Lin. I will immediately convene a family meeting to rigorously rectify our family's conduct. Old Master Su responded repeatedly. Mr. Lin, when would be convenient for you? I wish to personally visit you to express the Su family's apologies. Whenever you wish, just make the arrangements. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Su Qinghan took the phone, her eyes brimming with admiration. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Grandfather has never been so courteous to anyone. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a trivial matter. At that moment, a notification chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for once again utilizing the World's rules, solidifying the primary wife relationship, and demonstrating absolute control. Reward, 500 million in cash. Activating the Good Wife and Mother rating system. This system measures the wife's contributions and loyalty to the host, affecting subsequent task rewards. Current Su Qinghan rating, 95 points out of 100. Rating breakdown. Appearance 95. Wealth 100. Loyalty 98. Service attitude 100. Overall rating 95. Lin Yu gazed at the system panel, his spirits soaring. 500 million. This is faster than robbing a bank. Moreover, with the rating system, I can now manage my wife more scientifically. Su Qinghan's 95 points already represent a top-tier configuration. His phone chimed again. A bank message had arrived. Dear customer, your account has been credited with 500,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 51 000 532 yuan. 500 million and 10,000. Lin Yu stared at the string of numbers, nearly bursting into laughter. Chapter 9. The Su family pleads for mercy. Less than an hour after hanging up, a flurry of car sounds erupted outside the villa. Lin Yu peered through the floor-to-ceiling window and was astonished to see 7 or 8 luxury cars lined up, blocking half the street. Darling, the Su family has arrived. Su Qinghan approached the window, her expression somewhat complex. You go open the door. I'll wait here. Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, savoring the Blue Mountain coffee that Su Qinghan had just brewed. This commotion likely indicates the entire family is mobilized. Su Qinghan nodded obediently and slipped into her slippers to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, a throng of over a dozen individuals surged in. Leading them was a white-haired elder clad in traditional attire, his face etched with despair. Following him were a group of middle-aged men and women, all impeccably dressed. Yet their faces were awash with anxiety and fear. These were the elite of the Su family. Normally, they exuded confidence, but now they resembled withered eggplants, wilted and defeated. Grandfather, father, mother, esteemed uncles and aunts, Su Qinghan greeted politely. However, this group paid her no mind. All eyes were fixated on the man leisurely sipping coffee in the living room. That must be Mr. Lin. Su Jinghua rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. Goodness, this elder is genuinely terrified. It seems the matter with Su Mingyue has truly frightened them. Lin Yu set down his coffee cup, too lazy to even rise. Observing this, Su Jinghua swiftly approached the sofa. With a thud, he fell to his knees. The esteemed patriarch of the Su family, a figure ranked among the top 10 of China's wealthiest, unexpectedly found himself kneeling. Mr. Lin, I, an old man, have failed in raising my daughter. My rebellious child has offended both you and Qinghan. I deserve to pay for this with my life. Su Jinghua's forehead touched the ground, his voice choked with emotion. I implore you, Mr. Lin, to forgive the Su family. Witnessing their patriarch kneeling, the rest of the Su family had no choice but to follow suit, all collapsing to their knees in unison. We beg for your forgiveness, Mr. Lin. We are willing to accept full responsibility. Please, Mr. Lin, show mercy. The living room became a sea of kneeling figures. Su Qinghan stood in shock. Throughout her life, she had never seen her ordinarily proud elders in such a submissive state. Lin Yu glanced at the prostrated members of the Su family and spoke coolly. Please rise. We may converse. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Su Jinghua felt as though a great weight had been lifted as he trembled to his feet. The others followed suit, standing obediently without daring to take a seat. Mr. Lin, this is but a token of our sincerity from the Su family. Su Jinghua received a redwood box from his personal assistant and presented it to Lin Yu with both hands. Please, we urge you to accept it. Lin Yu opened the box casually, revealing a thick stack of documents. Share transfer agreement for 20 of Su Group, 1 bespoke Rolls-Royce, 3 certificates of ownership for private islands, 1 unlimited black card, 12 ancient Ming Dynasty paintings. A lengthy list dazzled Lin Yu's eyes. Goodness, the Su family is quite generous. 20 shares? That would make me the largest shareholder of Su Group. Private islands? An unlimited black card? Furthermore, we have completely severed all ties with Mingyue. Su Jinghua continued his report. All of her assets within the Su family have been reclaimed, and she is forever barred from stepping foot in the Su family again. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, the Su family will never have another Mingyue. Lin Yu, disinterested in the documents, casually set the box down on the coffee table. You may leave the items. You are free to go. His utterance was nonchalant. Su Jinghua and the others felt a jolt of disbelief. Was this truly the end? No further inquiries? Mr. Lin truly does not wish to pursue this matter? Su Jinghua cautiously sought confirmation. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded, returning to his coffee. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Su Jinghua was nearly overcome with emotion. The other members of the Su family wore expressions of relief. We shall not disturb your rest any further. Qinghan, attend to Mr. Lin well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. With those words, the group exited the villa, bowing respectfully. Even after their convoy had vanished, Su Qinghan remained standing there, dazed. The entire Su family had knelt before her husband, pleading for mercy. The elders, who typically maintained an air of superiority around her, appeared utterly humble in Lin Yu's presence. Her husband, Su Qinghan, turned around, his eyes filled with admiration. You are truly remarkable. She hastened to the coffee table. extracting all the documents from the redwood box and meticulously organizing them. Then, to Lin Yu's astonishment, she knelt before him. "Husband, these are all yours." Tears glistened in her eyes, her voice trembling. "Qinghan will manage the Su family well, ensuring you have no worries." Lin Yu gazed down at Su Qinghan, who, despite being a billionaire CEO, now portrayed the demeanor of a delicate woman. "Please rise," he said, extending his hand to help her up. "We are husband and wife now. There's no need for such formality." As she stood, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "You treat me so kindly," she said, moving closer to Lin Yu. Her tone soft and sweet. "May I dance for you again tonight?" Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, his phone chimed with a notification. A bank message read, "Dear customer, your account has received a transfer of 200 billion yuan in equity, current balance, 251 billion yuan, 25 billion. Goodness, the Su family is incredibly generous. They truly provided the promised 20%. I am now a bona fide super rich individual." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on maximizing resources and solidifying family status. A new phase of tasks is about to commence. All conditions for expanding the harem have been detected. S-class beauties have been identified densely clustered in the city center. Activating harem radar, advanced, function. Unlocking the core task line of multitudes of offspring. Task reminder, the progeny plan is imminent. It is advised that the host act without delay." Suddenly, a semi-transparent map interface appeared before Lin Yu. His location was marked by a golden dot, while several sparkling red dots shimmered in the city center. Wow, is this a game map? And it has radar functionality? This system is becoming increasingly sophisticated. S-class beauties? Are they even more formidable than Su Qinghan? As he examined the high-tech radar interface on his phone, he grew increasingly excited. This system is incredible. It has directly revealed the map to me. What do the dots on this map signify? Do the red and golden ones indicate different tiers of beauties? He clicked on the nearest golden dot, and an information box immediately popped up. Target information, S-class beauty, location, Qingting Art Academy, type, campus bell, pure style. Dual talents, strategy difficulty, moderate. Note, this target possesses exceptionally high collectible value. Priority strategy is recommended. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. Qingting Art Academy? Isn't that the most prestigious art institution in Huaxia? Campus bell and pure style? This combination sounds incredibly enticing. An S-class exceeding Su Qinghan. What divine beauty must this be? Darling, what are you looking at? Su Qinghan approached, carrying a freshly brewed cup of tea. Intrigued by Lin Yu's intense focus on his phone's map, Lin Yu quickly dismissed the radar interface and casually remarked, "I feel like going out for a stroll." Going out? Su Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up, and she excitedly declared, "I'll accompany you. I'll arrange for a convoy and bodyguards right away." She reached for her phone to make a call. "No need." Lin Yu waved his hand. "I can manage on my own." Su Qinghan's hand paused midair, her excitement momentarily faltering. "By yourself? Then what about me?" Her voice trailed off, tinged with disappointment, but she quickly composed herself. National treasure males appreciate their independence. They cannot be overly clingy. This is emphasized as the 17th key point in the white paper. "All right, dear, please take care of yourself." Su Qinghan nodded obediently, her voice soft and tender. "There are plenty of cars in the garage. Feel free to choose. The keys are in the vehicles. And if you need anything, just give me a call." Lin Yu rose and gently patted her head. "Be good and wait for me at home." Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed, and she nodded vigorously. As Lin Yu entered the underground garage, he was instantly awestruck by the sight before him. The garage was larger than a football field, housing an array of top-tier luxury cars. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Koenigsegg's. Each vehicle was a limited edition, each worth millions. Wow, is this the garage of a billionaire female CEO? Just one of these cars could sustain an average person for 10 lifetimes. Lin Yu's gaze fixed upon a silver hypercar. The Koenigsegg Agera R. A divine machine with only 18 units produced worldwide. "This one is for me." He approached, and the car door opened automatically. The moment he settled into the driver's seat, Lin Yu felt like the sovereign of the world. Luxurious leather seats, carbon fiber interiors, a titanium steering wheel. The roar of the V8 twin-turbo engine reverberated through the garage. My goodness, that sound is nothing short of celestial. What defines a man's romance? This is it. Lin Yu drove the hypercar out of the villa. As soon as he hit the road, the attention he garnered was absolute. Bystanders paused in their tracks, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Wow, a Koenigsegg. This car must cost 80 million. Whose wealthy son is this? Such awe and the incessant clicking of cameras filled the air. Lin Yu, glancing at the envious and resentful expressions in the rearview mirror, felt a surge of satisfaction within. Is this the joy of the affluent? It's simply exhilarating. A car I could only dream of seeing before, and now I'm the one driving it. At the traffic light, a BMW X5 halted beside him. The young heir inside gaped at Lin Yu's supercar, his eyes nearly popping out. Lowering his window, he gave a thumbs up. Bro, that's amazing. Where did you buy this car? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, it was a gift from my wife. As the green light illuminated, Lin Yu pressed the accelerator, and the supercar launched forward with astonishing force. The powerful sensation of acceleration ignited a rush of adrenaline throughout his body. This is utterly exhilarating. The thrill of acceleration, the roar of the engine, it feels like flying on the ground. According to the radar navigation, Qingting Art Academy was located in the cultural district of the city center. It was a gathering place for the finest art institutions in Huaxia, teeming with beautiful individuals. Along the way, Lin Yu's supercar became a moving spectacle. At every intersection, throngs of onlookers gathered to capture photographs. Some internet celebrities even began live streaming. Family, look. An 80 million Koenigsegg. The owner must be an ultra-rich heir. And he is so handsome. He is like a real-life CEO. Half an hour later, they arrived at Qingting Art Academy. The institution truly lived up to its reputation as the pinnacle of artistic education in Huaxia. Its European architectural style radiated artistic ambience. The entrance bustled with activity, primarily filled with strikingly attractive art students. Lin Yu parked his car at the entrance. The moment he stepped out, the crowd fell silent. All eyes were fixated on him. A dapper gentleman emerging from an 80 million supercar created an overwhelming impact. Who is this? So handsome. This level of attractiveness is extraordinary. Is this a Koenigsegg? 80 million. Who is this person? Whispers filled the air among the crowd. Lin Yu adjusted his attire and walked towards the academy's entrance. The system radar indicates that the target is inside the academy. S-Class Campus Beauty, here I come. Just as he reached the entrance, a security guard stopped him. Sir, please present your identification. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter. The security guard's tone was polite, as Lin Yu's attire clearly suggested he was no ordinary individual. While contemplating how to explain himself, a sweet, melodic voice called from behind. Yes, my friend, I'll take him inside. Lin Yu turned around and was instantly captivated. A girl clad in a white dress was running toward him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, petite and delicate, with features so exquisite they seemed almost unreal. A cascade of lustrous black hair glimmered in the sunlight, complemented by skin so fair it appeared almost translucent, and eyes so clear one could peer deep within. Most striking of all was the naturally pure aura she emanated. Without the slightest hint of heavy makeup, her beauty was enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Goodness! Is this the S-grade campus belle the system spoke of? Her beauty is as if she has stepped straight out of an anime. The reputation of her innocence is indeed well-deserved. The girl approached Lin Yu, slightly breathless, her curves subtly accentuated with each breath, a sight to behold. Hello. I am Shun Shireen, a student from the music department. She extended her delicate hand, her voice melodious and captivating. I noticed your car earlier and found it quite impressive. She continued, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, revealing her shyness. So, I wanted to get to know you. Chapter 11. How dare you touch my woman? Lin Yu scrutinized the girl before him, who had introduced herself as Shun Shireen. She was indeed attractive, exuding a pure and adorable charm that would undoubtedly earn her the title of campus beauty in any ordinary school. However, on his system radar, her light merely glimmered in a mundane white. A white light, pedestrian level. Not even a hint of color, classified as an ordinary passerby. Next, Lin Yu silently criticized her in his mind, maintaining an inscrutable expression. Nevertheless, he was currently in need of a guide, and he saw no reason to turn down someone who was offering their assistance. Let us go, he uttered succinctly, indicating his agreement. All right, great. Upon hearing his consent, Shun Shireen's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile illuminating her face as she felt extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered such a strikingly handsome man. She eagerly took the lead, stealing glances at Lin Yu as they walked. Oh my, that profile, that height, that demeanor. He surpassed even the most popular male celebrities. As they entered the gates of Qingting Art Academy, they instantly became the center of attention. With a predominantly female student body, the academy had few high-quality handsome men. And the sudden arrival of such a stunning figure, especially one driving an 80 million yuan Koenigsegg, was akin to dropping a depth charge into a pond full of fish. Throughout their journey, the gaze of every female student was inexorably glued to Lin Yu. Who is this handsome guy? Is there someone of his caliber at our school? A newcomer? He looks far too mature. Mom, I think I'm in love. I need all his contact information within 3 seconds. Look at that car he's driving. I just checked. It's a Koenigsegg Agera R, starting at 80 million. So handsome and so wealthy. How are we supposed to survive? Several audacious girls even rushed forward. Handsome, could we exchange WeChat? Hey there, let me treat you to some bubble tea. Which department are you from, classmate? Let us be friends. A throng of eager admirers quickly blocked their path. Shun Shireen watched anxiously from the side, her heart racing. How shameless these women were. She had discovered this first. Yet, she dared not voice her frustration and could only fume silently. Lin Yu, however, paid no heed to the girls around him. His gaze was fixated on the radar interface of his phone. The golden S-level light point was located not far ahead, within a teaching building. Ignoring everyone around him, he strode forward with purpose. The few girls who had intended to add him on WeChat were instantly deterred by the aura of aloofness that surrounded him, left speechless and frozen in place. A bunch of ordinary mortals, thinking they can add me on WeChat. My friend list is reserved for S-level wives and above. Here I come for the golden light point. Lin Yu quickened his pace and entered the dance department's teaching building. Shun Shireen hurriedly followed, panting. Hey, you walk so fast. Are you looking for someone? Is it in the dance department? Lin Yu ignored her and ascended to the second floor, stopping in front of a door marked with the number 3 practice room. The radar indicated that the target was inside. Just as Shun Shireen was about to ask another question, Lin Yu suddenly raised a hand in a silencing gesture. He pressed his ear against the door. Faint sounds of an argument drifting from within the practice room. Xia Yubing, don't overestimate yourself. A brash male voice erupted. Me inviting you to dinner is a privilege. Why pretend to be aloof? Wang Xiao, please show some respect. A cool yet trembling female voice responded. I've said it, I don't want to go. Lin Yu cautiously opened the door a crack and peered inside. The spacious and well-lit dance practice room housed a girl in a white ballet outfit, surrounded by 4 unruly young men. The girl was tall and slender, her long black hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her graceful, fair neck. Despite being encircled, her posture remained upright. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, with features so exquisitely crafted they resembled a finely chiseled work of art. Her skin glowed with a pearly whiteness, and her lips bore a natural cherry blossom pink, unadorned yet radiantly pure. Most striking was her aura, cool, defiant, and imbued with an ethereal fragility, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Wow, S-level, truly deserving of the title. Such beauty, such poise, such form. Su Qinghan embodies the mature, sophisticated allure, while this one is the epitome of pure desire. The system does not deceive. She must be won over. Lin Yu's mind was already devising ways to bring her home. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the practice room had turned tense, with the leader of the group, a young man dressed in trendy attire and sporting bleached hair, being none other than Wang Xiao, the one who had spoken earlier. He wore an expression of impatience as he reached out to grasp Xia Yubing's wrist. Are you pretending? Who in the Qingting doesn't know that your family is as poor as a church mouse? It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. If you follow me obediently, I promise you a life of luxury, where you can indulge in any designer brand you desire. Remove your filthy hands. Xia Yubing retreated sharply, evading his touch. Her eyes were already red, brimming with tears. Yet she defiantly glared at him. The sight of her pitiful, yet fiercely resistant demeanor could instantly awaken the protective instincts of any man. Oh, quite feisty, aren't we? Wang Xiao, taken aback by the rejection, could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening with malice. Xia Yubing, I shall grant you one final opportunity. You will attend this dinner today, whether you wish to or not. If you continue to be ungrateful, do you believe I will allow you to remain in Qington? Do not even think about claiming that poverty-stricken student grant. At his words, Xia Yubing's face turned ashen. She bit her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly, evidently struck at a painful nerve. Wang Xiao, pleased with her reaction, laughed triumphantly. What is the matter? Afraid? He reached out again, this time intending to wrap his arm around Xia Yubing's waist. If only you had been so compliant from the start. In despair, Xia Yubing closed her eyes. Just as Wang Xiao's lecherous hand was about to make contact with her slender waist, bang! The practice room door was violently kicked open from the outside. The solid wooden door slammed against the wall with a deafening crash. Everyone in the practice room was startled, turning in unison towards the entrance. In the doorway stood a tall man silhouetted against the light. Lin Yu, his expression inscrutable, commanded, "Let her go." Wang Xiao and his entourage stood dumbfounded. Xia Yubing opened her eyes wide, incredulous at the sudden appearance of this man. Wang Xiao's gaze swept over Lin Yu, and as he beheld a face far more handsome than his own, a surge of intense jealousy and hostility washed over him. Who the hell is this pretty boy? Looking all dapper. Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? Tired of living, are you? Wang Xiao shouted, his voice laced with bravado. Chapter 12. Not a single fighter among them. Lin Yu ignored Wang Xiao's bluster and walked directly towards Xia Yubing, extending his hand. Are you all right? Xia Yubing, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this man, found herself momentarily stunned. His visage was simply too handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His features were sculpted to perfection. Standing at least 6 feet tall, he possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his physical proportions breathtakingly perfect. Most importantly, the aura he exuded was a blend of calmness and a hint of danger. Xia Yubing's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. Throughout her life, she had encountered only a handful of boys, and never had she come across such an extraordinary individual. Her voice, delicate as a mosquito's, barely dared to rise as she spoke, her gaze fixed downward, avoiding Lin Yu. Wang Xiao, feeling utterly disregarded, erupted in fury. How dare you act so high and mighty? He shouted, raising his fist to strike Lin Yu on the back of the head. Without even turning, Lin Yu swiftly grasped Wang Xiao's wrist with precision. A slight twist elicited a scream from Wang Xiao, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, as his wrist contorted at an unnatural angle, pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Let go of me. Let go. Wang Xiao's face twisted in agony as he struggled to break free. Yet, Lin Yu's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Such masterful martial arts, truly impressive. He thought, I could easily crush 10 of these pathetic fools with just one hand. Wang Xiao's 3 lackeys, initially stunned at witnessing their leader being subdued, quickly transformed their astonishment into rage. Who the hell are you to lay a hand on Wang Xiao? Shouted one lanky figure with green-dyed hair, his voice shrill with fury. What are you waiting for? Attack! Wang Xiao, his face pale with pain, roared at his subordinates. The other 2 lackeys snapped into action, rolling up their sleeves, ready to charge. You're not getting out of here alive today, bellowed a burly companion, shaking his fists. The students from the dance department who had gathered outside the practice room erupted in chaos. Some girls screamed in fright, others cheered excitedly, while many wore expressions of deep concern. Oh no, that handsome guy is finished, cried one anxious student. Run. You can't possibly take them on. A dance student, distressed by the unfolding scene, jumped anxiously. This is madness. Wang Xiao is not someone to be trifled with. Xia Yubing, witnessing the commotion, felt her already pale face drain of color. She reached out, attempting to pull Lin Yu away. You must leave. There are too many of them. You cannot win. Despite being restrained, Wang Xiao still wore a smug, cruel grin. So now you're afraid? It's too late. He bellowed towards the entrance. Block the door. No one is leaving today. His lackeys quickly sprang into action. The green-haired boy rushed to the entrance, slamming the door shut and leaning against it. The other 2 flanked Lin Yu from either side. Suddenly, the practice room transformed into a confined space, with all routes of escape sealed off. The onlookers grew increasingly tense, and a few timid girls began to shrink back against the walls. This is it. Wang Xiao is a major stakeholder in our school. Here, he reigns supreme. The burly lackey grinned maliciously as he advanced on Lin Yu. You were so bold just now. Let us see you face the harshness of reality. Although Wang Xiao's wrist was tightly grasped by Lin Yu, he felt a surge of confidence upon witnessing his subordinate's aggressive stance. You little brat. Kneel and apologize to me at once. Perhaps if you slap yourself 100 times, I might spare your life. Lin Yu coldly regarded the group of clowns, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his lips. Is it just these 3 useless fools? I expected something formidable, yet they are merely paper tigers. He thought it was the perfect opportunity to test the prowess of his divine combat skills. The stout henchman charged forward, swinging his fist as large as a cooking pot towards Lin Yu's temple. Should that blow connect, it would undoubtedly leave an ordinary person with a concussion. However, Lin Yu merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. As the stout man missed, his body lurched forward due to inertia, completely exposing his vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu released Wang Xiao's wrist and delivered a precise palm strike to the back of the stout man's neck. With a soft crack, the stout man's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, utterly unconscious. The henchman wearing a duckbill cap was taken aback. Yet pressed by the urgency of the situation, he gritted his teeth and attempted a sneak attack on Lin Yu from the side. Without even turning his head, Lin Yu executed a swift elbow strike, landing squarely on the henchman's ribs. The duckbill cap henchman let out a pained cry, feeling as though his ribs might shatter, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and retching. The green-haired, thin accomplice at the doorway, witnessing the swift downfall of his two companions, was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He dared not advance, instead leaning against the door, trembling in fear. The entire encounter took less than 5 seconds. The practice room fell into a stunned silence, all present dumbfounded by the lightning-fast confrontation. Wang Xiao was particularly taken aback. Is this guy a monster? 3 men taken down in an instant? Is he even human? Xia Yubing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, as she beheld Lin Yu's figure, an unprecedented sense of safety surged within her. The onlooking students erupted in astonishment. Wow, this is incredible. A 3-on-1 counterattack in an instant? Is he a martial arts master? I could hardly see the moves he made. You wait. Wang Xiao struggled to rise from the ground. This isn't over. You're dead. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to cast a glance in his direction, merely uttering a dispassionate, "Get lost. Go. Let us leave." Wang Xiao shouted at the green-haired thin accomplice. The latter, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly opened the door. The group, supporting the still groaning stout man and the duckbill cap henchman, fled in disarray. The practice room fell silent once more. Xia Yubing stood there, her expression one of gratitude. "Thank you, classmate." Lin Yu appraised the girl before him. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, her figure slender yet possessing all the necessary curves. Clad in a white ballet practice outfit, it accentuated her perfect physique. Her long legs were enveloped in white tights, exuding both innocence and a hint of alluring restraint. The most crucial aspect is that face, truly exquisite to the point of being surreal. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! New target Xia Yubing has been encountered. Initial affinity level towards the host. 80 points, beauty bonus. Mission triggered. Obtain Xia Yubing's contact information. Mission reward. Upgrade from silver kidney to golden kidney. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Golden kidney? That sounds remarkably impressive. This mission must be accomplished. Chapter 13. Reward of the golden kidney. Hello, my name is Lin Yu. He introduced himself. Xia Yubing timidly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I am Xia Yubing, and thank you so much for your help. I merely passed by. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent, having entered upon hearing a cry for help. Xia Yubing bit her lip, cautiously observing Lin Yu's demeanor. Why did he seem so aloof? He had just performed a gallant rescue. Which department are you from? I don't believe I've ever seen you before. She mustered the courage to inquire. Not a student, Lin Yu replied succinctly. Xia Yubing blinked, her curiosity piqued. Not a student? Then why are you here? And you look so youthful. Are you a teacher? She probed tentatively. Not that either. Then you are. Just passing through. Xia Yubing found herself at a loss for words at his exceedingly terse responses. How could he be more reticent than she was? She secretly studied Lin Yu's profile, her heart inexplicably racing. This face was nothing short of perfection, as if it had stepped out of a comic book, especially when he had intervened earlier. His composed demeanor amidst the chaos was simply breathtaking. But why was he so indifferent towards her? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or perhaps I appeared too disheveled when I was being bullied? The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became, casting her gaze down at her practice attire. Noticing her silence, Lin Yu prepared to turn away. Wait, could I add you on WeChat? I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for saving me. Xia Yubing suddenly called out to him. Sure, Lin Yu replied, pulling out his phone and opening the WeChat QR code. Xia Yubing picked up her own phone, her hands trembling slightly as she scanned the code. Ding dong, Icy Dancer has added you as a friend. Mission accomplished. Reward obtained, golden kidney. The system's notification resonated in Lin Yu's mind, and he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. A powerful force surged within, making him feel as if he could conquer the world for 3 days and nights. Golden kidney, impressive. I feel as if I have transcended. I must take my leave, Lin Yu remarked, putting away his phone and turning to depart. Wait. Xia Yubing hurriedly called after him. I haven't had the chance to treat you to dinner yet. I have some matters to attend to. Let us choose another time for we chat. Lin Yu waved his hand without looking back. An hour later, at the Yunding Tiangong. Darling, you're back, Su Qinghan exclaimed, rushing out of the living room upon hearing the sound of the engine. She had already donned a silk nightgown, her hair styled into a casual bun, exuding a gentle aura of a devoted wife. As Lin Yu stepped out of the car, Su Qinghan thoughtfully presented him with slippers and a warm towel. You must be tired. Was the journey smooth? She inquired softly. After changing into the slippers, Lin Yu took the towel to dry his hands. It was fine. I've brewed your favorite Dahong Pao tea and prepared some snacks. Su Qinghan followed behind him, her tone cautious. Would you like to rest for a moment? This woman is quite perceptive. She knows not to ask the inappropriate questions and fulfills her duties perfectly. Lin Yu settled down on the sofa, and Su Qinghan immediately knelt on the carpet, beginning to massage his legs. Her techniques were skilled and gentle, applying just the right amount of pressure. Nothing special today, I presume? Lin Yu casually inquired. No, I postponed all the meetings for tomorrow. I wanted to spend time with you at home. Su Qinghan lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with anticipation. Is there anything you wish to do? Just then, Lin Yu's phone chimed. He casually picked it up to glance at the screen, which displayed Ice Snow Dancer. Thank you so much today. Selfie. JPG. In the photo, Xia Yubing had just finished her shower, her damp hair framing her face, her skin glowing with a delicate radiance, exuding a pure and charming allure. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Qinghan caught a glimpse of the phone screen, recognizing the beautiful girl's profile and photograph. Her hand paused momentarily, her expression dimming for a fleeting moment. But she quickly regained her composure and continued to massage Lin Yu. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yu deliberately tilted the phone screen towards her. She is quite a beautiful girl, he remarked. Su Qinghan's voice remained gentle, devoid of jealousy or accusation. Indeed, Lin Yu replied, waiting to gauge her response. Su Qinghan halted her massage, gazing earnestly at Lin Yu, her eyes sincere and tender. Darling, if you admire someone outside, please do not feel constrained by me. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised by her words. As long as you are happy, I am fine with anything. Su Qinghan's voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was resolute. If you wish, I could even assist you in pursuing her. Wow, is this what they call a devoted wife? Not only is she not jealous, but she also offers to help facilitate. Her awareness is astonishing. Lin Yu looked at her, somewhat astonished. Although there was a hint of reluctance in Su Qinghan's eyes, it was overshadowed by her dependence and compliance towards him. He gently grasped Su Qinghan's chin, urging her to meet his gaze. Just focus on your own matters. Yes, darling. Su Qinghan nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with trust and happiness. The following morning, Su Qinghan pushed the door open, clutching a thick stack of documents. Darling, the share transfer procedures have been completed. You are now officially the largest shareholder of the Su Group. She presented the documents to Lin Yu, adding, the bank has also confirmed that your assets have surpassed 100 billion. Lin Yu took the documents and casually flipped through a few pages. The dense legal jargon and numbers made his head spin. Just handle it as you see fit, he said, pushing the documents back to Su Qinghan. The Su Group will remain under your management. I only require the results. You can arrange the process yourself. Su Qinghan's hand trembled slightly as she held the documents, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. Darling, do you truly trust me? Of course, Lin Yu replied with a glance, but let me be clear. If you squander my money, I will hold you accountable. Instead of feeling apprehensive at his words, Su Qinghan smiled even brighter. Rest assured, I will double the value of the Su Group. All right, enough chatter. Go on, head to work, and don't let those folks at the company underestimate you. Yes. Su Qinghan saluted like a schoolgirl, promising to accomplish her task. Watching her spirited departure, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 14. The campus belle invites for dinner. Is the wife jealous? 3 days had passed since the heroic rescue. At the Qingting Art Academy, in the third dance practice room, Xia Yubing was fervently practicing her ballet fundamentals. Normally focused and dedicated during her training, today, however, her mind kept wandering. While practicing, the image of that man from 3 days prior would involuntarily surface in her mind. Lin Yu's strikingly handsome face, his commanding presence as he kicked open the door, and his formidable strength that effortlessly subdued 3 burly men. Suddenly, A misstep caused Xia Yubing to crash heavily onto the floor. Yubing, what happened? Her roommate and best friend, Li Xiaoya, rushed over to help her up. Li Xiaoya was a lively and cheerful girl with wavy chestnut hair, her boisterous personality standing in stark contrast to Xia Yubing's cool demeanor. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Xia Yubing replied, shaking her head as she attempted to rise and continue her practice. Tired my foot. Li Xiaoya pressed her down. You've been distracted for 3 days. Do you think I haven't noticed? She sat beside Xia Yubing, leaning in with a gossiping gaze. Come on, confess. Are you thinking about that mysterious hero? Xia Yubing's face instantly flushed. Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? Still pretending. Li Xiaoya poked her cheek. Look at you. Your face is so red you could fry an egg on it. Xia Yubing covered her face, her voice muffled. I just feel like I should thank him. Thank him? Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes. Please. If it were just gratitude, would you be so distracted for 3 days, forgetting to eat or drink? She picked up Xia Yubing's phone and skillfully opened WeChat. Let us see. Oh, you've pinned him. And with the default avatar, Yu Haven T even changed the name. Xiaoya. Xia Yubing yearned to reclaim her phone, yet Li Xiaoya deftly evaded her grasp. The dialog box lay barren, devoid of any messages exchanged. Li Xiaoya shook her head with a sigh, exclaiming, Yubing, you are being exceedingly timid. Xia Yubing lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. I do not know what to say. Do not know what to say? Li Xiaoya, exasperated, patted her head with an air of disappointment. Just concoct any excuse. For instance, inquire about how he has been lately. Or invite him out for a meal. These are all utterly natural gestures. However, Xia Yubing bit her lip, expressing her concern, but we have only met once. Wouldn't that be too forward? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya nearly lost her composure in disbelief. Sister, have you hit your head? In this world, good men are seized. If you remain reserved, the opportunity will slip away. She grasped Xia Yubing's shoulders earnestly, adding, do you have any idea what the current gender ratio is? 1 to 99. 1 man corresponds to 99 women. A man of your hero's caliber is nearly non-existent in all of Huaxia. If you do not act swiftly, you will find yourself lamenting your lost chance when other women make their move. Xia Yubing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The values instilled in her since childhood emphasized that girls should be demure and dignified. Yet, the world had undeniably changed. She recalled Wang Xiao's menacing words and Lin Yu's reassuring silhouette, causing her internal equilibrium to waver. Missing out on a man like Lin Yu could indeed lead to lifelong regret. I will think it over, Xia Yubing murmured, clutching her phone tightly. Li Xiaoya observed her friend's conflicted demeanor and shook her head in resignation. All right then, take your time. But I must remind you, opportunities wait for no one. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Summit Palace, the opulent villa's backyard featured an infinity pool, its crystal-clear waters shimmering under the sun. Lin Yu lounged on a deck chair by the poolside, basking in the warmth. Dressed in black swim trunks, his physique appeared even more alluring under the sunlight. With a broad chest, defined abs, and long, powerful arms, each inch of his muscles radiated strength. Su Qinghan, adorned in a white bikini, knelt beside the chair, meticulously applying sunscreen on him. Her movements were gentle and professional, tending to every inch of skin from his shoulders to his chest, from his arms to his abdomen with utmost care. Darling, is this pressure all right? Su Qinghan's voice was as soothing as a gentle stream. Lin Yu replied, eyes closed, relishing her ministrations. As she continued to massage him, she updated him on work matters. The Su Group has performed exceptionally well over the past 3 days, with a 15% increase in stock prices. Furthermore, the integration of the companies we acquired is progressing smoothly, and we anticipate generating profits next month. Also, there is an important business gala tomorrow. Will you be attending? Lin Yu lazily waved his hand dismissively. You may go. I have no interest. Understood, Su Qinghan nodded, continuing her massage. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone chimed with a notification. He casually picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, which displayed, Iced answer. Hello Lin Yu. I am Xia Yubing. Are you free right now? I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help last time. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his mood instantly brightening. Has she finally taken the initiative to contact me? It seems this little girl can no longer sit still. He picked up his phone and began to reply. I'm free. You choose the place. The message was sent successfully. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the Qingting Art Academy, Xia Yubing was rolling on her bed, clutching her phone. She had agonized over sending that message for a full half-hour, and only after Li Xiaoya urged her on did she muster the courage to send it. The moment it was sent, her heart leapt to her throat, and in her nervousness, she tossed her phone aside and buried her head under the blanket. Yu Bing, you are being so childish. Li Xiaoya laughed uncontrollably beside her. Shut up. Xia Yubing's muffled voice came from beneath the covers. Ding dong. Her phone chimed. Xia Yubing suddenly poked her head out from under the blanket, her eyes wide as saucers. Quick, look, he replied. Li Xiaoya was even more excited, snatching the phone from her. He agreed. He really agreed. Xia Yubing jumped up on her bed in delight. I told you so. Li Xiaoya patted her shoulder triumphantly. Men are like that. The more proactive you are, the more interested they become. Xia Yubing clutched her phone, her face glowing with happiness. Chapter 15. The First Date. The school beauty's secret thoughts. The two agreed to meet in the school's cafe in the afternoon. Xia Yubing laid out her few pieces of clothing on the bed, trying each one on repeatedly. Her roommate, Li Xiaoya, sat across from her like a fashion consultant, gesturing animatedly. This yellow one is too lively. It doesn't suit your temperament. Li Xiaoya shook her head in disapproval. This black one is too mature. It looks like you're attending a funeral. This pink one is too childish. It makes you look like a high school student. Xia Yubing was left bewildered by her comments, glancing helplessly at the pile of clothes. Then which one should I wear? Li Xiaoya's gaze landed on a white dress at the corner of the bed. This one. It is definitely the best choice. Xia Yubing followed her gaze, but hesitated. But this is my most expensive dress. It cost me 2 months' worth of living expenses, and I rarely dare to wear it. Precisely because it's expensive, you must wear it, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, grabbing the white dress and holding it up in front of Xia Yubing. Look at this style, it's so elegant, and white complements your complexion beautifully. The dress was indeed stunning, the fitted design perfectly accentuating Xia Yubing's slender figure, while the flowing skirt gave off an ethereal vibe. Most importantly, the lace design at the chest was just right, neither too revealing nor devoid of feminine charm. But white is so easy to get dirty. Xia Yubing hesitated further. Come on. Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes. What are you still hesitating about at this point? Do you realize the caliber of man you are set to meet today? She counted off on her fingers. First, he possesses an exceptional appearance, rivaling the most popular male celebrities. Second, he drives an $8 million supercar, undoubtedly a scion of immense wealth. Third, he is incredibly skilled, effortlessly able to take on 3 opponents at once. Such an extraordinary man is likely a rarity throughout all of Huaxia. Should you let this opportunity slip by, I assure you, it will be a lifelong regret. Summer Yubing felt her heart stir at her words. For the next hour, she became like a doll, completely at the mercy of Li Xiaoya's whims. When Summer Yubing turned to face the mirror, she was momentarily entranced. The girl reflected back at her was unmistakably herself, yet somehow not quite. The exquisite makeup accentuated her features, lending her an air of purity intertwined with a hint of allure, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Is this truly me? Summer Yubing reached out to gently caress her cheek, unable to believe her transformation. Indeed, it is you, Li Xiaoya proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. I merely amplified the beauty that was already within you. Summer Yubing donned a white dress and twirled in front of the mirror. The hem of the dress fluttered, creating a breathtaking sight. Perfect. Li Xiaoya gave a thumbs up. If Lin Yu is not captivated by you today, I shall wash my hair upside down. At 2 in the afternoon, at Blue Mountain Cafe, a newly opened upscale establishment with tasteful decor, Summer Yubing arrived half an hour early. She chose a window seat and ordered a glass of lemonade. Anxiety coursed through her. Her hands incessantly stirred the drink, her heart racing like a drumbeat. Should I touch up my makeup? She discreetly pulled out a small mirror, repeatedly inspecting her appearance. Is my hair in place? Is my outfit smooth? Is my smile just right? She practiced smiling in the mirror, at times feeling it was too rigid, at others too exaggerated. The other patrons in the cafe couldn't help but glance back at her. This girl was undeniably stunning, her ethereal charm a rare gem in this somewhat restless world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine pierced the air from outside. Everyone in the cafe turned to look, and then they all fell silent. A silver supercar glided to a stop in front of the cafe, its streamlined body glittering in the sunlight like a spacecraft from another world. What kind of car is that? A Koenigsegg must cost around 8 million, right? Who could possibly be that wealthy? The cafe erupted into a flurry of chatter. All eyes on the spectacle. The car door swung upwards, and a tall figure emerged from within. Backlit, Lin Yu's silhouette descended like a deity from the heavens. Dressed simply in a black t-shirt and casual pants, he exuded an innate aura of nobility. He casually tousled his hair and strolled toward the cafe. My heavens, what stunning looks. This must be the legendary perfect man. The female patrons of the cafe were utterly captivated. Even the few women who typically held themselves in high regard could not resist the urge to sneak a photograph. Xia Yubing was transfixed as she watched Lin Yu stride in, illuminated by the backlight. She felt as though her heart was about to leap from her throat, and her breathing became labored. As Lin Yu entered, a profound silence enveloped the cafe. Every gaze was drawn to him. Even the waitstaff momentarily forgot their duties. His eyes swept across the establishment before swiftly locking onto Xia Yubing, who was seated by the window. He approached her table, each step inciting countless envious glances. Have you been waiting long? He inquired as he took a seat across from her, his tone unassuming. No, not at all, Xia Yubing replied nervously, her words tumbling out in a rush. I just arrived. In truth, she had been waiting for nearly an hour, but she felt too embarrassed to admit it. Quickly, she called over a server to order 2 cups of coffee, murmuring her gratitude once more. I truly appreciate your help the other day, she said. Her gaze lowered as her fingers nervously twirled a strand of hair. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Yu casually surveyed the surroundings. The girls in the cafe were stealing glances at him, their eyes nearly glued to his presence. This national treasure of a man is indeed the center of attention wherever he goes. Lin Yu's gaze returned to Xia Yubing. She appeared markedly different from their last encounter. The white dress she wore accentuated her fair complexion, with a subtly alluring lace design revealing just a hint of her porcelain skin, neither overly revealing nor lacking in temptation. You look beautiful today, Lin Yu stated plainly. Xia Yubing was taken aback by his directness, her face flushing crimson. Thank you. Chapter 16. The interruption of the green tea classmate. What do you usually do for work? Xia Yubing endeavored to keep the conversation flowing. Lin Yu responded casually, I don't work. Life can be quite dull, so I just engage in various pastimes. Xia Yubing's eyes lit up. Do you have any hobbies? I dance. If you'd like, I could perform for you. Just as Lin Yu was about to reply, a sharp voice pierced through from behind. Mr. Lin, it's really you. Lin Yu turned to see Shen Shireen, the girl who had guided him at the school gate. Today, she was clad in a pink dress, her hair styled in large waves, and her makeup considerably more pronounced than their last encounter. Goodness, how is this woman still lingering around? Shen Shireen boldly pulled out a chair and seated herself next to Lin Yu, completely disregarding Xia Yubing across the table. Mr. Lin, I found you particularly amiable the other day at the school gate. It's such a coincidence to meet again today. Shen Shireen beamed, her eyes narrowing into slits. Xia Yubing was taken aback, her mind racing as she processed Shen Shireen's sudden appearance. Do you know each other? She whispered tentatively. Of course we do. Shen Shireen interjected eagerly. We're good friends, aren't we, Mr. Lin? Lin Yu's expression remained impassive. I do not know her. Shen Shireen smiled awkwardly, but soon regained her enthusiasm. Mr. Lin certainly has a sense of humor. If it weren't for my assistance that day at the school gate, would you have been able to enter the school? Xia Yubing observed Shen Shireen's demeanor, a sudden discomfort washing over her. She was aware that Shen Shireen was a well-known beauty in the music department, with numerous admirers, and was taken aback by her overt advances towards Lin Yu today. Mr. Lin, I recently learned a new song. I would love to sing it for you someday. Shen Shireen leaned closer to Lin Yu, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. I can also play the piano, far more entertaining than those who can only dance ballet. This remark was clearly a jab at Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing clenched her fists, feeling her introverted nature stifling her ability to retaliate. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. I'm sorry, but I believe there's a misunderstanding. Shen Shireen's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its previous state. Oh dear. I wouldn't want to interrupt you. However, Mr. Lin, I would like to speak with you privately for a moment, if I may. Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, she took hold of his arm and stood up. Just a minute. It's truly important. Shen Shireen blinked innocently. Lin Yu shook off her hand. If you have something to say, do so here. Shen Shireen bit her lip and suddenly raised her voice. Mr. Lin, I like you. From the very first time I saw you, I knew you were my destined one. The entire cafe fell silent, all eyes turning towards them. Wow. A girl dropped her cup onto the floor. This is too intense. Public confession? She asked Shen Shireen from the music department. Someone recognized her. Oh no. Here comes another girl trying to steal our man. A girl exclaimed dramatically, clutching her chest. Several female university students whispered amongst themselves, some envious, some jealous, while others merely enjoyed the spectacle. A waitress, nearly dropping her tray in excitement, discreetly pulled out her phone to record. "Ladies, this is a rare scoop." Lin Yu observed the crowd, internally scoffing. What on earth? Is this girl out of her mind? These girls are acting as if they're watching a soap opera. Seeing all attention focused on her, Shun Shireen felt a surge of triumph. She deliberately raised her voice so all could hear. "Mr. Lin, I know I may not be worthy of you, but I am willing to do anything for you. Wow, this girl is so brave. I wish I had her courage." The girls in the cafe murmured, some taking out their phones to capture the moment. Xia Yubing remained seated, gripping her cup tightly, a storm of emotions churning within her. What Xia Yu said is true. In this world, good men are fought over. If I don't act now, I really will be taken by another woman. No, I mustn't. She absolutely could not bear to watch Lin Yu be taken away by this woman. Xia Yubing suddenly stood up, her demeanor resolute. "I apologize, but we are currently on a date. Please do not disturb us." The room fell silent in an instant. The usually gentle Xia Yubing, who seldom raised her voice, had retaliated with such firmness? Incredible. The campus belle was furious. Was this the legendary battle for love? How thrilling it was, two beauties vying for one man. Upon hearing Xia Yubing's words, Shun Shireen felt a surge of anger. What right does she have? Just because she is slightly more attractive than me? Does she truly believe that being a campus belle makes her exceptional? She turned to look at Xia Yubing with a cold smirk. "Oh, a date? I can't help but feel that you are merely indulging in your own fantasies." Xia Yubing's face turned pale. "What do you mean?" The implication was crystal clear. Shun Shireen crossed her arms. "Mr. Lin has always appeared indifferent, clearly showing no interest in you. This scheming woman, how dare she say that about me?" Xia Yubing, who typically shied away from confrontations, decided to stand her ground today. "Lin Yu is my date," she declared, her voice growing louder. "Please leave." Shun Shireen scoffed. "And what if I don't? What can you do about it?" She turned to Lin Yu, her tone shifting to one of feigned sweetness. "Mr. Lin, look how fierce she is. It's quite intimidating. I'm different. I'm gentle and will do as you say." Lin Yu watched the two women argue over him, secretly amused. Though aware that this was merely a plot device, the sensation of being contested by beautiful women was undeniably exhilarating. Hearing Shun Shireen's words, Xia Yubing's face flushed with anger. This woman has gone too far. How dare she call me fierce? Am I really fierce? I am merely protecting myself. Wait, protecting what? Xia Yubing suddenly realized that Lin Yu was not her boyfriend. What right did she have to claim she was protecting herself? Nevertheless, she was determined not to let this woman succeed. "I am not fierce," Xia Yubing retorted, "and I am gentle too. Lin Yu, you agree, don't you?" She glanced at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Lin Yu, seeing Xia Yubing's pitiful expression, felt his heart soften. Chapter 17. The Campus Belle's Strategy for Love. The male god lacks a social circle? It was indeed no small feat for her to argue on his behalf. "Shun Shireen, please leave and do not disturb my date with Xia Yubing. Otherwise, I will report you for harassment." Lin Yu spoke calmly. Xia Yubing felt a wave of joy surging within her upon hearing his words. Shun Shireen's expression soured instantly. "What is the big deal about a date?" she retorted, unwilling to concede. "We aren't married. Even if we were, I could still pursue him." "You." Xia Yubing was rendered speechless with anger. Lin Yu frowned. This woman was indeed crossing the line. "Do you wish to be taken into custody?" Lin Yu asked directly. Shun Shireen's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. How could this man be so ungrateful? I was so forward, yet he still rejected me. She bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at Xia Yubing. "You may have outdone me this time, but mark my words, I will not give up." With that, she stormed off in her high heels. Xia Yubing returned to her seat, lowering her head in embarrassment, unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu found her shy demeanor rather amusing. Just moments ago, she was arguing fiercely, and now she had transformed back into a timid lamb. "You performed quite well," Lin Yu remarked casually. Xia Yubing suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. "Really?" "Yes, at least you didn't let that woman succeed." Hearing this, Xia Yubing felt a sweet warmth in her heart. They sat in silence for a while, with Xia Yubing racking her brain for a new topic. But her mind was a blank canvas, until Lin Yu broke the silence. "It's getting late. I'll drive you back to school." "Oh, okay," Xia Yubing replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, yet she nodded obediently. The journey from the cafe to the school gate was merely a few minutes. A silver Koenigsegg parked outside the entrance of Ching Tung Art Academy, causing a small commotion once again. I've arrived. Thank you so much for today, Xia Yubing said as she unbuckled her seatbelt, hesitating to exit the vehicle. Lin Yu responded, showing no inclination to elaborate. Xia Yubing bit her lip, summoning her courage, and quickly said, shall we meet again? After speaking, she pecked Lin Yu on the cheek, flung open the car door, and dashed away, not daring to look back. Lin Yu watched her retreating figure, almost fleeing, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. He started the car, turned it around, and drove off into the distance. At the girls' dormitory of Ching Tung Art Academy. Tell me everything. How did it go? As soon as Xia Yubing pushed open the dormitory door, she was engulfed by a figure. Li Xiaoya clung to her arm, excitement and curiosity written all over her face. Let me go? Xia Yubing protested, feeling dizzy from the embrace. Not until you spill the details. Li Xiaoya insisted, demanding, was the date successful? Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? Xia Yubing's face turned a vibrant shade of red. Xiaoya, what are you talking about? Oh, look who's shy now. Li Xiaoya pressed her down onto a chair, then sat cross-legged on her bed, assuming an air of interrogation. Come on, spill every detail. Unable to resist her persistence, Xia Yubing recounted the events of the afternoon in full. Wow, how thrilling, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, slapping her thigh and bouncing up from the bed in excitement. Yubing, you've really stepped up. You confronted that green tea directly and won. She circled around Xia Yubing, marveling, impressive, my friend. For a man, you've truly unleashed your inner potential. Please, stop teasing me, Xia Yubing said, feeling a bit embarrassed after her words. I was just caught up in the moment. Quite right. Splendidly so, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Let me tell you, when dealing with someone like Shen Shirin, you cannot afford to be polite. The more you yield, the more she will take advantage. After a pause, she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. The most crucial point is that Lin Yu spoke up for you. What should I do next? Xia Yubing inquired, her eyes wide with anticipation, resembling an eager student seeking guidance from her mentor. Li Xiaoya mused, pacing thoughtfully around the dormitory. Now that you have established a preliminary and positive interaction, the first step can be deemed successful. Next, we shall enter the second stage, a deeper connection. Deeper connection? Xia Yubing was puzzled. Yes. It involves discovering his interests and preferences, appealing to them, and making him feel that you share common topics, soulmates. Li Xiaoya snapped her fingers. Only then can we transform attraction into genuine affection. But how do I uncover his interests? That is quite simple, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, pulling out Xia Yubing's phone and deftly opening WeChat. Step 1. Analyze his moments. She clicked on Lin Yu's profile, and both of them were taken aback. Lin Yu's WeChat moments were utterly devoid of content, with merely a cold, gray line at the bottom. Unbelievable, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, refreshing the page multiple times. It's completely empty? Xia Yubing leaned in to look, a wave of indescribable disappointment washing over her. She had hoped to glean a glimpse into his life through his moments. But there was nothing. This man is incredibly cool. After her initial shock, Li Xiaoya became even more excited. In this day and age, who doesn't he have a desire to share? The fact that he has not posted even a single moment is astonishing. What do we do now? Xia Yubing felt a bit deflated. The avenue of his moments was blocked. Don't panic. Li Xiaoya waved her hand. If plan A fails, we have plan B. Therefore, our next objective is to create opportunities for contact. How do we create opportunities? Xia Yubing humbly asked for advice. Are you foolish? Li Xiaoya lightly tapped her forehead. Aren't you a dancer? That is your greatest advantage. Xia Yubing's face flushed again. But I can't just tell him I'm going to dance for him, can I? That would be so awkward. Of course, we can't be that direct. Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes. We need a reasonable excuse. ISNT, there a performance coming up in your department? Xia Yubing's eyes lit up. Yes, they're S1 next Friday. I'm one of the lead dancers. That is perfect. Li Xiaoya clapped her hands. You should text him now, inviting him to your performance. It's a perfectly valid reason. It showcases your talent and provides him with an opportunity to see you. Right now? Xia Yubing's heart raced. Of course. Strike while the iron is hot, Li Xiaoya urged. Xia Yubing picked up her phone and opened the chat with Lin Yu. Ice and snow dancer. Lin Yu, our dance department has a performance next Friday evening. And I have a solo dance. Do you have time to come and watch? Looking forward to it. Message sent successfully, indicated by a green bubble. Chapter 18. My wife writes love diaries. Yending Tiangong Villa. Welcome home, master. A cold electronic female voice echoed as the gilded black doors slowly slid open. Just as Lin Yu ascended the steps, the main door of the villa was pulled open from within. Su Qinghan stood at the entrance, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Darling, you're back. She stepped forward, naturally retrieving Lin Yu's exclusive slippers from the shoe cabinet, then knelt down to personally help him change into them. The entire gesture flowed seamlessly, devoid of any airs of a wealthy CO. Instead resembling a devoted wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Lin Yu accepted her service with quiet composure. Su Qinghan rose, offering him a warm towel to wipe his hands. Darling, I prepared a late-night snack. Shall we eat now? Her voice was soft and somewhat tentative in inquiry. Lin Yu merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. As they entered the dining room, the long table was already adorned with several exquisite dishes: Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, and other luxurious seafood whose names he could not recall, all steaming with warmth. No sooner had Lin Yu seated himself than Su Qinghan donned a pair of crystal-clear gloves and began silently peeling shrimp for him. One succulent piece of shrimp meat after another was delicately picked up with her silver chopsticks, dipped in a special sauce, and gently placed in Lin Yu's dish. As he consumed one, she immediately began to peel another. Why don't you eat too? Lin Yu casually remarked. You eat first. I'm not hungry, Su Qinghan replied, not lifting her head, focused on the king crab legs, expertly extracting the rich crab meat with a delicate tool. Lin Yu chose not to press further, comfortably indulging in the moment. He understood that this was the treatment he deserved in this world. To have a female CEO worth 300 billion. Peeling shrimp and cracking crabs for him in the depths of night brought a satisfaction far more delectable than any gourmet dish. After finishing the late-night snack, Su Qinghan brought forth a plate of neatly cut fruits, each piece uniformly cubed, adorned with a tiny silver toothpick. Darling, open your mouth. She held a toothpick with a piece of chilled cantaloupe, bringing it to Lin Yu's lips. He opened his mouth to receive it, the icy sweet juice bursting forth in his mouth. Leaning back in his chair, he languidly savored the post-meal feeding. After a few pieces of fruit, seeing the content expression on Lin Yu's face, a flicker of satisfaction and joy sparkled in her eyes. Soon after, she retrieved a pink, hard-shell notebook with a small lock tucked beneath the sofa, presenting it to Lin Yu like a treasure, her cheeks flushed with a suspicious hue. Husband, take a look at this. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow as he accepted the item. The cover boasted the adorable title, Wife's Diary. What on earth is this? Lin Yu was taken aback by the childish and straightforward name as he turned to the first page. Elegant handwriting greeted his eyes. March 2nd, Sunny. Today marks the 3rd day of my marriage with my husband. He is incredibly handsome, 1,000 times more so than in photographs. I am determined to be the best wife in the world, ensuring he can never part from me. Su Qinghan, you can do this. Lin Yu flipped through the pages. March 3rd, overcast. My husband left home today and hasn't returned all day. I miss him a bit. I read the white paper on the habits and preferences of national treasures 3 more times and still feel there is much to improve. I must strive harder tomorrow. March 5th, Sunny. This afternoon, I think I saw my husband's phone light up. It was a message from a girl. A pang of discomfort washed over me. However, the white paper states that exceptional men deserve more, and as a legitimate wife, I should be magnanimous and support him. I must reflect on my own shortcomings. Today, as self-examination, did my husband smile at me today? No. Did he compliment me today? No. Was my service satisfactory to him today? It seems to be okay, but I must continue to improve. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yu paused, holding the diary. He lifted his gaze to Su Qinghan, who was nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Well written. Lin Yu closed the diary, offering a mild critique. Su Qinghan suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Really? Do you like it, husband? Yes. Lin Yu returned the diary to her. Continue writing. All right. Su Qinghan nodded vigorously, clutching the diary as her radiant smile suggested she had just acquired the world. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone screen lit up. It was a message from Xia Yubing. Ice Snow Dancer. Lin Yu, our dance department has a performance next Friday night. I have a solo. Will you have time to come? Looking forward to it. Lin Yu typed a few words and hit send. Lin Yu. Sure, I'll be there. The message was sent successfully. Su Qinghan noticed Lin Yu responding to another message and managed to put on a perfect, impeccable smile again. Husband, are you going out again? She approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft form pressing against him. No, Lin Yu replied. There was no trace of jealousy in her voice. Rather, it was filled with sincerity. Husband, I see that every time you go out empty-handed. It doesn't seem right. Let me prepare a gift for you tomorrow. I'll ensure it will be well received. What? Is that even allowed? Offering to help me prepare a gift for another woman. What an extraordinary and exceptional partner this is. Lin Yu was utterly astonished by her actions. He even began to wonder if, should he express a desire to marry Xia Yubing at that moment, Su Qinghan would immediately spring into action to assist him. Just as Lin Yu was poised to utter something, a long-awaited system notification suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding. Special situation detected. Random task triggered. Task name. The virtue of a wife. Task content. Accept the proposal from the primary wife, Su Qinghan, who will personally select a gift for the new target. Xia Yubing. Task reward. Eye of Appraisal, Beginner. Chapter 19. Eye of Appraisal. Very well. Lin Yu lazily responded, finding the notion of a primary wife aiding in the pursuit of a mistress quite amusing. The worldview here is truly remarkable. A wife actively assists her husband in courting another woman? However, since the system has issued a task, I might as well comply. Ding. Host has confirmed acceptance of the task. Rewards are being distributed. As the system notification faded, Lin Yu felt a soft glow swiftly penetrate his eyes. The world before him suddenly transformed. He blinked, discovering a newfound perceptive ability within his field of vision. Is this the Eye of Appraisal? Curious, Lin Yu gazed at a blue and white porcelain vase in the living room, and immediately, lines of information appeared before him. Item, Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Cloud Dragon Pattern Elephant Ear Vase, Replica. Market value, 800,000 RMB. Note, 0. 2 mm modern repair crack at the bottom. Value depreciated by 9 yuan. Lin Yu nearly gasped aloud. This ability is astonishing. He then directed his gaze toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the garage outside, and the information resurfaced. Item, customized Rolls-Royce Phantom. Market value, 18 million renminbi. Note, minor abnormal wear on the left rear brake pads. Replacement recommended. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. This is akin to having cheat codes. From now on, when purchasing antiques, cars, or houses, I need no longer fear being swindled. Moreover, this function could potentially be utilized in other areas. His gaze instinctively shifted to Su Qinghan, who was adjusting his collar. Instantly, a series of detailed data appeared. Target, Su Qinghan. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 926,093. Health status, good. Lin Yu's eyes twitched. This function can even appraise people? Is this not the legendary Fire Eye of Insight? However, he soon noticed an additional health note. Experiencing mild anxiety-induced arrhythmia. Currently managed with medication. Lin Yu's heart sank. Beneath her formidable exterior lay such vulnerability? To his astonishment, a line of crucial information appeared at the bottom of the screen. Internal state. Outwardly compliant, yet harboring an intense desire to monopolize her husband. Currently suppressing her instinctive jealousy through the theoretical framework of the white paper on the habits and preferences of national treasures in relationships. Lin Yu gazed at these words, his emotions becoming tumultuous. It turned out she was not genuinely magnanimous, but rather forcefully stifling her instinctual reactions. He pondered this privately, maintaining an outward demeanor of calm. Honey, what are you looking at? Su Qinghan inquired, noticing Lin Yu's gaze lingering on her, her cheeks slightly flushed. Nothing, Lin Yu replied, withdrawing his gaze. Suddenly intrigued by the diary of a loving wife she held in her hands. The discerning eye activated once more. Item, pink lockable diary. Material, specially crafted from the pulp of the first love letter written during her teenage years, addressed to a fictional character. Craftsmanship, handmade. One of a kind in the world, emotional value, inestimable. Lin Yu was utterly taken aback by this revelation. A diary made from the materials of a first love letter? How utterly romantic. Moreover, the recipient is a fictional character. Was she once an otaku? A formidable female CEO worth billions possessed such a girlish side? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Honey, I've already begun contacting the world's top buyers, Su Qinghan continued, blissfully unaware that she had been scrutinized entirely. She earnestly reported to Lin Yu. I believe that gifts for girls should reflect your taste while not being overly extravagant, as it could impose pressure. She began to analyze with her fingers. Jewelry, if too expensive, seems purposeful. If too cheap, it lacks significance. The same applies to bags. After much contemplation, I think a silk scarf would be most appropriate. As she spoke with increasing enthusiasm, She fully immersed herself in the topic. Lin Yu observed her analysis, secretly astonished. This woman truly approaches the task of helping her husband pursue another woman as if it were an academic discipline. The Hermes limited edition silk square scarf from this spring. There are only 100 in the world. I'll have the buyer secure one for you. The price isn't exorbitant, around 30,000, which demonstrates thoughtfulness without imposing too much pressure. Lin Yu, listening to her coherent analysis, couldn't help but admire her. Her efficiency is astonishing. The key is, she is genuinely assisting me in pursuing another woman. What do you think? Su Qinghan asked, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Lin Yu. Not bad, Lin Yu nodded, maintaining his calm facade. Then I'll have the buyer handle it right away. Su Qinghan exclaimed excitedly, picking up her phone to send a message. Lin Yu watched her busy demeanor and activated his discerning eye once more. This time, he observed more intricate details, current emotion, surface excitement. Inner turmoil index 87, psychological state. Convincing herself to accept reality for the sake of her husband's happiness. Physical response, increased adrenaline secretion, slight trembling of fingers. Pupils slightly dilated, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. This woman, while appearing so joyful on the surface, must be on the brink of collapse internally, right? Such acting. She deserves an Oscar. Darling, the buyer has contacted us and will deliver it tomorrow morning. Su Qinghan set down her phone, her smile becoming even more radiant. I'll personally help you with the packaging, ensuring you don't lose face. Lin Yu replied, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. However, the system's task loomed over him, compelling him to persevere. By the way, darling, are you going out tomorrow? Would you like me to prepare a formal outfit for you? Also, I can have the driver take you. Lin Yu gazed at her forced smile, his emotions growing increasingly complex. Is this woman a saint or a masochist? Her husband is off to see another woman perform, and she still wants to help prepare clothes and arrange transportation? No need. I can drive myself. Lin Yu declined her offer. Su Qinghan's eyes dimmed momentarily, but quickly brightened again. Then let me prepare some snacks for you. Su Qinghan was still not ready to give up, her voice growing softer. I'll make some exquisite cookies, beautifully packaged, so you can share them with her. Lin Yu, unable to contain himself any longer at her increasingly absurd suggestions, finally snapped. Enough. He stood up, walked to Su Qinghan, and gently grasped her chin. You don't need to go to such lengths. Su Qinghan froze for a moment, her pupils slightly constricting. I didn't mean to. I just want to make my husband happy. Her voice trembled, clearly startled by Lin Yu's sudden action. I know. I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for now. Having said that, Lin Yu strode toward the bedroom. Su Qinghan, bewildered by her perceived misstep, followed him like a remorseful child. The next morning, early on, Su Qinghan entered the living room holding a delicate gift box, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Darling, the silk scarf is ready. What do you think? Lin Yu lazily waved his hand. No need. I trust your judgment. The light in Su Qinghan's eyes dimmed momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. All right, I'll place the gift in your car. Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding, detected that the wife, Su Qinghan, is performing admirably. Virtuous wife score has increased. Current score, 96 points, 1. Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. Even the system acknowledges her. Darling, the time is drawing near. You should prepare to depart. Su Qinghan glanced at the clock. I have arranged for the car and placed some water and snacks inside. If you feel thirsty or hungry on the road, do remember to have a bite. As she spoke, she retrieved a thermal bag from behind the sofa. Inside are the cookies I personally baked. We can share them. Lin Yu looked at the bag in her hands, his lips twitching slightly. She truly made cookies? This woman's execution is remarkably strong. There's no need to go through such trouble, he stated as he rose. It's not a bother at all. Su Qinghan quickly waved her hand. As your wife, it is my duty to take care of your daily needs. With that, she produced a neatly pressed outfit from the side. This is specifically chosen for you. The color scheme and style suit you perfectly. The deep blue will make you appear even more mature and composed. Half an hour later, Lin Yu had changed into the clothes and was ready to leave. Su Qinghan personally adjusted his collar, meticulously checking every detail. Her movements were gentle, yet Lin Yu could sense the slight tremor in her fingers. Drive safely on the road, she urged, standing on her tiptoes to place a soft kiss on his cheek. Come back early. Lin Yu nodded and made his way towards the garage, with Su Qinghan following closely behind, accompanying him to the car door. She opened the door for him and checked once more for water and tissues in the back seat. Darling, she suddenly called out to Lin Yu. What's wrong? Su Qinghan bit her lip, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook her head. It's nothing. Just have fun. Her voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that even she could scarcely believe the words that escaped her lips. All right, Lin Yu replied, starting the car. Meanwhile, in the rehearsal hall of the dance department at the Green Vine Art Academy, Xia Yubing sat on the floor, lost in thought. Yubing. A catastrophe has occurred. Her best friend, Li Xiaoya, burst in, brandishing her phone, her expression grim. What's wrong? Xia Yubing quickly rose to her feet. It's terrible. The brand that promised to sponsor our performance just sent a WeChat message saying they're withdrawing their funding. Li Xiaoya thrust the phone into Xia Yubing's hands. Look at this reason. They claim it's a strategic adjustment. Who would believe that? Xia Yubing stared at the chilling withdrawal notice on the screen, her face paling instantly. What are we to do? The performance is tonight. Where can we find a sponsor now? Do I even need to ask? It's definitely that scoundrel Wang Xiao's doing. Li Xiaoya fumed, stamping her foot. Ever since your idol taught him a lesson last time, he has been resorting to all sorts of underhanded tricks. First, he spread rumors about you, and now he has orchestrated this funding withdrawal. He is the very definition of a petty villain. Xia Yubing slumped onto the floor, tears welling in her eyes. Without sponsorship, we can't even afford basic costumes, let alone the set and props. If this performance fails, I want to be able to secure my scholarship. Don't cry, don't cry. Li Xiaoya quickly squatted down to comfort her. At worst, we can wear our own clothes on stage. It may be a little shabby, but at least we can finish the performance. Yet, the thought of Lin Yu attending the performance filled Xia Yubing with dread. How embarrassing it would be for him to witness her in such a disheveled state. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Xiaoya, illuminating her expression. Why not seek his assistance? No. Xia Yubing quickly shook her head. I cannot impose on him. We have only just met. Oh, come now. At such a critical juncture, why maintain your pride? Li Xiaoya exclaimed in exasperation. You must at least give it a try. What if he is genuinely willing to help? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yubing took out her phone, gazing at Lin Yu's WeChat avatar, her finger hovering uncertainly over the screen. Just then, the door to the rehearsal hall swung open, and several girls from her class sauntered in. Isn't that our leading lady? The foremost girl remarked with a mocking tone. I heard your performance tonight is lacking funding? How unfortunate. Xia Yubing lifted her gaze to find Zhao Mimi, a classmate with whom she had a strained relationship, standing before her. This girl had a penchant for flaunting her wealth, and today she was adorned in a dazzling array of luxury items, from the Tiffany hairpin atop her head to the Chanel loafers on her feet. She resembled a walking showcase of opulence. What business is it of yours? Li Xiaoya stepped protectively in front of Xia Yubing, glaring at Zhao Mimi. Of course, it concerns me. We are performing on the same stage, Zhao Mimi replied with a smirk, deliberately twirling the latest iPhone in her hand. However, I am willing to sponsor you, on the condition that Xia Yubing relinquishes her position as the lead dancer. After all, how can someone who cannot even afford a costume deserve to be in that role? You. Li Xiaoya's face flushed with anger. The girls behind Zhao Mimi joined in the ridicule. Indeed, if you cannot afford it, don't force it. Having someone like her as the lead dancer brings disgrace to our dance department. Enough already. Just because you have money, does that make you superior? Li Xiaoya could no longer contain her frustration. Money does indeed hold its significance, Zhao Mimi retorted with unabashed laughter. At least we need not worry about a few thousand yuan in performance fees. By the way, I passed by the school gate earlier and saw a particularly handsome sports car. Was it sent to pick up Xia Yubing? I wonder if it's a rental. Xia Yubing's complexion turned ashen in an instant. I saw online that there are services for renting luxury cars for show, costing only a few thousand for a day to experience the life of a rich heir, Zhao Mimi continued, adding fuel to the fire. But it makes sense. Given Xia Yubing's circumstances, she could only resort to such pretenses. That is absolutely absurd. Xia Yubing finally burst out. Oh, so you're defending her now? Zhao Mimi's smugness only grew. Then why not have him sponsor the performance? If he truly has money, this small sum would be nothing. Li Xiaoya, distressed, urged, Yubing. Perhaps we should genuinely ask him for help? To him, this amount is mere pocket change. The wheels of that car he drives could easily cover our performance fees. Xia Yubing shook her head, her voice trembling. No, this is my responsibility. Deep within, her insecurities rendered her unable to reach out to Lin Yu for assistance. What if he truly helps? What does that make her? A burden who merely troubles others? You see, I told you so. Zhao Mimi wore an expression that suggested she had seen through it all long ago. If he were genuinely wealthy, how could he allow his girlfriend to fret over such trivial sums? Xia Yubing gritted her teeth, declaring, "You need not concern yourself. I will find my own way." "Oh, what plan do you have in mind?" Zhao Mimi inquired curiously, "Perhaps online loans? I've heard that some girls would go to any lengths for luxury goods." Li Xiaoya could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, "Zhao Mimi, can't you show a modicum of decency? I'm only looking out for her." Zhao Mimi feigned a sigh, asserting that rather than indulging in self-deception, it would be wiser to confront reality sooner. Being poor is simply being poor. Why pretend otherwise? Xia Yubing inhaled deeply, fighting back tears. "I will resolve this on my own. Even if it means resorting to online loans, it is preferable to accepting your terms." TSK. How tragic it is to suffer for the sake of pride. Zhao Mimi shook her head. "I shall await your performance tonight. Do remember to bring tissues. We wouldn't want your makeup to run." With that, she strutted away with several girls in tow, leaving the rehearsal room in an eerie silence. Li Xiaoya's face turned a shade of green with anger. "That deceitful vixen. It infuriates me. Yubing, will you truly not consider seeking his assistance?" Xia Yubing shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Let me practice alone for a while." She forced a smile, but Li Xiaoya felt a pang of sympathy for her strained facade. Yet, she understood Xia Yubing's stubbornness. Once she made a decision, even a herd of oxen could not sway her. "Just don't practice for too long. Remember to rest." Li Xiaoya sighed, reluctantly exiting the room. In the vast practice space, Xia Yubing found herself alone. She approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection, reddened eyes, a pallid complexion. And the once vibrant practice attire now faded. How embarrassing, she thought, shaking her head with a bitter smile. As the music began to play, Xia Yubing commenced her dance. It was her sole outlet for emotional release. Every movement was infused with despair and defiance. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, indistinguishable from her tears. She recalled Zhao Mimi's mocking face, the scornful words, and the impending performance that awaited her tonight, all while she felt utterly unprepared. Her motions intensified, leaps, spins, and splits. She danced with fervor, as if striving to expel all her anguish through the art of movement. Eventually, her energy waned completely, and she collapsed onto the floor. Her knees throbbed painfully, yet she remained oblivious to the discomfort. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she curled up in a corner of the practice room, clutching her knees, weeping like a child. "Why is this happening? Why am I perpetually so unfortunate? Despite my relentless efforts, why does nothing ever seem to change?" The echoes of weeping reverberate within the desolate practice room. At that moment, a soft creak announces the opening of the door. Chapter 21. Wearing a fake watch. Courage from Yang Jingru. Within the opulent Wang residence, Wang Xiao cradles his still throbbing wrist, lamenting to his mother, Wang Xiu, who sits regally upon a leather sofa. "Mother, you must advocate for me." His voice quivers with emotion. "That wretched boy, appearing out of nowhere, struck me in front of so many. How am I to maintain my dignity at school?" Wang Xiu slowly rolls the Buddhist beads on her wrist, her expression serene, yet her eyes cold as a serpent's. In her 40s, she possesses an exquisite beauty, adorned with jewels that could easily purchase a modest home for an ordinary family. "Darling, do not fret," she replies gently, though those familiar with her know that her soft demeanor often conceals a calculating mind. "It was that little vixen, Xia Yubing, wasn't it?" Wang Xiao grows increasingly agitated. "I merely wished to invite her to dinner, and she had the audacity to refuse. She even summoned that wild man to strike me. Mother, is it not infuriating?" Wang Xiu tenderly caresses her son's hair. He is a treasured child, conceived through costly means, and she guards him fiercely. "What of that man? What is his background?" she inquires. "I do not know. He appears to be a mere gigolo." Wang Xiao grits his teeth. "Mother, you must assist me in avenging this slight. I want Xia Yubing to kneel before me in supplication." Wang Zuiyu sneers softly. To confront a man of unknown origins poses significant risks. What if we encounter insurmountable obstacles? However, to ruin the woman he fancies would simultaneously strike a devastating blow to his pride. Now that is a far more sophisticated form of retribution. "My dear, of course, I shall seek justice for you," she says, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Yet, we must proceed with caution. A direct confrontation would be too crude. We shall orchestrate her own downfall. What is your plan, mother?" Wang Xiao's eyes spark with excitement. Wang Ciyu's voice is light as a feather. I have heard she is to participate in some performance tonight. Indeed, there is a report performance this evening. And she is the lead dancer. Wang Xiao nods eagerly. That makes things even simpler. Wang Ciyu chuckles coldly. Imagine, a destitute girl, unable to afford a proper costume. How will she appear when humiliated on stage? Wang Xiao pauses for a moment, then claps his hands in delight. Mother, you are truly brilliant. This way, she will be thoroughly embarrassed in front of that gigolo. This is merely the appetizer. Wang Ciyu turns, her gaze menacing. I intend for her humiliation to be far more profound than mere embarrassment. After tonight's performance, I have even more thrilling arrangements in store. What arrangements? Wang Xiao inquires with curiosity. She approached, gently caressing Wang Xiao's cheek. My son, do not concern yourself with this for now. You are the apple of your mother's eye. Should anyone dare to wrong you, I shall ensure they suffer immensely. Meanwhile, Xia Yubing, with tears blurring her vision, looked up and froze upon realizing the visitor was Lin Yushi. In her panic, she wiped her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand, attempting to rise. But her legs felt weak from her earlier distress, nearly causing her to fall. Why are you here? Xia Yubing asked, her voice trembling. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, observing. This girl's eyes are swollen like walnuts. She certainly elicits sympathy. What transpired? Lin Yu inquired as he stepped closer to her. Xia Yubing bit her lip, feeling such shame that she wished to disappear into the ground. With fragmented words, she recounted the withdrawal of her sponsorship and the mockery from her classmates. Upon hearing her plight, Lin Yu discreetly activated his skill identification eye, scanning Xia Yubing. Target, Xia Yubing. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Health status, mildly malnourished. Experiencing severe emotional fluctuations. Inner state, extreme inferiority, 95 sense of shame, yearning for salvation, yet fearing being a burden. Seeing this data stirred something within Lin Yu. This girl was remarkably resilient. Despite her desire for assistance, her pride compelled her to bear the burden alone. Is it truly such a trivial matter? Lin Yu spoke. Xia Yubing jolted upright, her eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. Trivial? This is a matter of my scholarship and dignity. Lin Yu thought to himself. This tone seems rather pretentious, but never mind. After all, the system has granted me 10 million. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to spend it. Remembering the substantial funds resting in his account, he suddenly felt a rush of indulgence. I shall sponsor your performance tonight, Lin Yu stated in a calm tone. Xia Yubing stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, her mind blank. What did you say? She questioned, uncertain if she had misheard. I said, I will sponsor your performance. Lin Yu reiterated, reaching out to help the still-seated Xia Yubing to her feet. From now on, do not weep over such trifles. But it requires a significant amount of money. Xia Yubing was still reeling from the shock. How much? Lin Yu casually asked. At least 200,000, Xia Yubing murmured, her cheeks flushed. Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. 200,000? To him, that was hardly sufficient to buy a handbag. Come, let us speak with your department head. Lin Yu turned and walked toward the exit. Xia Yubing hurriedly followed, her heart pounding like a drum. Everything was unfolding too suddenly. It felt as though she were dreaming. They arrived at the door of the dance department head's office. Just as Zhao Mimi and a few followers arrogantly exited. Oh, isn't this our fallen princess? Zhao Mimi caught sight of Xia Yubing and immediately donned a mocking smile. Have you finished crying? Your makeup is all ruined, she remarked. The girls behind her erupted in laughter. Mimi, look. She even brought her boyfriend along. One of them chimed in with a sharp tone. Is she hoping he'll plead for her? Zhao Mimi scrutinized Lin Yu, acknowledging his undeniable handsomeness. But her pride swelled with the information she had just gleaned from Wang Xiao. Handsome, you must be Xia Yubing's boyfriend, right? Zhao Mimi said with a smirk. I've heard you drive a nice car. How much does it cost to rent for a day? Lin Yu frowned. Her condescending tone was irksome. Who are you? He shot back coldly. What does it matter to you? She retorted disdainfully. Xia Yubing's face flushed with anger, ready to respond, when the door to the office swung open, revealing Director Liu of the dance department. Yubing, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? Professor Liu inquired with concern. Director Liu, I wanted to discuss the performance. Xia Yubing nervously began. Oh, don't even mention it, Director Liu sighed, shaking his head. The sponsor has withdrawn at the last minute. And now we can't even secure basic costumes and props. How about this? You can make do with your practice outfits for now. No need to make do. Lin Yu suddenly interjected. I'll sponsor it. The office fell into an immediate silence, everyone staring at him in disbelief. Zhao Mimi's laughter pierced the air. Huh. Did I hear you correctly? She exaggeratedly covered her mouth and glanced at her entourage. He really thinks he has something special. Mimi, who knows? He might be a hidden millionaire, one follower chimed in sarcastically, though the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. A millionaire? Zhao Mimi laughed uncontrollably, sizing Lin Yu up, her gaze lingering on his seemingly ordinary black t-shirt. Come on, do you see what he is wearing? Does the total even amount to 500 yuan? What kind of pitiful guy rents a car to impress girls and dares to talk big here? She stepped forward, deliberately puffing out her chest, bringing her Cartier watch closer to Lin Yu. Do you see this? It's worth 300,000. You'd have to work a lifetime to afford one. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids. The skill assessment eye had already rendered its verdict. Item: Cartier Ballon Bleu, high imitation. Market value: 1,998 renminbi. Free shipping. Note: movement is a domestic Mingzhu movement with significant error. The dial's rhinestones are made of glass. It is advised to keep it away from water to avoid rusting. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Wearing a 2,000 yuan counterfeit watch. What audacity to prance around here. A gift from Liang Jingru. As Xia Yubing witnessed Lin Yu being subjected to such humiliation, she trembled with indignation. She tugged at the hem of Lin Yu's garment and whispered, "Let us leave. Don't pay her any mind." She would rather endure the injustice herself than allow Lin Yu to be mocked because of her. Leave? Why should we leave? Zhao Mimi grew even more smug, believing that Lin Yu had been intimidated by her. Xia Yubing, is this the man you sought? Not even brave enough to speak? Truly a worthless fellow. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her derisive smile deepened. Oh, right. I almost forgot. It was you who taught young Master Wang a lesson last time, wasn't he it? Zhao Mimi's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of everyone around. I'll tell you this. Do you know what young Master Wang's family does? His mother is a director at our school. Did you think that after you hit him, it would all end there? Do you dare to flaunt your wealth here today, thinking yourself impressive? She took a step forward, nearly pressing her face against Lin Yu's, and questioned each word with intensity. Tell me, can you possibly be richer than young Master Wang? At these words, even Director Lu from the dance department changed countenance. She was well aware of young Master Wang's background. He belonged to a genuine, affluent family and was a prominent figure in Qingting City. Worry filled her gaze as she looked at Lin Yu. This young man appeared handsome and possessed a commendable demeanor, but she hoped he wouldn't act impulsively and offend someone he ought not to. Young man, just let it go. Director Lu stepped forward to mediate. Mimi, you should tone it down a bit. The school will find a way to handle the sponsorship issue. She was attempting to provide Lin Yu with a way out, acknowledging that 200,000 was indeed an astronomical sum for an ordinary person. Director Lu, I'm not forcing him. He said it himself. Zhao Mimi persisted. Everyone heard. If he doesn't produce the money, he is just bragging. A fraud. A few girls behind her echoed her sentiments. Exactly. What is the point of pretending without money? He is just a coward. Xia Yubing's eyes reddened once more. She clenched her fists tightly. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have involved Lin Yu in this. Chapter 22. A mere 500,000. I'm just playing around. Lin Yu disregarded Zhao Mimi's raucous taunts and instead turned to the visibly troubled Director Lu, calmly inquiring, Director, does your school have a public account? Director Lu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, we do have one. But, please provide it. I will transfer the funds immediately, Lin Yu interjected, pulling out his phone. After a moment's hesitation, Director Lu relented and recited a string of bank account numbers. Although uncertain, the composure Lin Yu exhibited suggested he was not jesting. With his head bowed, Lin Yu swiftly tapped on the screen. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Done, he remarked, putting away his phone nonchalantly. Done? What do you mean by done? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a portrait of confusion. Zhao Mimi was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Huh, quite the performance, isn't it? But where's the money? I can't see it. She exaggeratedly craned her neck, scanning the surroundings. Could it have vanished to the underworld? Just then, at the peak of her laughter, a crisp notification sound from a mobile phone abruptly shattered the stillness of the corridor. The sound, though soft, struck each heart like a thunderclap. The source was Director Lu's phone. Instinctively, she pulled out her device and glanced at the screen. In the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply, and her breath hitched, as if frozen in place by an unseen force. Director Lu? What's wrong? Asked Xia Yubing, noticing her pallor with concern. Lu remained silent, fixated on her screen, her lips trembling as if she had witnessed something unfathomable. She raised her hand to rub her eyes. Indeed, she looked again, and the reality remained unchanged. The mobile banking notification clearly stated, "Your account ending in 0011 received a deposit of 50,000,000 RMB on March 8th at 15:32. Current balance. Not 200,000, but 500,000. A whole 500,000. Lu's hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the phone. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, looking at Lin Yu as if he were a monster, her voice quavering. "Why you transferred 500,000? Boom. The corridor erupted in astonishment. What? 500,000? I must be hearing things. Did he really say he transferred 500,000? Good heavens. Is this for real? The girls who had been jeering moments ago now stood in stunned silence, jaws dropped. Zhao Mimi's laughter ceased abruptly, her expression shifting from triumph to frozen disbelief. And no, it can't be, she shrieked. This is utterly impossible. You're lying. Director, you must have seen wrong. Director Lu took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the tumult within, and turned her phone screen toward Zhao Mimi. Look for yourself. Is it not 500,000? Zhao Mimi staggered forward, her gaze landing on the dazzling array of zeros on the screen. Her mind buzzed, blanking out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 zeros. It truly was 500,000. She felt as though her face had been seared by a scorching iron, a fiery pain coursing through her. How could this be? She murmured, her body swaying as she struggled to maintain her balance. Her entourage was utterly astonished, mouths agape, exchanging bewildered glances filled with shock and confusion. Lin Yu regarded the completely dazed Xia Yubing and spoke calmly. 200,000 is sufficient for you to procure costumes and props. The remaining 300,000 should be allocated for a venue of decent quality. Let it not be too shabby. She stared blankly at Lin Yu's serene profile, her heart racing wildly as if it might leap from her throat, were it not for the throngs around them. Xia Yubing had no doubt she would have thrown herself into his arms without a second thought. Mr. Lin. Director Lu was the first to regain his composure. Hastening towards Lin Yu with hurried steps, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin, you are truly our dance department's savior. On behalf of all the faculty and students, I extend our utmost respect and sincere gratitude. His excitement rendered him incoherent as he grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, almost on the verge of bowing down to him. This old fellow changes his demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Lin Yu inwardly scoffed, discreetly withdrawing his hand, maintaining an unperturbed tone. You're too kind, Director. Not at all. Not at all. Director Lu vigorously shook his head like a rattle. Mr. Lin, you are incredibly accomplished at such a young age, generous and broad-minded as the sea. It is our honor at Qing Tung Arts Academy to receive your sponsorship. Enough. Lin Yu interrupted his flattery with a hint of impatience. He turned his gaze to the forlorn Zhao Mimi standing nearby, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Director Lu, while I have provided the funds, I have a modest condition. Please, go ahead. Director Lu straightened his posture, eager as if he were ready to heed any number of requests. Lin Yu extended a finger, gently pointing at Zhao Mimi and her entourage. This 500,000 is intended for all the students in the dance department who have labored for the performance. However, they are not entitled to any of it. What do you mean? Zhao Mimi suddenly snapped back to reality, her voice piercing. Lin Yu did not spare her a glance, simply addressing Director Lu. As for their costumes and props, they can either purchase them themselves or wear their own clothes on stage. Should they dare to touch anything bought with my sponsorship, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy. I will ensure that your entire dance department receives not a single cent. Director Lu trembled in fear, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He quickly turned to Zhao Mimi, sternly admonishing her. Zhao Mimi, did you hear what Mr. Lin said? Director Lu, how can he do this? Zhao Mimi quaked with rage. The sponsorship is for the entire department. I am a part of it too. Just because I provided the funding, Lin Yu finally regarded her with a direct gaze, a trace of pity in his eyes. My money, I shall allocate as I please. If I choose not to grant it to you, I wouldn't even want you to lay eyes upon it. That would be beneath me. You. Zhao Mimi felt a tightness in her chest at those words, nearly choking, her vision darkening. The followers behind her were already pale with fear, heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. The gazes of the other students around them shifted from envy and jealousy to unabashed mockery and gloating. It served her right. She had been so arrogant just moments ago. Indeed, she had even ridiculed Yu Bing. Now she was left dumbfounded. TSK, TSK, how delightful. Soon everyone would be adorned in beautiful new outfits, while they stood on stage in tatters. What a spectacle that would be. That boy was extraordinarily handsome. Not only wealthy, but also fiercely protective of his girlfriend. Oh, how I wish I had a boyfriend like that. The whispers pierced Zhao Mimi's ears like needles. She felt like a clown stripped bare, standing in the spotlight, exposed to the judgment of all. Let us go. Zhao Mimi could no longer endure the humiliation. She shot a venomous glare at Lin Yu and Xia Yubing, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. This isn't over. Mr. Lin, please don't stoop to the level of such students, Director Liu interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow and hastily moving to mediate. Director, shall we proceed with the procurement now? A girl nearby eagerly inquired. Yes, yes. Let us procure. Director Liu slapped his thigh, urgency in his voice. Yubing, you and a few classmates are responsible for tallying sizes and required props. I will contact the finest costume shop immediately to expedite the order. With funding secured, Director Liu's efficiency soared to unprecedented heights. The entire dance department erupted into a sea of jubilation. Yet, Xia Yubing remained quietly rooted in place. She gazed at Lin Yu, surrounded by admirers, her eyes welling with tears. This time, however, they were not tears of frustration but of heartfelt gratitude. Come on, why are you still standing there? Lin Yu's voice resonated in her ears. Xia Yubing looked up, meeting his profound gaze. Thank you. Is there any need to say thank you between us? Lin Yu replied with a smile, reaching to tousle her hair, only to halt mid-motion upon noticing her makeup. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder. Go get ready. Dance well tonight. Xia Yubing nodded vigorously before turning to dash towards her classmates. Meanwhile, in a corner of the teaching building, Zhao Mimi pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed a number. Hello, is this young Master Wang? As soon as the call connected, her voice quivered with suppressed tears. It's me. I've been bullied by that man, the one who hit you last time. He humiliated me in front of everyone. She exaggeratedly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing her tale, young Master Wang's fury ignited. Damn it, a mere 500,000? Let him wait. I'll have my mother take people over tonight. I want to see who in Qingting City has more money than the Wang family. Chapter 23, S-Class Affection 95. The arrogant young master has arrived. As evening descended, the grand auditorium of the Qingting Art Academy brimmed with an audience. The stage, once somewhat shabby due to financial constraints, now gleamed with revitalized splendor. In the backstage dressing room, the atmosphere was palpably vibrant. The girls chattered excitedly as they donned their brand-new performance outfits, their faces radiating joy. Oh my, this fabric is incredibly comfortable. It's 100 times better than what we purchased ourselves, exclaimed one. Look at the embroidery. It's all handcrafted. This piece must cost thousands. Director Liu had mentioned that these were hastily delivered from the city's most upscale custom gown boutique. Mr. Lin is truly wealthy and dashing. Yubing, your boyfriend is quite impressive. All eyes turned enviously towards Xia Yubing, who was making final adjustments in front of the mirror. She donned a pristine white swan dance dress, adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights. Her once innocent face, now lightly enhanced with makeup, appeared even more enchanting, reminiscent of a princess swan ready to take the stage. Hearing her classmates' playful jabs, a charming blush crept onto Xia Yubing's cheeks. He is not my boyfriend yet, she softly defended, but her voice betrayed a hint of sweetness. Not yet. Her close friend, Li Xiaoya, leaned in with a teasing smile. I think it's imminent. After today's heroic rescue and extravagant generosity, which girl could resist? If I were you, I'd seize the moment right after the performance. Flushed with embarrassment, Xia Yubing playfully nudged her friend, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted toward a certain direction in the audience. Lin Yu occupied the central VIP seat in the front row, a position that Director Liu had insisted upon, fearing any neglect towards this benefactor. At that moment, he reclined lazily against the back of his chair, propping his chin with one hand, appearing on the verge of dozing off. These girls are so noisy. When does it actually start? Had I known it would drag on this long, I'd have preferred to stay home and let Su Qinghan give me a massage while dancing. Lin Yu inwardly scoffed, maintaining his aloof demeanor outwardly. His languid, aristocratic appearance captivated the surrounding girls, becoming an irresistible allure. Look, who is that handsome guy in the front row? He exudes such charisma. I don't know, but he seems to be a guest invited by the dance department. Director Liu has been accompanying him all this time. He looks so cool, seemingly uninterested in anything. I adore this aloof type. Though Lin Yu heard their whispers distinctly, he couldn't muster the energy to lift a single eyelid. Just then, a spark of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to activate his newly upgraded skill identification eye. Suddenly, the world before him shimmered with faint, invisible strands of light. He turned his gaze toward Director Liu, observing several gray threads entwined around him, extending into the distance. Likely representing his social connections, he cast his gaze toward the audience, where most individuals were represented by gray or white threads. Is this the thread of fate? It seems rather unremarkable. Lin Yu was about to deactivate his skill when his eyes inadvertently swept over the side of the stage. There, he beheld Xia Yubing, poised to make her entrance. In the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly. Upon her figure, he discerned a thread unlike any other. It was a resplendent golden thread, one end tethered to her, while the other astonishingly connected to himself. What on earth? Is there a golden thread between us? Is this the privilege of an S-rank target? Lin Yu studied this phenomenon with keen interest. Just then, the stage lights dimmed abruptly, a spotlight illuminated, and the host announced the next performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the solo dance Swan Lake, brought to you by our esteemed Xia Yubing. The music began. A white figure glided onto the stage like a sprite beneath the moonlight, gracefully moving to the center. The audience fell into an immediate hush, their attention captivated by Xia Yubing. Each of her movements, every turn, each leap was executed with precision and elegance, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Lin Yu observed quietly. Although he was not well versed in ballet, he could distinctly perceive that this dance was performed for him. The girl's gaze consistently followed his direction. In her clear eyes, there sparkled a myriad of stars, seemingly conveying boundless gratitude and admiration. Ding! S-rank target Xia Yubing is delivering a soul-stirring performance for you. Dance perfection increased by 300. Emotional investment raised by 500. The bond between host and target is rapidly deepening. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Proficiency in Eye of Skill Identification has significantly increased. New feature unlocked. Emotional insight. A refreshing current surged into his eyes once more, rendering the world even clearer. He looked again at Xia Yubing on stage. Above her head, in addition to the golden thread of fate, a vivid red heart-shaped icon appeared, accompanied by a line of small text. Favorability, 95, utterly devoted. Current emotions, excitement, 90, admiration, 85, gratitude, 98. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. This girl certainly knows how to make an impression. This dance truly possesses something extraordinary. As the music reached its zenith, Xia Yubing executed a flawless, challenging pirouette, before gradually descending to complete her final pose. The stage lights illuminated once more. After several seconds of silence, thunderous applause erupted. It was breathtaking. This was undoubtedly the finest Swan Lake I have ever witnessed. Goddess! Goddess! Xia Yubing gasped for breath, gradually rising to her feet amidst the thunderous applause, and took a deep bow towards the audience. However, in the moment she caught sight of Lin Yu's approving smile. The heavy double doors of the auditorium were violently kicked open from the outside. Everyone turned in shock at the sudden disruption. At the entrance stood Wang Xiao, his expression twisted with fury, one arm awkwardly bandaged against his chest, exuding an aura of desperation and madness. Xia Yubing, you wretched woman, get out here, he bellowed hysterically. Behind him, a woman clad in a custom Chanel suit, adorned with exquisite makeup and exuding an air of regal elegance, yet possessing a frigid gaze, slowly entered. She surveyed the room with an innate haughtiness and disdain. Upon spotting Director Liu beside Lin Yu, a cruel smile tugged at her lips. Director Liu, your dance department is truly becoming bolder. You dare to target even my son, Wang Ziyu? The instant Director Liu recognized the woman, his face blanched, and his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Wang Ziyu, chairwoman of the Qingting Group, the school's largest shareholder. What brings this calamity here? Wang Ziyu paid no heed to the trembling Director Liu. Her icy gaze swept past everyone, ultimately landing with precision on the young man in the front row who had remained unfazed throughout. Wang Xiao followed his mother's gaze. And upon beholding Lin Yu's face, which incited a frenzy of jealousy, the flames of hatred consumed his rationality. He raised his uninjured hand and, summoning all his strength, pointed at Lin Yu, shrieking to his mother, "Mom, it's him, that bastard. He broke my hand and stole the woman I had my eyes on. You must make him pay today." Chapter 24, Apologies. "The president of the Su Corporation is my wife." Lin Yu slightly lifted his eyelids to glance at the frenzied Wang Xiao before directing his gaze toward Wang Ziyu's face. Skill: Eye of Appraisal activated. Target: Wang Ziyu. Health status: good. Long-term use of premium skincare products. Slight dependency on medication. Mental state: anger 75, arrogance 90. Intent to kill 20. Worn items: Patek Philippe limited edition women's watch, secondhand, 90 new. Market value: 12 million. Lin Yu felt no stirrings in his heart, even finding it somewhat amusing. After all this time, she is flaunting a secondhand watch. What audacity to act so domineering here. Intent to kill at 20? What lethal intent could a middle-aged woman possess? Perhaps merely a desire to have someone break my legs. Truly tiresome. Wang Ziyu keenly sensed Lin Yu's dismissive gaze, which only fueled the flames of her anger further. Throughout her life, she had encountered countless dignitaries, yet she had never witnessed a young man who could remain so composed, even disdainful, in the face of her formidable presence. "You are Lin Yu?" Wang Ziyu inquired slowly, advancing towards him step by step. The students in the auditorium held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Quite bold indeed. Wang Ziyu reached Lin Yu and looked down at him from her elevated position. "You dared to strike my son and still sit here to watch the performance? Do you realize that the last person in Qingting City who dared to do such a thing now has grass growing 3 feet high on their grave?" Her words carried an unmistakable threat. The students around them turned pale with fear, and a few timid girls instinctively took a step back. Xia Yubing's heart raced. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She longed to rush forward, but was firmly held back by the stage supervisor. "Don't be impulsive. That is Director Wang." Lin Yu leisurely straightened his posture, lifted his head, and calmly met Wang Ziyu's gaze. "Have you finished speaking? If so, kindly step aside. You are blocking my view of the performance." The entire audience was stunned. Everyone stared at Lin Yu as if he were a fool. Insanity. This man must be mad. Does he even realize who he is addressing? Director Liu nearly fainted, wishing he could immediately dig a hole and hide, pretending he did not know Lin Yu at all. Wang Ziyu laughed in exasperation. "So, you are the big benefactor who sponsored 500,000 today? 500,000 is indeed a considerable sum." Wang Ziyu smirked disdainfully and turned to face the students. "For you students, this might seem like an astronomical figure. But for my son, it is merely the cost of a bottle of wine at the bar for one evening." She paused, her gaze returning to Lin Yu. "Young man, I am not sure where you derive your confidence from. Is it due to your handsome visage, or have you acquired this 500,000 through deceit? Do you think that with such a paltry sum, you can act with impunity? That you can stand against the Wang family? Let me assure you, in the face of absolute power, your money is but a whisper." Zhao Mimi and her companions, hidden among the crowd, wore expressions of schadenfreude as they witnessed the scene unfold. "See, this is what we call the disparity," Zhao Mimi whispered to those beside her. "That Lin fellow can boast all he likes, but before Director Wang, he is nothing more than a dog." Xia Yubing gazed at Lin Yu with concern, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. However, Lin Yu merely dug at his ear, a hint of impatience crossing his face. "How noisy." He rose to his full height of 187 centimeters, instantly overshadowing the high-heeled Wang Ziyu. "I have no interest in the petty games played by characters of your ilk." Lin Yu looked down upon her, his expression indifferent. "However, you have successfully managed to irritate me somewhat." Wang Ziyu's pupils suddenly constricted. A minor character? A child's play? Having presided over the Qingting Group for over a decade, she was a figure of undeniable authority in Qingting City. Today, she found herself humiliated by a mere youth in his 20s. "You are courting death." Wang Ziyu was thoroughly incensed, and she was about to command her bodyguard to take action when Lin Yu unexpectedly interjected with a seemingly unrelated question. "The Qingting Group is currently engaged in real estate and hospitality, isn't it?" Wang Ziyu paused, instinctively nodding her head. "So what of it?" Lin Yu replied leisurely. "I've heard that you are desperately trying to establish a connection with the Su Group to seek a collaboration on a city complex project." Wang Ziyu's expression shifted instantaneously. This matter was the utmost secret of the group, known only to core members at the board level. How could this young man possibly know? Over this period, Su Qinghan had been reporting to him daily. It was impossible for him to remain uninformed. In his mind, among the materials Su Qinghan had provided, there was a list of all the potential partners awaiting approval by the Su Group, with the Qingting Group's name glaringly listed, albeit rated the lowest at level D, with a note suggesting rejection. How do you know? Wang Zuyu's voice trembled slightly, betraying her composure. Oh, are you flustered now? Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, a smirk playing on his lips, laced with amusement. With your caliber, do you truly believe you are worthy of collaborating with the Su Group? You, Wang Zuyu, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury. What are you even? Let me tell you. The threshold of the Su Group is something a frog at the bottom of a well like you could never fathom in your lifetime. I have invested countless efforts and leveraged numerous connections just to secure the qualification to submit a proposal for this project. The Su Group. That is the true commercial empire of Huaxia, an existence even I, Wang Ziyu, must look up to. As her fervor escalated, she simultaneously belittled Lin Yu's ignorance. You, a pauper who dares to flaunt your wealth of 500,000, are not even worthy to carry the shoes of the president of the Su Group. I advise you to read fewer novels and not to presume that any random individual can associate with the Su Group. Do you believe I could make you utterly disappear from Qingting City? Her impassioned declaration stirred the surrounding students, their hearts racing with excitement, gazing at her with renewed awe. Indeed, it was the Su Group, the legendary billionaire consortium. This Lin Yu, having struck Wang Xiao and flaunted a bit of cash, now dared to provoke the Su Group? Truly, he seemed oblivious to the consequences. Director Liu was utterly terrified, wishing only to pray fervently, hoping that the Su Group would never learn of this. Xia Yubing also looked at Lin Yu with concern. She did not understand why he had suddenly mentioned the Su Group, but in her view, it was undoubtedly a reckless provocation. Facing the nearly frenzied outburst of Wang Ziyu, Lin Yu's expression remained utterly unchanged throughout. Once she finished her tirade, he leisurely retrieved his mobile phone. Is that so? Lin Yu pressed the dial button in front of everyone. The two words "my wife" transformed into the most ludicrous joke in Wang Zuyu's eyes. She crossed her arms, the smirk at the corners of her mouth widening, preparing to relish the poor performance of this impoverished youth. Chapter 25. A phone call. My wife will arrive in 15 minutes. The dialing tone resonated distinctly in the quiet auditorium, each beep striking like a hammer on Director Liu's heart. It was over, utterly over. He could already envision the legal department of the Su Group storming into his office by dawn, and the school board expelling him without delay. The call connected. A gentle voice, so sweet it seemed to drip with honey, emerged from the receiver. Although soft, every attendee heard it clearly. Hubby, why are you calling me? Have you finished your work? Su Qinghan's voice carried a hint of joy and anticipation. She was in her office handling documents, thinking about her date with Lin Yu that evening, feeling a tinge of jealousy. But the moment she received the call, all her emotions transformed into surprise. Hubby. The entire audience, including Director Liu, was left dumbfounded. Could it be that this Lin Yu was married? Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly let out a derisive laugh. Act. Keep acting. What kind of scenes had she not witnessed? To employ such a lowly tactic as bringing a woman to play along. Did he think he could fool Wang Ziyu? Are you missing me? I just finished a meeting. If you're tired, I can have Uncle Wang come to pick you up so we can go home. Su Qinghan's voice continued, laced with a playful tone. At this, Wang Zuyu's conviction in her judgment solidified. The president of the Su Group, the so-called ice queen of the business realm, would speak to a man in such a manner? Absurdity of the highest order. She looked at Lin Yu with disdain, as if regarding a mere clown. Well done, kid. Quite the performance. Where did you find this actress? Her voice is rather sweet. Wang Ziyu's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for those nearby to hear. Zhao Mimi immediately covered her mouth, chuckling. Indeed. Are the women on the periphery so dedicated these days? Even playing the role of a president. The smile faded from Lin Yu's face. He could disregard the insults hurled at himself, but insulting Su Qinghan was unacceptable. Ding. Detected verbal humiliation directed at the key figure, Su Qinghan. Temporary Guardian mission triggered. Mission name. The dignity of my wife. Mission objective. Make the insolent speaker pay 100-fold for every word they utter. Task reward. Masterful combat skills, intermediate. Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid. He cast a glance at Wang Ziyu, his eyes resembling those of one gazing upon a corpse. He pressed the speakerphone button. Darling, I've encountered a minor inconvenience outside. Lin Yu's tone bore a trace of coldness. What happened, my love? Who dares to trouble you? Su Qinghan's voice instantly transformed, the warmth evaporating, replaced by an icy authority. Here stands Wang Xiyu, the chairwoman of the Qingting Group, Lin Yu stated leisurely. She is quite enamored with you and insists on having a few words. He extended the phone towards Wang Xiyu. Here, Chairwoman Wang, it's President Su's call. You wished to speak with her, did you not? Wang Xiyu eyed the phone, her mockery intensifying. She had assumed this young man intended something grand, but realized he merely wished to humiliate her publicly. Very well. Today, she would ensure this ignorant fool and the call on the other end would find no rest. Wang Xiyu snatched the phone, disregarding the caller ID, and unleashed her vitriol into the receiver. Hello? Whether you are Zhang Qinghan or Li Qinghan, heed my words. Her voice was sharp and bitter, laced with an air of superiority. I have encountered many like you, seeking to ascend merely on the basis of beauty and sweet nothings. You think you can impersonate President Su's esteemed title? Furthermore, do not delude yourself into thinking that by associating with this pretty boy, you can transform into a phoenix. Let me enlighten you. He is merely a penniless playboy. In my eyes, you two are even less than a dog. On the other end of the line, silence enveloped the conversation. Wang Xiyu assumed her insults had left the other party speechless, reveling in her triumph as she tossed the phone back to Lin Yu, her expression radiating victory. Why the silence? Did I frighten your little lover into submission? Young man, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Everyone was taken aback by Wang Xiyu's vulgar and venomous tirade. This was no chairwoman. She was a harpy. Xia Yubing trembled with rage, never expecting Wang Xiyu to sink to such depths of shamelessness. On the other end of the line, Su Qinghan's voice emerged, cold and devoid of emotion. You are Wang Xiyu? Wang Xiyu retorted, her bravado thinly veiled. Indeed. You shameless wretch. How dare you inquire my name? Let me make this clear. Neither of you will have an easy time today. Remain where you are at the Qingting Art Institute, Su Qinghan instructed. And with a decisive click, the call ended. She regarded Lin Yu, a sinister smile creeping upon her face. What is this? Is your little lover coming to settle the score with me? How terrifying. She exaggeratedly patted her chest, provoking laughter from Zhao Mimi and others. I shall await her arrival. Wang Xiyu commanded her bodyguards, secure the entrance. I am eager to see whom she can summon. Lin Yu put away his phone and sat back in his chair, speaking in a calm tone. The drive from the top floor of the Su Group building to here would take approximately 40 minutes. However, if one were to utilize military flight paths and take a helicopter, Lin Yu raised his head and glanced at Wang Xiyu, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. It would likely suffice in about 15 minutes. Wang Xiyu's heart skipped a beat. 15 minutes? Upon hearing this phrase, she first froze, then erupted into exaggerated laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke of the century. Ha! A helicopter? Military flight paths? Tears nearly streamed from her eyes as she pointed at Lin Yu, exclaiming to everyone around. Did you all hear that? This poor boy claims his little lover is coming by helicopter. Does he think he is in a movie? Zhao Mimi and her entourage joined in the uproarious mockery. Goodness, is he out of his mind? Military flight paths? Who does he think he is? This is too funny. He has truly outdone himself in pretentiousness. The expressions of the other students in the auditorium shifted to something bizarre. The shock from the earlier 50,000 transfer had already been overshadowed by his ludicrous claims. There should be a limit to boasting, right? Director Liu clutched his chest, feeling as if he were about to suffocate. He desperately wished for this incident to conclude swiftly and not escalate into a greater debacle. Only Xia Yubing stared blankly at Lin Yu. Chapter 26. The Queen Protects Her Husband. One word can ruin you. Wang Qiu's smile gradually faded. She was disinclined to waste words with this boy. Just as she contemplated ordering her bodyguards to handle this pretentious fellow, a low, oppressive humming sound approached from afar. The noise grew louder and more resonant. All the glass windows in the auditorium began to vibrate with a buzzing resonance. What is that sound? It resembles the noise of rotors. The students stirred, curiously peering out the windows. Wang Xiyu's expression froze. This sound. She abruptly turned her head, fixating on the auditorium's entrance. A thought so absurd it sent chills down her spine uncontrollably surfaced. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The roaring noise circled above the auditorium, and the immense gusts of air sent the leaves and dust on the ground swirling wildly. Then, with a screech, a series of piercing break sounds erupted at the auditorium's entrance. It was not just a single vehicle. It was an entire convoy. Bang, bang, bang. The synchronized sound of closing doors filled the air with a chilling intensity. In the next moment, the heavy wooden doors of the auditorium, guarded by Wang Ziyu's bodyguards, were suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. The two guards were thrown to the ground, groaning in pain. A group of over a dozen women, clad in black suits, adorned with sunglasses and communication earpieces, exuding an aura of formidable strength, surged in like a tidal wave. They moved with remarkable swiftness and clarity of purpose, securing all exits in less than 3 seconds and swiftly subduing the bodyguards accompanying Wang Ziyu. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and decisiveness. These were not mere bodyguards, but elite security personnel. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld these uninvited guests. Amidst the astonished gazes, a tall, aloof figure emerged slowly from the entrance. She was dressed in a meticulously tailored black Armani haute couture suit, her feet graced by Jimmy Choo stilettos. Her lustrous black hair was meticulously styled into an elegant updo, revealing a smooth forehead and a face so exquisitely flawless it seemed almost ethereal. Her expression bore the chill of an everlasting frost, and her phoenix-like eyes harbored a fury and murderous intent potent enough to freeze anything in its path. Director Liu collapsed onto the ground, his body succumbing to a paralyzing fear, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Zhao Mimi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, rubbing them vigorously as if to dispel an illusion. Meanwhile, upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Wang Ziyu felt her mind go blank, overwhelmed by a cacophony of emotions. That face, which had graced the covers of elite financial publications such as Forbes and Fortune, was the very face she had yearned to see in reality, Su Qinghan. Indeed, it was Su Qinghan. Wang Ziyu forced herself to suppress the tempest of emotions raging within her, staggering forward to greet her. "Miss Su, what brings you here? If only you had notified us in advance, we could have prepared a proper reception," she exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to shake hands with Su Qinghan. However, Su Qinghan did not spare her a glance, walking past Wang Ziyu with unwavering resolve. The hand Wang Ziyu extended hung awkwardly in the air, her smile frozen in place. What was happening? Ignored? Wang Ziyu, the chairwoman of the Qingting Group, a figure whose mere presence could cause ripples in Qingting City, was utterly disregarded by Su Qinghan. Director Liu, sprawled on the floor, lamented his own cowardice, wishing he had fainted the moment Su Qinghan entered. Zhao Mimi and her cohorts cowered at the back of the crowd, their faces as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. Standing on the stage, Xia Yubing observed the woman approaching Lin Yu with an air of regality, her heart inexplicably tightening. Was this truly his wife? How powerful, how commanding! Su Qinghan halted before Lin Yu, her voice soft yet profound. "Darling, I'm late. Have you not been wronged?" Boom. "My husband." Su Qinghan referred to him as her husband. Wang Ziyu felt a wave of darkness wash over her, the world spinning around her as her body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Did she hear that correctly? It must be an illusion. Her voice, hoarse like a broken gong, she stubbornly spoke. "Are you sure you have the right person? He is a fraud. He impersonates your husband, flaunting himself here. Be silent." "What did you just say?" Su Qinghan's voice dripped with coldness. "You called my husband a fraud? You even demanded that my husband and your son kneel and apologize?" Wang Ziyu felt a chill pierce through her as she met Su Qinghan's gaze, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. I, Su, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know he truly is your misunderstanding?" A cold smirk curled at the corners of Su Qinghan's lips. "I heard you quite clearly over the phone. You called me a second-rate actress? You said my husband is a penniless fool? You even claimed that in your eyes, we are less than a dog." With each word Su Qinghan spoke, Wang Ziyu's complexion grew paler. "Su, I was wrong. I truly was wrong." With a thud, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Wang Ziyu, the chairwoman of Qingting Group, weakly fell to her knees before Su Qinghan and Lin Yu. "I failed to recognize the greatness before me. I am unworthy. Please, Su, have mercy and let me go." Her voice was filled with tears, a far cry from her earlier arrogance, resembling a wretched dog begging for forgiveness. Su Qinghan regarded the kneeling Wang Ziyu, who was bowing her head repeatedly, her expression devoid of any sympathy. Slowly, she retrieved a phone adorned with pink diamonds from her Hermes handbag and dialed a number, not even activating the speakerphone. Yet her icy voice was clear enough for all to hear. Hello, Secretary Li. Notify immediately to terminate all ongoing collaborative projects between Su Corporation and Qingting Group, effective immediately. Furthermore, employ all our commercial channels to initiate a complete blockade of all industries associated with the Qingting name. I do not wish to see any company related to Qingting in the Chinese market by tomorrow morning. Do you understand? A competent female voice responded from the other end. Understood, Su. As the call ended, Wang Tsuyu's cries abruptly ceased. She froze, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed vacantly at Su Qinghan. And no. You cannot do this, Su. Our group has thousands of employees. Please, grant me another chance. The prospect of Su Corporation's total blockade was unfathomable. This equates to being sentenced to death by the entire business circle of Huaxia. Not to mention cooperation. Starting tomorrow, no bank will dare to extend them a loan, nor will any supplier risk providing them with goods. The Qingting Group is finished, utterly finished. Chapter 27. The school belle decides to work to repay kindness. Su Qinghan, however, could not even be bothered to cast another glance in her direction. She turned her head back to Lin Yu, her face once again adorned with a gentle smile. Darling, shall we go home? Such a person sullies your vision. Just as the two were about to depart, the flustered Wang Xiao stumbled over, his voice tinged with desperation. Mr. Lin. No. Chairman Lin. General Manager Su. It is I who failed to recognize your greatness. I am blind. I deserve to be punished. I truly deserve it. Please, spare my family. We shall never dare to cross you again. As he spoke, he raised his hand and audaciously slapped himself twice across the face. The crisp sound echoed loudly. Lin Yu found amusement in his antics and waved his hand dismissively, saying with growing impatience, Enough of this performance. It's tiresome. Just leave. Please, I beg you. The moment his plea left his lips, he was unceremoniously dragged away by the bodyguards behind Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan paid no heed to such trivial figures. Noticing that Lin Yu showed no intention of leaving, she followed his gaze to the stage, where a girl dressed in a white swan costume stood gracefully. Though traces of tears remained on her cheeks, her clear eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Su Qinghan's gaze flickered slightly. As a woman, she could distinctly sense the unfiltered admiration and adoration reflected in that girl's eyes as she looked at her husband. Ding! Detected the first meeting between the legitimate wife, Su Qinghan, and the S-class target, Xia Yubing. The harem radar has automatically commenced scanning. Su Qinghan. Initial impression of Xia Yubing 10, potential rival. Affection level adjusting. Xia Yubing. Initial impression of Su Qinghan 50, affection level adjusting. Lin Yu observed the data flashing on the system panel, his lips twitching slightly. Goodness, this radar has such functionality? It scores live on site. It seems Qinghan's initial impression of 10 indicates a tinge of jealousy. Indeed, Su Qinghan felt a slight discomfort. Yet, she quickly recalibrated her mindset. She was not only Lin Yu's wife, but also a strategic ally in his grand ambitions. The white paper on the habits and preferences of national treasure men clearly states that an exceptional national treasure male can never have but one partner. As the primary wife, she must possess the capacity for tolerance and a broader perspective, rather than passively waiting for her husband to meet other girls. It is far better to take the initiative and seize control of the situation. Upon contemplating this, Su Qinghan revealed a gentle and gracious smile, softly addressing Lin Yu. Husband, this young lady dances splendidly, resembling a little fairy. Xia Yubing's face flushed instantly, her nervousness causing her to clutch the hem of her skirt, feeling somewhat at a loss. Hello, thank you. She never expected such camaraderie among women. Lin Yu observed the two with interest, a secret smile playing on his lips. He stood up, stretched lazily, the joints of his body cracking softly. Let us go home. He took strides towards the auditorium's entrance. Su Qinghan promptly rose, following him closely like the most considerate little wife. At the Qingting Art Academy, in the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaoya clung to Xia Yubing like a koala, her excitement turning her face a vivid shade of red. Ah, Yubing, you were absolutely stunning today. You should have seen Zhao Mimi's face at the end. It was as green as a frog. And that Wang Xiao, I heard his mother was so furious she broke his leg and sent him abroad overnight. He probably won tea return for the rest of his life. Xia Yubing sat in a chair, allowing her friend to shake her, a lingering blush still gracing her cheeks. Her mind was filled with the image of Lin Yu standing before her, an electrifying shock making her heart race. All right, enough. You need to stop, or I might get dizzy. Xia Yubing laughed, pushing Li Xiaoya away. No way. I'm just too excited. Li Xiaoya paced the dormitory with her hands on her hips. Like a victorious general. Sister, you've truly caught a dragon this time. You must hold on to him tightly. Your worries will vanish for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, a smile gradually faded from Xia Yubing's face. She gazed down at her slightly faded jeans and the well-worn canvas shoes on her feet. A wave of indescribable emotions surging within her. Indeed, he was so remarkable, so unattainable. And what about her? Aside from her dancing, it seemed she had nothing to offer. If it weren't for him today, she would have had no opportunity to perform, left to hide in a corner and weep. Between them lay an insurmountable chasm. Xia Yubing. Li Xiaoya spoke softly, her voice tinged with confusion. Do you think I'm utterly useless? Li Xiaoya paused, quickly grasping her friend's sentiments. Silly girl, how could you think that? She sat beside Xia Yubing, taking her hand. In love, what does it matter if one is useful or not? What matters is that he likes you. But, Xia Yubing bit her lip, I cannot give him anything. There must be so many better people around him, like Su Qinghan. At the mention of Su Qinghan's name, Xia Yubing's voice dropped even lower. She was a woman she had only seen on the cover of financial magazines, a true paragon of excellence. What could she possibly compare? Li Xiaoya, witnessing her friend's self-deprecating demeanor, felt a mix of pity and amusement. My dear summer campus belle, could you perhaps have a little more faith in yourself? Su Qinghan possesses wealth, while you possess beauty. Su Qinghan is a queen in the business realm, and you are a ballet princess. The arenas are entirely different. How can you compare? Li Xiaoya said, gripping her shoulders with a serious expression. Moreover, let me tell you, men, particularly those like Lin Yu who seem to lack nothing, may not even blink at the sight of money. However, if you can offer him something that money cannot buy, then that is an entirely different matter. Xia Yubing's eyes sparkled momentarily. Something that money cannot buy? Indeed. Li Xiaoya snapped her fingers. For instance, a unique sentiment. She gently coaxed. Think about it. When Su Qinghan gifts him something, it is bound to be a globally limited edition, often worth millions. You cannot afford that, can you? Xia Yubing nodded vigorously. She could not even manage to afford a gift worth a few hundred. But, Li Xiaoya shifted her tone. What if the gift you present is crafted by your own hands? Wouldn't that carry a different significance? Xia Yubing's heart trembled at the thought. You could take up a part-time job, earn some money, and pour your heart into making a gift. Yes, she realized she could indeed seek a part-time position. She could no longer accept Lin Yu's assistance with a clear conscience. She needed to contribute something, even if it was merely a trivial effort. Xiaoya, you are truly my strategist. Xia Yubing exclaimed excitedly, embracing Li Xiaoya as the clouds of gloom lifted from her face. Of course, Li Xiaoya proudly raised her chin. I am your chief strategic advisor on the path of love. What part-time job should we pursue? Xia Yubing pondered again. Well, Li Xiaoya mused, stroking her chin as she analyzed. How about working as a waitress in a restaurant? No. You are far too beautiful. A swarm of admirers would surely harass you. And Mr. Lin would likely blow up that establishment if he found out. Xia Yubing blushed at the thought. Just as they were fretting, Li Xiaoya's phone suddenly chimed. She glanced down, and her eyes instantly lit up. Eureka! She turned her phone screen towards Xia Yubing. It's an advertisement for a new cat cafe hiring part-time staff. Look at this. A cat cafe. The environment is delightful. The work is easy, just playing with cats and serving guests, and the hourly wage is quite decent. The more Li Xiaoya spoke, the more convinced she became. Most importantly, the clientele in such places tends to be of a higher quality. There won't be any unsavory characters. As Xia Yubing gazed at the adorable cat photos in the advertisement, she too felt a surge of excitement. Great. Let us go with this. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa of Yunding Tiangong, Lin Yu lounged on the sofa, savoring the apples that Su Qinghan had meticulously sliced for him. The apples were cut into delicate rabbit shapes, exquisite as though they were pieces of art. Darling, open your mouth, Su Qinghan said, holding a slice of apple near his lips. Lin Yu lazily complied, and the sweet juice exploded in his mouth. As Su Qinghan observed him consuming the food, a flicker of satisfaction illuminated her cold, clear eyes. My dear, I must apologize for today's events. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, nearly choking on the apple. What? You need to apologize for that? How is this even remotely your concern? Is your thought process truly that unconventional? What do you have to apologize for? Lin Yu could not restrain himself from asking. I failed to manage these trivial matters in advance, forcing you to confront those inconsequential troubles yourself. Su Qinghan lifted her gaze. her expression exceedingly serious, even tinged with a hint of guilt. For those clowns from the Wang family, I should have thoroughly investigated their backgrounds beforehand and employed the swiftest commercial means to ensure they vanished from this world, or at least from your sight. Her tone remained calm. Goodness, you casually suggest having them disappear from the world? Is the mindset of a billion-dollar female CEO truly so unadorned and tedious? Lin Yu felt a secret delight within, yet maintained a facade of indifference as he opened his mouth once more. Su Qinghan immediately understood and fed him another slice of the apple. Darling, should such an event occur again, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Su Qinghan's voice adopted an unusually earnest tone. You are a national treasure. Your time and energy should not be squandered on these insignificant pests. Managing such refuse is my duty and privilege as your wife. Observing her serious demeanor, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of comfort. In his eyes, this world was nothing short of paradise. He had to do nothing but recline, while his breathtakingly valuable wife effortlessly cleared all obstacles from his path. All right, I understand. Lin Yu languidly waved his hand and leaned back on the sofa, adjusting to a more comfortable position. You performed quite well today. This seemingly casual compliment was akin to celestial music for Su Qinghan. Her body tensed instantaneously. Her hand holding the fruit knife paused midair, and an immense joy and blush spread from her neck to her ears. Really? My dear? MHM. Lin Yu replied softly, eyes still closed. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind, jolting him nearly off the sofa. He opened his eyes wide. What the? The system is serious, isn't it? The season of sowing? The title of this task is astonishingly straightforward. Lin Yu felt utterly bewildered. In previous missions, whether it involved marriage or service experiences, they were within the realm of normalcy. However, this time, the task was unambiguously direct, aimed at continuing the lineage. Yet, upon witnessing the rewards of the task, his initial shock was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. The upgrade of divine martial arts. He had already experienced its might. It was undoubtedly a life-saving and impressive skill. A cash reward of 500 million. Although he was not in need of money, who would ever turn down an abundance of wealth? What captivated him the most was the newly acquired passive skill, absolute control. Lin Yu focused his thoughts to access the skill description. Passive skill, absolute control. Effect. When the host possesses more than one of shares in a company or group, this skill automatically activates. The host will gain absolute decision-making power and a veto right over that company or group, disregarding the shareholding proportions and opinions of any other shareholders. Note: power is the ultimate symbol of masculinity. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. Isn't this a bit too domineering? This isn't merely a skill. It's akin to a commercial nuclear weapon. He still held 20 of shares in the Su Group. This meant that from this moment forth, should he desire, he could dismiss Su Qinghan as the president and assume the role himself. The entire Su Group would become his domain. The allure of this reward was irresistible. Lin Yu cast a glance at Su Qinghan beside him, a calculating thought crossing his mind. He languidly yawned and sat up straight from the sofa. Feeling fatigued, he declared, I'm going to sleep. With that, he stood up and made his way towards the master bedroom. Su Qinghan paused momentarily, hastily setting down the fruit knife and apple, rising to her feet with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Husband, Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yu had reached the door of the master bedroom. He turned his head. Oh, I prefer to sleep alone for peace and quiet. There are plenty of rooms. Feel free to choose one. He added, by the way, don't disturb me tonight. I have light sleep. With a resounding bang, he closed the master bedroom door. The sound of the lock clicking from within followed. In the vast living room, Su Qinghan found herself utterly alone, standing there as if struck by lightning. What does this mean? Sleeping alone? Asking me to choose another room? Her mind went blank. An unprecedented sense of grievance and panic surged through her heart. Is he still angry with me? Because of today's incident at Qing Tung Academy, he thinks I handled things poorly, so he wants us to sleep apart? This must be a punishment. It has to be a punishment. Tears welled up in her eyes, making them glisten. She yearned to knock on the door, to offer her apologies, to provide her explanations. Yet, Lin Yu had just stated his desire for solitude, requesting not to be disturbed. What should she do? What course of action should she take? Su Qinghan felt a whirlwind of anxiety, when suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to rush to the cloakroom. Half an hour later, Lin Yu feigned rest, eyes closed, when he heard a rustling sound outside the door, followed by a tentative knock. Knock, knock. Are you asleep, dear? It was Su Qinghan's voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Lin Yu remained silent. After a brief moment of waiting without a response, Su Qinghan's anxiety appeared to intensify. She knocked again, her voice softer now. Honey, I've warmed a cup of milk for you. They say it aids sleep. Only then did Lin Yu slowly rise from his bed, languidly replying. The door isn't locked. In truth, he had already undone the lock. The door creaked open, and Lin Yu lifted his eyelids to glance toward the entrance. In that moment, his breath caught slightly. Standing at the door was Su Qinghan, clad in a pure white silk robe, so sheer it was almost translucent. The robe's design was strikingly minimalistic, devoid of superfluous embellishments. Merely cinched loosely at the waist with a delicate ribbon, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Having just bathed, her long, dark hair hung damply over her shoulders, and her exquisite features were adorned with lingering droplets and a rosy hue, diminishing her usual cold demeanor and adding an astonishing allure. Lin Yu's throat involuntarily tightened. How could anyone withstand this? Internally, he was a tempest, yet his exterior remained the epitome of calm indifference. Just leave the milk there, he said in a nonchalant tone. Su Qinghan gingerly placed the milk down and took small, cautious steps toward Lin Yu's bedside. Darling, I wish to keep you company tonight. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Yu lazily pointed to his shoulder. Then give me a shoulder massage. I'm a bit tired after a long day. Of course, dear, she exclaimed, almost gleefully, as she hurried to the bed, circling around to stand behind him. Lin Yu's shoulder muscles were firm, and even through the thin fabric of his sleepwear, she could feel the remarkable strength and warmth radiating from him. As she began to massage, she couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Yu's profile. His eyelashes were long, and his nose was perfectly sculpted. Noticing Lin Yu's lack of response, Su Qinghan grew bolder, pressing her soft form against his back. The gentle sensation instantly passed through the sheer fabric. Lin Yu's body stiffened ever so slightly. Goodness, honey? Is that comfortable? Very, he replied, extending his arm to wrap around her soft waist, gently pulling her closer. Su Qinghan let out a gasp, losing her balance and tumbling into his embrace. Lin Yu lowered his gaze, captivated by the exquisite beauty nestled in his arms, a playful smile gracing his lips. Given your commendable performance today, I shall reward you tonight, allowing you to experience the joys of womanhood. The moment his words fell, Su Qinghan felt the world around her spin uncontrollably. Chapter 29. My wife is still asleep. I encounter a blockade the next day. Lin Yu awoke, feeling rejuvenated. The effects of the super physique were manifesting remarkably. Last night had been nothing short of an arduous battle. Most would be bettered in for 3 days. Yet he felt as if he had merely indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap, invigorated and brimming with energy, even contemplating a vigorous workout in the gym downstairs. Turning his head, he glanced at the figure beside him. Su Qinghan remained in a deep slumber. Lying on her side, her cascading black hair adorned half the pillow, and a droplet of dew clung to her long lashes, while her exquisitely cool visage bore a hint of rosy satisfaction. Even in her dreams, the corners of her mouth curled slightly upward, as if lost in delightful reverie. It was astonishing to witness this icy queen of the corporate world, who commanded respect and instilled fear in countless business tycoons, appearing so vulnerable in repose. Ding. Main quest, Season of Sowing, is underway. Current progress. 1. System notification. The probability of S-level partner conception is influenced by both physical and emotional states. The host is encouraged to persevere. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Only one. Is the system underestimating me? Yet, it is true. This endeavor indeed requires further effort. He carefully extricated himself from the bed, gently covering Su Qinghan with the blanket. After dressing, he exited the master bedroom. Good morning, master, greeted the electronic voice infused with a sense of technology as he entered the living room. In the dining area, a nutritionally balanced breakfast awaited him on the table. He savored his meal leisurely, relishing the profound silence that enveloped the expansive villa, which felt almost excessive. Yet, he cherished this tranquility. Just as he finished the last sip of milk and dabbed his mouth with a napkin, preparing to take a refreshing swim in the garden pool, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Lin Yu was taken aback. Who could it be at this hour? He approached the entrance and peered through the visual intercom. Standing at the door was a young woman clad in a professional skirt suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of competence. He recalled her as one of Su Qinghan's personal assistants. Casually, he pressed the button to unlock the door. The entrance swung open, and upon seeing him, Assistant Chun's body tensed instantly, her face reflecting a mix of anxiety and reverence. She immediately performed a deep bow, her voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, good morning. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you." Lin Yu languidly leaned against the door frame, scrutinizing her. Skill Assessment I activated. Character, Chun Jing. Position, Chief Assistant to the President of the Su Group. Emotional state, Nervous 90, Admiration 80, Fear 50. Inner thoughts, oh my, it's actually Mr. Lin who opened the door. What incredible luck have I stumbled upon today? Is President Su still resting? Am I intruding on their private world? Will Mr. Lin find me bothersome and have President Su dismiss me? What should I do? Lin Yu observed the flurry of thoughts swirling above her head, his lips twitching slightly. Such a vivid imagination. Is there something you need? He asked blandly. Why yes, Mr. Lin. Chun Jing hastily retrieved a beautifully crafted black envelope from her briefcase, presenting it with both hands in a respectful manner. This is something President Su instructed me to personally deliver to you first thing this morning. Lin Yu accepted it and casually tore it open. Inside was not a document, but a pure black metal card, inscribed in platinum with the 4 artistic characters of Wonders of the Sky. What is this? Mr. Lin. This is the black gold VIP Supreme card for the Wonders of the Sky shopping center, Chun Jing promptly explained, her tone laden with reverence. This card is anonymous, cannot be reported lost, and has no limit. The cardholder can enjoy the highest discounts on any brand within Wonders of the Sky, reserve new products, and request personal clearance services from the mall. Only 5 of these cards are issued throughout the entire Huaxiao region. Lin Yu toyed with the card in his hand, intrigued. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to indulge in a proper shopping spree. The system's reward money and the secondary card given by Su Qinghan contained such a hefty sum that he had been too indifferent to count it, having never found the opportunity to spend it. Today, with no particular plans, and Su Qinghan still asleep, he thought it would be delightful to venture out and enjoy the simple pleasures of shopping. Understood, I will accept this. Lin Yu nodded, poised to close the door. Mr. Lin. Chun Jing hurriedly called out again. Yes? President Su instructed that if you need to go out, the car team and security are on standby at all times. May I ask if you? No need, I shall take a stroll alone. Lin Yu interrupted her directly, not wishing to leave as if he were an emperor on a royal outing. With that, he slammed the door shut. Half an hour later, at the Wonders of the Sky shopping center, as the premier luxury hub in Qingting City and the entire Jiangnan region, it was never devoid of elegantly dressed beauties. The moment Lin Yu stepped out of the Maybach and appeared at the entrance of the mall, time seemed to have been pressed into slow motion. At the entrance of the mall, women who were once engaged in lively conversations, absorbed in their phones, suddenly froze in unison. A multitude of gazes converged upon Lin Yu. Goodness! A professional clad in a Chanel ensemble, her coffee tumbling from her grasp, splattering scalding liquid onto her stockings, yet she remained oblivious. What am I witnessing? Is that a man? Another fashionably attired influencer dropped her phone in shock, covering her mouth in a desperate attempt to stifle a scream. Lin Yu, accustomed to the sensation of being the center of attention, maintained an impassive expression as he strode purposefully toward the mall entrance. The plaza erupted in a frenzy. It's alive. A living man. He is so tall. His legs are so long. That face. Oh my goodness, how handsome. He is alone. No bodyguards. No companions. What does this signify? Ladies, this is a miracle. Hurry, snap a photo. No, forget the photos. Charge. The crowd ignited like kindling, their excitement palpable. The women, who had previously retained a semblance of dignity, now wholly abandoned any pretense of elegance, their eyes gleaming with fervor, akin to demons catching sight of a coveted prize. Surging toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. What is happening? This is even more exaggerated than at school. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a nearby girl clad in yoga pants, her figure alluring, lunged at him, shrieking, handsome. Mine. He's mine. With arms outstretched, she attempted to envelop him in a bear hug. Instinctively, Lin Yu sidestepped, effortlessly evading the enthusiastic advance with the finesse of a seasoned martial artist. The girl tumbled forward, landing in an undignified heap. Yet, her misstep did not deter the throngs behind her. Instead, it ignited their competitive spirit. Get out of the way. I have my eyes on this man. Why should you claim him? The highest bidder wins. Handsome, my father is the chairman of a publicly traded company. Marry me. and I'll offer you a fortune of 100 million. 100 million? That's mere pocket change. Handsome, I'll give you 30% of our company. You won't need to lift a finger. The dividends alone will yield millions annually. Clear the way. I am a national-level athlete with a prime physique. I can bear children. Choose me, and I guarantee to give you 2 in 3 years. The cacophony of frenzied declarations, punctuated by the heavy breaths of the women, threatened to shatter the very glass of them all. Lin Yu found himself encircled by this horde of utterly besotted women, unable to move an inch. Some audacious souls had even begun to reach out, attempting to touch his face or tug at his clothing. Lin Yu's expression finally darkened. Are these women truly insane? He had come to profoundly understand the burdens of being a national treasure. This is hardly a shopping excursion. It resembles a descent into a labyrinth of entrapment. Chapter 30. This extravagant fortune has finally come to me. In such circumstances, the supreme combat skills are utterly ineffectual. Surely, I cannot deal with this group of women with brute force. He is now acutely aware of the necessity for the male public space safety law. If this continues, his reputation may be irreparably tarnished. Not far from the chaotic center, in the open-air cafe on the second floor of the mall, a pair of remarkably similar beauties, akin to twin blossoms, are engaged in an outdoor live stream. The elder sister, Luo Bing, with her alluring wavy hair and clad in a seductive red slip dress, possesses a fiery figure and a captivating gaze, exuding the charm of a mature woman. The younger sister, Luo Shui, embodies purity with her straight black hair. Dressed in a pristine white dress, her demeanor serene and her eyes clear as a spring. Together, they are among the most popular beauty streamers, known as the Ice and Snow Sisters, boasting millions of fans. Hello, everyone. Today, we are at Wanxiang Tianji, eager to showcase this season's luxury new arrivals, Luo Bing says. Skillfully engaging with her audience, her voice sweet and enticing. Sister, you look stunning. That red dress is simply divine. I will always love Luo Shui. Why is the younger sister so quiet today? Is she feeling shy? The comments in the live stream surge rapidly, reflecting the high energy. Just as Luo Bing prepares to introduce a new handbag, she suddenly notices the commotion below and, filled with curiosity, leans to look. What is happening down there? It's so lively. Like a frenzy over discounted eggs, she remarks casually, directing her phone's camera towards the scene below. As the camera zooms in, it precisely captures the man ensnared in the center of the crowd. In an instant, the previously frenetic comments come to an eerie halt. A silence lasting 3 seconds envelopes the stream, as if the very breath of all present has been momentarily seized. Then, the comments erupt with unprecedented fervor. Oh my God, what am I witnessing? Is this beauty even real? It cannot be a mere AI model. That physique, that stunning handsomeness. 3 seconds. I demand every piece of information on this man. Now, immediately. Streamer, forget about the handbag. Hurry down there and claim him for me. The King user, a wealthy patron from the city, sends 100 super rockets, leaving a message. Streamer, ask him if he would consider marrying into my family. I'll offer him 100 billion. The popularity of the live stream skyrockets at an observable rate, instantly propelling it to the top of the platform. Meanwhile, Luo Bing, the host, is utterly astounded. She gazes blankly at the screen, then leans forward to steal another glance at the man as profile below. He is remarkably handsome. This was the sole thought occupying her mind. As a top-tier beauty streamer, she had encountered countless charming male celebrities, yet those individuals paled in comparison to the one downstairs, akin to mere chickens and dogs beside a phoenix. The brilliance of a firefly could never rival the radiance of a full moon. She even forgot that she was live streaming, oblivious to her own speech. Beside her, her younger sister, Luo Shui, was blushing profusely, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Sister, she stammered. That person, silence. Luo Bing abruptly snapped back to reality, her eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor. It was the fierce gleam of a hungry wolf spotting its prey. An opportunity. This was a chance bestowed upon me by fate. Her breath quickened, her chest heaving. Luo Shui, take the phone. Keep streaming. Capture every angle without fail. Luo Bing thrust the phone into her sister's arms, her voice trembling with excitement. Sister, what are you planning to do? Luo Shui was taken aback by her intensity. Luo Bing stood up, tossing her luscious waves of hair, her expression transforming into one of unwavering determination. What am I doing? I am going to seize that man. Today. Even if the king of heaven himself were to appear, this man shall be mine. With that, she donned her 10-centimeter heels, lifted her skirt, and charged unhesitatingly toward the crowd below. The streaming room erupted in chaos. Wow, Sister Bing is incredible. Queen behavior. I'm in love. Hurry, hurry. Sister's camera, keep up. Luo Shui scrambled to follow her sister, breathlessly speaking into the camera. Babies, it seems like Sister has gone mad. In the square, Lin Yu was becoming increasingly exasperated by the throng of women surrounding him. Just as he was about to employ a few subtle techniques from his legendary combat skills to dissuade them, a piercing female voice sliced through the cacophony of the crowd like a sword. Everyone stop. The crowd turned to see a stunning beauty clad in a fiery red gown. Her aura commanding as she surged forward. Ignoring everyone else, she made a beeline for Lin Yu. Then, to the astonishment of all, she executed an audacious maneuver. She extended her fair arm, wrapping it around Lin Yu's, pressing her warm, soft body against him, raising her enchanting face. She flashed a victorious smile at the surrounding women, declaring her claim. I apologize, ladies, but this man has caught my eye. In that moment, the entire square seemed to freeze, all the women staring at her in disbelief. Lin Yu glanced down at the woman clinging to his arm. Very soft, very fragrant. Quite bold as well. Skill identification eye activated. He silently mused. Character, Luo Bing. Age, 28. Identity, member of the Ice and Snow Sisters live streaming duo. Online broadcaster. Overall appearance and figure rating, 93, S grade. Emotional state, excited 95, nervous 80, determined 70. Lin Yu shifted his gaze to another girl not far away, who was blushing and flustered, holding her phone. Character, Luo Shui. Age, 28. Identity, member of the Ice and Snow Sisters live streaming duo. Overall appearance and figure rating, 94, S grade. Emotional state, nervous 99, bashful 98. Envious 60, Lin Yu's lips twitched. So, they are twin sisters. Chapter 31, The Battle of Wealth. Which one do you fancy? I'll take care of it. Who are you? The first to attack was a wealthy woman clad in yoga pants, her face flushed with rage, pointing at Luo Bing and scolding her. Who do you think you are, some random internet celebrity trying to steal my man? Exactly. What are you? Another ostentatious woman shrieked. Do you know who I am? My father is the chairman of Hungtong Group. Do you believe I can make you disappear from this online world with just a word? Quickly remove your filthy hands from this gentleman. Shameless. You clearly look like someone who sells themselves. A barrage of foul language instantly engulfed Luo Bing. Under normal circumstances, being besieged by so many wealthy women would have left her trembling with fear. However, today, with a golden ticket to paradise tucked in her pocket, her audacity soared to unprecedented heights. Not only did she refuse to let go, but she also tightened her embrace around Lin Yu's arm, casting a provocative glance around the room, letting out a cold laugh. Huh, is it a matter of background when it comes to stealing a man? What a joke. You all dress elegantly and surround a man with your hands all over him, and that makes you more noble than me? What distinguishes you from me? It's merely a case of 50 steps laughing at 100. You, the wealthy woman in yoga pants, trembled with anger. What about you? Luo Bing lifted her chin defiantly, her aura unwavering. If you want this handsome guy to notice you, then show some real skill. Just barking like a pack of mad dogs is utterly useless. Her words struck a nerve, silencing everyone in an instant. The atmosphere in the room became charged with tension, the scent of conflict palpable. All of this was being broadcast live through Luo Shui's phone camera. The comments in the live stream had gone completely wild. Wow, Sister Bing's combat power is off the charts. A battle of wits. Well said. These wealthy women usually look down on everyone. Yet here they are, acting like infatuated fools. Steady, sister. Don't shake. This drama is too juicy. I shall call it the Battle of the Celestial Horizon. Let them fight. Let them fight. Lin Yu found himself caught in the middle, feeling overwhelmed. He sensed that he had not come for a shopping spree, but rather to serve as a trophy. What on earth is happening? However, this individual named Luo Bing possesses quite an eloquent tongue. He observed her with keen interest, eager to see how she would further perform. The group of pampered women, incensed by being called mad dogs by Luo Bing, erupted in fury. Security, where are the guards? Expel this crazy woman. The heiress of Hungtong Group shrieked, pointing at Luo Bing. Yes, remove her. She is disrupting the luxurious shopping experience of our elite clientele. A few mall security personnel rushed over, but But upon witnessing the commotion, they broke into a sweat, daunted by the powerful figures surrounding them. It was no joke. The man encircled in the middle was someone they could not afford to offend, and the wealthy women present could easily tear themselves apart if he were insulted. "Madam, please remain calm," the head of security ventured, trying to mediate the situation. "Calm down, you wretched fool." A wealthy woman in yoga pants shoved the security guard aside, determined to assert herself. With a fierce glare directed at Luo Bing, she suddenly let out a cold laugh and retrieved her car keys from her bag, pressing a button. Not far away, the headlights of a pink Porsche 911 flickered to life. "Do you see that, little internet celebrity?" she sneered at Luo Bing. "The latest model of the 911, worth over 3 million. Should this charming gentleman nod in agreement, I can have the ownership transferred right now." With that, she provocatively glanced at Lin Yu and tossed him a flirtatious smile. "Darling, riding in my car would surely be more entertaining than being entangled with a poor streamer." Such a move was undeniably ruthless, and Luo Bing's complexion visibly paled. The live stream erupted with lamentations. "It's over. Sister Bing is going to lose. There's no way to compete with such wealth. Those vile capitalists." Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed by the sight of the pink Porsche. "Over 3 million? That is still less than the car that Su Qinghan's driver operates." Noticing Lin Yu's lack of reaction, the heiress of Hungtong Group seized the opportunity to display her own wealth, showcasing a diamond-encrusted Richard Mille watch on her wrist. "Have you seen this, little sister? A Richard Mille, worth over 8 million and a limited global edition." She cast a disdainful glance at Luo Bing. "Darling, as long as you accompany me, you can choose from all my cars, all my watches. My heart is yours as well." One by one, the women began their displays of wealth. Keys to luxury cars, exquisite watches, and property deeds were flaunted, transforming the scene into an absurd exhibition of affluence. Luo Bing found herself retreating under the relentless onslaught, her grip on Lin Yu's arm involuntarily loosening. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she realized her fortitude was waning. Just then, a warm, dry hand unexpectedly enveloped hers. Luo Bing froze and looked up sharply. There stood Lin Yu, gazing down at her with an exquisitely handsome face adorned with a hint of a smile. He uttered not a word, but gently patted her hand. A simple gesture instantaneously infused Luo Bing's heart with warmth. Was he conveying to me not to fear? Was he assuring me of his presence? The once pale visage of Luo Bing, which had been dulled by the weight of wealth, regained its vibrant hue in an instant, even blooming with a charming blush due to her excitement. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's profound eyes, her posture straightening with newfound resolve. The hand that clung to Lin Yu's arm tightened further. This scene, witnessed by the surrounding women, was more distressing than a slap to the face. Most notably, the wealthy woman clad in yoga pants, who had anticipated seeing this little internet celebrity retreat in defeat. But what transpired? Not only did she not retreat, but she also exchanged flirtatious glances with that extraordinarily handsome man in plain view. What is this? A double loss indeed. No, it is a loss of a Porsche without even touching the man's hand. The audacious vixen. The wealthy woman in yoga pants was so enraged that her chest heaved violently, threatening to burst her expensive sports bra. She lunged forward, pushing aside two women who blocked her path, her face instantly adorned with an exaggeratedly obsequious smile, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Handsome." This utterance sent shivers through the crowd, causing goosebumps to erupt everywhere. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Goodness. That voice is a professional-grade siren call. Just moments ago, she was cursing like a fishwife, and now she has seamlessly slipped into character? The speed of her transformation could put a Sichuan opera troupe to shame. The wealthy woman in yoga pants completely disregarded the peculiar stares around her. Her focus was solely on Lin Yu. She extended her hand, adorned with diamond-studded nails, eager to grasp Lin Yu's other free hand. "Handsome, don't be deceived by this little internet star. Women like her, these streamers, thrive on youth. They may appear glamorous, but their pockets are emptier than their faces. Today, she clings to you for clout, and tomorrow, she'll be calling someone else hubby for gifts." Luo Bing's face turned a shade of fury upon hearing this, ready to erupt. "You, what of it?" The wealthy woman in yoga pants retorted without glancing back, then instantly resumed her sycophantic demeanor toward Lin Yu. "Handsome, look, she's flustered. Which indicates I've struck a nerve." She continued her assault, her gaze lingering on Lin Yu as if appraising a rare treasure. "Handsome, you must be here at Wanxiang Tianji to shop, right? What do you like? You can tell me." "No, you needn't tell me. She clapped her hands dramatically. Just point. Whichever store catches your fancy, point it out. I'll reserve the entire place just to cater to you. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Chapter 32. Provocation and the Chaos of Rich Women. What on earth? Has she lost her mind? Reserving an entire store? This is Wanxiang Tianji. Any luxury store here must generate millions in revenue daily. The sister is truly going all out. Not far away, Luo Shui holds her phone, the camera slightly unsteady. The barrage of comments in the live stream is nothing short of explosive. What have I just heard? Renting the entire establishment? Is this the might of a wealthy woman? I am utterly enamored. Does this sister require a daughter? My sister is in peril. The opponent has played a trump card. The yoga pants-clad affluent lady is reveling in her grand declaration, eagerly awaiting Lin Yu's response. However, Lin Yu does not spare her a glance. He surveys the group of women surrounding him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Since you also enjoy the competition, I shall indulge you. After all, I find myself with ample time on my hands. He cleared his throat and spoke in a voice that was lazy yet irresistibly magnetic. I sincerely appreciate your affection. But if you wish to spend on me, there ought to be a sequence, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yu's gaze gradually shifted to the daughter of the Hungtong group. This young lady, he began, just a moment ago, you referred to someone as a wild hen. What is your perspective on that? The Hungtong heiress was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening instantly. Just prior, while the yoga pants wealthy woman was denigrating Luo Bing as a wild hen internet celebrity, she had joined in the mockery. Yet, now reminded by Lin Yu, she suddenly realized she was also among those insulted. She whirled around, glaring at the yoga pants lady, her voice trembling. Who did you just call a wild hen? The yoga pants affluent lady appeared bewildered. I was referring to that streamer. What does this have to do with you? Nonsense. The Hungtong heiress roared, pointing a finger at her. You clearly said a group of wild hens. A group? I am right here. You included me in your ridicule. The yoga wealthy woman finally comprehended. Goodness. Indeed. Her words had been rather harsh in her attempt to belittle Luo Bing. Yet, now cornered, she stubbornly refused to concede. I had no such intention. Do not slander me. Lin Yu regarded the two women, their tension palpable, before slowly turning his attention to the lady adorned with a Richard Mille watch. And this madam? She claims your watch is counterfeit. Can you tolerate that? The affluent lady blinked in surprise. Huh? Who said my watch is fake? Lin Yu gestured towards the yoga affluent lady with a nod of his chin. Just moments ago, she stated that only those truly wealthy deserve to wear fine watches, implying that others are mere fakes. Your watch is valued at 8 million, while her car is only 3 million. By her logic, she has no standing to question you. Correct? This revelation ignited the affluent lady's fury. Her most prized possession was this Richard Mille. She had nearly severed ties with her family to acquire it. Now, to insinuate that it was counterfeit? How could she endure such a slight? You vile woman. What do you mean by that? She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront her accuser. My watch is fake. Open your eyes and see. This was purchased from an official boutique. I have the receipt and warranty. How dare you? With your dilapidated Porsche, question me? The affluent yoga enthusiast was utterly taken aback. When did I ever claim that your watches are counterfeit? She retorted, her voice laced with indignation. I merely what? Another woman interjected, stepping forward. Did you not just assert that only the wealthy are worthy of pursuing this handsome gentleman? Does that imply we are all destitute? Indeed, chimed in yet another woman, joining the fray. Your statement is fundamentally flawed. We are all VIP clients of the highest caliber. Who among us is inferior? Exactly. Why should you dictate who can reserve a table? The yoga mogul observed the rising tide of outrage, her heart sinking with regret. In her eagerness to impress Lin Yu, she had spoken too hastily. Yet now, confronted by this throng of irate women, her temper flared. Very well. If you refuse to concede, let us settle this. Who among us is truly affluent? The heiress of Hungtong was the first to accept the challenge, eager to demonstrate their superiority in wealth. The surrounding women, witnessing this confrontation, eagerly readied themselves for the contest. It was already a competitive atmosphere, and with newfound justification. Who could possibly hold back? Luo Bing watched in astonishment, unable to fathom how Lin Yu's light-hearted remarks had ignited such fervor among these wealthy women. Clutching his arm tightly, she whispered, Were you intentional in provoking this? Lin Yu glanced down at her, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What do you think? Luo Bing's heart raced at his response. This man was not only stunningly handsome, but possessed a remarkably sharp intellect. Not far away, Luo Shui held her phone, her hands trembling with excitement. The live stream had gone completely wild. Oh my heavens! Is this the infamous art of sowing discord? Unbelievable. Just a few words, and this group of affluent women are at each other's throats. Such brilliance. Such strategy. I declare myself utterly captivated. Sister, do not move the camera. I must record this. This is a textbook display of manipulation. The viewer count soared to over 30 million. Meanwhile, the battle among the wealthy women commenced in earnest. The yoga enthusiast, her face flushed with fury, retrieved a black and gold card from her bag, holding it aloft. Do you see this? A Citibank Black Card, issued in a limited global edition. One cannot even apply without a net worth of 50 million. The heiress of Hungtong scoffed, producing her own card. A UBS private banking prestige card requires a minimum deposit of 100 million. Your card is unworthy of carrying my shoes. The Richard Mille aficionado, refusing to be outdone, declared childish. What is the use of checking balances? Witness this. She brandished a document, unfolding it for all to see. A VIP membership from Sotheby's auction house. I just spent 20 million at the spring auction on an authentic Van Gogh. Huh, scoffed another woman. My father's company is valued at 80 billion. The dividends alone amount to tens of millions annually. Buying paintings is trivial. I invest directly in films. In a flash, an array of ostentatious displays of wealth unfolded before them. The scene resembled an exhibition of super-rich individuals, with property certificates, equity proofs, private jet usage rights, and yacht membership cards on display. Lin Yu observed with great interest. These women were certainly determined. However, their financial prowess was indeed formidable. Yet, alas, they had crossed paths with him. Reflecting on his wife, Su Qinghan's wealth, he regarded their ostentation as childish play. Billions versus mere millions were not even comparable. As the wealthy women grew increasingly rowdy, one of them, a daughter of the Hungtong group, in a fit of rage, swung her 80,000 yuan Hermes Birkin bag and struck the face of a wealthy woman in yoga pants. The sound echoed through the air, leaving the recipient momentarily dazed. The yoga pants-clad woman, her face now stinging, seethed with fury, exclaiming her willingness to retaliate. However, as she stepped forward, her 12-centimeter heels betrayed her, causing her to tumble forward. In a desperate attempt to regain her balance, she inadvertently grasped the hair of a wealthy woman sporting a Richard Mille watch. "Ah, my hair!" the affluent woman shrieked, as a handful of her curls was yanked out. "Have you all lost your minds?" She fumed, her anger igniting further as she lamented the 8,000 yuan she spent in Tokyo for her ionic perm. Instantly, the three women became embroiled in a chaotic brawl. Lin Yu observed the spectacle before him, his lips twitching. This was more entertaining than a palace intrigue drama. However, the notion of spending 8,000 yuan on a hairstyle was utterly beyond his comprehension. Beside him, the striking Luo Bing clung tightly to his arm, her voice quivering. "Are they really fighting?" "It appears so," Lin Yu replied calmly with a nod. "Would you like to join?" "What?" Luo Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Merely jesting." Lin Yu chuckled, patting her head. "Come, let us retreat to a safer distance to observe." He led her back a few steps, establishing a vantage point. Not far away, Luo Shui, trembling with excitement, held her phone aloft. "Sister, where are you going? Quickly, catch up." Luo Bing called back, eager for the perfect filming angle. Luo Shui hurriedly followed, her camera aimed at the unfolding chaos. The live stream exploded with activity. "Wow, they are genuinely fighting. Is this the infamous socialite catfight? How thrilling. Impressive. My sister has successfully extricated herself. And this handsome guy remains so composed, as if watching a circus. I've learned a valuable lesson. I will incite discord like this in the future. Steady the camera, sister. I must record this." Initially, it was just the three daughters of Hungtong grappling with one another. But soon, other wealthy women joined the fray, eager to take sides. "Well done. Someone should teach that fat woman a lesson. Miss Li, I'm here to assist you. Who dares to lay a finger on my best friend?" In the blink of an eye, a tumultuous melee erupted among a dozen exquisitely dressed women. Hair flew in all directions, high heels crashed down indiscriminately, and various limited edition handbags became weapons of choice. Lin Yu watched with great amusement. This was even more riveting than a movie. The handsome Luo Bing asked in a hushed tone, "I can't believe you managed to incite them to fight with just a few words?" Lin Yu shot her a glance. "Would you like to learn?" "Absolutely." Luo Bing's eyes sparkled. "Then enlighten me. What sparked their brawl? After pondering, Luo Bing replied, because you instigated it? Incorrect. Lin Yu shook his head. Their conflict arose from their mutual disdain for one another. I merely provided them with a pretext. Luo Bing's eyes widened in understanding. So, it was intentional. Sort of. Lin Yu shrugged. Rather than getting entangled with them, it's more efficient to let them implode internally. Luo Shui, overhearing this, struggled to steady her camera. This man was far too cunning. At that moment, a large contingent of security personnel finally arrived. The head of security stood dumbfounded at the scene before him. A group of women, normally poised and dignified, now rolled on the ground like unruly ruffians. Their hair was a chaotic mess, makeup smeared, and several outfits torn. What do we do? A junior security guard asked nervously. The head of security, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, what can we do? We must intervene. Yet, they were all VIPs. A mere touch could lead to dismissal, and not touching them could be even worse. Move in. Several guards, with trepidation, charged forward in an attempt to separate the frenzied women. However, as soon as they approached, they were inadvertently injured. One guard was struck on the head by a flying high heel and fled in panic. Help! Someone's biting me. Another guard found his arm firmly clamped in the grip of a wealthy heiress, unable to shake free. Lin Yu observed the chaos and couldn't help but chuckle. These guards are quite unfortunate. Should we leave? Luo Bing expressed concern. What if we get caught in the crossfire? Lin Yu glanced at the women still battling. No need to worry. I've already made a call for professionals to handle this. Just as he finished speaking, a flurry of law enforcement arrived, sirens blaring. Halting at the mall entrance, a dozen officers stormed in. Everyone stop, the lead officer bellowed. If you do not cease immediately, we will be forced to take drastic measures. Yet, the affluent women were too engrossed in their brawl to heed him. Seeing this, the officer commanded, go, separate them. A group of officers rushed in, exerting tremendous effort to pull apart the frantic women. Let go of me. Let go. I want to tear her apart. Officer. They initiated it. I was merely defending myself. I will sue them for assault. The cacophony of voices rose in a tumult. The lead officer felt overwhelmed, one at a time. What on earth is happening? Captain. A young law enforcement officer rushed over to report, and I inquired at the mall's surveillance room. The cause of the commotion was that they were vying for a man. Vying for a man. The captain was taken aback. Are today's wealthy women truly this fierce? It's him. The young officer pointed towards Lin Yu. The captain followed her gaze and was instantly rendered speechless upon seeing Lin Yu. Why does this face seem so familiar? She blinked vigorously, trying to recall. Isn't this the man who appeared at Mr. Su's residence last time? Su Qing'an's husband? The captain approached Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, hello. It's a pleasure to see you again. Could you assist us in understanding the situation? Certainly, Lin Yu nodded. The captain promptly took out her notebook. Mr. Lin, are they fighting because of you? Lin Yu glanced at the group of wealthy women still hurling insults at each other and replied nonchalantly, they started fighting among themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Fighting among themselves? The captain was momentarily stunned. Yes, I was merely standing here, watching the spectacle. Suddenly, they began tearing into one another. Lin Yu feigned innocence, while Luo Bing nearby nearly burst into laughter. Luo Shui held up her phone. The live stream's comments were already going wild. Haha, the handsome guy is speaking nonsense. His acting deserves an Oscar. Even the law enforcement officer was captivated. Is this the allure of a male deity? The captain was jotting down notes when a thought struck her. May I ask, what is your relationship with these ladies? I don't know them. Lin Yu shook his head. I was just here for shopping. They insisted on surrounding me. The captain glanced at the group of wealthy women and then back at Lin Yu, instantly comprehending. With such looks and charisma, it would indeed be strange not to attract attention. Chapter 34. Sisterly Rivalry in the Battle for the Bill. The law enforcement captain looked at the subdued wealthy women, her face filled with exasperation. These once high and mighty socialites now had disheveled hair, smeared makeup, and torn clothing, stripped of any semblance of elegance. Everyone, behave yourselves. A young officer was attempting to cuff a woman in yoga pants, who was still arguing vehemently. On what grounds are you arresting me? I'm the victim. They started it. The woman in yoga pants pointed at the daughter of the Hung Tong family, shouting, Nonsense. You were the one who hit me first with your bag. The Hung Tong heiress was equally defiant. Officer, I want to sue her for intentional injury. Enough. The law enforcement captain shouted, Silence. Fighting and disturbing public order. None of you will escape punishment. At that moment, the Richard Mill-clad lady had calmed down. She smoothed out her disheveled clothes and addressed the captain. Captain, I believe there's a misunderstanding. We were merely discussing some business matters when a physical altercation inadvertently occurred. Business matters? The captain scoffed. Does discussing business require pulling hair? Does it necessitate striking someone with high heels? The affluent lady was momentarily at a loss for words. The head of the enforcement team turned to Lin Yu, his tone instantly transforming into one of courtesy. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the fright you experienced. We shall address these individuals in accordance with the law. With that, the enforcement team departed in an imposing manner. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The mall gradually returned to a state of tranquility, yet the crowd of onlookers remained, murmuring amongst themselves about the recent spectacle of the affluent women's altercation. Some discreetly captured photographs, others recorded videos, while many gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. My goodness, his intellect is astonishing, far more captivating than any television drama. And to think he is so incredibly handsome. Where does one even find a man like this? Alas, such a man is truly unattainable. Various whispers reached Lin Yu's ears, yet he remained unfazed. Turning to the still stunned sisters, he remarked, the show has concluded. I must attend to my own affairs. As Lin Yu prepared to leave, Luo Bing suddenly regained her composure. A man so striking and formidable must not be allowed to slip away. She hurriedly stepped forward, blocking his path. Wait. Luo Bing's voice was tinged with urgency. Mr. Lin, please don't be in such haste to depart. Lin Yu paused, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. Is there something you require? Luo Bing bit her lip, her mind racing. She needed to conjure a reason to keep this man, even if just for another minute. I would like to ask you for a favor. Luo Bing's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. What kind of favor? Lin Yu inquired. Luo Bing cast a furtive glance at her phone screen, discovering that the live stream's viewership had soared to an astounding 50 million. With a barrage of comments so frenzied, it was nearly indecipherable. She felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We wish to invite you to be our guest on the live stream. Luo Bing's voice was sweetly persuasive. Your earlier performance was absolutely extraordinary, and our audience is eager to learn more about you. Beside her, Luo Shui timidly added, Mr. Lin, if you are willing, we can offer you all the proceeds. Lin Yu regarded the two sisters, a silent chuckle rising within him. Very well, he nodded, but I have a condition. Luo Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Please, tell us. We shall agree to any condition. I do not desire any monetary compensation, Lin Yu replied casually. However, you must accompany me on a shopping excursion. Luo Bing was momentarily taken aback. Shopping? Indeed, I had intended to shop today. Yet I ended up purchasing nothing due to that group of madwomen. Lin Yu shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. If you are willing to act as my shopping guides, I shall participate in your live stream. Luo Bing and Luo Shui exchanged glances, both recognizing the exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. Accompanying such an exceptional man on a shopping spree? This was far from mere work. It was an extraordinary privilege. Absolutely. Luo Bing readily agreed, her voice trembling with excitement. We are particularly familiar with the myriad offerings at Wanxiang Tianji. We promise to introduce you to the finest products. Luo Shui eagerly nodded in agreement. We will ensure you receive the best service. The live stream chat erupted in a frenzy. No way. They're really going shopping together. What an extraordinary treatment this is. I am utterly astonished. How fortunate is Sister Bing? Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Let us proceed. The three of them entered the shopping mall together. Luo Bing turned to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, which store would you like to visit first? Lin Yu casually glanced around the shops and pointed to a nearby men's clothing store. That one, please. Very well. Luo Bing immediately linked her arm with Lin Yu's. Then let us first explore the men's apparel. They made their way towards a high-end menswear store named Armani. As soon as they stepped inside, a sales associate approached them. Welcome. A female employee dressed in a professional suit noticed Lin Yu, her eyes instantly sparkling. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Before Lin Yu could respond, Luo Bing interjected. We would like to see your finest garments. The sales associate glanced at Luo Bing, then at Lin Yu, and smiled professionally. Certainly, please follow me. She led them to the VIP section at the back of the store. This is our limited edition area, showcasing the latest designs of this year, the sales associate explained, pointing to a deep blue suit. This piece is our pride and joy, handcrafted in Italy, with only 10 pieces available worldwide. Luo Bing glanced at the price tag, 18,000. The sales associate nodded. Yes, this price is considered moderately high in our store. Lin Yu approached the suit and casually touched the fabric. The quality is decent. The sales associate's eyes lit up. Sir, you have a discerning eye. This suit is made from the finest wool fabric, exceptionally pleasant to the touch. Would you like to try it on? Certainly, Lin Yu nodded. The sales associate hurried off to prepare the fitting room, and Luo Bing seized the opportunity to lean closer to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, with your physique, you would look exceptionally handsome in anything. Luo Shui raised her phone, directing the camera towards the fitting room. The comments in the live stream went wild. We want to see the handsome man trying on clothes. What an extraordinary treatment. I wish I could be a sales associate. Sister Bing is so fortunate. A few minutes later, the fitting room door swung open. Lin Yu emerged, clad in the deep blue suit. Luo Bing was momentarily stunned. The suit appeared as though it had been tailored specifically for him, perfectly accentuating his physique. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long and straight legs, and every movement exuded elegance. My goodness, Luo Bing instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. Even the sales associate was taken aback in her years of experience. She had witnessed countless customers trying on clothes, but she had never seen anyone wear them so impeccably. Luo Shui's camera wavered slightly as the live stream comments exploded. Wow, what an extraordinary visage. Mom, why am I kneeling to watch the live stream? With such a physique and looks, I might as well perish on the spot. Sister Bing, hurry up. What are you waiting for with such a man? Lin Yu admired himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Luo Bing promptly regained her composure, a flicker of determination gleaming in her eyes. Mr. Lin, do you fancy this suit? Yes, it fits quite well. Then it shall be this one. Without further ado, Luo Bing turned to the female attendant and declared, I'd like to settle the bill. The attendant paused, taken aback. Are you certain? This suit costs 180,000. Absolutely. Luo Bing retrieved her phone. May I pay by card? Beside her, Luo Shui watched her sister's assertiveness with growing anxiety, her feet tapping restlessly. Ever since they had arrived at the plaza, Luo Bing had monopolized the spotlight, leaving her with scant opportunities to shine. If this continued, she would surely fade into obscurity. Biting her lip, she summoned her courage and approached Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, is there anything else you desire? Lin Yu turned to her, inquiring, what is the matter? Luo Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she persisted. I can also buy things for you. Anything you fancy. Luo Bing paused, casting a disapproving glance at her sister. Luo Shui, what are you doing? Sister, you've been dominating since earlier. Luo Shui hesitated mid-sentence, feeling too bashful to be overly direct. Lin Yu observed the sibling dynamic with a silent amusement. The two were nearly at odds, each vying for his attention. Given their earnestness, he decided to prolong his words. Well, since you both seem so eager, I shan't hold back. He turned to the attendant. Please bring out your most expensive suits for me to consider. The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had encountered a significant client. Of course, I'll prepare them immediately. Chapter 35, Reward or Punishment. The attendant was now fully immersed in her role. Having worked for 5 years, she had never witnessed a scene quite like this. The strikingly handsome man before her seemed effortlessly magnetic, merely standing there, while the dazzling twin beauties beside him indulged in extravagant spending. This one, and that one too. Wrap them all. Luo Bing elegantly swept her finger across the hangers, exuding confidence. No sooner had she spoken than her sister, Luo Shui, determined not to be outdone, pointed towards another rack. We'll take these as well. The sizes should match what Mr. Lin tried on earlier. Though her voice was soft and tinged with shyness, the resolve in her tone was unwavering. The attendant's calculator was nearly smoking from the rapid calculations. In just 10 minutes, the total expenditure had surpassed 3 million. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, at the center of this spectacle, wore a subtle smile as he observed the unfolding drama. The comments in the live stream had gone utterly wild. I declare today as the most exhilarating live stream I have witnessed in 20 years. Without exception. Previously, watching streamers shop meant they did all the purchasing themselves. Today, we witness a streamer indulging a man instead. This is on a whole new level. This isn't merely shopping, it's a lavish tribute. Sisters, I've come to understand. Men don't dislike shopping. They simply dislike spending their own money while shopping. Get out of here. Why not seek a man like this? I would gladly purchase an entire street for him. A user in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai sent forth 100 super rockets, exclaiming, Host, don't bother buying anything. What use are clothes? Just ask him if he wishes to go to a hotel. I'll lavish 1 million on you. Upon reading this barrage of comments, Luo Shue's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced nervously at Lin Yu, only to find him engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to her, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly whispered into the camera, "Darlings, please refrain from making such comments. We wouldn't want to startle Mr. Lin." Yet, even as she spoke, she found it hard to convince herself. The shopping spree came to a close after the staff packed an impressive array of shopping bags. With a victorious smile adorning her face, Luo Bing approached Lin Yu after completing her transaction. Leaning down, her red dress's neckline revealed a breathtaking expanse of porcelain skin. She lowered her voice to an alluring whisper, her warm breath caressing Lin Yu's ear. "Mr. Lin, after such a lengthy outing, you must be weary. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Yu lazily lifted his gaze to meet hers with a smile. "Indeed, do you have something in mind?" Encouraged by his demeanor, Luo Bing grew bolder. She entwined her delicate arm through Lin Yu's, practically draping herself against him. The soft, fiery sensation of her touch, even through the thin fabric of his shirt, was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Luo Shue, witnessing her sister's boldness, felt her eyes welling with emotion. Summoning her courage, she timidly clasped Lin Yu's other arm. Though her movements lacked her sister's confidence and were somewhat awkward, she pressed her own curvaceous figure against him firmly. Suddenly, Lin Yu found himself flanked by warmth and softness on either side. Luo Bing, mature and sultry, resembled a blooming rose, vibrant and passionate. In contrast, Luo Shue, demure and innocent, was akin to a budding lily, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Ah, the touch is quite pleasing," he mused to himself, mentally assessing the situation. Left side, 93 points. Right side, 94 points. A pair of S-grade twins. Surely the system will reward me handsomely this time. Unfazed, Lin Yu continued his calm evaluation while the surrounding staff and patrons stood in stunned silence. What kind of royal treatment is this? Luo Bing, feeling the sturdy strength of his arm and observing her sister's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "Little girl, do you think you can compete with me?" She resolved to escalate her strategy. Leaning closer to Lin Yu, Luo Bing whispered enticingly in his ear, her breath fragrant and her voice so beguiling that it could melt one's very bones. "Mr. Lin, as a token of our gratitude for your presence during our live stream today," she paused deliberately, her gaze languorous as it locked onto Lin Yu's. "How about we sisters take exceptional care of you tonight?" Upon the utterance of those words, not only did Luo Shue feel her mind explode, but even the nearby female shop assistant, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback. How bold, how unabashed. Luo Shue, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. She desperately signaled to her sister to cease her declarations. Yet, Luo Bing remained entirely unperturbed, relishing the very effect she sought. In the face of undeniable opportunity, modesty was utterly worthless. Lin Yu observed the stark contrast between the two sisters and finally smiled. He reached out, gently lifting Luo Bing's chin with his finger, then turned to glance at Luo Shue, who appeared ready to bury her face in her chest. "Oh, are you certain this is a reward for me?" His tone rose playfully, laced with intrigue. "Or is it a reward for yourselves?" The words pierced through their concealed intentions like a dagger. Luo Bing's flirtatious smile faltered, and Luo Shue trembled, feeling as if she were stripped bare. With all her thoughts laid bare before this man, he knew everything. Lin Yu found their reactions amusing. "Playing mind games with me? You are still rather inexperienced." However, such willingly offered prey is too tempting to resist. He rose to his feet, looking down at the sisters who were rendered speechless by his single remark. "Very well. In light of your fervent efforts today, I shall reluctantly grant you this opportunity as a reward." With that, he strode confidently towards the exit, leaving Luo Bing and Luo Shue momentarily stunned, processing the implications of his words. He agreed. A tremendous wave of elation washed over the sisters. "Sister," he agreed. Luo Shue exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. "Of course. Hurry up." Luo Bing shot her a glare, hastily gathering the numerous shopping bags and tugging her sister along. As the trio emerged from the mall, the lingering crowd erupted in astonishment. Heavens, they are out. The twin streamers succeeded? They were linking arms with that man. My heart is shattered. My dream suitor has been claimed by an internet celebrity. Woe is me, why not me? I am wealthier. I possess a better figure. A myriad of envious and resentful gazes converged upon the trio like searchlights. Lin Yu remained oblivious to it all, while Luo Bing and Luo Shui walked proudly, their heads held high, exuding the triumph of victors. Where are we headed? Luo Bing inquired softly, closely following Lin Yu's side. Unfazed, Lin Yu continued his stride, casually retrieving the black metal card that Su Qinghan had given him, tossing it lightly between his fingers. Without turning back, he replied, to the Wanxiang Sky Hotel. The top floor of the Wanxiang Sky Shopping Center housed the accompanying ultra-luxurious five-star hotel. As the three individuals entered the hotel lobby, the manager, accustomed to the presence of celebrities and affluent patrons, was taken aback upon catching sight of the pure black card held by Lin Yu. His pupils constricted sharply, and the professional smile that adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of near-trembling reverence. He swiftly darted from behind the front desk and bowed deeply to Lin Yu, his voice quivering. Esteemed VIP, I sincerely apologize for not being here to greet you in advance. Please forgive my oversight. The manager's reaction left Luo Bing and Luo Shui momentarily stunned. Though they were internet celebrities and had encountered their fair share of experiences, they had never witnessed a hotel manager show such profound respect to a guest. What indeed was the origin of that black card? Please arrange for me the finest suite available, Lin Yu instructed nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yes, yes. I shall make the arrangements immediately. The manager scurried back to the front desk, operating the computer personally, returning with a room key cradled in both hands. He approached Lin Yu once more, bowing even lower. Esteemed guest, I have reserved for you our hotel's exclusive, never-before-opened, Heavenly Realm, presidential suite. The elevator has been locked for your use. Please follow me. He gestured ahead, nodding and bowing as he led the way. Luo Bing and Luo Shui exchanged glances, each sensing a hint of astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Ascending in the elevator directly to the top floor, they were utterly stunned when the suite's door swung open. The expansive space of nearly 1,000 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the nightscape of Qingting City, was breathtaking. The lavish decor reached unparalleled opulence, complete with a private heated sky pool. My goodness, Luo Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Luo Bing was equally shaken, finally grasping why Lin Yu had been unfazed by the millions spent on their clothing. For someone of his stature, such amounts likely amounted to little more than the cost of a glass of water. Please set your things down. Lin Yu's voice pierced the silence of the room. The sisters snapped back to reality, hastily placing their shopping bags at the entrance. Nervously, Luo Shui stood behind him, feeling utterly at a loss, her breathing becoming cautious. Lin Yu's deep-set gaze swept over the sisters, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now that we have the venue and the time secured, let us see what rewards you have prepared. Chapter 36, a $3 million service? Not as good as a gift from the campus belle. After a brief silence of half a second, the live stream was instantly inundated with comments. What the heck? Did I just hear that? Aishjia has gone insane. She's going for it directly. It's over. My husband is going to be ravaged by a pig. Though that pig is my goddess still. This can't be allowed. Rich Lady of Magic City sent 200 super rockets. Comment. Bing Bing, you did beautifully. Make sure to secure him for me. Should you require any technical support, feel free to privately message me. The affluent lady above seems rather peculiar. What on earth is technical support? Where's my sister? Quickly, come forth to prevent your sister from acting foolishly. Surely, my innocent Shui would not consent to this. The two sisters radiated brilliant smiles, seated snugly in Lin Yu's embrace. Just at this critical moment, an urgent buzzing from a mobile phone abruptly shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Who could it be? Who dares to interrupt at such a moment? Luo Bing was nearly incensed enough to curse aloud, her eyes flaring open in search of the culprit disrupting her bliss. Lin Yu's motion froze mid-air as he retracted his hand, retrieving his phone from his pocket. The name flashing on the screen instantly relaxed his brow. Caller ID, Xia Yubing. Lin Yu swiped the screen, bringing the device to his ear. Hello? Yubing, what is it? On the other end, a timid voice resonated. Mr. Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Xia Yubing's voice was soft, with gentle meows faintly audible in the background. Not at all. Please go on. Lin Yu's tone remained warm. Today, at the cat cafe where I'm working part-time, I received my first paycheck, the girl declared, a hint of pride and joy seeping through her words. I wanted to use my first earnings to buy you a small gift. Although it may not be of great value, it is something I crafted with my own hands. I just wanted to ask if you have time now. If not, it's quite all right. I can come another day. Before Xia Yubing could finish, Lin Yu chuckled. A gift made with her own hands? That seemed far more intriguing than certain items easily acquired with money. This statement pierced Luo Bing and Luo Shue's hearts like a searing needle. As they realized they had spent an astounding 3 million today. 3 million on clothing. 3 million stacked in sincerity, now overshadowed by a mere trinket of unknown origin. Luo Bing's complexion drained of color, while Luo Shue's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of grievance. Lin Yu, entirely oblivious to their reactions, continued softly into the phone. Send me the address. I have some free time and will come by now. Right now? Xia Yubing's voice brimmed with astonished delight. Yes, right now. After ending the call, Lin Yu rose leisurely, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm rather fatigued from shopping today. I lack the enthusiasm. With that, he strode towards the door. As his hand grasped the doorknob, he seemed to recall something, turning back only slightly to add, Make yourselves comfortable. I have already settled the room fee. Click. The door creaked open, only to be gently closed once more. Lin Yu's figure vanished completely behind it. The entire presidential suite of Heavenly Realm fell into an oppressive silence once again. Only Luo Bing and Luo Shui remained, resembling exquisite yet lifeless wax figures, frozen in place. In the air lingered the cloying scent of perfume, which now bore an endless irony. Meanwhile, the viewership in the live stream soared past 80 million, reaching an unprecedented and terrifying figure. Yet, the comments transformed from admiration and adulation to a torrent of mockery. Ha ha ha, the best comedy of the year. I'm rolling on the bed with laughter. The host spends 3 million to hire a handsome man for shopping, only for him to receive a call and run off with another woman's heartless betrayal. How utterly disheartening. My interest has waned. I can almost feel the scorn through the screen. The Ice and Snow sisters have truly hit a wall. He's simply ISNT swayed by your tactics. This ISNT just a barrier. It's as if a wealthy player has encountered true love. You who throw money around are worth nothing in the face of genuine affection. I declare this an epic victory for the warriors of pure love. Who is that girl, Xia Yubing? I demand an in-depth investigation. For a celestial being like that to make such a handsome man abandon 2 beauties for her, she must be extraordinary. Rich lady from Magic City, sent a Super Rocket X1. Comment. Ice and Snow sisters, your skills are lacking. I told you to message me for support. But you didn't listen. Now look, he has gone. Serves you right. The wealthy lady upstairs should stop scolding. They've suffered enough. Ha. I have a question. What about those dozen shopping bags? Can they be returned? Ha ha ha. Luo Bing stared fixedly at the closed door, her once proud beauty, her figure, the 3 million she had wagered. Her meticulously crafted, seemingly flawless allure, all crumbled before that man. He didn't even spare her a glance. This feeling was 1,000 times more painful than receiving 2 slaps. Sister Luo Shui gazed in bewilderment at the lavish surroundings, then at the dozen new shopping bags in the adjacent wardrobe, feeling like a colossal joke. Shut up, Luo Bing snapped, abruptly ending the live stream. I see. It's your bluntness that scared him away. Luo Shui couldn't help but complain. Luo Bing rejected this notion. Enough, he must have other matters to attend to. Don't sulk like that. After a moment's silence, Luo Bing suddenly stood up, a renewed fire igniting in her eyes. I understand now. Luo Shui looked up at her, still bearing the weight of recent humiliation. Sister, what have you understood? Luo Bing gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. A man like him will never cherish what is handed to him. We were mistaken from the very beginning. Mistaken? Luo Shui blinked in confusion. Yet we spent 3 million. What does 3 million even mean? Luo Bing exclaimed excitedly. Did you not see? That girl named Xia Yubing called him away with just 1 phone call. What did she use? Not money, but sincerity. Luo Shui nodded thoughtfully. So what shall we do now? Luo Bing picked up her phone and began to search frantically. I must research how to genuinely captivate a top-tier man. Her fingers glided rapidly across the screen. The more she read, the more engrossed she became, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I found it. She excitedly patted Luo Shui on the shoulder. Look at this article. What high-quality men most dislike in women. Luo Shui leaned in to take a look. The first point, overly proactive women. Men possess a desire to conquer. They will not cherish things that come too easily. The second point, women who merely spend money. True charm emanates from within, not from material possessions. The third point, women without their own lives. Independent women are far more alluring. Luo Bing grew increasingly exhilarated. See. Everything we did earlier was wrong. No wonder he didn't even glance our way. Luo Shui blinked. So according to this article, what should we do? Quite simple. Luo Bing stood up, pacing back and forth in the room. Starting tomorrow, we must completely alter our strategy. First, we must absolutely refrain from contacting him. He must come to us. Secondly, we need to enhance our inner qualities. We cannot rely solely on looks and physique. Finally, we must display our independence and strength, making it clear that we are not mere ornaments. Luo Shui listened, stunned. Sister, I think this plan is a bit implausible. What is implausible about it? Luo Bing retorted. But no buts. Luo Bing interrupted. Starting today, we will become new versions of ourselves. With that, she opened a shopping app and began ordering frantically. Luo Shui watched her sister's wild shopping spree, hesitating to speak. Sister, are you sure you can manage to read all these books? Last time you didn't even finish a romance novel. Luo Bing paused, looking earnestly at her sister. Luo Shui, you must understand, to conquer a man like that, I am willing to overcome any obstacle. Moreover, we have no retreat now. Today's live stream, with 8 million viewers online, showcased our embarrassment. If we cannot win him over, we are truly finished. Just the thought of the mocking comments in the live chat made Luo Shui grit her teeth. All right, I'll accompany you. That's the spirit. Luo Bing grasped her sister's hand. United we stand. Our strength is unbreakable. Chapter 37. Insult my benefactor? I 1T stand for it. Meanwhile, at the Cat Cafe, Xia Yubing donned the cafe's uniform, a delightful pink apron-style outfit paired with cat ear headbands, exuding an extra layer of cuteness. In her hands, she held a delicate little box, her cheeks flushed like an apple. Mr. Lin, what is this? Lin Yu gently inquired as he accepted the box. Open it, and you shall see, replied Xia Yubing, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon unveiling the box, Lin Yu discovered a modest keychain, shaped as a petite ballet dancer. Though the craftsmanship was unremarkable, it was evident that it was made with care. How much does it cost? Lin Yu asked. It's of little value. Xia Yubing's voice grew even softer. I know it's very inexpensive and not worthy of your status, but this is my first earned money. Lin Yu gazed at the woven keychain, recalling the 3 million from the Luo sisters moments before. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ding. The system has detected that the host has received a heartfelt gift from the S-rank target, Xia Yubing, triggering special event, sincerity versus money. Congratulations to the host for successfully employing the strategy of feigned indifference. S-rank targets Luo Bing and Luo Shui's conquest level, 10. Current total conquest level, 50. S-rank target Xia Yubing's conquest level, 5. Current total conquest level, 85. Kind reminder, a sincere heart is always more precious than money. Lin Yu held the keychain in his hand, admiring its beauty, before attaching it to his car keys. Witnessing this, Xia Yubing's eyes welled with tears. Are you truly willing to use it? She asked, her voice trembling. Why wouldn't I? Lin Yu countered. This is something you bought with your first salary. It holds great sentimental value. Xia Yubing was nearly moved to tears, hastily wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Thank you. Thank you for accepting it. At that moment, other female attendants in the Cat Cafe glanced over furtively. Xiaobing, is this your boyfriend? A short-haired girl whispered. So handsome. He looks just like a prince from a comic. Another girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. And his aura is so impressive. He must be someone significant. Xia Yubing's cheeks flushed even deeper as she quietly explained. And no, he isn't my boyfriend. He is my benefactor. Benefactor? The girl's curiosity was piqued. I encountered some trouble earlier, and Mr. Lin helped me. The girls exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting an understanding. Listening to their conversation, Lin Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. Yubing, have you finished your work for today? He asked. There's still half an hour left, Xia Yubing replied, glancing at the time, realizing she would soon be off. Then I shall wait for you, Lin Yu said nonchalantly. I'll treat you to a movie. Xia Yubing's heart raced at this proposition, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. All right, please hold on for a moment, she said hurriedly as she dashed back to her duties, though her thoughts were evidently elsewhere. Nearly pouring cat food into a coffee cup. The other girls observed the scene, whispering among themselves, why is Xiao Bing so flustered today? It must be because of that handsome guy. I believe they surely have chemistry. Just look at the way he gazes at her. It's clearly different. I'm so envious. Why have I yet to encounter such a prince? A young waitress, on the verge of complimenting Lin Yu, was abruptly interrupted by a piercing female voice. Oh, Who is this handsome fellow? Quite an appealing appearance, I must say. A woman in her 40s, adorned in towering stilettos, descended the staircase. Her form-fitting leopard print dress accentuated a pronounced décolletage, while her makeup was applied as thickly as a coat of paint. She exuded an overpowering scent of perfume, detectable even from 10 meters away. "Boss Zhou," whispered Xia Yubing, her voice tinged with palpable anxiety. Zhou Lili, the proprietor of this cat cafe, renowned in Qingting City as a wealthy matron, had a penchant for investing in quaint establishments under the pretense of seeking life experiences, though her true aim was to scout for youthful and handsome companions. "Xiao Bing, why don't you introduce us today?" Zhou Lili sashayed toward Lin Yu, her gaze unabashedly roaming over him. "Handsome, I am Zhou Lili, the owner here." She extended a hand, adorned with blood-red nail polish, seeking to shake Lin Yu's hand. Without so much as a glance her way, Lin Yu continued to amuse a kitten in his embrace. Zhou Lili's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, her expression faltering. "Handsome, I am speaking to you." She raised her voice slightly. "I heard you," Lin Yu replied, still not lifting his gaze. Zhou Lili took a deep breath, striving to maintain her smile. As a seasoned veteran familiar with men's behaviors, she understood that the more aloof a man appeared, the greater the challenge and satisfaction in winning him over. "You truly have an intriguing personality. I find myself drawn to you," she declared, boldly taking a seat across from Lin Yu and crossing her legs. "May I inquire about your current profession? Do you have a girlfriend?" Finally, Lin Yu raised his head to regard her. His profound eyes caused Zhou Lili's heart to skip a beat. Goodness, how could this man be so exquisitely handsome? He eclipsed all the youthful suitors she had previously encountered. "I believe we have little to discuss," Lin Yu stated calmly, yet the rejection was unmistakable. Rather than being deterred, Zhou Lili's smile widened. "Do you know, handsome, I have a particular fondness for men with a bit of attitude," she said, leaning forward to reveal more of her assets. "If you choose to accompany me, I promise you a life of luxury, exotic cars, lavish homes, exquisite watches. Whatever your heart desires, I shall procure for you. What do you say? Consider it." The surrounding waitresses gaped in astonishment. They had never witnessed a woman so brazenly declare her affections to a man, especially one of their own employers. Lin Yu regarded the shameless, wealthy woman before him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Do you believe you are worthy?" Zhou Lili's smile froze instantly. "What did you say?" Her voice became piercing. "I asked, do you think you deserve this?" Lin Yu repeated calmly. "Or is your hearing as impaired as your intellect?" "You." Zhou Lili trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. She turned her venomous gaze towards Xia Yubing, who was tidying up the counter. "Xia Yubing, come here." Xia Yubing paused, her hands trembling slightly. "What kind of friends do you associate with? How dare he be disrespectful in my establishment?" Zhou Lili roared at Xia Yubing while pointing at Lin Yu. "Either he apologizes to me, or both of you get out. Let me tell you, Xia Yubing, don't think you can do as you please just because you look decent. On my turf, I am in charge." The other female attendants remained silent, merely casting sympathetic glances at Xia Yubing. With her head bowed, she had intended to endure silently, as this job was crucial to her. However, when she lifted her gaze to see Lin Yu's impassive face, an unprecedented surge of courage welled up within her. "Enough." Xia Yubing suddenly raised her head. Everyone was taken aback. The usually gentle Xia Yubing was actually losing her temper. "Boss Zhou, you are indeed correct. This is your domain." Xia Yubing's voice was soft, yet it carried a weight. "However, that does not grant you the right to humiliate my benefactor." "What did you say?" Zhou Lili stared at her in disbelief. Xia Yubing defiantly tossed her apron straps at Zhou Lili's face. "How dare you think you are worthy of vying for a national treasure of a man? I scoff. Today, I declare that I quit." Chapter 38. When pretentiousness meets a stalwart. A mysterious call stuns the crowd. Zhou Lili was stunned for a full 3 seconds before she regained her composure. "You little wretch. What the hell did you just say?" She yanked the apron off her face and hurled it to the ground, her heavily made-up face contorted with fury, appearing particularly grotesque. "Say that again. Have the audacity to repeat yourself." She pointed accusingly at Xia Yubing, spitting with rage. "Quit. Who do you think you are? You're fired. And don't even think about getting a single cent of your wages. I'll sue you for personal attack. Make you pay?" Xia Yubing was momentarily daunted by her tirade, her body quivering slightly, and her complexion paled. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the man behind her, who remained as steady as a rock and was even playfully toying with a cat's chin, the courage that had inexplicably surged within her reasserted itself. She could not retreat. Mr. Lin was watching from behind. She could not allow Lin Yu to perceive her as a weak girl who could only create trouble but was incapable of standing up for herself. Xia Yubing straightened her back. Oh, if you have the gall, go ahead and sue. I'm eager to see how the authorities handle someone like you. An old woman who abuses her power and is unable to control herself around handsome men. Wow. Lin Yu finally ceased his playful antics with the cat, softly exclaiming in admiration. Applause erupted from him as he turned around, genuinely intrigued. Marvelous, truly marvelous. He remarked with a smile, observing Xia Yubing, who, in a panic, seemed quite capable of biting. However, he paused momentarily, a wicked glimmer flickering in his eyes. I believe your insults lack sufficient fervor. You might assert that she is akin to a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. It is rather repulsive for a woman in her 40s to lay hands on a lad of merely 20, particularly when she is so unattractive. No sooner had Lin Yu uttered these words than a system notification chimed in. Ding! S-Class target Xia Yubing is valiantly charging into battle on your behalf. Event determination, loyal protector. Xia Yubing's affection for you has increased by 5. Current total affection, 90, unwavering devotion. Due to your successful activation of the target's hidden fighting spirit attribute, the host is rewarded. Emotional insight skill proficiency, 500. Special note, the target is now completely enamored. It is advisable for the host to seize the opportunity. Lin Yu was overjoyed, his grin widening. Excellent, splendid, this round is quite profitable. Meanwhile, the provoked Zhou Lily had lost her composure. This is utterly outrageous. She screamed, raising her hand, adorned with blood-red nail polish, and swung it towards Xia Yubing's face. Today, I shall discipline you, you insufferable little wretch, on behalf of your parents. The surrounding female attendants gasped, and some instinctively attempted to intervene, only to be deterred by Zhou Lily's fierce glare. Xia Yubing, terrified, shut her eyes, her body frozen in place. However, Lin Yu's hand firmly grasped Zhou Lily's wrist. Boss Zhou, striking a woman is hardly a commendable habit, especially when it concerns one under my protection. Zhou Lily felt as if her wrist were clamped in a vice. Immobilized and engulfed by pain, startled and enraged, she struggled to withdraw her hand, but found it effortlessly held in place. Let me go? You pale-faced fool. What do you intend to do? Play the hero? Zhou Lily grimaced in pain, yet continued her tirade. I warn you, do not meddle in my affairs. This is a matter between me and my employee. Oh, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Did she not resign just moments ago? It appears she is no longer your employee. But she is causing a disturbance in my establishment. Zhou Lily retorted defiantly. And you've hurt me. This is intentional harm. I shall call the police. Call the police? Lin Yu chuckled, his smile laced with an enigmatic amusement. He released her wrist. Zhou Lily, feeling liberated, staggered back a couple of steps, clutching her reddened wrist, glaring venomously at Lin Yu and Xia Yubing. Very well. You two shall pay for this. She fished her phone from her limited edition Hermes bag, poised to make a call. A destitute student, a gigolo, dares to put on airs before me. I shall summon someone to break your legs and mar the face of this wretched creature. Let us see how brazen you remain. The surrounding female attendants turned pale with fright, well aware that Zhou Lily had connections with some dubious characters in Qingting City, rendering her threats far from jest. Xia Yubing, feeling the tension, tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve and whispered, Mr. Lin, perhaps we should depart? She is not someone to be trifled with. Depart? Lin Yu glanced back at her with a smile, shaking his head. Why should we leave? He produced his phone, stating, As it happens, I also wish to make a call. In full view of everyone, Lin Yu unlocked his screen and scrolled through his contacts, revealing a name that was rather simple, National Spouse Allocation Bureau. He pressed the call button, activating the speakerphone. The line connected almost instantaneously. A crisp, efficient voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible respect, resonated through the tranquil cat cafe. Good day, Mr. Lin. How may I assist you? Zhou Lily's hand faltered mid-call, her expression frozen in disbelief. The National What Bureau? Leaning languidly back in his chair, one hand resting on the armrest, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing serious. I've merely been harassed. A lady of considerable age insists I accompany her, claiming she wishes to purchase a car and a house for me. I declined, and she seems rather irate, threatening to send someone to break my legs. He recounted the incident with a feigned look of distress. I merely wish to inquire if this situation constitutes a threat to the safety of our nation's esteemed males. At that moment, The voice on the other end shifted dramatically in tone. What? Please provide your exact location immediately. Repeat. I implore you to disclose your location. We shall initiate the highest level red security protocol at once. The urgency and fury in her voice sent shivers down the spines of all present, even through the phone. Zhou Lili was utterly bewildered, holding her phone aloft, staring blankly at Lin Yu. National Treasure Mail? Red Security Protocol? What on earth is happening? This is absurd. Chapter 39. Sister Black Panther arrives. Who reigns as the king of Qingting City? Zhou Lili erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter, her body shaking uncontrollably, the flesh upon her chest quivering violently. Ha! You are killing me. I am truly going to die laughing. She pointed at Lin Yu, breathless from her mirth. Gigolo. Which insane asylum did you escape from? National Treasure Mail? I think you might be a National Treasure-level lunatic. He truly considers himself quite significant, displaying a rather professional demeanor. Does he believe he is here to film a short video? And what of this so-called red security plan? Why doesn't he mention celestial beings descending to protect him? The female attendants behind him wear expressions of utter disbelief. Surely, he cannot be mentally unhinged? Though he possesses an attractive visage, his words are utterly nonsensical and preposterous. Only Xia Yubing gazes at Lin Yu in a daze. Despite her inability to comprehend the concept of a national treasure mail, she instinctively senses that Mr. Lin is not jesting. In his calm gaze lies a compelling strength that inspires confidence. Lin Yu entirely disregards Zhou Lili's raucous laughter, merely stating the address into his phone with a nonchalant tone. Qingting Art Academy, Basement Level B, Dushing Square, Meow Cat Cafe. Received. The voice on the other end responded decisively. Please remain where you are and ensure your safety. Our personnel will arrive within 3 minutes. With that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. He raised his eyes to the still laughing Zhou Lili, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, you have 3 minutes to flee. Now, the timer begins. Zhou Lili's laughter abruptly ceased. It was not fear that gripped her, but rather indignation. A profound fury akin to that of an ant provoked surged within her, reddening her face to a shade reminiscent of liver. Flee, you little pretty boy. Are you addicted to acting? You expect me to run? In Qingting City, who dares command me to flee? She glared fiercely at Lin Yu, as if she could devour him whole with her gaze. 3 minutes? I shall remain right here. I look forward to seeing whether your celestial beings arrive first, or if those I summon will beat you senseless. With that, she finally dialed a number on her phone. Hello? Sister Black Panther? It's Lily. I'm at the cafe, and I need you to hurry over with a few strong sisters. Someone has provoked me. Her voice transformed into a sugary, flirtatious tone, a stark contrast to her earlier brashness. Yes, a pretty boy, and another little wretch. Make sure to beat them thoroughly. I'll take responsibility for any repercussions. Upon hanging up, Zhou Lili's arrogance surged even higher. She crossed her arms, looking down at Lin Yu with a cruel and triumphant sneer. Kid, Sister Black Panther is a notorious figure in Qingting City, known for her brutal methods. Kneel and bow to me 3 times. And have this little wretch clean up the cat food from the floor. Perhaps I shall show mercy and instruct them to go easy on you. The surrounding female attendants were now utterly terrified, retreating into corners to avoid being collateral damage. Xia Yubing's face drained of color, gripping Lin Yu's sleeve tightly. Mr. Lin Yu appeared to be oblivious to Zhou Lili's incessant clamor. He even raised his wrist to glance at the Patek Philippe that Su Qinghan had gifted him. It's been 1 minute and 20 seconds, he remarked with a calm demeanor that ignited Zhou Lili's ire. Keep pretending. How long can you maintain this charade? She seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Silently, Lin Yu activated his system. Eye of appraisal activated. Name, Zhou Lili. Age, 42 years. Assets, approximately 80 million, predominantly illicit income. Emotions, anger 95, arrogance 80, intent to kill 30. After perusing the information, he discreetly deactivated the Eye of Appraisal. TSK, a mere 30 for intent to kill. While Zhou Lili was still lost in her fantasies of how to fabricate a scandal involving Lin Yu and Xia Yubing, a piercing alarm rang out abruptly from the street. Following that, a series of urgent and heavy braking sounds thundered like a drum at the entrance of the Cat Cafe. Screech, screech. Several pitch-black, bulletproof SUVs, their windows opaque, blocked the entrance of the small cafe entirely. The doors swung open in unison. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen special security personnel clad in black tactical gear, helmets adorning their heads, and assault rifles in hand, exuded an aura of ruthless authority as they leapt from the vehicles like cheetahs. Their movements were synchronized, displaying rigorous training as they swiftly erected a perimeter around the cafe, isolating all onlookers from the scene. The leading security officer forcefully kicked open the cafe's glass door. Crash! The sudden commotion left everyone inside the cafe in a state of shock. The triumphant and cruel expression on Zhou Lily's face froze instantly. Her mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief, her mind blank. What on earth is happening? Before she could gather her thoughts, a familiar tall figure, striding in military boots, entered with confident strides. The newcomer donned a sharply tailored black uniform, a firearm secured at her waist, her long hair tied back into a neat ponytail, and her gaze as sharp as a blade. It was none other than the female captain from earlier. Upon entering, her eyes immediately locked onto Lin Yu, and upon confirming his safety, she visibly relaxed. She quickly approached Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the fright you have endured. This is a grave oversight on our part." Zhou Lily could scarcely believe her eyes. After the captain's apology to Lin Yu, her striking visage turned icy in an instant. She pivoted, her hawk-like gaze fixating on Zhou Lily, who had turned ashen. "It is you?" Attempting to harass a national treasure, threatening him, and intending to inflict personal harm? "Who exactly are you? Do you intend to capture me?" Zhou Lily scoffed. "Let me inform you, I am well acquainted with many individuals in Qingting City. You cannot act arbitrarily." "Silence." The female captain interrupted sternly, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. According to Articles 17 and 32 of the National Treasure Male Rights Protection Act, the criminal suspect Zhou Lily's actions constitute Level 1 harm. Immediate arrest is warranted. Get lost. What national treasure? What protection act? I have never heard of such a thing. Is every man considered a national treasure? Zhou Lily retorted vehemently. The female captain smirked. Never heard of it? That merely reflects your ignorance. She produced a black identification folder, preparing to display it to Zhou Lily. "I'll see who dares to cause trouble." A brawny woman, accompanied by 7 or 8 equally menacing figures, stormed in. Chapter 40. Laughable. Do you call this the highest security protocol? This woman stood at an imposing height of 6 feet 2 inches, her physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder, with a fierce Black Panther tattoo prominently inked on her right arm. She wore a black tank top that revealed her heavily tattooed arms, adorned with several thick gold chains around her neck, exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. Scars ran from her forehead to the corners of her mouth, her gaze fierce, and a lit cigar dangled from her lips. Behind her trailed 7 or 8 similarly rough-looking women, each sporting unwelcoming expressions, wielding baseball bats or clubs, effectively blocking the already narrow entrance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhou Lily's eyes brightened as if she had spotted a savior. "Black Panther sister, you finally arrived." She immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, pointing at Lin Yu and the female captain, her voice tinged with a whimper. "It was them. This pretty boy and these uniformed women are bullying me. If you had arrived any later, I would have been utterly victimized. Black Panther sister, look. My arm is bruised. This pretty boy made my employee publicly slap my face. He even laid his hands on me. My wrist still hurts." She raised her wrist, which bore a faint red mark where Lin Yu had gripped her. The woman addressed as Black Panther sister glanced down at the tearful Zhou Lily, her brow furrowing slightly, impatience flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, she reached out a large hand and patted Zhou Lily's back. "Enough, stop crying, it's not a big deal. With me around, no one in Qingting City dares to lay a hand on my Black Panther-esque people." With that, her fierce gaze shifted to the female captain and her squad of security personnel. Yet, rather than displaying any semblance of fear, her face radiated unabashed disdain and contempt. To her, these individuals were merely new enforcement officers attempting to make a name for themselves, clearly out of their depth. "Oh, just a few uniformed women attempting to intimidate me? You think that can scare my Black Panther?" Sister Black Panther took 2 steps forward, pointing her unlit cigar at the female captain, her tone dripping with arrogance. "This is my sister's establishment. When did it become your turn to wreak havoc here? Be sensible and take your people and get lost right now. We will handle our own affairs. Don't overstep your bounds. Otherwise, if you get hurt later, don't expect anyone to cover your medical expenses." The female attendants hiding in the corners were too frightened to even breathe. They understood that Sister Black Panther was genuinely capable of violence, and her strikes would be merciless. Upon witnessing Sister Black Panther's imposing demeanor, Zhou Lily straightened her back. her expression of pride and malice no longer concealed. She rushed to Sister Black Panther's side, pointing at the female captain, and shouted, "Sister Black Panther, don't waste your breath on her. Beat her up too. Let her know who truly holds power in Qingting City. And that pretty boy over there." Her gaze shifted to Lin Yu, who remained leisurely seated, playing with a cat, her eyes brimming with venom. "Break his legs. No. Ruin his third leg too. Let us see how he continues to seduce others." Then she pointed at Xia Yubing, who was pale and gripping Lin Yu's shirt tightly. "Scratch her face. Ensure she can never become a seductress in her lifetime." Zhou Lili was consumed by a frenzied thirst for revenge. As though she could already envision the pitiful sight of Lin Yu and Xia Yubing begging for mercy. "Are you finished?" The female captain's voice had grown colder, devoid of anger. Sister Black Panther narrowed her brows. "What? Once you're done, you plan to leave?" The female captain shook her head, choosing not to engage further with these two fools lost in their delusions. Instead, she retrieved a black credential folder. With a sharp snap, she opened the folder, presenting it before Sister Black Panther. "Now, take a good look." Sister Black Panther cast a disdainful glance, her expression unperturbed. Inside the folder, on the left side was a striking identification photo of the female captain along with her personal information. On the right side, a gleaming badge, solemn and imposing. Beneath the national emblem were several lines of elegant, gilded calligraphy. Although Sister Black Panther could not decipher the characters, they exuded an air of authority. Zhou Lili leaned in, her curiosity piqued. 3 seconds later, Sister Black Panther was the first to succumb to laughter, unable to stifle a chuckle. This was soon followed by uproarious laughter erupting from her throat, shaking her body so violently that tears nearly spilled from her eyes. "Oh my gosh. I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a moment." The group of girls behind her, initially stunned, soon joined in the laughter, swaying uncontrollably, struggling to maintain their grip on their baseball bats. "Ha! A national treasure of masculinity? What on earth is this? The Bureau of Safeguarding? Special Operations Division? This credential looks quite impressive. My goodness. This is even more impressive than the certificate I obtained last time under the overpass as the commander of the United Nations peacekeeping forces." Zhou Lili joined in the uproarious laughter, her delicate frame trembling with mirth as she pointed at the female captain, gasping for breath. "Lili, I am truly on the verge of being killed by laughter from this band of clowns." The entire cat cafe was suffused with an atmosphere of joy. Only the female captain and her subordinates gazed coldly at these self-satisfied jesters. "Have you laughed enough?" The captain's voice remained icy. Sister Black Panther finally managed to stifle her laughter, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, before snatching the certificate holder from the captain's hands and examining it closely. "I must inquire, where did you procure this certificate? The craftsmanship is exquisite. The embossed seal looks utterly authentic. Do share your source, so that I may procure one for each of my subordinates as well. After all, it would facilitate our collection of protection fees in the future." Upon her words, another wave of laughter erupted. "It seems you do not shed tears until faced with a coffin," the captain remarked, her patience wearing thin. Ignoring Sister Black Panther, she turned her attention to her team, confirming that the target posed a primary threat to personal safety, accompanied by an act of insulting the credentials. "Initiate the Red Protocol. Authorize the use of force for crowd dispersal and permit non-lethal injuries." No sooner had she spoken than Sister Black Panther's expression darkened. "You little imp. Who do you think you are to handle us? Have you lost your mind?" She slammed the certificate holder onto the ground, grinding it underfoot. "Let me make it clear today, the rules here are dictated by me. I care not for your national treasures or poultry. I only recognize money and muscle." With a fierce wave of her hand, she issued orders to her subordinates. "What are you all dawdling for? Charge. First, capture that incessantly chattering little wretch. I shall personally teach her why flowers bloom so red. As for that pretty boy," Sister Black Panther licked her cracked lips, revealing a lascivious grin, "don't injure him too severely. Bring him back so my idol sisters at the club can entertain him. Let them savor what this exquisite young man truly tastes like." "Yes, Sister Black Panther." The 7 or 8 sisters could hardly contain their impatience. Upon receiving the command, they excitedly screeched, brandishing their weapons as they rushed towards Xia Yubing and Lin Yu. "Stay away from us." Xia Yubing's face turned pale with fear, but almost instinctively, she spread her arms wide, resolutely positioning herself in front of Lin Yu. Chapter 41. What are you all standing around for? Let us go. I'm pressed for time. "Oh, The little wretch aspires to be a hero and save the damsel? Feeling bold, are we? The towering woman, standing at nearly 2 meters and weighing an estimated 280 pounds, had muscles on her arms thicker than Xia Yubing's thighs. She was nicknamed Alan, the most formidable enforcer under Sister Black Panther. Get out of my way, or I'll make your pretty little face bloom with bruises today. Zhou Lily shrieked from behind, her face twisted with morbid excitement. Alan, stop wasting time with her. Capture her. Today, I will personally mar her face. He Bao Jie observed the scene with a mocking expression. Her cigar clamped between her lips as she remarked to her subordinate with keen interest. Do you see this? This is what one calls love. TSK, truly moving. Once we finish entertaining this fellow, don't let this little girl escape either. With such a charming appearance, she is sure to attract many affluent admirers. Ha ha. He Bao Jie certainly knows how to have fun. She is indeed wise. Though Xia Yubing trembled with fear, she did not retreat. Lin Yu gently pulled her behind him, declaring, "Step aside, let me deal with these ruffians." Alan regarded the rising Lin Yu with increased disdain in her eyes. What? The pretty boy has finally emerged from behind a woman? Ready to take action? With your delicate frame, I could knock you senseless with a single punch. With a shriek, she flexed her muscular arms, raising the steel pipe high, ready to strike Lin Yu's head with a vicious blow. If that pipe connected, it would surely result in a bloody disaster. The female captain, who had been observing coldly, narrowed her eyes, instinctively preparing to issue a command. Prepare. However, her words were stifled in her throat after just 2 syllables. Lin Yu had moved. Everyone witnessed how he merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the ferocious steel pipe to whistle past, barely grazing his nose. He didn't even blink. What? Alan's pupils constricted in shock. How could her full force strike be evaded? Before she could retract her attack, Lin Yu's left hand shot out like lightning, his fingers clamping down like a vice on her right wrist, which held the steel pipe. He didn't exert force, but merely twisted it outward. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was so crisp, it made everyone present wince in pain. The sinister grin on Alan's face instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming agony that twisted her features. She let out a blood-curdling scream, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. Her right wrist bent at an unnatural angle, twisting outward by 90 degrees. The white of her broken bone even pierced through her skin, blood gushing profusely. Lin Yu's right elbow shot upward with lightning speed. A fierce elbow strike, cutting through the air, accurately collided with Alan's jaw, which had dropped in pain. Bang! The dull thud of impact reverberated. Alan felt as if her jawbone had been struck by a battering ram, her head ringing, stars dancing before her eyes. And a mouthful of blood, mixed with several broken teeth, spewed forth. The tremendous force sent her body reeling backward, her feet lifting off the ground. Isn't kicking your preferred method? Lin Yu's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Before her body could collapse, Lin Yu's right leg transformed into a swift, fierce shadow, delivering an unparalleled and rapid whip kick that struck her solidly in the side, targeting her kidney. With a resounding thud, Alan's formidable frame, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was forcefully propelled sideways. The entire sequence, from initiation to conclusion, unfolded with the grace of flowing water, consummated in less than 3 seconds. A living embodiment of arrogance, the once mighty gold medal enforcer now lay in a pool of blood, reduced to mere refuse. All witnesses stood agape, their mouths agape, as if to accommodate an egg. The cigar held by Black Panther's sister fell to the ground with a soft thud. The female captain and her specialized security team were frozen in place. One team member, his voice dry and devoid of superfluous energy, remarked on the precision of Lin Yu's strikes, each targeting the most vulnerable points. This was not a mere street brawl. It was a textbook exhibition of lethal combat techniques. The female captain's gaze was fixated on Lin Yu's silhouette, her heart racing. Lin Yu turned to regard the petrified Black Panther sister and her entourage. Why has everyone stopped? Weren't we supposed to attack together? I am waiting here. Time is precious. Let us not squander it, shall we? Damn it. Black Panther's sister let out a piercing shriek. Are you playing games with me? She pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, spitting words in fury. You insufferable pretty boy. You must have resorted to some underhanded tactics to ambush. How could you possibly contend with Alan? What are you all standing there for? Attack together. I refuse to believe he can grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Bring him down. Under Black Panther sister's intimidation, the 7 girls exchanged glances and screeched as they charged forward. This time, They had learned their lesson. The seven formed a surrounding circle from all directions, wielding steel pipes, batons, and baseball bats, effectively sealing off any escape routes for Lin Yu. "Die, pretty boy." Standing at the center of the encirclement, Lin Yu merely smirked. He shifted slightly, effortlessly slipping through the gap between two of the girls. The one at the forefront, sporting a mohawk, suddenly found herself bewildered as her assured strike missed its mark. And in the next instant, her wrist tingled as her steel pipe vanished from her grasp. Lin Yu seized the pipe with one hand, without even a glance. And with a swift motion, he swung it back. Clang! The pipe struck another girl precisely at her knee joint, eliciting a scream as she crumpled to the ground. Unstoppable, Lin Yu glided through the throng like a specter. The steel pipe in his hand darted, sometimes tapping at an elbow to incapacitate an arm, at other times striking a wrist to disarm an opponent. Bang! A baseball bat swung from the side, but Lin Yu, without turning his head, extended his left hand backward, expertly catching the bat's end and pulling it towards him. The unruly girl, caught off guard, was abruptly yanked forward, crashing into the back of another companion. And the two tumbled together. In less than 10 seconds, a cacophony ensued. 7 previously fierce girls now lay sprawled on the ground, groaning, surrounded by scattered steel pipes and batons. The female captain felt an intense dryness in her throat. The teammate beside her instinctively reached for the firearm at her waist, not to confront Lin Yu, but as a primal response to the presence of a formidable adversary. "Captain, I suspect we are the ones in need of protection." Lin Yu clapped his hands, turned, and his penetrating gaze fell upon the now pale and trembling Black Panther sister. "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 42. "You wretched harlot. It's all your fault. I will end you. Don't come any closer." Black Panther sister instinctively stepped back, her voice hoarse. Suddenly, she stumbled over something, her substantial frame losing balance, and she fell heavily to the ground. The female captain, witnessing this scene, finally emerged from her earlier shock. Clearing her throat, she stepped forward. "Your actions today constitute a grave personal threat and severe harassment against a National Treasure level male. According to the special provisions of the National Treasure Male Rights Protection Act, we shall initiate the highest level of punitive procedures. Take them away." Black Panther sister was utterly bewildered. "This is it. Am I destined to spend my life operating a sewing machine just for this pretty boy? Damn it. Had I known, I would never have provoked such a person. Now, no one can save me." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she whipped her head around, fixating on Zhou Lily. "It's you. It's all because of that wretched harlot. If it weren't for her calling me here, if it weren't for her whining and stirring the pot, how could I have attracted such a monstrous calamity? My career, which I painstakingly built over half my life, and my freedom for the rest of my life, gone." Black Panther sister emitted a piercing scream, reminiscent of a frenzied she-bear. She sprang from the ground, lunging at the still-dazed Zhou Lily. "Zhou Lily, you troublemaker, wretched harlot, I will end you." Grabbing Zhou Lily by the hair, she exerted all her strength, forcefully slamming her head against the ground. Bang! Zhou Lily cried out, blood instantly appearing on her forehead. "I have toiled my entire life, and it has all been ruined by you, you shameless harlot." Black Panther sister mounted Zhou Lily, delivering slap after slap across her face. Smack! 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 The resounding strikes sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding waitstaff. This is what you deserve for your lewdness. Upon encountering an attractive man, you find yourself rooted to the spot. I compel you to entice others. With a fierce tug, she grasped Zhou Lily's leopard print dress and tore it apart. The sound of fabric ripping echoed, revealing the exquisite lace lingerie beneath. "I commanded you to wear leopard print. You are nothing but a calamity. Today, I shall strip you of your skin." Zhou Lily was taken aback by this sudden assault, desperately struggling, screaming, and wailing. "Sister Black Panther, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? I summoned you, and you came, did you not? Have you no sense?" Stop. My face. My nose was just done." The scene devolved into chaos, surpassing even the tumult stirred by Lin Yu's earlier actions. The female captain and her team stood in stunned silence. One team member leaned in and whispered, "Captain, should we separate them?" The captain's lips twitched as she glanced at Lin Yu, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, watching with keen interest, and shook her head. "Let them fight. A dog-eat-dog scenario. Once they tire, we shall handcuff them together, making it easier for us." Indeed, Lin Yu observed the unfolding drama, his heart devoid of emotion, even stifling a chuckle. Had they known this would transpire, why bother at all? Strike. Focus on that cosmetically altered face. Zhou Lily, utterly defenseless against Sister Black Panther's blows, was bloodied, her hair a disheveled mess. She spotted Lin Yu standing not far away. He was her sole glimmer of hope. Mr. Lin, save me. She summoned her last ounce of strength, breaking free from Sister Black Panther's grasp, and crawled desperately toward Lin Yu. I was wrong. Mr. Lin, I truly was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness. I am not worthy. Please, show mercy this once. I beseech you. Do not let her continue. She sobbed, tears and snot streaming down her face, grasping at Lin Yu's pant leg. Her demeanor reduced to one of utter humility. Xia Yubing instinctively wrinkled her brow, finding the woman repugnant. Lin Yu looked down at Zhou Lily, clinging to his leg, weeping uncontrollably, devoid of any trace of compassion in his gaze. Only disdain lingered. He lifted his foot. Scram. A single word, cold as ice. With a gentle kick, he sent Zhou Lily sprawling aside like a rolling gourd. The female captain, sensing the right moment, waved her hand. Take them away. 2 security personnel advanced, dragging the still cursing Sister Black Panther and the limp Zhou Lily out as if they were lifeless dogs. The cafe at last returned to tranquility, leaving behind a scene of disarray and a few shaken staff members, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. The short-haired girl cautiously emerged from the corner, glancing at the bloodstains on the ground before turning her gaze towards Lin Yu, her voice trembling. Xiao Bing, what kind of remarkable person is your benefactor? Did you all see that? The captain's demeanor towards him was as if he were a person of great significance. A girl with a ponytail lowered her voice, as if discussing a prominent figure. And the way he fought just now. The short-haired girl gestured excitedly. Those few were like paper dolls before him. Xiao Bing, why do I feel that your relationship is anything but ordinary? A bespectacled girl leaned in, intrigued. Xia Yubing's face instantly flushed, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Don't speak carelessly. Mr. Lin is truly just what? The ponytailed girl smirked. Just your Prince Charming? Precisely. Xiao Bing. The way he looks at you is clearly different. The short-haired girl teased. And we all saw how valiant you were while protecting him. Xia Yubing was so embarrassed she wished to find a hole to hide in. All right, stop picking on Xiao Bing. A slightly older girl intervened to put a stop to their teasing. I secretly took a few photos earlier. I'll post them later with the caption. The overbearing CEO appears at the cat cafe, battling the local tyrant for love. Delete them, delete them. Xia Yubing hurriedly protested. You cannot post pictures of Mr. Lin. The girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with an understanding expression. Xiao Bing is quite protective of her beau, isn't she? And this is the beginning of her defense? TSK, the scent of young love. Just as the girls were about to continue their banter, Lin Yu turned around. The previously chattering girls fell silent in an instant, each blushing and unable to meet his perfect gaze. Lin Yu paid them no mind, offering a gentle smile to Xia Yubing. Let's go. We are going to be late for our movie. Chapter 43, A First Experience at a Private Cinema. Mr. Lin. Thank you so much for your help earlier, Xia Yubing said, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink. I know of a wonderful private cinema. It's my treat. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Are you sure? Yes. Xia Yubing nodded vigorously, afraid that he might refuse. Though I don't have much money, I can manage this little expense. She paused, her face reddening further, and I would like to spend some time alone with you. Then let us go, Lin Yu readily agreed. The two exited the cat cafe. Lin Yu casually opened the car door. Get in. Xia Yubing carefully took her seat in the passenger side. Lin Yu started the engine, the deep rumble eliciting envious glances from passers-by. Where's the cinema you mentioned? It's at the Starlight Building in the city center. I'll guide you there. All right. Lin Yu pressed the accelerator. Beep. Task initiated. First date. Task requirement. Achieve intimate contact with Xia Yubing today. Task reward. Cash 1 billion. Upon hearing the familiar system notification sound, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. The reward of 500 million yuan was indeed substantial, yet his attention was primarily captivated by Xia Yubing's actions. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Starlight Tower, where Lin Yu skillfully found a parking space. The two entered the building and ascended to the 18th floor, reaching the Star Language Private Theater. The cinema boasted an elegant decor, its dim lighting creating a romantic ambience. At the front desk stood a voluptuous woman in her 30s. Clad in a low-cut black dress, her décolletage subtly revealed. She was engrossed in organizing something when she lifted her gaze upon hearing footsteps. The moment she saw Lin Yu, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. My goodness, what divine beauty. Having encountered numerous young couples visiting the theater, she had never laid eyes on such a flawless man. His face was exquisitely sculpted, his tall and slender figure exuded an irresistible charm that quickened the heartbeat. Glancing at Xia Yubing beside him, the woman felt a surge of envy. The young girl was indeed pure and adorable, but how was it that she, a fellow woman, had crossed paths with such a paragon of masculinity? The proprietor discreetly tidied her hair, straightened her posture, and approached the pair. Welcome to the Star Language Private Theater. I am the owner here. Her voice was deliberately soft, her gaze unabashedly roaming over Lin Yu. May I inquire what type of film you two wish to watch? Xia Yubing noticed the woman's unabashed scrutiny, feeling a twinge of discomfort. With a flushed face, she asked, "Do you have any movie recommendations?" The owner cast a suggestive glance at Lin Yu, then turned to Xia Yubing. "Ah, you must be first-time visitors. I recommend room number 3. It offers the finest environment and exceptional soundproofing." She retrieved a small box from beneath the counter and handed it to Xia Yubing. "This is a gift for you both. Complimentary." Xia Yubing looked down, and her face instantly flushed to the roots of her hair. It was a box of elegantly packaged condoms. "Why are you giving me this?" she stammered, attempting to return it. The proprietor, with a knowing expression, gently patted Xia Yubing's shoulder. "Dear girl, should you act on impulse and find yourself pregnant, such a handsome boyfriend would be left in a vulnerable position, potentially claimed by another woman. Surely, you wouldn't want that. It's prudent to take precautions." "Ah, no. We are not in that kind of relationship." Xia Yubing's voice rose in pitch, her embarrassment rendering her akin to a boiled shrimp. Lin Yu hastily interjected, "Please, ma'am. There has been a misunderstanding. We are merely here to watch a film." The owner smiled suggestively, her expression clearly conveying that she understood without the need for further explanation. "Of course, just here to watch a film. However, dear beauty, with such a delicate disposition, you must be a bit more proactive. Otherwise, the handsome gentleman might be whisked away by someone else." "Please don't say that," Xia Yubing exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "We are truly not a couple." The owner's smile grew increasingly flirtatious as her gaze flitted between the two. "Quickly, let us proceed upstairs." Xia Yubing urgently pulled Lin Yu towards the staircase, insisting that further explanations were futile. Her palms were clammy as she tightly clutched a box of condoms, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Yu was led directly to room 3 on the 3rd floor. As Xia Yubing opened the door, a cozy little space greeted them. A spacious sofa faced a large projection screen, flanked by an assortment of snacks and beverages. The ambience was delightfully comfortable, and Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings. With a furtive glance, Xia Yubing discreetly tucked the box of condoms into the crevice of the sofa, her cheeks flushed. "Please, take a seat while I select a movie," she suggested, bustling over to the control panel to choose a classic romance film. As the lights dimmed, the film commenced. They settled onto the sofa, maintaining a distance of one person between them, yet Xia Yubing couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Yu. As the screen portrayed a passionate kiss between the film's leads in the rain, Xia Yubing's heart raced. A quick glance at Lin Yu revealed him engrossed in the film, his profile strikingly handsome in the subdued light. Typically cautious in public, wary of being seen by classmates or acquaintances, she felt an unprecedented surge of courage in this intimate setting, where only she and Lin Yu existed. "Mr. Lin," she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Lin Yu turned to face her. "Do you want to kiss me?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on his lips. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the usually shy girl was so forward. "If you wish to," he replied. Xia Yubing's tone took on a playful lilt. "Then beg for it." Lin Yu regarded the suddenly bold girl with a glimmer of affectionate amusement. "Little temptress," he chuckled softly before rising abruptly. Before Xia Yubing could comprehend his movement, Lin Yu had leaned down, gently pushing her onto the soft sofa. "Since you've put it that way," his voice was deep and magnetic, laced with teasing. "Let us proceed. Is it truly what you desire?" Xia Yubing asked softly. "Are you so eager for that?" "It was you who stirred this up." Lin Yu caressed her cheek. "Are you frightened now?" "I'm not afraid. Just give me a moment. I need to change," she said, pointing to a clothing rack in the corner, adorned with various themed costumes. 10 minutes later, Xia Yubing emerged clad in an exquisite JK uniform. A black skirt paired with pristine white knee-high socks, exuding a blend of innocence and youthful allure. Lin Yu's breath hitched at the sight of her. Xia Yubing rose onto her toes, gently wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's neck. The room was enveloped in the sound of the film's background score, accompanied by their quickened breaths. Chapter 44. The Terrifying Power of Superhuman Physique. Lin Yu. Xia Yubing's voice trembled. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Just a little longer, Lin Yu soothed, tenderly stroking her hair. Trust me, you can do this. He was immensely pleased with Xia Yubing's flexibility, greatly enhanced by the system's fortifying abilities. In the past, while watching action films, I often thought those poses were unattainable. Yet now, I realize that with sufficient flexibility, anything is possible. Xia Yubing bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. But I truly am obedient and compliant. Lin Yu's voice resonated with a magnetic allure. Didn't you say you would serve me well? Upon hearing this, it was as if a switch had been ignited within Xia Yubing, and her once weary body was suddenly rejuvenated. Wow, you are incredible. I really like you. Thus, the two spent a wild morning in that intimate private room. Xia Yubing, utterly exhausted, had already succumbed to slumber, yet a satisfied smile graced her lips. Lin Yu gazed at the girl in his embrace, a peculiar sensation surging within him. What exhilaration! He had never before experienced such thrilling encounters. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task completion rating, perfect. Xia Yubing has completely submitted, both body and soul. System reward granted. 1 billion yuan has been automatically deposited into your secret Swiss bank account. A slight smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. 500 million yuan was no trifling sum. Coupled with his previous assets, his wealth had become quite substantial. 2 hours later, Lin Yu slowly rose, observing Xia Yubing, still trembling lightly upon the sofa, his gaze softening. Her JK uniform lay in disarray, the black skirt crumpled, and her pristine white stockings had slipped down slightly. Yubing? Lin Yu called softly. Xia Yubing gradually opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed. Lin Yu, are you exhausted? Lin Yu tenderly brushed her disheveled hair. Once you've rested enough, we shall return. Xia Yubing attempted to sit up, but found her body limp, lacking the strength even to raise her hand. Embarrassed, she whispered, I seem unable to stand. Lin Yu chuckled softly, recognizing that the superhuman physique granted by the system was indeed rather overwhelming. Then I shall carry you. With that, he bent down and lifted Xia Yubing into his arms. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Lin Yu, someone might see us. What is there to fear? Lin Yu replied, looking down at the girl in his arms with a tender gaze. You are my woman. Is it not natural for me to carry you? Hearing this, Xia Yubing's heart swelled with sweetness, akin to being enveloped in honey. She buried her face in Lin Yu's chest and murmured, Then please be gentle. Don't drop me. Rest assured. Lin Yu held Xia Yubing securely as he pushed open the door to the private room and strode confidently downstairs. At the reception on the first floor, the female manager was busy organizing invoices. Hearing footsteps, she instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Lin Yu carrying Xia Yubing in a princess hold at the staircase, the pen in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. My goodness, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, fixated on the scene before her. The innocent young girl is now languidly nestled in the man's embrace, her petite face flushed like a ripe apple, her gaze dreamy, exuding an indescribable allure. It is evident that this man has fulfilled her desires. She is utterly reliant on him. As she watches Lin Yu depart, the female proprietor's gaze involuntarily drifts over him, her mind racing with vivid imaginings of the earlier events in the private room. How formidable must that man be to transform a vivacious girl into such a state? Contemplating this, the proprietress feels her breath quicken, a surge of intense yearning flooding her heart. Mustering her courage, she asks, Handsome, could I possibly have your contact information? We frequently host events and could keep you informed. Lin Yu merely glances at her, replying coolly, No need. With that, he gathers Xia Yubing and prepares to leave. The proprietress, flustered, hastily pursues him, exclaiming, Wait. What I meant to say is, if your girlfriend is tired, she can rest here. Xia Yubing, her cheeks still tinged with crimson in Lin Yu's arms, softly urges, Oh, let us hurry and go. Lin Yu nods and strides out of the cinema. The proprietress stands at the entrance, watching helplessly as Lin Yu and Xia Yubing disappear into the elevator. She bites her lip, consumed by a sense of frustration. Why? Why has such a perfect man been captured by that young girl? Surely, she possesses more experience and knows better how to please a man. The memory of what she witnessed earlier stirs a bitter jealousy within her. No, she cannot simply concede. She refuses to believe that with her skills, she cannot win over a man. Meanwhile, In the Cloud Summit Palace, Su Qinghan slowly opens her eyes, instinctively reaching out to her side, only to find an icy emptiness. Lin Yu is absent. In an instant, the blush-inducing scenes from the previous night flood back into her mind like a tidal wave, biting her lower lip. She feels waves of soreness coursing through her body, and an indescribable emptiness stirs within her, igniting a fierce longing. My goodness, she is beginning to miss the sensation of complete surrender. Blushing, Su Qinghan sits up, preparing to rise and seek out Lin Yu. Yet, as soon as she stands, her legs betray her, trembling uncontrollably, nearly causing her to collapse onto the carpet. Ah, she gasps, hastily grasping the bedside table to steady herself. Glancing down at her quaking legs, her face reddens further. How embarrassing. The esteemed president of the Su Group can scarcely manage to walk. Gritting her teeth, she leans against the wall, inching her way to the vanity, where she gazes at her reflection. The woman in the mirror boasts skin as pale as snow, marred by faint red marks, her eyes still holding a lingering hint of passion. Su Qinghan gently brushes her fingers over a shallow bite mark on her collarbone, her heart racing anew. No, she absolutely cannot allow this to continue. Lin Yu, so exceptional and flawless, undoubtedly finds himself surrounded by temptations from other women. If I do not excel in that regard, he will inevitably lose interest in me. The mere thought of such a possibility sends a wave of panic through Su Qinghan. She promptly grabs her tablet and begins an intense search for ways to enhance female vitality, boost strength with health supplements, and ensure her husband's satisfaction. As she peruses various supplement descriptions, she secretly resolves to acquire them all: bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, ginseng, deer antler, anything beneficial to her health. Moreover, she intends to discreetly purchase books on various techniques to learn from. Just as she prepares to place an order for a plethora of supplements, her phone suddenly rings. Chapter 45. The provocation of the family gathering. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Qinghan's expression instantly shifts to one of reverence. Grandfather? What an unexpected pleasure to receive your call, she inquires curiously. Qinghan. The authoritative voice of her grandfather, Su Jinghua, resonates on the other end. This evening at Yungu Restaurant, there is a family gathering, and you must bring your Mr. Lin with you. This is not open for discussion. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan's heart sinks. A family gathering? At such a time, she instinctively glances at her reflection in the mirror. Seeing her body marked with red marks and her unsteady gait, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Grandfather Wei Hao, are you attempting to evade this? Su Jinghua's voice carries an undeniable authority. All the relatives are aware of your marriage, aside from a few of us who have met Mr. Lin. The others have yet to see him. They are all eager to meet your husband. A sense of dread envelopes Su Qinghan. She knows her relatives all too well. Their encounters are rife with veiled jabs and sarcasm. Now that they are aware of her marriage, they must be brimming with malice, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. I understand, grandfather. She replies, biting her lip. We will be there on time. That's good to hear. Remember, do not be late. Your aunts and younger cousins are all waiting to meet our family's mysterious son-in-law. Su Jinghua reiterates. After hanging up, Su Qinghan gazes at her phone screen. Her emotions a tangled web. The thought of her younger cousins fills her with unease. They feign sisterly affection while likely speaking ill behind her back. Particularly, Su Mingwei, though expelled from the Su family, still has her mother, Wang Meili, who will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Among the girls of this generation in the Su family, she is the only one married. The others, Su Xiyu, Su Mingyao, Su Shihan, are all in their 20s, a time when they are most sensitive to men. What if they catch a glimpse of Lin Yu's visage, compounded by his enigmatic aura? Would they not feel a stir of interest? The more Su Qinghan contemplates, the more anxious she becomes. She paces back and forth in her room, her mind racing with various potential scenarios. Lin Yu pushed open the door of the villa, just as he had changed his shoes. He noticed Su Qinghan pacing back and forth in front of the sofa in the living room. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly approached her from behind. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around Su Qinghan's waist, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "What troubles you? You seem lost in thought. Has something happened?" Startled, Su Qinghan gasped in shock. She stiffly turned around, only to find Lin Yu's handsome face mere inches away, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Husband? When did you return?" Lin Yu released her, replying casually, "Just now." Su Qinghan softly continued, "Husband, Grandpa just called. He mentioned there is a family gathering this evening and hopes we can attend together. Lin Yu cast her a fleeting glance. A family gathering? Yes, Su Qinghan nodded. At the Yun Pavilion restaurant. The relatives wish to meet you. Very well, Lin Yu replied indifferently. If they wish to see me, then I shall oblige. At 6:30 in the evening, the Yun Pavilion restaurant buzzed with activity. The Su family had reserved the largest private room, which was already filled with numerous guests. Su Jinghua occupied the main seat, his expression dark and forbidding. Father, why haven't Qinghan and the others arrived yet? Su Mingyue's mother, Wang Meili, remarked sarcastically. Could it be that the poor fellow is too afraid to come, knowing he doesn't measure up to our Su family? Wang Meili was slightly plump, her face heavily made up, and her eyes glinted with malice and jealousy. Indeed, third aunt Su Mingming sneered. I've always said that Qinghan has poor judgment. What a disgrace to choose a penniless boy. Exactly. First aunt Su Jiasen chimed in. Qinghan used to be so proud. Look at her now. She's been deceived by a poor boy. Truly blinding. Do you think that Lin Yu might be a fraud? Wang Meili speculated maliciously. One who specifically preys on wealthy women? Very likely. Su Jiasen nodded. In this age of surplus women, such male con artists are abundant, targeting daughters of affluent families like ours. As the discussions swirled around the room, the private room door swung open. Su Mingyue strode in wearing high heels, accompanied by a tall black man. The man appeared to be around 25 or 26, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a muscular build, yet his eyes held a predatory glint. Grandpa Mom, esteemed aunts, Su Mingyue beamed as she linked her arm with the man's. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Jack. Jack flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, from the Eagle Sauce Country. Oh my, Mingyue, this young man is truly impressive. Wang Meili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He looks formidable. Of course. Su Mingyue proudly lifted her chin, her eyes glinting with malice. Jack is a professional boxer in the Eagle Sauce Country and owns several nightclubs, infinitely superior to those who merely thrive on the indulgence of others. Her words were unreserved. A pointed jab directed at Lin Yu. Ah, this promises to be quite the spectacle. Su Jiasen chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Wang Meili nodded in satisfaction, remarking, indeed. It's unlike certain individuals who rely on women for their sustenance, utterly tarnishing the dignity of manhood. Jack surveyed the room, a palpable disdain flickering in his eyes. To him, these yellow-skinned individuals from the Dragon Country were of an inferior race. Su Mingyue informed me that her sister married a good-for-nothing? Jack proclaimed loudly in broken Mandarin. In Eagle Sauce Country, such men are fit only to beg. Ha ha. Wang Meili covered her mouth, laughing heartily. You speak the truth. Soon, you shall behold this good-for-nothing. The malice in Su Mingyue's gaze intensified. Indeed, Lin Yu is nothing but a pretty face, capable of deceiving women, and that is all. A torrent of resentment brewed within her. The humiliation she endured at the villa haunted her nightly, igniting a deep-seated hatred. Today, she was determined to unmask Lin Yu before the entire family, revealing his true self to all. Mingyue, I can hardly wait to meet this good-for-nothing. Jack sneered, cracking his knuckles with a sound that echoed ominously. Soon, he will learn what it means to be a real man. Darling, rest assured. Su Mingyue clung tightly to Jack's arm, her eyes gleaming with cruel delight. That Lin Yu is no match for you. Your single punch could take him down. Oh, is that so? A cool, indifferent male voice drifted in from the entrance of the private room. All heads turned in unison. Chapter 46. Do you call this wealth? Lin Yu, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, appeared ordinary, yet his visage left all the women present breathless. His features were as refined as a sculptor's masterpiece, with deep-set eyes and a commanding stature. The younger cousins of the Su family were momentarily entranced. Good heavens! Is this truly the husband of our distant cousin? Su Siyu gasped, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. He is extraordinarily handsome. Su Mingyao whispered, her cheeks flushed. Cousin, what kind of luck is this? Su Shihan remarked, a hint of envy in her tone. Even the typically proud third aunt, Su Mingming, was taken aback. She had expected Lin Yu to be a rustic simpleton. Wang Meili, witnessing the reactions of the crowd, felt a pang of alarm. No, this little wretch must not overshadow her. Raising her voice deliberately, she declared, do not be deceived by appearances. Today's men, what do they possess beyond a pretty face? Beside her, Jack regarded Lin Yu with a provocative stare. Lin Yu met his gaze, disdain evident in his tone. You think you can challenge me? Jack paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Ha, What is this yellow-skinned fellow babbling about? He wishes to fight me? Dear Jack, do not stoop to his level, Su Mingyue sweetly remarked. He is merely a useless parasite. How could he possibly be your rival? Wang Meili immediately activated her mocking mode. Humph. You little wretch, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Jack is a professional boxing coach and has established several boxing gyms in the United States. What are you really? And what of it? Lin Yu replied with an indifferent tone. Oh, look at you. So full of yourself. Wang Meili sneered repeatedly. Just wait. You'll soon be crying. Jack could knock you down with a single punch. Su Jiasun joined in the ridicule. Exactly. Qinghan must be blind to have chosen such an overconfident fool. Just look at how formidable Jack is. Now that's a real man. Su Mingming chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Hearing the flattery from the crowd, Jack felt even more self-satisfied. He stood up, flexed his fists, and the knuckles cracked audibly. Do you know what my nickname is in the United States? The Black Fist King, Jack. I can shatter 10 bricks with one punch. Lin Yu regarded him with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Oh, Jack, incensed by this indifference, retorted, what kind of attitude is that? In the United States, no one dares to speak to me like this. Then go back to the United States, Lin Yu replied casually. You. Jack's face flushed with anger. Seeing this, Su Mingyue quickly grasped Jack's arm. Darling, don't waste your anger on such trash. He is merely a freeloader, only wealthy because he married my sister. I would still be wealthy even without marrying your sister. Lin Yu shot back. Ha ha. Wang Meili laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Do you have any idea how much the Su family's assets are worth? Arrogant fool. Su Jiasun coldly interjected. Our family's wealth exceeds 1,000 billion. Why do you have to act so grandly? Su Mingyue, brimming with pride, continued. Indeed. The business Jack and I run in the United States has projects worth millions. How much do you possess? Just a pretty face. Wang Meili added scornfully. A man without money is merely useless. Listening to their jibes, Lin Yu remained unfazed. These individuals truly were frogs at the bottom of a well. Millions? The funds I currently have from the system are already in the hundreds of millions. I do not rely on women. Lin Yu stated calmly, I have my own career. A career? Su Mingming scoffed. What career? Running a small shop? Or setting up a stall? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qinghan is truly pitiable. A woman of a certain age just can't find decent men. Indeed, nowadays, men will say anything for money. Su Siyu couldn't help but interject. Please don't speak so harshly. Lin Yu is quite a good person. Don't be deceived by his appearance, Siyu. Wang Meili quickly admonished. A man should not be judged solely on looks, but on his capabilities. Jack coldly laughed from the side. In the United States, a pretty boy like him can only serve as a pet for wealthy older women. Precisely. Su Mingyue clung to Jack's arm. Unlike my Jack, who is both handsome and wealthy, with remarkable prowess. Wang Meili nodded in praise. Indeed, Mingyue has a discerning eye. Lin Yu, overhearing their remarks, felt a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Have you all finished? He inquired. What? Su Mingyue provocatively replied. Are you feeling exposed? Embarrassed by the truth? Indeed. It is a fact, Wang Meili interjected sarcastically. At that moment, Grandpa Su Jinghua finally spoke. Enough. We are all family here. Must you start with such sarcasm? Mr. Lin is, after all, a national treasure of our country, and the ones allocated by the state are certainly not of inferior quality. Wang Meili's eyes gleamed as she quickly changed her demeanor. She approached Su Jinghua with a courteous demeanor, pouring him tea. Dad, you are absolutely right. However, as you know, we are merely concerned about Qinghan. Yes, Grandpa, Su Mingyue chimed in eagerly. We are just worried, with no ulterior motives. Exactly, Su Jiasun echoed. With all those internet jokes about national treasure men floating around, who knows what's true or false? Wang Meili smiled cunningly. Dad, why don't you have Lin Yu prove it? After all, words alone are not enough. Prove what? Su Jinghua frowned. That he truly possesses capability. Su Mingyue exclaimed excitedly. We can't simply take his word for it, can we? Indeed. Wang Meili immediately added. Anyone can boast. The key is to demonstrate real ability. Su Jiasun joined in the chorus. Right. Didn't Lin Yu just claim to have a career? Let him elaborate on what it entails. Furthermore, Su Mingming added with a hint of sarcasm. If he doesn't rely on women, he must have some real assets, right? Jack sneered from the side. Exactly. In Eagle Sauce country, one's status must be validated. Wang Meili feigned concern. Dad, think about it. What if he is a fraud? Where would that leave the Su family's reputation? Su Mingyue looked at Lin Yu with an air of triumph. Well, Are you brave enough to provide proof? Or, she elongated her tone, is it merely a fabrication? The atmosphere in the private room grew tense. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, awaiting his response. Wang Meili and Su Mingyue exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. They were skeptical that this little upstart could produce any evidence. Chapter 47. Fierce defense of her husband. Who dares to call my husband useless? Lin Yu casually asked. Proof? What kind of proof do you wish to see? Wang Meili perked up. Of course, bank statements. Whether one is wealthy or not can be discerned from their account balance. Yes, yes. Su Mingyue clapped her hands excitedly, with mobile banking being so convenient. Just open it up and check the balance. Su Jessen joined in the ruckus. Exactly. If you have the capability, show us. Jack sneered. I have $20 million in my bank account. How much do you have? Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Is $20 million a substantial amount? Jack paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Huh? Young man, do you comprehend the value of $20 million? That amounts to a staggering 140 million yuan. I, Jack, would eat excrement upside down if you possessed such wealth. Jack's expression was one of disbelief. Having encountered far too many pretentious paupers like you in the land of the eagle, Su Mingyue shot Lin Yu a glare, exclaiming, what are you posturing for? She turned to Su Jinghua, stating, Grandfather, during my time abroad, I have engaged in deep reflection, unlike my sister who has chosen to associate with such a boastful individual. I am now beginning to doubt her capabilities. Truly unfortunate. Lin Yu regarded Su Mingyue with a smirk. What is so impressive about dating a foreigner? You, a mere sponge, would struggle to survive without my sister. Lin Yu's calm demeanor provoked Su Mingyue further. What is the matter? At a loss for words? Why continue to pretend to be affluent? A few younger cousins exchanged glances, with Su Siyu whispering, Cousin, perhaps you should temper your words. Maybe Lin Yu possesses genuine talent. Su Mingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mingyue, we are all family here. Su Mingyue scoffed. What talent could he possibly have? The ability to be supported by an older woman? At her words, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to an icy silence. Jack, grinning maliciously, added exactly. A truly capable man would never rely on a woman. Unable to tolerate any longer, Su Jinghua banged his fist on the table. Enough. Silence yourselves. Yet Wang Meili showed no intention of halting. Father, we are acting in the best interest of the Su family. Su Mingyue pressed on. Indeed, Grandfather, look at him. He can't even muster a response. Clearly, he feels guilty. Jack rolled his fists. How about this, young man? Let us settle this with a duel. If you win, you may claim to have talent. If you lose, vacate the Su family estate. What do you say? Just as Lin Yu was about to reply, the door to the private room swung open. Who dares to bully my husband? Su Qinghan entered, adorned in a sleek black business suit and high heels, having just emerged from the restroom. The aura of a billion-dollar CEO enveloped the room. Qinghan, why have you arrived just now? Su Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qinghan scanned the room, her gaze settling on Su Mingyue. What brings you back? Su Mingyue puffed out her chest defiantly. Why can't I return? This is the Su family. I have every right to be here. Su Qinghan remarked coolly. I expected you would remain abroad, behaving yourself. Wang Meili immediately leapt to defend. Qinghan, Mingyue is your sister. How can you speak to her that way? Sister? Su Qinghan chuckled coldly. Does a sister engage in physical altercations with her brother-in-law? Su Mingyue's expression faltered. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever? Shall I retrieve the surveillance footage for everyone to witness? Su Qinghan's gaze was sharp as a knife. Or would you prefer I recount the events that transpired in the villa that day? Su Mingyue's face drained of color. I didn't she stammered. Jack witnessed his girlfriend being bullied and immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, Is this how women from the Dragon Nation behave? Accusing others without cause? Su Qinghan's icy gaze shifted towards Jack. And who might you be? She inquired. I am Jack, the boyfriend of Mingyue, he declared, puffing out his chest proudly. Oh. Su Qinghan replied flatly. Is that supposed to be impressive? Jack, incensed by her indifference, retorted, Of course it is. I could easily take down your husband with a single punch. Suddenly, Su Qinghan's expression turned dangerously cold. What did you say? Jack, oblivious to the peril he faced, continued to boast. I said your husband is a worthless fool. In the Eagle Country, such a man is fit only to be a pet. At that moment, the temperature in the private room plummeted. Su Qinghan slowly turned around, her demeanor entirely frosted over. Repeat that, she commanded softly. yet an ominous chill enveloped the room. Jack remained oblivious, shouting, "I can say it as many times as I like. Your husband is a waste. In our Eagle country, men like him are only worthy of being kept as pets by wealthy women." Su Minghua chimed in smugly, "Yes, sister. Jack is absolutely right." Wang Meili joined in with a sneer, "Exactly. Qinghan, we feel for you. How could you be deceived so thoroughly?" Ignoring their taunts, Su Qinghan retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Secretary Li? Yes, it's Su. Please investigate an individual named Jack from the Eagle country." "Understood, Miss Su. I will look into it immediately." Once she ended the call, Su Qinghan fixed her cold gaze upon Jack. "Since you are so formidable, why don't you demonstrate your prowess?" Jack laughed heartily. "You want to investigate me? Who do you think you are?" "I, Jack, am a prominent figure in the Eagle country. My boxing gyms span the entire West Coast, with assets in the millions. What could a woman from the Dragon Nation possibly uncover?" Su Minghua echoed his bravado. "Exactly. You have no idea about Jack's capabilities." Wang Meili scoffed. "Qinghan, stop pretending. Your husband is the one being criticized. What good does deflection do?" Su Jiasen chimed in, "Right. If you have any guts, let your husband speak for himself." At that moment, Su Qinghan's phone rang. "Miss Su, we have the information." "Proceed." "The individual named Jack from the Eagle country has made investments in our Dragon Nation. However, but what? His investments are primarily in dubious industries, and he owes our cooperative bank 30 million yuan. He has been placed on the dishonesty list. Furthermore, his so-called boxing gyms in the Eagle country are, in fact, underground casinos and illegal fighting venues. The Eagle country police are currently seeking him." Su Qinghan hung up and curled her lips into a cold smile. "Mr. Jack, I hear you are wanted by the Eagle country police?" Jack's expression shifted instantly. "What nonsense are you spouting? And owing 30 million to our Dragon Nation bank. This is your idea of being impressive?" Su Minghua's complexion turned pale. "This is impossible." "Shut your mouth." Jack glared fiercely at Su Minghua, then turned to Su Qinghan, declaring, "You are slandering me." Su Qinghan replied with a faint smile, "Slander? Should I retrieve the bank's debt documents for everyone to see? Or perhaps I could contact my friends in the Eagle Nation to inquire about your arrest warrant." Wang Meili and Su Minghua appeared utterly distressed. Su Jinghua observed the unfolding drama, his brow furrowed in concern. Su Qinghan continued, "Moreover, you just called my husband useless? I must ask, what qualifications does a wanted fugitive have to judge others?" Chapter 48. Apologies, this is pocket money. This is impossible. Wang Meili's voice was shrill. How could Jack possibly be a fugitive? He was a prominent figure in the Eagle Nation. Su Minghua was completely dumbfounded, grasping Jack's arm, her voice trembling. "Jack, what she said is false, right? Please tell them." Jack's face shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Wang Meili pointed at Su Qinghan, appearing deranged. Even if Jack's business faced some issues, so what? He built himself up. He is 100 times better than this leech at your side. Ultimately, he is a useless man who relies on the Su family for support. Su Minghua immediately caught on, glaring venomously at Lin Yu. "That's right. Even if Jack has fallen from grace, he is still superior to you. What do you have? Dare you reveal your family's wealth for us to see?" Jack seemed to regain his composure, straightening his back and shouting in broken Chinese, "This woman is talking nonsense. I, Jack, am upright and above board. All these rumors of arrest warrants and debts are fabrications. Even if I owed you money, I have $20 million in my account. Repaying your Dragon Country debts would be a matter of minutes. Have you ever seen such wealth? You paupers." Su Siyu and Su Mingyao exchanged worried glances at Lin Yu, fearing he might be intimidated by the commotion. Lin Yu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Was this gorilla here to entertain? 140 million was being touted as if it were 20 trillion. Such a voice, it would be a pity not to use it for tenor singing. "All right. Since you seem so intent on your demise, I shall oblige." Lin Yu retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned to Su Qinghan. "Dear, please activate the projector." Su Qinghan immediately understood, moving to the smart control panel by the wall and tapping it lightly. "Honey, it's all connected." A beam of light illuminated the white wall opposite, projecting a screen interface from a mobile phone. Seeing this, Wang Meili crossed her arms and scoffed. "What? Are you trying to show us a movie because you have no money? Is this a delay tactic?" Jack joined in the mockery. "Haha. Do you intend to show us pictures of beautiful women from your phone? Useless." Lin Yu paid them no mind, leisurely sliding his fingers across the screen. The icon of the Swiss Banks app exudes a certain quality, although its startup time leaves much to be desired, earning it a negative review. Mr. Jack, you mentioned you possess $20 million, correct? Lin Yu inquired without lifting his gaze. Jack, brimming with pride, replied, of course. I am quite well off in the land of the eagle. Finally, Lin Yu raised his head, a playful smile dancing on his lips. However, I must apologize. I intend to show you some real money, which may astonish you. I recommend you take a seat. What a joke. What immense wealth have I not encountered? Jack scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. Very well. Lin Yu tapped on an app adorned in a black and gold theme, declaring, the moment of revelation has arrived. A sleek account interface materialized on the enormous wall. In the next heartbeat, the entire room fell silent, breath suspended in disbelief. Wang Meili's cold smirk froze. Jack's mocking expression solidified, and Su Mingyue's venomous glare turned vacant. All the relatives of the Su family, including the steadfast Su Zhenghua, abruptly rose from their seats. Fixated on the wall, their eyes wide as saucers. On the wall, an array of dizzying numbers lay still. Balance, 409, 500, 000, 000. The two girls, Su Siyu and Su Mingyao, instinctively covered their mouths to stifle their screams. Su Shihan gaped, her voice trembling as she began to count. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 14 billion. As she reached the end, her voice cracked. Jack's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His mouth agape like a fish out of water. No, this is impossible. Su Mingyue glared at Lin Yu, her tone shifting to a menacing pitch. This must be money given to you by Su Qinghan, intended to impress. I assert it is fake. Wang Meili leapt up, pointing at the wall, screaming hysterically. This is photoshopped. Yes, it must be fake. Today's youth are adept at such superficial tricks. Lin Yu, unable to contain his amusement, shook his head. Your imagination is truly vivid. However, he stated before everyone, extending his finger to gently tap the circular refresh button on his phone screen. The numbers remained unchanged, still presenting the heart-stopping 409, 500, 000, 000. Do you still believe it is fabricated? Lin Yu's voice was calm. Or do you think I could hack into the Swiss Bank server? Su Qinghan interjected, grandfather, aunt, the Swiss Bank security system is the most stringent in the world. To forge their app is akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, Lin Yu just refreshed the balance in front of everyone. Such real-time data cannot be falsified. The color drained from Wang Meili's face, her lips quivering, rendered speechless. Lin Yu's fingers glided once more, revealing the transaction details. The foremost entry in the account was clearly displayed for all to see. Equity transfer funds credited, 250 billion yuan. Su Jinghua couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Su Qinghan entwined her arm with Lin Yu's, her face brimming with pride. Darling, you are simply incredible. Just a trifle. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. This is merely my pocket money. Pocket money, 40 billion in pocket money. Su Siyu was utterly dumbfounded. She tugged at Su Mingyao beside her. Mingyao, am I seeing things? Is that truly 40 billion? Su Mingyao gulped, her voice trembling. It's undeniably true. Good heavens. Cousin, how on earth did you manage to snag such a remarkable partner? Su Shihan exclaimed, leaping from her chair. Suddenly, Su Siyu's eyes sparkled. She stood up, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lin Yu Gij, what do you think of me? I'm young, I'm beautiful, and I can keep you warm. Would you consider being with me as well? Su Shihan quickly followed suit, her eyes shining. Yes. Lin Yu Gij, I can too. I'm even a year younger than Siyu, brimming with vitality. You are both insane. Su Mingyao hurriedly restrained the two. Upon witnessing this, Su Qinghan's expression turned icy. She gripped Lin Yu's hand tightly, casting a cold glare at her two cousins. Chapter 49. You may as well eat excrement upside down. Did you see that? This amount of money should suffice to purchase several streets in your Eagle Nation. As for your earlier comment about eating excrement upside down, Lin Yu smirked with a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. I have no interest in such matters. Feel free to indulge yourself. Su Siyu was the first to burst into laughter, covering her mouth as tears of joy welled in her eyes. Ha, Jack. Didn't you say you would eat excrement upside down? We are all waiting to see. Wait. Su Mingyao waved her hands frantically. What if he actually does it? We still need to eat here. How disgusting. Su Shihan made a gagging gesture. Who would want to see him eat that kind of stuff? The three cousins laughed uncontrollably. Jack's pupils constricted sharply. His complexion transformed from a purplish hue to a liver-like shade, veins bulging as he trembled with rage. Jack, was a notable figure in Eagle Nation. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Being slapped in the face by a yellow-skinned individual from Dragon Nation in front of so many people, especially with money. This was 1,000 times more humiliating than a mere slap. So what if you were wealthy? Jack glared fiercely at Lin Yu. Money does not equate to everything. In our Eagle Nation, strength is the ultimate truth. You, who can only count bills, are nothing but a useless coward in my presence. Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Upon hearing this, Su Siyu's face turned pale. This is bad. Jack is about to make a move. Be careful, Lin Yu Gij. Su Mingyao nervously clutched the armrest of her chair. Su Shihan stood up defiantly. You scoundrel Jack. Dare you to lay a hand on him? Though the three cousins were previously enamored, their expressions shifted to concern for Lin Yu. After all, Jack was a robust figure, clearly someone who had trained extensively. Conversely, while Lin Yu possessed an undeniable charm, his physique appeared less formidable. Upon hearing Jack's words, Su Mingyue's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, Jack was a professional boxer. Regardless of Lin Yu's wealth, his physical prowess could not possibly rival Jack's. If Jack could overpower Lin Yu, it would at least salvage some dignity. Jack was right. Su Mingyue promptly interjected. Money is lifeless, but humans are vibrant. What does wealth signify if one is merely a feeble, helpless individual? Wang Meili clung to this notion like a lifeline. Precisely. Our Dragon Nation has long revered martial virtue. What skill is there in mere affluence? Jack, invigorated by their words, flexed his muscular arms, each sinew pronounced, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. I offer you a chance. Face me in a duel. If you win, I shall concede your wealth. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize, then vacate the Su family. Old Master Su frowned. Jack, this is a restaurant. Do not act foolishly. Grandfather, let them settle this. Su Mingyue urged impatiently. A resolution must be reached. Jack smirked, cracking his knuckles. Old man, rest assured, I shall show mercy. At most, he will be bedridden for a month. Lin Yu nearly laughed at this absurdity. This gorilla truly did not comprehend the meaning of danger. Darling, would you like me to assist you in removing your jacket? Su Qinghan inquired tenderly. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I shan't even bother removing my jacket for such lowly adversaries. Jack's fury escalated at these words. How dare he look down upon me? With a thunderous roar, his bulging veins pulsated as his enormous fist, reminiscent of a sledgehammer, surged toward Lin Yu. Die, you sickly Dragon Nation wretch. The Su family members gasped in horror. Be careful. Lin Yu evade. Su Siyu and Su Mingyao shielded their eyes. Unable to bear witness to the impending chaos, Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered Su Qinghan behind him, his actions brimming with protective instinct. My love, be cautious. At the very moment Jack's fist was about to connect, Lin Yu casually extended his foot, executing a seemingly simple maneuver that deftly ensnared Jack's ankle. In an instant, Jack's immense frame lost its balance. His previously unstoppable momentum transformed into his greatest foe. With a resounding cry, Jack fell in a most humiliating manner, akin to a dog in disgrace, crashing onto the marble floor. Bang! The thunderous impact reverberated throughout the private room. Jack's face met the floor with a resounding thud, blood erupting from his nose. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The once formidable Jack, the black boxing champion, now lay on the ground, battered and bruised. In a state of utter disarray, Su Siyu gradually lowered her hand that had been shielding her eyes and whispered, Is this really the end? Su Mingyao, equally astonished, exclaimed, Brother Lin Yu is incredible. He took down Jack with a single move. Wow, Brother Lin Yu is like a real-life kung fu emperor. Su Shihan was so exhilarated that she jumped up. Lin Yu, unfazed, stepped forward and placed his foot firmly on the back of Jack's head, pressing his face against the marble floor. Filth from the Eagle Sauce Nation, how dare you bark here? Jack attempted to struggle, but the weight of Lin Yu's foot rendered him utterly immobile. Let me go? Jack's voice was distorted as his face was pressed into the ground. Let you go? Lin Yu scoffed. Weren't you just boasting a moment ago? Didn't you claim you could kill me with one punch? How has it come to this? The Su sisters, Su Siyu, Su Mingyao, and Su Shihan, all covered their mouths, their eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. Brother Lin Yu is so handsome. Su Siyu exclaimed softly, rich and skilled. He is the epitome of a perfect man. Su Mingyao's eyes were filled with stars. I've made up my mind. I want to have children with brother Lin Yu. Su Shihan declared boldly. Hearing this, Su Qinghan's expression darkened instantly. You three be quiet. Yet the pride in her eyes was undeniable. This was her man. Wealthy, handsome, and capable. He was simply flawless. At that moment, Su Mingyue was completely stunned. The boyfriend she had once been so proud of was now being trampled like a defeated dog. Old Master Su Jinghua was utterly shocked. He knew Lin Yu was extraordinary, but he never imagined he was this extraordinary. Not only did he possess a fortune of 40 billion before marriage, but his combat prowess was also top-notch. Such a person was truly a chosen one. Chapter 50. A kick to the defeated underground King Jack let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah? It hurts. I'm dying. Now you know pain? Lin Yu sneered. Weren't you so tough just a moment ago? I was wrong. I was wrong. Jack had completely capitulated. All notions of dignity and face were abandoned. In the face of absolute power, everything else was but an illusion. Su Qinghan approached Lin Yu and softly said, Darling, I just called the enforcement department. He owes money to the Longhua Bank and can't escape. Lin Yu nodded. Wife, you are truly clever. He lifted his foot, preparing to release Jack, when suddenly, bang, the door to the private room was violently flung open. A group of uniformed enforcement officers surged in. Who is Jack? The leading officer scanned the room with sharp eyes. Hearing this, Jack, who was under Lin Yu's foot, froze in place. Su Mingyue's face turned ashen, her voice trembling. Enforcement officers? Wang Meili slipped off her chair and collapsed onto the floor. Over here, Lin Yu effortlessly lifted his foot and pointed to the Jack lying on the ground. Jack yearned to rise and flee, yet he had just been heavily trodden upon by Lin Yu, leaving him utterly weak and unable to stand. He attempted to crawl on the ground, but could scarcely reach the doorway. Mr. Jack, you are under suspicion of multiple instances of transnational financial fraud. Please accompany us. The officer produced handcuffs and unceremoniously clasped them around Jack's wrists. No, this is impossible. Jack struggled desperately, exclaiming, I am innocent. I have been framed. As he fought against his captors, he turned to Su Mingyue, pleading, Mingyue, please help me. You know I am blameless. Sir, please cooperate with our investigation. The officer replied sternly. According to our inquiries, you are implicated in a fraud amounting to 30 million RMB within the borders of Longhua, and the United States has also issued a warrant for your arrest. We have already contacted international law enforcement. There is no escape for you. Jack fell into complete despair. He gazed at Su Mingyue, his eyes filled with entreaty. Mingyue, speak up. Save me. At that moment, Su Mingyue was far too preoccupied with her own peril. I do not know him. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing her words. What are you saying? Mingyue, how could you say such a thing? Last night you professed your love for me. I did not. Su Mingyue screamed. I never said that. She shook her head violently, insisting, I truly do not know this man. Ha ha. Su Siyu could not contain her laughter. Cousin Mingyue, just moments ago you claimed Jack was your boyfriend. How is it that you no longer recognize him? Indeed, just earlier you praised Jack's prowess, and now you turn your back on him? Su Mingyue added, striking a further blow. Su Sahan chimed in directly. TSK. Is this what they call a plastic relationship? The words of her three cousins filled Su Mingyue with such shame that she wished for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. Jack, upon hearing Su Mingyue's remarks, was driven to a complete breakdown. You wretched woman. I came to Longhua for you, and now you claim not to know me? He struggled, attempting to lunge at Su Mingyue, exclaiming, I will kill you. Su Mingyue screamed hysterically, shut your mouth. The officer observed this scene, shaking his head. Sir, I advise you to conserve your energy. According to our investigation, your so-called girlfriend, Miss Su Mingyue, is also on our watch list. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue's legs weakened, and she collapsed into her chair. Officer, I truly know nothing. Her voice trembled. I merely know him. I am unaware of anything else. Is that so? The officer scoffed. Based on the evidence we possess, a portion of the 30 million RMB fraudulently obtained by Mr. Jack has been laundered through your account. You claim to know nothing? Su Mingyue's complexion turned as pale as parchment. She recalled that some time ago, Jack had indeed asked her to assist in transferring some money, claiming it was for business purposes. At the time, she had thought little of it, believing it to be a normal commercial transaction. Unexpectedly, I truly did not foresee this. Su Mingyue's voice was so faint that it was nearly inaudible. Wang Meili, upon witnessing her daughter in such a state, was utterly terrified. Commander, My daughter is innocent. She knows nothing. Whether she is innocent must be determined through investigation. The commander, adhering to protocol, replied, However, Miss Su Minghua, I advise you to actively cooperate with the investigation. It would be to your advantage. Su Minghua was overwhelmed with despair. This was truly the end. Take her away. The commander waved his hand, and several enforcers immediately stepped forward to drag Jack out. As he was being pulled away, Jack, unwilling to concede, shouted, Su Minghua, you wretched woman. I will not let you off the hook. He cast a fierce glare at Lin Yu. And you, this is all your fault. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Lin Yu smiled calmly. I suggest you cooperate with the investigation. Given the crimes you've committed, you will likely spend over a decade in prison. Perhaps you should contemplate how to reform yourself during that time. Jack, furious to the point of spitting blood, was already being escorted out of the private room. As he left, he shouted at the door, Lin Yu, you wait for me. I will have my revenge. Su Siyu whispered, Jack truly brought this upon himself. Indeed, it's fortunate that brother Lin Yu is capable, otherwise, we would have truly been bullied by him. Su Shihan added with a sense of admiration. Su Qinghan felt an overwhelming pride at her cousin's words. At that moment, Su Jingguo was also filled with emotion. Lin Yu, he began, his tone laden with regret. Today's events are a result of my inadequate guidance. I apologize for the grievances you have suffered. Lin Yu did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards Su Minghua. Su Minghua, you brought such filth into our home and dared to lay hands on my woman. According to the rules of your Su family, how shall this be dealt with? Su Minghua's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling and unable to form words. At that moment, Su Qinghan stepped forward, her voice as cold as ice. You have tarnished the family name and invited trouble. By family rules, you are to be expelled from the clan. And all Su family assets shall be reclaimed. What? Wang Meili exclaimed, immediately jumping up. On what grounds? Minghua is also a member of the Su family. You cannot treat her this way. A member of the Su family? A bastard like a rat in the gutter, still daring to flail about. Su Qinghan scoffed. Su Siyu chimed in, exactly. Our family's reputation has been sullied because of her. Su Shihan decisively added. Such a person should have been expelled long ago. Witnessing the situation, Wang Meili immediately knelt before Su Jingguo. Father, I beg you. Minghua is still young and naive. Please forgive her this time. We promise we will never make such mistakes again. Su Jingguo looked at Wang Meili, kneeling on the ground, with mixed emotions. He glanced at Lin Yu, intending to plead for mercy, but was taken aback as Lin Yu issued a direct order. Grandfather, you have 1 day to resolve this. I do not wish to see them in this house any longer. Su Jingguo broke into a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly in agreement. All right, I understand. Su Jingguo cast a frigid glance at Wang Meili. Minghua, Wang Meili, you both tidy up and vacate the Su residence today. All assets belonging to the Su family, including the house you currently inhabit and the vehicles you use, will be reclaimed. From this moment forth, you shall have no ties to the Su family. Upon hearing these words, Wang Meili felt as though struck by lightning. Father, you cannot treat us this way. Minghua is your granddaughter. Su Minghua, too, pleaded tearfully, Grandfather, I realize my mistakes. I implore you for another chance. Yet, Su Jingguo had already resolved not to heed their desperate cries. Having spoken, he and his entourage left without a backward glance. Chapter 51. The mysterious surprise of the bunny girl on the way home. Su Qinghan held Lin Yu's hand tightly, her adoring gaze nearly overflowing. Husband, I never expected this. Su Qinghan leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder, her voice laced with deep affection. You possess a fortune of 4 billion. And that Jack, you simply crushed him underfoot. It was utterly satisfying. Lin Yu gently caressed her hair, replying with a calm smile. These are mere trifles. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Mere trifles? A unique sparkle flickered in Su Qinghan's beautiful eyes. Husband, do you know? Seeing you protect me today made my heart race so rapidly. He suddenly halted, and before Su Qinghan could react, he pressed her against the car door, bracing himself with one hand beside her. Your heart races? Let me hear it. Saying this, he leaned in close to her chest, causing Su Qinghan to feel exhilarated. Husband, what are you doing? This is the roadside. Indeed, it races quite fast. Lin Yu straightened up, raising an eyebrow at her. It seems my performance was quite commendable. Su Qinghan, taken aback by his sudden boldness, felt her heart race even quicker, murmuring softly, You are becoming increasingly wicked. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, playfully pinching her nose. only towards you. In the Yunding Tiangong, as Su Qinghan entered, she abruptly stopped, turning to look at Lin Yu with a glimmer of mysterious excitement in her eyes. Husband, please wait for me in the living room for a moment. I need to change my clothes. Lin Yu, perplexed, inquired, change clothes? It is rather late for that. Just wait obediently. Su Qinghan tiptoed and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek before bouncing upstairs. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, noting her unusual excitement. It seemed that the events of today had greatly uplifted her spirits. Minutes later, Su Qinghan's voice echoed from upstairs. Husband, you may come up now. Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Yu ascended the stairs slowly and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. In the next moment, he stood frozen in awe. The room was adorned with softly lit aromatic candles, the warm yellow light casting a romantic glow across the carpet, creating an intimate atmosphere. However, Su Qinghan astonishingly donned a bunny girl outfit. The black, form-fitting corset accentuated her alluring curves, with lace trim teasingly visible. The short, buoyant skirt fluttered lightly, its hem delicately concealing the upper thighs, each movement causing the fabric to sway gracefully. Most striking were the white over-the-knee stockings, clinging to her long, slender legs and creating an enticing allure at the thighs. Paired with charming black shoes adorned with a cute bow, the ensemble exuded an innocent charm. On her head, she wore fluffy rabbit ears that swayed gently with her movements. A delicate black bow was tied around her neck, rendering the entire look both adorable and sensual. Her husband, Su Qinghan, stood with his hands behind his back, his expression filled with eager anticipation as he inquired, "What do you think?" Lin Yu inhaled deeply, leaning against the doorframe, his gaze ablaze as it roamed up and down her figure. After a moment of silence, noticing Lin Yu's quiet contemplation, Su Qinghan could not help but ask, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "Husband, why are you silent? If you don't like it, I can change." "Who said I don't like it?" Lin Yu's voice was slightly husky, the flames in his eyes nearly melting her. "I was pondering where to begin appreciating my little bunny. With my wife putting in such effort, I must savor every detail." With that, Lin Yu stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him. A wave of joy surged in Su Qinghan's eyes as she took a step forward, rising on her toes to kiss Lin Yu's lips. Her lips were soft like petals, imbued with a faint sweetness that instantly captivated Lin Yu. Sensing her initiative, a certain string in his heart was struck with fervor. He cupped the back of Su Qinghan's head, deepening the kiss. Breathless, Su Qinghan withdrew slightly. "What a person you are." "What kind of person?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with fondness. "You're just too wicked." Su Qinghan playfully pouted. "You said you would savor it, yet you dive in so dominantly." Suddenly, Lin Yu pulled her into his embrace, relishing the warmth of her body. "Wicked? Then are you still willing to be my maid?" Nestled in his arms, feeling the heat radiating from his chest, Su Qinghan softly replied, "As long as it's you, I am willing to do anything." "Then be obedient." Lin Yu whispered in her ear, "Tonight, you shall call me master." "Master," Su Qinghan's voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with allure, rendering her enchanting. "Master," she breathed, her voice trembling slightly. "Could you carry me to the bed?" Without hesitation, Lin Yu effortlessly lifted her in his arms. Su Qinghan let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling the warmth and strength of his chest. "Husband, your embrace is so warm." She nestled against him, clearly hearing the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "It makes me feel so safe." Lin Yu gently placed her on the soft bed, as Su Qinghan's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with a silken sheen in the candlelight. She extended her slender arm, drawing Lin Yu close. The master's voice, tinged with a slight tremor, brimmed with shyness and anticipation. "Won't you help me take it off?" She indicated towards her bunny costume, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Lin Yu's breath quickened instantly as he leaned closer to Su Qinghan, their noses nearly touching. "All right." His voice was deep and magnetic. "My little bunny is so obedient. Of course, I shall cherish you properly." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yu captured hers once more in a kiss. Su Qinghan couldn't help but let out a soft moan, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's waist. Feeling the warmth of his body and the firmness of his muscles, the master, Su Qinghan, breathed softly in his ear, her warm breath sending shivers through Lin Yu. He gently caressed her cheek, then slowly descended, brushing against the lace strap on her shoulder. "Qinghan, you look truly alluring today," he whispered in her ear, his voice laced with deep affection. Su Qinghan closed her eyes, surrendering to his fingers as they roamed her body. Each touch sent her heart racing, her body trembling slightly. "Master, I love you." Their breaths grew increasingly rapid, the temperature in the room rising. A shadow of their tightly embraced figures danced on the wall. Chapter 52. Progress is too slow. More effort is needed. The next day, Su Qinghan slowly opened her eyes, feeling the soreness in her body. Unable to suppress a soft hum, she turned to see Lin Yu peacefully sleeping beside her, his perfect profile particularly enchanting in the morning light. Su Qinghan attempted to sit up, but the ache throughout her body caused her to collapse back down. Lin Yu was startled awake by her movements, opening his eyes to find Su Qinghan blushing and staring at him. "Good morning, my little bunny," Lin Yu greeted, his voice still bearing the husky charm of sleep. Su Qinghan playfully punched his chest with her tiny fist, pouting, "Husband, I have no strength left. You've worn me out." Her tone was rife with complaint, yet her glistening eyes revealed satisfaction and sweetness. Lin Yu pulled her into his embrace, planting a light kiss on her forehead. "I wonder who was clinging to me last night, calling me master and demanding more." Su Qinghan buried her face in Lin Yu's chest, mumbling, "Well, that's only because you were so incredible that I almost forgot who I was." After saying this, her lips uncontrollably pecked at Lin Yu's well-defined abdomen. Lin Yu stiffened momentarily before bursting into a soft laugh. "What? My little bunny has only rested for a night and already desires more. Ah, no way. I need to recover my strength." Su Qinghan immediately lifted her head. "You naughty one, bullying me so early in the morning." As the two individuals engaged in tender playful banter, a familiar mechanical notification resonated within Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Main quest, Season of Sowing, Progress 5, Current Total Progress 6. Continue your efforts, host. There remains a long journey ahead to complete the task. Upon hearing this update, Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Only a progress of 6? After toiling all night, this was the meager advancement? Such inefficiency was disheartening. Indeed, the conception barrier for an S-rank partner was exceedingly high. It appeared that more frequent endeavors were necessary. Noticing the change in Lin Yu's expression, Su Qinghan inquired with concern, "Darling, what's troubling you? Are you pondering something?" Lin Yu, snapping back to the moment, gently caressed her head. "It's nothing, just contemplating that we might need to exert ourselves a bit more." "Exert ourselves more?" Su Qinghan blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu leaned closer to her ear, his voice deep and magnetic. "It means we should engage more frequently in activities that benefit our relationship." In an instant, Su Qinghan grasped his implication. "Wait a moment, let me rest a bit. And once I'm refreshed, we can do this every day." Lin Yu placed a soft kiss on her cheek. "All right." Su Qinghan felt her heart race, muttering softly, "Seriously? Thinking of such things so early in the morning." Despite her verbal complaints, her heart was filled with sweetness. With a husband who loved her deeply, no matter how exhausting or challenging life became, she welcomed it all with open arms. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone on the bedside table buzzed and lit up. A message from an unfamiliar number appeared. He casually picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. The sender was an unsaved number, and the message was succinct. "Mr. Lin, would you like to discuss a business opportunity concerning the future? Luo Bing." Luo Bing? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Ah, he recalled. It was the pair who wished to purchase garments worth 3 million from a luxury store for his twin sisters. Intriguing. They had previously attempted to throw money at him, and now they were seeking to discuss the future? How did they acquire his personal number? Nevertheless, this was inconsequential for someone determined. Discovering his number was not a formidable challenge. What mattered was their intention. A playful smile crept across Lin Yu's lips as he tapped lightly on the screen, replying with 3 words, "Not interested." The phone buzzed once more, and Lin Yu, resigned, picked it up again. It was the same number, and the response was astonishingly prompt. As if the sender had been waiting by the phone. "No, you are interested. We can assist you." The tone of this message was more assertive than the last, imbued with a hint of mystery and allure. Oh, this reply piqued Lin Yu's genuine interest. Assist him? In this world, there were indeed very few matters for which he required assistance from others. What do these sisters truly intend? Where to? He succinctly replied with 2 words. The other party promptly responded with a single address: Sky Lounge, top floor, Starry Coffee House. We await your arrival. An hour later, as Lin Yu pushed open the heavy glass door of the cafe, he immediately spotted Luo Bing and Luo Shui seated by the window. However, today they presented an unexpected sight. The sisters were clad in elegantly tailored business suits. The elder sister, Luo Bing, donned a composed dark gray attire that accentuated her mature and intellectual curves, her long hair meticulously styled into an updo, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a capable and astute businesswoman. In contrast, the younger sister, Luo Shui, radiated freshness in a creamy beige ensemble, her short skirt revealing long, straight legs, and her face adorned with a subtle professional makeup that conveyed both vitality and professionalism. The transformation was striking. They had exchanged their previous allure for an aura reminiscent of Wall Street elites. Upon noticing Lin Yu's approach, Luo Bing immediately rose, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Mr. Lin, we appreciate you taking the time to meet with us." Lin Yu casually pulled out the chair opposite and sat down, speaking in a measured tone. "Go ahead. What business do you propose?" Luo Bing slid a meticulously bound document across the table to him. "Mr. Lin, this is a presentation regarding the MCN company we, as sisters, have established from scratch. Our primary focus is on influencer incubation and livestream commerce." "An MCN company?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, casually flipping through the document. Initially, he presumed it was merely a gimmick, but upon delving deeper, he was astounded by the comprehensive nature of the content. From the company's equity structure and core team introduction to data analyses of their signed influencers, semi-annual financial statements, and 3-year developmental plans including market risk assessments. Each section was meticulously crafted, showcasing logical coherence and high professionalism. This was evidently not a haphazard endeavor. Observing Lin Yu's serious examination, Luo Shui interjected, "Mr. Lin, although our Starshine Media was founded only a year ago and may not rival the leading firms, we have already signed over 30 streamers, maintaining a monthly revenue exceeding 3 million, and we are currently in a rapid growth phase with substantial profitability." Lin Yu non-committally acknowledged her with a hum, closing the document. He lifted his gaze, scanning the sisters' refined faces. "So what is it?" He leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "Are you seeking my investment?" "No." Luo Bing shook her head, removing her gold-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu, radiating determination. "We are not inviting you to invest." She inhaled deeply, articulating each word with clarity. "We wish to invite you to become the sole shareholder of our company, holding 100 equity. We, the sisters, will work for you." Chapter 53. The Luo Sisters. We seek not wealth. But Lin Yu nearly choked on his coffee upon hearing Luo Bing's words. "What? Did I mishear?" He blinked in disbelief. "You wish to gift me the company?" Luo Bing nodded earnestly, her expression unwavering. "Indeed, 100 of the equity, all for you. My sister and I shall be your employees, and you shall dictate our salaries." Luo Shui nodded in agreement. Lin Yu set down his coffee cup and leaned back, bewildered. What sort of transaction is this? Initially, they offered 3 million to acquire him, and now they were presenting him with a company? The thought processes of these two sisters were utterly confounding. Thus, Lin Yu chuckled. "You wish to bestow upon me an entire company? What do you hope to gain from this?" Luo Bing gazed at him. "We seek an opportunity to stand by your side. As for money, we can earn that ourselves. However, an opportunity like yours, once missed, is irretrievable." Luo Shui interjected. Luo Bing adjusted her glasses, declaring, "This is a business landscape forged by our sincerity, far more meaningful than that 3 million in clothing." Sincerity? Meaningfulness? In this day and age, who still speaks of such things? He activated his appraisal eye, directing it towards the two sisters. Luo Bing. Emotional sincerity 92. Favorability towards host 85. Luo Shui. Emotional sincerity 90. Favorability towards host 82. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. A sincerity level of 92? This level of earnestness surpassed that of many couples. He began to regard these sisters with newfound respect. Previously, he had assumed they were merely wealthy, capricious streamers seeking a novel diversion. To his surprise, they were genuinely serious. "Are you not concerned that I might take the company and run?" Lin Yu inquired, genuinely curious. Luo Bing shook her head. "Not at all. We trust you are not that kind of person." These sisters certainly possessed discernment. A company being offered with 2 beautiful employees was a deal that could not be deemed unfavorable. "Very well," Lin Yu decided. "I shall accept." Luo Bing and Luo Shui's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Luo Shui exclaimed, nearly leaping from her seat. "Of course," Lin Yu affirmed, "but I have one condition." "Speak." They replied in unison. I shall not involve myself in the daily operations of the company. You will continue to manage that. However, all major decisions must receive my consent. No problem. Luo Bing promptly agreed. Additionally, Lin Yu continued, your salaries will be doubled. What? The two were taken aback. What is it? Do you find it insufficient? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. And no, not at all. Luo Shui waved her hands. It's just too generous. Luo Bing nodded in agreement. With you gifting us the company, we feel embarrassed to also receive a salary increase. Lin Yu smiled. As my employees, you deserve to be treated well. Exceptional employees should receive ample compensation. The two sisters felt a warmth envelop their hearts. Despite having acquired their company, he still intends to grant them a salary increase. Such a vision and generosity. At that moment, Lin Yu recalled something and inquired, what is the primary business of your company now? Luo Bing organized her thoughts and replied, we mainly focus on 3 areas. First, influencer incubation. We scout for potential streamers, provide them with training and packaging, and then promote them. Second, live commerce. We have our own supply chain, primarily selling clothing and cosmetics. Third, short video production. We assist some brands in creating promotional videos. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging that these ventures are indeed quite lucrative. It is the golden era of short videos and live streaming. Those who entered the market early have prospered. As Lin Yu stood to leave, Luo Shui suddenly tugged gently at his sleeve. Mr. Lin, are you leaving already? Her small hand clung to Lin Yu's sleeve, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Could we perhaps chat a little longer? Luo Bing also rose and approached Lin Yu. Boss, why not allow us to accompany you for a stroll? Let us celebrate the establishment of the new company. The two young women stood beside Lin Yu, a delicate fragrance wafting into his senses. Lin Yu glanced down at Luo Shui, still holding onto his sleeve, and then at the eager Luo Bing. Luo Shui mustered her courage to speak. It's our first day as your employees. We ought to familiarize ourselves with the work environment, right? Luo Bing nodded in agreement. Yes? We need to report the specific situation of the company to our boss. Merely reviewing documents is insufficient. Lin Yu was amused by the careful thoughts of the two young women. All right, let us chat a while longer. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui immediately released Lin Yu's sleeve, though she hesitated to distance herself too much, merely stepping back half a pace. Luo Bing took the initiative to refill Lin Yu's coffee. Boss, what flavor do you prefer? We will remember for next time. Anything will suffice. I'm not picky, Lin Yu replied, settling back into his seat. Luo Shui sat beside Lin Yu, their proximity noticeably closer than before. Boss, do you have any hobbies? Our company could develop in that direction. For instance, if you enjoy sports, we could sign some fitness influencers, Luo Bing added. Lin Yu observed the attentive demeanor of the two young women, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You certainly know how to please, he remarked, lifting his coffee cup. When will the contract be ready? Tomorrow, Luo Bing promptly responded. We will complete all the formalities by then. Very well, I shall visit the company tomorrow. Luo Shui lightly swayed his arm. Boss, will you be coming to the company often? It depends, Lin Yu replied coolly. If you both perform well, I might consider it. Luo Bing and Luo Shui exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. The audacious Luo Bing leaned closer to Lin Yu, her voice barely above a whisper. Boss, we actually have other service offerings that will surely satisfy you. Would you care to try? Chapter 54. The sister duo reduced to tears by the game upon hearing Luo Bing's ambiguous suggestion. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh? What services do you offer? The boss remarked that our company not only engages in regular business, but also offers bespoke services. Luo Bing's voice was deliberately subdued as she mentioned personal assistants and lifestyle managers, adding a pause to heighten the atmosphere. Luo Shui seamlessly picked up the conversation with a soft tone. We also provide emotional companionship services. My sister and I can offer you comprehensive care around the clock. As they spoke, both of them instinctively inched closer to Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled. All right, then accompany me for a few rounds of gaming. Gaming? The Luo sisters were momentarily taken aback. This was not the expected script. Normally, at such a juncture, one would seek a private space to showcase their charm. Luo Bing was equally bewildered but quickly regained her composure. Boss, what game would you like to play? Although we are not professionals, we have some knowledge of Honor of Kings. Just Honor of Kings. Lin Yu had already opened his phone. Come on, create a room for a 5-player match. I wish to see your skills. If you lack proficiency, then the service is off the table. A chill ran down Luo Shui's spine. Oh no. She was terrible at Honor of Kings, with her highest rank being merely gold. If the boss discovered her lack of skill, How could she maintain her facade before him? Luo Bing was slightly better, holding a platinum rank, yet she dared not boast about her abilities. Boss, our skills are rather mediocre. Please don't hold it against us. Luo Shui said timidly. That's fine. I will guide you. Lin Yu swiftly created a room and sent out the invitation code. Join in. I want to assess your level. The sisters had no choice but to muster their courage and proceed. Upon entering the game lobby, Lin Yu glanced at their ranks. Luo Bing was Platinum 3, and Luo Shui was Gold 2. Indeed, their skills were lacking. However, it mattered little, as he had no expectations of them. Select any hero. I will play as the jungler. Lin Yu quickly chose Lanling Wang. Luo Bing opted for the support character Kai Wenji, while Luo Shui selected the marksman Hui. Their two random teammates took the mid lane and top lane roles. As the game commenced, Lin Yu instructed, feel free to wander. Even standing idle under the tower is acceptable. We'll end the match in 6 minutes. Luo Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really that confident, boss? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Yu maneuvered Lanling Wang directly toward the opposing blue zone. The Luo sisters were skeptical, thinking the boss was boasting. Was it really that simple to conclude a battle in 6 minutes? Did he think they were facing bots? However, in the next moment, they witnessed what true skill looked like. Lin Yu's Lanling Wang invaded the enemy's blue zone at level 1, expertly manipulating vision and predicting the enemy jungler's route. As the enemy jungler, Han Xin, had just finished the blue buff with low health, Lin Yu charged in, executing a series of skills that secured first blood. Luo Shui nearly dropped her phone in shock, exclaiming, "Wow, boss, that was incredible. That was just the beginning." Lin Yu calmly dispatched the enemy's blue buff and then made his way toward the mid lane. The opposing mid laner, Daji, was busy clearing minions when Lin Yu emerged from the brush, delivering a swift execution. Double kill. Luo Bing watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Boss, your awareness is truly extraordinary." "It's merely a trifle," Lin Yu replied, continuing his roaming. The level 2 Lanling Wang was now an unstoppable force. The enemy top laner, Lu Bu, mistakenly believed his health was substantial, only to be overpowered by Lin Yu under the tower triple kill. Just over 2 minutes into the game, Lin Yu had already amassed 30 kills. Luo Shui, glancing at her own slow progress in the bot lane, felt utterly defeated as she observed Lin Yu wreaking havoc. "Boss, are you using cheats?" "What nonsense about cheats? It's all manual skill," he retorted. Lin Yu continued his rampage, causing the opposing team to flee at the sight of Lanling Wang. But could they escape? His movements were fluid, and his skill execution precise to the millisecond. Every strike was lethal. At 3 minutes, 50 kills. At 4 minutes, 100 kills. At 5 minutes, 150. The Luo sisters were completely stunned. They barely registered how Lin Yu was securing kills, only seeing the kill notifications flood the screen. Pen a kill. 5 kills. Luo Shui nearly leaped from her chair in excitement. "Boss, you achieved a 5-kill streak." "Well, I was fortunate," Lin Yu replied confidently, his hands never pausing in their dexterous maneuvers as he pushed the enemy's high ground with minions. The opposing team was too fearful to venture outside, helplessly watching as the minion wave advanced. At 5 minutes and 58 seconds, the enemy crystal exploded victory. The Luo sisters stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Yu's splendid statistics of 2005 on the scoreboard, with a damage ratio of 65 and an economic lead of 8,000. "Is this even human?" Luo Bing trembled. "With your skills, you could compete professionally." "Professionally?" Lin Yu pocketed his phone. "Those professional players are mere novices in my presence." Luo Shui's cheeks flushed with admiration. "Boss, you are incredible. I feel so fortunate to work for you." Lin Yu felt a surge of pride as he noticed the way the sisters looked at him, as if he were a deity. "So what do you think of my skills?" Lin Yu feigned nonchalance. "More than just decent." Luo Bing exclaimed, "Boss, you are the king among kings. If you streamed your gameplay, you'd surely dominate the internet." "Forget it." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in such fleeting fame." Luo Shui's eyes sparkled. "Boss, could you teach us? We wish to improve our skills to better accompany you in the future." The young lady was quite eloquent. Despite her lack of prowess in the game, she was clever. "Teaching you isn't out of the question." Lin Yu deliberately paused for a moment. "However, my standards are quite high. Are you certain you can handle it?" "Absolutely," the sisters replied in unison. A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. "Very well. From tomorrow onwards, you shall accompany me in gaming every night. There will be penalties for losses." "What kind of penalties?" Luo Shui inquired with curiosity. You will find out in due time. Chapter 55. Xia Yubing is jealous. Transformed into a lemon essence on the spot, Lin Yu switched off his phone and stretched lazily. Although he relished the thrill of the game earlier, he felt somewhat hungry. Let us go for a meal, Lin Yu announced as he rose. What do you wish to eat? Luo Bing and Luo Shui exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Boss, whatever you suggest is fine with us. Luo Shui declared first. It's already an honor for us to dine with you. Luo Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, boss, we are accustomed to takeout. We shall follow your lead wherever you choose to go. Then let us head to the Star River restaurant. The ambience there is quite pleasant. The three descended the stairs, with Lin Yu leading the way while the Luo sisters flanked him like two devoted companions. The Star River restaurant is located on the 32nd floor of the Vientiane Sky, regarded as one of the more upscale dining establishments in the area. In the elevator, Luo Shui discreetly glanced at Lin Yu's profile and whispered to Luo Bing, Sister, the boss is truly handsome. Luo Bing shot her a warning look. Keep it down, someone might overhear. So what if they do? Luo Shui boldly responded. Boss, if I say you're handsome, would it make you shy? Lin Yu chuckled. Your flattery is quite sweet. Luo Shui's face flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with pride. As the elevator doors opened, the trio made their way toward the restaurant. Just outside the entrance, Lin Yu suddenly halted. Ahead of them stood a familiar figure engaged in conversation with several individuals. Xia Yubing. Today, she wore a white professional suit, her long hair cascading elegantly, exuding a refined and intellectual aura. Beside her stood several girls in similar uniforms, presumably her colleagues. Xia, is this restaurant truly that exquisite? A short-haired girl asked. Absolutely. Xia Yubing replied with a smile. I visited once with a friend, and the flavors were exceptional. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, Xia Yubing turned around and their eyes locked. The smile on her face instantly faltered as she noticed Lin Yu accompanied by two stunning beauties, twins, no less. Identical exquisite features, matching voluptuous figures, and eyes filled with admiration. A pang of jealousy surged within Xia Yubing. Oh, Xia, isn't that the benefactor you mentioned? Xia Yubing's colleague, Wang Xiaoya, keenly recognized Lin Yu. The other girls followed her gaze, instantly awestruck by Lin Yu's striking looks. My goodness, Xia, he truly is your benefactor. But Wang Xiaoya's tone carried a hint of teasing. Xia, has your benefactor found new companions? And twins at that. How thrilling. Xia Yubing wished fervently to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into. How could this group of mischievous friends be so tactless? No, I must clarify. Xia Yubing hastily explained. Mr. Lin and I are merely ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Wang Xiaoya smirked. I can't help but feel otherwise. Xia Yubing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Yu approached, with Luo Bing and Luo Shui closely trailing behind him. Both women noticed the way Xia Yubing gazed at Lin Yu. Their intuition suggested that the beautiful woman harbored feelings for their boss. Moreover, it appeared that he recognized her as well. This simply wouldn't do. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Luo Bing casually inched closer to Lin Yu, and Luo Shui mimicked her, nearly pressing against his arm. Yubing, Lin Yu greeted warmly. Are you here for a meal too? Xia Yubing endeavored to appear composed as she replied, Yes, indeed, I'm dining with my colleagues. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the Luo sisters, whose intimate demeanor clearly suggested a relationship beyond mere friendship. Mr. Lin, may I ask who these two are? Wang Xiaoya could not restrain her curiosity. Allow me to introduce. Lin Yu responded nonchalantly. Luo Bing and Luo Shui, employees of my new company. Today, I happen to have the time to share a meal with them. Xia Yubing's colleagues erupted in astonishment. Employees? Such stunning beauties as employees? Mr. Lin, what business does your company engage in? Do you exclusively hire beauties? And twins at that? What a remarkable coincidence. Xia Yubing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Why were her colleagues so overwhelmingly inquisitive? Luo Bing seized the moment to speak. We work in MCN, primarily focusing on influencer incubation and live commerce. Wow. So you must all be influencers. Wang Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. Luo Shui flashed a sweet smile. Currently, we mainly work behind the scenes, but if the boss requires it, we can certainly make appearances. As she spoke, she purposefully leaned closer to Lin Yu. This subtle gesture infuriated Xia Yubing. How outrageous. They were flaunting their affection right in front of her. Struggling to maintain a smile, Xia Yubing remarked, You must be quite busy, right? I wouldn't want to intrude. She longed to escape the scene. Not at all, Luo Bing replied with a cheerful grin. Our current task is to accompany the boss for meals, play games with him. And she deliberately paused, intensifying the tension in the air. Xia Yubing felt a pang of jealousy. This Luo Bing was clearly being provocative. Unable to endure any longer, Xia Yubing decided, well then, we shall head inside. She tugged at her colleagues, eager to retreat to the restaurant. Remaining in that moment, she feared she might lose control and confront those two women. Wait, Lin Yu called out to them, since it's such a coincidence, why not join us for a meal? As soon as he spoke, the Luo sisters instantly felt a wave of tension. What did the boss mean by that? Xia Yubing was also taken aback. Was Lin Yu inviting her? Yet, he was accompanied by two stunning women. What was this? A 3-to-1 situation? Wang Xiaoya and the others were positively thrilled. This was their first encounter with such a dramatic scenario. Wonderful. Wang Xiaoya immediately agreed, exclaiming that they too wished to meet Mr. Lin. Xia Yubing wanted to decline, but the words caught in her throat. She genuinely wished to dine with Lin Yu. But under these circumstances, it felt exceedingly awkward. Luo Bing and Luo Shui exchanged glances, both sensing the urgency in each other's eyes. Then let it be together. Lin Yu made the decision, declaring that he would treat. With that, he wrapped his arms around the Luo sisters and strode toward the restaurant. Chapter 56. 3 Women in a Play. I enjoy the blessing of all the atmosphere in the restaurant was more riveting than a television drama. Lin Yu occupied the seat of honor at the round table, with Luo Bing on his left, Luo Shui on his right. And directly across from him were Xia Yubing and her colleagues. The server had just finished serving the dishes. Luo Bing elegantly lifted a piece of fish with her chopsticks, placing it delicately into Lin Yu's bowl. Boss, look at this squirrel fish. I've made sure to remove all the bones for you. Boss, this white-cut chicken is even better with the dipping sauce, Luo Shui added, not to be outdone, as she attentively prepared the sauce for Lin Yu. The two women worked in perfect harmony, as if they had rehearsed this performance. Xia Yubing watched from across the table, her eyes wide with astonishment. These two women were on an entirely different level. Wang Xiaoya leaned in and whispered, Xiaobing, if you keep holding back like this, Yuan-Ti just missed the soup. Yuan-Ti even see the bowl. Those twins were clearly vixens, operating at a superior level. Xia Yubing felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, compared to these two women, she felt like a mere bronze player facing a king. Luo Shui had already begun peeling shrimp for Lin Yu, her movements as deft as a professional nutritionist. Boss, open your mouth, she sweetly urged, presenting the peeled shrimp to him. Lin Yu opened his mouth to receive it, praising her. Not bad at all. Luo Shui's face lit up with joy, her triumphant little gaze shooting towards Xia Yubing. Witnessing this scene made Xia Yubing's heart ache with envy. She wished she could do the same. Yet, she didn't know how to peel shrimp. Noticing her sister had seized the initiative, Luo Bing quickly retaliated, Boss, this crab roe bun smells divine. Shall I feed you a taste? She carefully scooped a crab roe bun with a spoon and brought it to Lin Yu's lips. He obligingly opened his mouth, and Luo Bing tenderly dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Such a good boy, she cooed. Wang Xiaoya could no longer bear to watch and nudged Xia Yubing with her elbow. Why don't you make a move? If you don't act soon, you'll truly become a mere spectator. Xia Yubing took a deep breath. No, this could not continue. For Lin Yu, she would give it her all. She gazed at the poached shrimp on the table, mimicking Luo Shui's technique as she began to peel. Picking up a shrimp, she embarked on her inaugural shrimp peeling experience. Why is this shell so unyielding? Xia Yubing dug at the shrimp shell with her nails, but after several futile attempts, it remained steadfast. She then tried to bite it, almost risking her own teeth in the process. Ultimately, she resorted to sheer force, attempting to snap it open. Crack! The shell yielded, but the shrimp flesh was left in a pitiful state, marred and disfigured. Furthermore, the shrimp vein still resided within, a dark line visible. Xia Yubing examined her handiwork, her face flushing with embarrassment. Nevertheless, the arrow was knocked. There was no turning back. She steeled herself and presented the mangled shrimp to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, would you like to try? Her voice was scarcely louder than a whisper. Luo Shui, witnessing this scene, nearly burst into laughter. Sister Xia, did you peel a shrimp or gnaw on a bone? The shrimp is practically in tears. Xia Yubing's face turned crimson. How embarrassing. Luo Shui, observing Xia Yubing's clumsy antics, felt a surge of satisfaction. With such skills, did she truly think she could compete for the boss's attention? Lin Yu found Xia Yubing's anxious demeanor rather amusing. He showed no disdain and directly accepted the unsightly shrimp. Not only that, he casually licked her fingertips. Quite sweet. Xia Yubing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire being tingled. She quickly withdrew her hand, her face as red as a cooked lobster. The moment Lin Yu's tongue brushed against her fingertip, a jolt of electricity surged from her fingertips straight to her heart. She couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, swiftly covering her mouth. Oh no, this is too embarrassing. The Luo sisters exchanged glances. A flicker of concern in their eyes. This Xia Yubing, seemingly naive, held significant potential. The boss had even licked her fingers. This simply would not do. Luo Bing immediately countered. Boss, look at this braised pork. It is perfectly marbled and melts in your mouth. She picked up a piece of braised pork, mimicking the act of feeding Lin Yu. Luo Shui was not to be outdone. Boss, this sweet and sour rib is also delectable, with a delightful tang. The two of them, one on each side, commenced a feeding duel. Xia Yubing watched the scene unfold in desperate frustration. She yearned to join in, yet she truly lacked the skill. Wang Xiaoya, observing from the sidelines, was utterly captivated and whispered to her colleagues, "Goodness, I wish I could go to Thailand for a transformation. Just look at a man being courted by three beauties. The sight is simply breathtaking. However, I believe the twins are formidable. Their coordination is unparalleled. Xia Yubing is clearly outmatched. The skill disparity is too great." Hearing her colleagues' comments, Xia Yubing felt even more anxious. No, she could not concede defeat so easily. She pondered for a moment and decided to adopt a different strategy. Since she was unable to peel shrimp and feed him, she would approach the situation from another angle. "Mr. Lin, are you thirsty? Allow me to pour you some tea." Summer Yubing proactively picked up the teapot to serve Lin Yu. However, overwhelmed by nervousness, her hand trembled. Splash! The tea spilled directly onto the table. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Summer Yubing hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe it up, but only made the mess worse. Observing this, Luo Bing immediately stood up, saying, "Miss Xia, please remain seated. I will take care of it." With graceful efficiency, she tidied the table and then poured another cup of tea for Lin Yu. "Boss, please enjoy your tea." Watching Luo Bing's fluid movements, Summer Yubing felt increasingly defeated. Not only was Luo Bing beautiful and graceful, but she was also remarkably capable. What did Summer Yubing have to offer besides her appearance? Just as she was engulfed in her disheartened thoughts, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. "Yubing, don't be nervous. Take your time." His voice was gentle, laced with a hint of affection. Upon hearing this, Summer Yubing felt a warmth spread through her heart. Lin Yu still cared for her. Yes. She nodded vigorously, her spirit reignited. The Luo sisters exchanged glances, both sensing a note of wariness in the other's eyes. This Summer Yubing, though clumsy, clearly received a different treatment from the boss. This was not a promising sign. In the ensuing moments, the three women surrounded Lin Yu, engaging in a silent battle for his attention. Luo Bing was in charge of serving dishes, her movements elegant and professional. Luo Shui took charge of the condiments, expertly pairing them. Although Summer Yubing lacked skill, her sincerity shone through in every cautious and endearing gesture. Lin Yu sat in the center, relishing the attention from three beautiful women, feeling quite pleased. This sensation was simply delightful. However, witnessing Summer Yubing's awkwardness stirred a pang of sympathy within him. This girl was truly trying her utmost to win his favor. "Yubing, you should eat some too." Lin Yu took the initiative to serve her a piece of fish. Summer Yubing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." She cautiously savored the fish he had offered, finding it more delectable than any gourmet dish. The Luo sisters, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of jealousy. Their boss had actually served another woman. They had never experienced such treatment. Wang Xiaoya and the others observed in astonishment. As the dinner progressed to its latter half, Summer Yubing held up a bottle of wine, her cheeks now slightly flushed. "Mr. Lin, why not have some more red wine? It's good for your health." To bolster her courage, she had secretly consumed quite a bit of wine earlier. Now, feeling the effects of the alcohol, she was in a slightly euphoric state. Lin Yu looked at her rosy cheeks, quietly chuckling to himself. The young lady clearly has a low tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 drinks, her face began to flush. "You should drink less as well," Lin Yu expressed concern. "I'm fine. I can hold my liquor," Xia Yubing confidently declared, only to stagger and nearly lose her balance. Wang Xiaoya and the others exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads. This girl, who usually abstains from any alcohol, is really trying hard to impress Mr. Lin today. "I need to use the restroom," Xia Yubing announced, rising unsteadily. Wang Xiaoya looked at her with concern. Xiaobing, are you alright? Do you want me to accompany you? No need. I can manage on my own. Xia Yubing insisted stubbornly. Swaying as she made her way to the restroom, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Yu observed her retreating figure, worry creeping into his thoughts. Is it wise for her to go alone after drinking so much? I'll check on her, Lin Yu resolved, standing up. The Luo sisters immediately tensed. Luo Bing clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Boss, perhaps I should go? Indeed, matters concerning women are best handled by women, Luo Shui chimed in. Her anxiety palpable. They had exerted considerable effort to impress their boss, only to have Xia Yubing's drunken antics divert his attention entirely. Was this some sort of post-drinking coquetry to elicit sympathy? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I will wait by the door to ensure her safety. Luo Bing bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, while Luo Shui's face flushed with frustration, though she dared not show it overtly. At the restroom entrance, Lin Yu leaned against the wall, faintly hearing the sound of muffled sobs from within. Could she have been upset by those two sisters? A few minutes later, Xia Yubing emerged, her eyes red-rimmed. Yubing, are you all right? Lin Yu asked, concern etched on his face. Upon seeing him, tears threatened to spill anew from Xia Yubing's eyes. Mr. Lin, am I foolish? Her voice trembled. How could you think that? You are quite endearing. Lin Yu reassured her gently. What good is being endearing? Xia Yubing managed a self-deprecating smile. I can't do anything right. I struggle to peel shrimp and spill tea everywhere. Those two women are more beautiful, possess better figures, and are so competent. How can I possibly compare? Lin Yu's heart ached at her dejected expression. Yubing, you need not compare yourself to anyone. He reached out, tenderly caressing her cheek. You are uniquely you, an irreplaceable Xia Yubing. Feeling the warmth of his hand, her heart raced. Under the influence of alcohol, her inhibitions crumbled entirely. Lin Yu, she breathed his name, her voice trembling. I. Yes. Lin Yu prompted, gazing at her intently. Xia Yubing inhaled deeply, summoning her courage. I love you. Lin Yu was taken aback. After uttering those words, Xia Yubing felt utterly spent. I am aware that I am unworthy of you. Her tears could no longer be restrained, yet my affection for you overwhelms me. Upon uttering these words, she collapsed into Lin Yu's embrace. He quickly held her, gazing down at the delicate visage of Xia Yubing, whose face was flushed and adorned with tears clinging to her long eyelashes, presenting a picture of vulnerability. Mr. Lin, came the voice of Luo Bing from behind. Lin Yu turned to see the Luo sisters standing a short distance away, their expressions far from pleasant. It was evident that they had overheard Xia Yubing's heartfelt confession. Boss. Miss Xia. Luo Shui's tone was tinged with a hint of jealousy. She drank too much, Lin Yu explained succinctly. I will escort her home. Perhaps we should handle it? Luo Bing suggested earnestly. Given the circumstances, it may not be appropriate for you to manage this alone. Lin Yu shook his head. In her current state, you two young ladies would be unable to assist her. Indeed, Xia Yubing was completely limp, requiring support. The Luo sisters exchanged glances, each reflecting the anger and resentment they felt. Lin Yu carried Xia Yubing back to the dining area, where Wang Xiaoya and the others erupted in surprise upon witnessing the scene. My heavens, what has happened to Xiaobing? Is she drunk? Mr. Lin, she seldom drinks. One of them remarked. Lin Yu interrupted. I will take her home. There is no need for concern. Please continue your meal. I will ensure her well-being. The Luo sisters seethed with frustration. This evening's gathering had initially been their domain, yet it was Xia Yubing who had stolen the spotlight in such a manner. Boss, shall we assist in taking her home? Luo Bing tentatively inquired. No need, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. You two should return. I will see you at the office tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Luo sisters sank. Was the boss intending to care for Xia Yubing alone? Luo Shui opened her mouth to protest, but the resolute expression on Lin Yu's face compelled her to remain silent. Take care then, Luo Bing said begrudgingly, jealousy evident in her eyes. Lin Yu nodded and carried Xia Yubing towards the parking lot. The Luo sisters stood rooted in place, observing their departing figures, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Sis, are we just going to let them leave like this? Luo Shui said through clenched teeth. What else can we do? Luo Bing retorted with a cold laugh. Do you wish to follow them and play the third wheel? But there are no buts, Luo Bing's gaze hardened. I shall remember this, Xia Yubing. Inside the car, Lin Yu settled Xia Yubing into the passenger seat, thoughtfully fastening her seatbelt. I'm feeling dizzy, she murmured softly. her small hand instinctively clutching Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu started the car, driving towards Moon Lake Bay. Moon Lake Bay No. 1 was one of the gifts bestowed by Old Master Su, a splendid lakeside villa spanning 3,000 square meters, which he seldom visited. It was fortuitous that it would be put to use tonight. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Moon Lake Bay No. 1. The security level here surpasses that of the Cloudtop Palace, with the entire community comprising merely 8 luxurious villas, each valued at over 100 million. Lin Yu's villa is situated in the prime location by the lakeside, encompassing an expansive area of 3,000 square meters, complete with its own private shoreline. He gently carried Xia Yubing upstairs to the second floor, heading towards the master bedroom. The master suite, a generous 80 square meters, offers a breathtaking view of the lake through its floor-to-ceiling windows. The bed, a bespoke masterpiece from a prestigious Italian brand, boasts a mattress worth $1 million, making it feel as though one is resting upon a cloud. Lin Yu carefully placed Xia Yubing on the bed, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over the silk pillowcase. She turned over, her small hands instinctively clutching the blanket. Lin Yu went to the bathroom to fetch a damp towel, intending to wipe her face. Just as he reached the bedside, Xia Yubing suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at him in a daze. "Lin Yu, where is this?" she asked. "My home," he replied softly, as the wet towel brushed against her cheek. "You drank too much. I brought you back to rest." Xia Yubing abruptly sat up, the alcohol having stripped away her usual shyness. She lunged towards Lin Yu, capturing his lips in a kiss. Taken aback by her boldness, Lin Yu did not resist. Instead, he reciprocated the kiss. Their lips and tongues entwined, and Xia Yubing emitted soft moans, her arms tightly encircling Lin Yu's neck as if fearing he might flee. In a sultry whisper by his ear, she murmured, "I want that." Within the master bedroom of Moonlit Bay, the atmosphere brimmed with springtime vitality. Xia Yubing seemed transformed, her usual modesty and reserve completely vanished. She kissed Lin Yu with fervor, her hands exploring his body, her eyes filled with longing. "I want to die in your arms," she fervently repeated, her voice trembling with affection. "Don't stop, don't stop." Lin Yu was captivated by her passion, his enhanced physique providing him with ample capacity to meet her desires. He tenderly kissed her forehead. Just as they were entwined in their intimacy, a familiar system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Bountiful Offspring mission. Mission objective: impregnate Xia Yubing and ensure a successful delivery. Mission reward: 3 billion in cash. Mastery of martial arts: Jeet Kune Do." Note: this is a long-term mission with no set completion time. Hearing this prompt filled Lin Yu with exhilaration. It seemed that this evening's tender moments would yield unexpected rewards. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke to find Xia Yubing still nestled closely beside him, her cheeks flushed and sleeping soundly. Last night had been an exhilarating experience. They had explored every corner: the bathroom, the sofa, the table, and the floor. She was like a little wildcat. With utmost care, Lin Yu rose from bed, tidied himself, and prepared to depart. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Xingyao Media, driving his supercar. As the car came to a halt at the entrance of the building, it instantly stirred a commotion. Goodness, a Koenigsegg. How much could this car possibly cost? Starting at 30 million, and it's globally limited. My word, what kind of affluent heir could this be? The entrance was besieged by onlookers, their cameras clicking in unison. Lin Yu stepped out of the vehicle, clad in a bespoke suit, his flawless visage rendering him nothing short of a walking god. My goodness, his looks are utterly extraordinary, 100 times more attractive than those internet celebrities. Ladies, I think I've fallen in love. Snap out of it. Someone who drives a 30 million car wouldn't glance your way. Lin Yu reveled in the attention, feeling quite elated. This is the joy of wealth. Wherever he goes, he is the center of attention. He strode confidently into the building, heading straight for the 18th floor where Xingyao Media was located. In the elevator, a few young female office workers discreetly observed him. Keep it down. Could he possibly be a celebrity? No, a celebrity wouldn't be this wealthy, would he? Perhaps he has some affluent heir? Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Yu exited, pushing open the doors of Xingyao Media. Instantly, the entire company fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, and the atmosphere became palpable. Who is this? So handsome, more striking than the male stars on television. That physique, that face, my word. Lin Yu surveyed the room. There were about 30 employees at Xingyao Media, all young women, each boasting a beauty rating of 8 or above. Indeed, It was an MCN company, hiring staff according to influencer standards. Good morning, ladies, Lin Yu greeted calmly. The entire company erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness, his voice is so melodious. I think I might faint. What a divine man. Ladies, I have decided. I shall remain at this company for life. Just then, Luo Bing and Luo Shui emerged from the office. Upon seeing Lin Yu, their faces lit up with excitement. They vividly recalled the events of the previous night. Boss, Luo Bing was the first to speak. Luo Shui chimed in. Boss, you're here. What? Boss. The entire company was taken aback. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe they were gazing at Lin Yu. This extraordinarily handsome man is their new boss? Goodness, this is our new boss. I thought it would be a middle-aged, portly man. Heaven help me. How fortunate am I to work for such a boss? I must have amassed a great deal of virtue in my past life. Ladies, I declare that I shall be glued to Xingyao forever. Lin Yu observed the group of enamored women, their reactions far exceeding his expectations. Ahem. Luo Bing cleared her throat. Everyone, please quiet down. I would like to formally introduce our new boss at Xingyao Media, Mr. Lin Yu. The entire company was once again abuzz with excitement. Greetings to Mr. Lin. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Various voices rose and fell, creating a commotion that rivaled a concert. Lin Yu waved his hand. There's no need for such formality. We are all young, so let us keep it relaxed. A young woman with a cherubic face raised her hand. Mr. Lin, how old are you this year? 20. Goodness. You're even younger than I am. I'm 30. It wouldn't be inappropriate to call you brother, would it? Get lost. By the seniority standard, you should call me sister. Lin Yu was amused by this group of women. The atmosphere was far more relaxed than he had anticipated. Mr. Lin. A woman in a fitted pencil skirt approached, introducing herself as Zhang Meilin, the operations manager. Do you have any instructions for me? This woman had an exquisite figure, and her voice was particularly sweet. Lin Yu glanced at her. Not at the moment. Everyone should continue with their tasks. I will familiarize myself with the company. Understood, Mr. Lin. Zhang Meilin winked. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Her words were laced with implications. Luo Shui watched nearby, her teeth gritting in irritation. This Zhang Meilin was usually a tease, but now, seeing the handsome boss, her true colors were shining through. Mr. Lin, let me take you to your office. Luo Bing offered proactively. Lin Yu nodded and followed Luo Bing towards the innermost office. Along the way, all the female employees were stealing glances at him, whispers swirling around. My goodness, that silhouette is simply perfect. Look at how he walks, so manly. I just want to know if Mr. Lin has a girlfriend. Even if he does, I must compete. Chapter 59. The boss wants to meet the streamer. A contest of beauties begins in the office. Lin Yu surveyed the opulent surroundings. A solid wood desk, genuine leather sofa, and an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a magnificent view. The Luo sisters stood at the door, watching him eagerly. Boss, is there anything you would like us to add? Luo Bing inquired cautiously. Lin Yu did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a delicate box from his bag. Opening it revealed a set of premium purple clay tea utensils, each piece emanating an ancient luster. Don't you both know tea art? Lin Yu asked nonchalantly. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. Yes, we do. Would you like some tea, boss? Then let us brew a pot. Lin Yu placed the tea set on the table. Let me see your skills. Luo Bing hurried forward, nearly dropping her jaw upon seeing the tea set. This is Gu Jingzhou's purple clay pot. She had seen it at an auction before, with a starting price of 3 million. Boss, this tea set. Luo Bing's voice trembled. What? Afraid to touch it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. No. I'll brew it right away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bing began to showcase her tea art. With meticulous care, she warmed the teapot, awakened the tea, and brewed each infusion, striving for perfection. Her heart raced with trepidation, fearing the potential ruin of the priceless tea set. Luo Shui watched nearby, swallowing nervously. Moments later, Luo Bing presented the brewed tea to Lin Yu. Boss, please enjoy the tea. Lin Yu accepted the cup and took a gentle sip. The tea is quite good. He set the cup down, yet his mind remained unsettled, causing the essence of the brew to dissipate. Luo Bing's cheeks flushed. She had been aptly criticized. Her anxiety had indeed affected the tea's quality. Boss, you are truly perceptive to have noticed that, she admitted, feeling a pang of shame. Brew another pot, but this time, relax a bit, Lin Yu suggested gently. Nodding, Luo Bing began anew, striving to calm herself and focus on her actions. When Lin Yu tasted the tea again, he nodded approvingly. Now this is how it should be. Luo Bing felt elated. Receiving the boss's acknowledgement brought her immense joy. At that moment, Luo Shui approached with a stack of documents. Boss, here are the recent project reports for your review. Lin Yu took the papers and casually flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, he paused on one page. How did you compile the sales data for this streamer? He inquired, pointing to a table. Luo Shui leaned in to inspect. It's based on the data provided by the platform. Lin Yu countered. Can platform data truly reflect the actual conversion rates? This method of analysis could mislead our investment decisions. Luo Shui was taken aback. She had indeed overlooked this issue. What should we do then? She asked. We need to reconstruct the statistical model, incorporating return rates, repurchase rates, and user retention. Lin Yu succinctly outlined the solution. Luo Shui was astonished. This boss was not only handsome, but also remarkably astute. Boss, have you ever worked in MCN? She queried with curiosity. No, Lin Yu replied calmly. But the logic of business remains consistent across fields. The Luo sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. For the next hour, Lin Yu circled the office, casually pointing out several operational issues. Initially, Luo Bing had hoped to showcase her expertise before the boss, but as the conversation progressed, her confidence waned. His every casual remark struck at the core of the matter. Boss, we will revise these points as you suggested, Luo Bing humbly acknowledged. Observing this exchange, Luo Shui felt a mix of emotions. The sisters had intended to entice the boss with their charm, yet the tables had turned completely. They yearned to flirt, but hesitated. They wished to impress, but feared embarrassment. Boss, about Xia Yubing, Luo Shui tentatively inquired. Lin Yu set down his teacup. What is it? Is she all right after last night? She's fine, slept soundly, Lin Yu replied with calm assurance. Upon hearing this, the Luo sisters felt a tightening in their hearts. Sleeping soundly. What does that mean? Could it be that the boss did not return home last night? Luo Bing cautiously inquired. I did, Lin Yu replied. A twinge of bitterness surged within the sisters. As they opened their mouths to inquire further, Lin Yu interjected, by the way, arrange for the afternoon. I wish to meet the company's streamers. Certainly, boss. Luo Bing quickly affirmed. Which ones would you like to meet? All of them, Lin Yu stated nonchalantly. I wish to understand their circumstances. Luo Shui's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Boss, our streamers are of exceptional quality, each one a beauty. Is that so? Lin Yu replied with an enigmatic smile. Then I shall look forward to the encounter. The sisters exchanged glances, a flicker of concern passing between them. The boss has taken an interest in the company's beautiful streamers? Boss, what type do you prefer? Luo Bing ventured tentatively. What type? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Perhaps pure, sexy, or the mature type? Luo Shui chimed in. Lin Yu chuckled. Let us see how fate unfolds. This statement was laden with ambiguity, stirring a sense of intrigue within the Luo sisters. It seemed the boss indeed harbored such thoughts. We shall arrange it immediately, Luo Bing declared, ensuring the boss's satisfaction. Lin Yu nodded, savoring his tea. In the outer office, the beautiful employees of Xingyao Media were abuzz with speculation. Zhang Meilin sat at her workstation, contemplating her strategy. This new boss is undoubtedly a super-rich heir. If she could secure his favor, she discreetly touched up her makeup, preparing to find an opportunity to report to the boss's office. Just then, Luo Shui emerged from the office. Everyone, attention. She clapped her hands. This afternoon, the boss wishes to meet all our streamers. Please prepare yourselves. The office erupted in excitement. What? The boss wants to see us? My goodness. I must hurry home to change. Ladies, the opportunity has arrived. Zhang Meilin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was the moment she had been waiting for. Chapter 60. The masks come off. The mature manager's open challenge. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the conference room of Xingyao Media was filled with over 30 female streamers. Most donned exquisite professional attire, ranging from sexy to pure, each with flawless makeup. On the long table in the middle of the room lay an array of beverages and desserts, yet no one seemed inclined to partake. All gazes subtly gravitated toward Zhang Meilin, seated in the front row. This afternoon, she had deliberately chosen a wine-red, form-fitting dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Holding a cup of coffee, she took a delicate sip, her face adorned with a confident smile. Ladies, I trust you have all heard about our new boss today? Her voice was sweet yet commanding. A pure and innocent lowly streamer raised her hand and exclaimed, Sister Zhang, I have heard that our new boss is incredibly handsome. Furthermore, he drives a luxury car worth 30 million. Another elegant female streamer added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhang Meilin smiled gently, setting down her coffee cup, leaning slightly forward, and lowering her voice. I know what everyone is thinking. Our new boss is young, wealthy, and indeed quite handsome. However, you must be aware that he is not an ordinary individual. This morning, he identified the flaws in our operational plan at a mere glance. What does this signify? It indicates that our boss possesses not only wealth, but also genuine talent. He values capability. Upon hearing her words, everyone straightened up, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Zhang Meilin continued, do not be deceived by the close proximity of the Luo sisters to the boss. Their business acumen is hardly top tier within our company. A streamer murmured softly, but they were once the bosses themselves. The boss? Zhang Meilin scoffed. Yet, hasn't the company they managed already been acquired by the new owner? Luo Bing and Luo Shui engage in borderline live streaming. What they call art could easily be described as mere exhibitionism. Their transition to a new boss was merely due to the owner's interest in their services. The boss is a man, and he has such needs. This is quite normal. However, do you truly believe that a man of real capability would solely favor such services? The reason he convened this meeting today is to ascertain whether, at Xingyao Media, apart from those two, there exists any other talent of substance. The expressions of the attendees shifted from initial admiration to excitement, culminating in eager anticipation. A voluptuous female streamer, Zhao Jiajiao, her eyes ablaze, exclaimed, Sister Zhang, are you suggesting we have an opportunity? An opportunity? Zhang Meilin's lips curled into a smile. This is not merely an opportunity. This is your chance to supplant the Luo sisters and become the core of the company. Consider this. If you can demonstrate your capabilities to the boss and convince him that he can generate substantial profits without relying on those two who merely exhibit their charms, what do you think the outcome would be? Promotions, resource allocation, and the boss's favor. Therefore, when the boss arrives, I expect all of you to be invigorated, showcasing your utmost skills so that he recognizes you as the future of the company. Yes, everyone chorused in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Zhang Meilin smiled with satisfaction. She turned her gaze to the distance, where Luo Bing and Luo Shui stood at the doorway, their expressions darkening. Manager Zhang, we heard everything you just said. Luo Bing approached to confront her. Zhang Meilin maintained her composure, responding, oh, and what of it? Is what I said not the truth? Xingyao Media is an MCN company. We are all here for the sake of profit. If neither of you possesses the capability, can you truly maintain your current positions solely relying on that meager special service? Luo Shui trembled with indignation. Luo Bing grasped her arm, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Meilin. Zhang Meilin, do not be overly arrogant. It is the core personnel of the company that matter. The boss's word is final. Indeed, the boss's word is final, Zhang Meilin retorted with a smug smile. So, we shall see shortly whether the boss values strength or physique. At that moment, a sharply dressed man entered the room, and an immediate hush fell over the conference hall. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Wow! A female streamer could not help but exclaim softly. So handsome, so reassuring. Another streamer gasped, her eyes wide, nearly unable to close her mouth. The alluring Zhao Jiajiao, a prominent female streamer, felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance. Oh my heavens, I am swooning. Sisters, I have fallen in love. I want to have his children right now. The innocent-looking streamer, Xiao Yu, blinked back, tears in her eyes. Everyone, quiet down. Luo Bing admonished softly. However, her reprimand could not quell the chorus of excitement and whispers from the women. Lin Yu approached the main seat, with Luo Bing and Luo Shui closely flanking him. As Lin Yu settled into his chair, a faint smile adorned his face. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over each female streamer. Those who met his eyes flushed with embarrassment, some even forgetting to breathe in their nervousness. Lin Yu turned to Luo Bing. Why are you two standing behind me? Boss, we are your assistants. Of course, we must stand by your side, Luo Bing replied. Luo Shui added softly. We are your exclusive bodyguards. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Then please, take your seats. Only then did Luo Bing and Luo Shui sit down. The moment they did, they felt a wave of hostile glances directed at them, undoubtedly from the other women in the conference room. Lin Yu paid no heed to them. Instead, he focused on Zhang Meilin. Zhang Meilin met his gaze, her eyes glimmering with ambition. Hello, General Manager Lin. I am Zhang Meilin, the Operations Department Manager. She stood, her voice sweet yet respectful. I am aware, Lin Yu nodded. General Manager Lin, Zhang Meilin smiled. You convened this meeting today to gain insight into our company's business operations. correct? Indeed, Lin Yu acknowledged. Perfect. I have an immature suggestion I would like to report to you, Zhang Meilin stated. A triumphant smile gracing her lips as she straightened her posture, her curves accentuated by her fitted dress. General Manager, I believe our company's future development should be data-driven. Currently, the highest-grossing streamer under my purview generates over $1.2 million in revenue for the company each month. I firmly believe that we should concentrate all our resources and focus on supporting her, rather than allowing the company's limited resources to be squandered on those who merely flaunt their charms, play on the edges of propriety, or even ascend to power through unsavory means. You, Luo Shui exclaimed, rising from her seat in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Meilin. Who are you referring to? Luo Bing's expression darkened as she glanced at Lin Yu. It was outrageous that someone dared to sow discord in front of the boss upon his arrival, showing utter disregard for her authority. However, Lin Yu raised his hand, silencing them. Manager Zhang, are you questioning my judgment? He inquired slowly. A jolt ran through Zhang Meilin. Yet she felt compelled to continue. President Lin, I would never dare to question you. I merely believe that the company should prioritize performance. There have indeed been some oversights in the management by President Luo and her team. Lin Yu chuckled softly, turning to Zhang Meilin. Then pray tell, how do your performances measure up? Our operational department maintains a monthly revenue of over $1.2 million, Zhang Meilin replied, her pride evident. $1.2 million? Lin Yu nodded. Acknowledging the figure as commendable, Zhang Meilin felt a surge of delight, ready to elaborate further, when Lin Yu abruptly shifted his tone. However, I recall Luo Bing mentioning that the company's monthly revenue is $3 million. Lin Yu's remark left Zhang Meilin speechless. As a manager of the operational department, you account for 1/3 of the revenue. What are the others doing? Or do you believe you alone can sustain the entire company? Zhang Meilin was at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing without a sound. Luo Bing sneered from the side. Zhang Meilin, weren't you quite eloquent just now? Why the sudden silence? Luo Shui joined in. Indeed, weren't you just advocating for a focus on capabilities? Why are you hesitant to speak now? Zhang Meilin's face flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth. I just think the company should adopt a more transparent management style. Then let me ask you, does inciting other employees here count as transparency? Lin Yu's voice turned icy. I did not incite anyone, Zhang Meilin stammered, her composure faltering. Didn't you? Lin Yu rose from his seat and approached Zhang Meilin. What did you mean by your earlier comments about inappropriate live streams, flaunting oneself, and special services? Zhang Meilin was utterly panicked, not anticipating that Lin Yu had overheard everything. I was merely stating the truth. She attempted to defend herself. Stating the truth? Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Then let me also state the truth. He disregarded Zhang Meilin as fluster and calmly announced, Zhang Meilin, you are dismissed. What? The meeting room erupted in shock. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just heard. Zhang Meilin's face turned ashen. President Lin, you cannot do this. I have done nothing wrong. Done nothing wrong? Lin Yu chuckled coldly. Gossiping about the boss, inciting employee discontent, and sowing discord among colleagues. Are these not sufficient? Zhang Meilin had more to say. Furthermore, Lin Yu continued, are you suggesting that Luo Bing and the others ascended through dubious means? I find myself intrigued. How do you come to such a conclusion? Have you perhaps engaged in similar services? As the words escaped his lips, Zhang Meilin's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's behind. The surrounding hosts regarded her with peculiar glances. I didn't I merely what? Lin Yu pressed on, his formidable presence rendering her nearly unsteady. Was it merely envy? Or was it sheer jealousy? Zhang Meilin succumbed to despair, her body yielding as she collapsed to the floor, scattering the documents in her grasp. Lin Yu shook his head and turned to the other hosts. I hereby formally announce that Zhang Meilin is to be dismissed effective immediately, leaving the position of operations manager temporarily vacant. Those with capability may come forth. With that, he resumed his seat. Luo Bing and Luo Shui exchanged grateful glances. The boss's assertive response had been immensely satisfying. Thank you, boss. They chorused. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively and then turned his attention to the other hosts. Now, let us address the matter at hand. I wish to understand each of your unique attributes and skills. You may begin. He gestured towards the petite host, Xiao Yu, seated at the front. Nervously, Xiao Yu rose. Mr. Lin, my name is Xiao Yu. I primarily engage in gaming live streams, excelling in Honor of Kings and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. What is your level of proficiency? Lin Yu inquired nonchalantly. I am at the diamond rank in honor of kings and often place in the top 10 in PUBG. She replied. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Very well, continue to strive. The introductions proceeded, with each host showcasing their distinctive talents. Some excelled in singing, others in dancing or conversing, each possessing their own merits. Lin Yu attentively listened to every presentation, occasionally nodding or posing questions. Throughout the process, his demeanor remained gentle, starkly contrasting the coldness he had shown towards Zhang Meilin. This alleviated the tension among the hosts. It seemed that as long as one did not provoke misfortune, the boss was quite amiable. Once the introductions concluded, Lin Yu stood. Excellent. I now have a preliminary understanding of each of you. Moving forward, I shall devise tailored development plans based on your individual strengths. One thing I must emphasize, in my company, we value ability over connections. Those who demonstrate merit will garner greater resources and opportunities. However, should anyone attempt to engage in underhanded tactics or sow discord, the consequences are evident. A shiver ran through the assembly. The boss's words served as both a promise and a warning. All right, that concludes today's meeting. Lin Yu clapped his hands. Return to your work diligently, and should any issues arise, feel free to consult Luo Bing and Luo Shui. With that, he exited the conference room, closely followed by Luo Bing and Luo Shui. The remaining hosts exchanged glances, bewildered. After a moment, Zhao Jiaojiao broke the silence. Wow, the boss is incredibly handsome. Indeed. Just moments ago, Zhang Meilin attempted to incite discord, only to be swiftly silenced. She deserved it. I have always found her insufferable, perpetually exuding an air of superiority. Nevertheless, the boss is indeed correct. With capability comes opportunity. My dear sisters, we must strive onwards. Chapter 62. The Sisters' Schemes. How I Long to Touch. As Lin Yu exited the conference room, Luo Bing and Luo Shui followed closely behind. After a few steps, Luo Shui could no longer contain herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She quickened her pace, leaned softly against Lin Yu's arm, the warm sensation accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Gently resting her cheek against his arm, she tilted her face upwards, employing a voice that could melt even the hardest of hearts. Boss, you were simply magnificent just now. That Zhang Meilin, acting like a queen bee in the office, dismissing everyone with disdain, yet you brought her down with just a single word. Absolutely stunning. My heart is still racing. As she spoke, she intentionally puffed out her chest, allowing Lin Yu to feel the intensity of her heartbeat more acutely. Before he could respond, Luo Bing, observing the scene, interjected, Oh, Luo Shui, you little green tea. How dare you steal a march on me right in front of my eyes? I, as the elder sister, have yet to speak, and you have already attached yourself to him. Though her expression remained composed, there was a hint of playful reproach in her smile. She gracefully approached and wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's other side, subtly brushing against him. Boss. Luo Bing's voice was even sweeter than Luo Shui's. I also performed quite well earlier, don't you think? Aren't you going to commend me? Lin Yu felt as though he were caught between two competing Persian cats, one soft on the left and an even softer one on the right. The fragrance from each was intoxicating, and the sensation was, well, delightfully overwhelming. Oh, system, though the progress of your sowing season task is sluggish, this daily nurturing seems beneficial for both body and mind. All right, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. As my employees, is it not your duty to alleviate my burdens? Is special praise truly necessary? The Luo sisters were momentarily at a loss for words. His logic was impeccable, leaving them unable to counter. Luo Bing quickly shifted the topic. Boss, how about we treat you to dinner tonight? I know of a newly opened French restaurant renowned for its exquisite caviar. Luo Shui immediately retorted, but the boss just had a lavish meal. Why indulge in French cuisine? It would be too rich. Boss, why not come to my house? I will personally cook several of my signature dishes for you. Luo Bing replied, cunning. You're trying to lure the boss to your home. Luo Shui shot back, humph. Better than you flaunting yourself in public. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Lin Yu entered, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women. Inside the elevator, several employees from other companies fell silent upon witnessing this scene, their gazes riveted. Who is this man? A celebrity, perhaps? Those twins must be the Luo sisters from Xingyao Media, right? Aren't they the owners? Haven't you heard? Xingyao has been acquired. That man is the new boss. Oh my, his looks, his presence. I'm envious. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Lin Yu and his companions exited the office building. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, Lin Yu glanced upwards at the sky, suddenly feeling a bit out of sorts. With the recent hectic schedule and his in-depth conversation with Xia Yubing last night, he sensed that his body required some exercise. I don't want to eat, Lin Yu suddenly stated. The Luo sisters tensed immediately. Huh? Boss, what do you want to do? Lin Yu stretched his neck and replied. I suddenly feel like working out to loosen up. Working out. The Luo sisters exchanged glances. Luo Shue's eyes lit up. Great. Are you heading to the gym, boss? I'll accompany you. Luo Bing chimed in. I'll go too. Boss, I know of a top-notch private club nearby with an excellent environment and strong privacy. Then let us go there, Lin Yu decided. 20 minutes later, at the Tianmu Xinghe High-End Fitness Club. This establishment operates on an appointment-only basis, and non-members are not permitted entry. The annual fee alone amounts to several hundred thousand. Luo Bing adeptly swiped her card, one she had obtained previously to expand her network. And today it came in handy. The club's decor was extravagantly luxurious, with the air infused with a soothing hint of cedarwood fragrance. Boss, please head to the changing room to change. We'll wait for you here, Luo Bing kindly suggested. All right, Lin Yu replied, taking the pristine sportswear provided by the club into the men's changing room. 5 minutes later, as Lin Yu emerged clad in his attire, the atmosphere in the gym seemed to freeze. He wore a black fitted sports t-shirt and matching shorts, a simple ensemble that perfectly accentuated his almost sculptural physique. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and the explosive contours of muscles subtly visible beneath the shirt. Especially when he raised his arm, his biceps slightly bulged, the lines smooth and powerful. Luo Bing and Luo Shui were seated on a sofa in the lounge area, sipping water. The moment they saw Lin Yu, Luo Shui accidentally sprayed the Evian water she had just sipped. Coughing, she widened her eyes, her gaze fixated on Lin Yu, unable to look away. My goodness, Luo Shui murmured, her voice trembling. Is this physique even real? Luo Bing was equally astonished. The cup in her hand hung suspended in midair, her entire being entranced. Not the exaggerated bulk of a hulking green giant, but rather a lean, well-proportioned physique, each muscle finely honed, exuding a masculine aesthetic of strength. Sister, I feel a bit breathless, Luo Shui murmured, clutching her chest. Luo Bing swallowed hard. Me too. Inside, Luo Shui screamed. This is it. Who can withstand such a sight? The boss is not only wealthy and handsome, but also exudes an imposing presence with a physique to match. I'm going to faint. Luo Bing composed herself. Stay calm, Luo Bing. Maintain your composure. You are the boss's right-hand woman, not a lovesick fool. But oh, how I long to touch him. Lin Yu approached them, observing their dazed expressions with a slight furrow of his brow. What's wrong? And nothing. Luo Shui quickly snapped back to reality, leaping up. Boss, what do you want to practice first? I can fetch you a towel. I'll get you some water. Luo Bing chimed in, springing to her feet as well. The two of them were eager to serve, wishing they could transform into mere ornaments, sticking to Lin Yu's side. As Lin Yu moved towards the treadmill area to warm up, he stepped onto a machine, and the female members on nearby treadmills instinctively slowed their pace, their gazes converging upon him. Look over there. A handsome newcomer. My goodness. Those muscle lines. Simply stunning. Who are those two beauties beside him? Girlfriends? Or twins? Who cares? With such a paragon of masculinity, every glance is a precious one. Several young women, clad in yoga pants and possessing enviable figures, began to linger near Lin Yu, deliberately stretching their bodies to catch his attention. Luo Bing and Luo Shui immediately became alert, positioning themselves on either side of the treadmill, casting warning glances at the swarm of admirers. Boss, here's your water, Luo Shui said, twisting open a bottle cap and offering it to Lin Yu. Boss, wipe your sweat, Luo Bing added, holding out a towel, ready to assist. After 10 minutes of running, Lin Yu felt his body warming up. He decided to venture into the strength training area. As he approached the dumbbell section and lifted a set of moderately heavy weights to perform bicep curls, all the women in the vicinity turned their attention to him. A chorus of gasps echoed through the air. With each motion, the muscles in his arms flexed dramatically, creating a striking visual impact. I wish I could be the dumbbell in his hands, one girl whispered. I want to be the t-shirt on his body, another girl echoed. Luo Shui, feeling increasingly anxious, leaned toward Luo Bing and whispered, Sister, what should we do? Those women look like they want to devour the boss. Luo Bing gritted her teeth. Keep a close watch. We cannot let them come within 3 meters of him. After completing a set of curls, Lin Yu prepared to switch to another piece of equipment. At that moment, a young female trainer, clad in a professional fitness tank top and form-fitting leggings. With her ponytail high, approached him. The female coach, Tina, is the star instructor at this establishment, possessing an alluring physique and exceptional professional skills. With an astute eye for detail, she had taken notice of Lin Yu, a distinguished VIP, from the very start. "Good morning, sir." Tina greeted him with a smile that was both professional and enchanting. "I am Tina, your personal trainer here. Observing your movements. It seems your point of force is somewhat misaligned, which could easily lead to joint injuries." Immediately, Luo Shui and Luo Bing positioned themselves protectively in front of Lin Yu. Luo Bing coldly retorted, "No need, thank you." Tina smiled slightly, seemingly anticipating their reaction. "Ladies, I am merely offering a suggestion from a professional perspective. An erroneous training method yields minimal results." She turned her intense gaze towards Lin Yu. "Sir, would you like me to provide some guidance?" Lin Yu glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "No, I know how to train." With that, he sidestepped Tina and approached the pull-down machine. Undeterred, Tina followed him. "Sir, your back muscle groups are not fully engaged," she stated, approaching him from behind. Suddenly, she extended her hand, gently pressing against his lats through his t-shirt. "You see, this is how to exert force." Her fingers were slender yet firm, sending a tingling sensation through the thin fabric. Lin Yu's movements abruptly froze, his brow furrowing in tension. Noticing his silence, Tina grew bolder, allowing her hand to slide down towards his waist. "You need to tighten your core as well." This was no longer mere guidance. It was blatant impropriety. "What are you doing? Stop!" Two voices exclaimed simultaneously. Luo Bing and Luo Shui charged forward like two enraged little lions. Luo Shui seized Tina's wrist and forcefully flung it away. "What is wrong with you? Didn't you hear my boss say no? Keep your hands to yourself. This is sexual harassment." Tina stumbled back, her expression darkening. "Miss, please show some respect. I am providing professional guidance." "Does guidance involve touching the waist?" Luo Shui's face flushed with anger. "I see you're just trying to feel his abs. How shameless." Meanwhile, Luo Bing stood protectively in front of Lin Yu, her icy gaze fixed on Tina. "This coach, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you." The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of those nearby, who began to gather. "What is going on? Are they fighting?" It seems that the female coach wanted to assist the handsome guy, but was interrupted by his girlfriends. "Wow, that coach is incredibly bold. I clearly saw her touching his waist." Feeling the scrutinizing gazes from the onlookers, Tina's previously composed demeanor became somewhat rigid beneath her meticulously applied makeup. Aware that she had overstepped, yet unable to retreat, she took a deep breath, attempting to salvage the situation. "Ladies, you've truly misunderstood. As a professional coach, I simply wish to assist the client." Silence. Luo Shui abruptly interrupted her, raising her phone with a challenging glint in her eye. "Do you believe I could post the surveillance or video online? Let everyone witness the professional guidance of a gold medal coach." Fury coursed through her. The boss they had so carefully protected was being taken advantage of by such a person. Enough was enough. A cold, indifferent voice sliced through the cacophony, silencing the noise. Lin Yu released the handle of the weight rack, the metallic clash echoing with a dull thud. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, ultimately landing on the Luo sisters and Tina. "Are you all idle?" he inquired with a furrowed brow. "If you wish to argue, do so outside." Luo Shui froze, her hand holding the phone suspended in midair. Luo Bing stood rooted, her complexion paling instantly. They were standing up for him, yet he found them bothersome? A blend of indignation and embarrassment surged within them. Tina, noticing their dismay, felt a thrill of satisfaction. She adjusted her attire, donning an appropriately polite smile. "Sir, I apologize for the disturbance. Some individuals are simply too sensitive." She cast a triumphant glance at the Luo sisters, as if to say, "See, you've overstepped." Lin Yu disregarded her, striding towards the area where the dumbbells lay. He casually picked up a 50-kilogram dumbbell, weighted in his hand, and then returned it to the rack with ease, prompting gasps from those around. He then turned to Tina, his tone flat. "I do not require guidance." Tina's smile faltered. Lin Yu continued, "Especially not the hands-on type." He glanced at the hastily arriving club manager. "Your coach lacks the necessary skills and is not above reproach." The manager broke out in a cold sweat, fully aware of Lin Yu's VIP status. Offending such a client was unthinkable. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. This is our oversight." The manager shot a fierce glare at Tina. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lin." Tina's face drained of color, her mouth opening as she prepared to express her contrition. However, Lin Yu turned to the still-dazed Luo sisters, saying, "Let us go, change clothes." Only then did Luo Shui and Luo Bing come to their senses. Luo Shui immediately jogged to catch up, her earlier grievances dissipating. "Boss, wait for me." Chapter 64. Sisterly Bonds in the Parking Lot. The Luo sisters trailed closely behind Lin Yu, not daring to breathe. A sense of unease settled in their hearts, particularly for Luo Shui, who had been the most vocal, even brandishing her phone to record. In retrospect, she felt like a foolish shrew. What if the boss thought her utterly thoughtless? Though Luo Bing maintained a facade of composure, her heart raced with uncertainty. The trio silently approached the Koenigsegg 1. Lin Yu opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, prompting the Luo sisters to hurriedly enter from the opposite side. Luo Shui's palms were clammy with anxiety as she stole a glance at Lin Yu, who remained expressionless, staring straight ahead without uttering a word. The deeper his silence, the more trepidation filled her heart. At long last, she could no longer contain herself, summoning her courage to speak in a voice as faint as a whisper. "I apologize. Dear boss, we were overly impulsive just now. We should not have quarreled in public, bringing you shame." Luo Bing immediately chimed in, lowering her demeanor even further. "Boss, this matter is entirely our fault. We failed to manage our emotions appropriately, and our conduct was most improper, affecting your mood. We shall accept any punishment you deem fit." Lin Yu turned his head, his face devoid of anger, instead adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. "Where do you believe you erred?" Luo Shui promptly responded. "We should not have raised our voices in a public setting, causing you inconvenience." Luo Bing added, "We ought to have handled that situation with more grace." Lin Yu nodded and suddenly pressed a button. With a soft hum, the driver's seat reclined gently, expanding the space around them. "Come here," Lin Yu commanded, his tone brooking no refusal. The Luo sisters exchanged glances, cautiously moving closer. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the delicate features of the sisters, ultimately resting on the flushed face of Luo Shui. "You were the most impetuous just now, like a firecracker," he remarked with a light chuckle. "Let us begin with you." Luo Shui felt her cheeks burn crimson, her heart racing wildly, rendered speechless with anxiety. "Begin with me? What will the boss do?" Her mind was a blank slate. Just then, Luo Bing, gathering her resolve, stepped protectively in front of her sister. "Boss," she said, her voice trembling. "My sister is young and timid. Her outburst was merely impulsive. Please do not frighten her." Luo Bing lifted her chin, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her tone soft and alluring. "If there must be a punishment, let it fall upon me. I am willing to bear the consequences for my sister, even double, if necessary." "Oh." Lin Yu was amused by her display of sisterly devotion. "How intriguing." He reached out, gently patting Luo Bing's shoulder. "Since you are so willing to take responsibility, you shall go first." Luo Bing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Lin Yu's hand rested lightly on her shoulder, beginning to massage her slowly. "You were far too tense just now. Your shoulders are stiff." His voice was deep and magnetic. "As my employee, if you cannot even manage basic emotional regulation, you certainly need to relax." A warm sensation spread from her shoulders throughout her body. The boss's technique was surprisingly professional. Each press was perfectly calibrated, instantly easing her taut nerves. "Your technique is remarkably skilled, boss." Luo Bing couldn't help but murmur in admiration. "This is merely the beginning." Lin Yu replied with a hint of mischief in his voice. "Luo Shui, you too shall come over." Luo Shui cautiously approached. Lin Yu invited her to sit on the opposite side and began to massage her shoulders and neck. "You two are under immense work pressure," he remarked during the massage. "The body is the foundation of revolution. You must learn to relax." Under Lin Yu's skilled hands, the sisters tense, nerves completely unwound. This was hardly a punishment. It was sheer bliss. "Boss, we realize our mistakes." Luo Shui's voice was soft and melodious. "We will certainly pay more attention to emotional management in the future." Luo Bing nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, boss, we will handle various situations with greater grace." After several minutes, Lin Yu ceased his ministrations. "Well, consider this a lesson for you." He looked at the two lovely ladies, their complexions rosy and their eyes glazed, and nodded with satisfaction. "Remember, as my employees, you must always maintain elegance and composure." "Yes, boss," the sisters replied in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Chapter 65, S-Class Evaluation. 12 billion received. Though they voiced their agreement, not long after, Luo Bing began to crave the sensation again. That brief contact felt as if it had reshaped her entire being. The tremors coursing through her soul were intoxicating, leaving her utterly addicted. Boss, I wish for more. Can you promise me that? Lin Yu could no longer suppress his laughter. He found the sight of the two completely tamed kittens amusing. You two are quite the perfect match. He released his hold on them and readjusted their seats back to their original positions. All right, tidy yourselves up and return to your seats. Oh, the sisters responded in unison. Their voices tinged with disappointment. They resembled obedient schoolchildren, hurriedly attempting to fix their disheveled clothes and hair. However, having relaxed for so long, their bodies still felt languid, and one button took an eternity to fasten. Luo Shui was nearly in tears from frustration. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, she discovered that he was watching them with great amusement. Boss, I lack strength, she pouted softly. Lin Yu sighed, shaking his head. What a pair of troublesome little pixies. He leaned closer, the confined space of the car creating a charged atmosphere once more. His long, strong fingers deftly crossed over Luo Bing to assist Luo Shui with her dress straps, smoothly zipping up the back. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her skin, causing her to shiver. Thank you, boss. Luo Shui's voice was barely a whisper. Then, Lin Yu turned to face Luo Bing, methodically fastening each button of her shirt with gentle movements. All right, settle in. The sisters obediently sat side by side in the passenger seat, huddling together, scarcely daring to breathe. They stole glances at Lin Yu's profile, their curiosity piqued. How could the boss be so handsome? Just moments ago, he was so cruel, but now he exudes such tenderness. The stark contrast nearly caused their hearts to explode. Their gazes toward Lin Yu had completely transformed. Initially, their admiration stemmed from reverence for his strength and wealth, accompanied by a hint of possessive desire to cling to him. However, that feeling had now transcended into a profound sense of belonging and utter submission. At this moment, it was not merely about being employees. They would willingly toil like oxen for him. Any company or venture seemed utterly trivial in comparison to the boss's authority. Just then, a long-forgotten system prompt echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! High-difficulty dual planting task completed. Completion rate 200. Rating S level. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Dual planting? Was it possible that this 2-hour punishment had yielded such unexpected rewards? Task: Luo Bing. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 6 billion in cash. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Divine medical skills, inheriting the essence of Hua Tuo and BNK, capable of reviving the dead. Understanding all mysteries of the human body. Task: Luo Shui. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 6 billion in cash. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Divine culinary skills, embodying the spirit of the food deity Yin, mastering all cuisines from ancient to modern, capable of creating extraordinary delicacies with a mere thought. Comprehensive assessment S level, triggering additional rewards. Congratulations to the host. Target individuals Luo Bing and Luo Shui's favorability permanently locked at 99, undying loyalty. They will regard you as their sole deity, eternally faithful, and never betray you. A series of system notifications left Lin Yu momentarily stunned. 12 billion in cash, plus divine medical and culinary skills. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Lin Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It seemed that the task of sowing seeds released by the system offered benefits beyond just that progress bar. With divine medical skills, should he encounter any troubles or should anyone around him suffer ailments, he could effortlessly resolve them with a mere wave of his hand. Indeed, an invincible trump card. As for the divine culinary skills, Lin Yu stroked his chin. The quality of life at home could be elevated to a whole new level. In high spirits, he drove with a newfound lightness. Beside him, Luo Bing noticed the smile on Lin Yu's face and tentatively spoke, laced with a hint of flattery. Boss, what should I do if I still desire your punishment? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smirked but refrained from answering directly. Instead, he reached out and gently pinched his sister Luo Shui's cheek, her skin smooth and delightful to the touch. Why the rush? His voice carried a lazy magnetism. The show has only just begun. Those words sent the sisters' minds reeling once more. The splendid performance has only just begun. Could it be that the past 2 hours were merely an appetizer? As their thoughts wandered and their hearts raced, a melodious ringtone abruptly shattered the enchanting atmosphere within the car. Chapter 66. Did you think it was a culinary disaster? No, it is an addictive elixir. The moment the call connected, Su Qinghan's voice, laden with deep sorrow, resonated through the line. Darling, why is it that as soon as I awaken, you have vanished? Where have you gone? Although her voice was soft, the Luo sisters heard it distinctly in the serene confines of the Koenigsegg. Instantly, a sense of urgency washed over them. Luo Bing murmured anxiously, "Oh no, the primary consort is on guard." Luo Shui, even more apprehensive, curled up like an ostrich, exclaiming, "Sister, are we going to be sunk?" Lin Yu chuckled softly, his tone as sweet as honey. "How could that be, Qinghan? I shall return shortly and prepare a sumptuous meal for you." Su Qinghan on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. "You? Cook?" Her voice brimmed with disbelief, as if she had just heard a fantastical tale. "Darling, you're not coming down with a fever, are you? Should I call the family doctor to check on you?" Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. "Today, I shall showcase your husband's hidden talents." After ending the call, he glanced at the Luo sisters in the rearview mirror, their expressions a mixture of complexity. "Let us get out. This is where our journey concludes for today." Reluctantly, Luo Bing and Luo Shui exited the car, turning back every few steps, resembling two abandoned puppies. Half an hour later, at the Yunding Tiangong, as Lin Yu pushed the door open, he beheld Su Qinghan, clad in a pink apron, busily attending to the kitchen. Upon hearing the door, she immediately turned, her delicate face etched with grievance and dissatisfaction. "Humph, you actually know how to come back? I thought you had found a new sweetheart out there, abandoning your old, weary wife." Old weary wife. Lin Yu nearly laughed aloud. With Su Qinghan's enchanting visage, calling her an old hag would compel every woman in the world to gouge out their eyes. He approached her and embraced her from behind. "What nonsense are you spouting? You will forever be the most beautiful woman in my heart." Su Qinghan's body tensed momentarily before softening in his embrace, yet her words remained sharp. "Humph, who knows? Those vixens outside are all quite formidable. Perhaps your soul has already been bewitched." Lin Yu chuckled lightly and effortlessly lifted her. "Ah," Su Qinghan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" Lin Yu carried her towards the kitchen. "I want you to experience your husband's true culinary skills." He gently set her down on the countertop. "Just wait and see." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the refrigerator. Su Qinghan sat at the kitchen counter, her legs swinging with curiosity. "Darling, can you truly cook? I've never seen you do so. Are you planning to prepare some bizarre dish?" Lin Yu opened the refrigerator and glanced at the ingredients within. In an instant, his culinary skill activated. His entire demeanor transformed. He metamorphosed from an ordinary young man into a culinary deity, commanding the very essence of flavor. "Darling?" Su Qinghan hesitantly called out, blinking in disbelief. Was this truly her husband? How had he suddenly morphed into a god of cuisine? Lin Yu turned back to her, offering a gentle smile. "Today, I shall reveal to you what true deliciousness entails." He retrieved a few simple ingredients: rice, eggs, green peas, and diced ham, the most commonplace components for fried rice. Su Qinghan felt a pang of disappointment. "Is this all? Darling, you're not merely trying to fool me, are you? Surely, you don't intend to pass off a simple fried rice as an impressive meal." Lin Yu remained silent, focusing intently on the task at hand. The moment he grasped the chef's knife, his aura shifted once more. His knife skills were divine. The ham was diced with precision down to the millimeter, while the peas were shelled with fluid grace. Most astonishingly, as he handled the rice, he merely brushed his hand over it, and, buzz, the rice transformed into a crystalline masterpiece, each grain distinct and even shimmering with luminescence. "How is this possible?" Su Qinghan leapt from the counter. "Darling, you can't possibly be a celestial being, can you? How can the rice be glowing? What kind of sorcery is this?" She circled Lin Yu, inspecting him from every angle. "Have you been possessed by something extraordinary?" Lin Yu ignited the stove. As the oil reached the perfect temperature, he cracked the eggs. With a sizzling sound, the egg mixture blossomed into golden flowers within the pan, releasing an aroma that surged like a tidal wave. Su Qinghan's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this fragrance? It's utterly otherworldly. Just a whiff, and I feel as though my soul might take flight." Lin Yu poured the luminous rice into the pan, where each grain was enveloped in the egg, transforming into a resplendent golden hue. The spatula in his hand seemed to dance with life, the motions of stirring as graceful as a ballet. His control over the heat was impeccable. Each turn was executed with exquisite precision. The aroma began to permeate the kitchen with fervor. Su Qinghan was completely entranced. She pinched her eyes and then her cheeks. Am I dreaming? Is this really my husband? When did he become so impressive? Finally, green peas and diced ham were added, followed by a few more stir-fries. A plate of perfect golden fried rice emerged. Each grain of rice sparkled. The rich aroma was irresistible, making one salivate uncontrollably. Try it. Lin Yu offered a spoonful to Su Qinghan. She opened her mouth in a daze. The moment the rice touched her palate, her mind went completely blank. Her eyes widened, rounder than copper bells. Her body began to tremble violently. Ah, what kind of divine flavor is this? She leapt up in excitement. This was no mere fried rice. It was akin to an elixir. Each grain exploded in her mouth, releasing an unprecedented burst of exquisite flavor. The fragrance of eggs, the aroma of rice, the savory taste of ham, and the freshness of peas harmoniously blended together, creating a symphony on her taste buds. Husband, husband, husband. Su Qinghan rushed over, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's leg, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. I was wrong. I will never doubt you again. This flavor is simply extraordinary. Even the Jade Emperor in the Celestial Palace cannot savor something so delicious. Lin Yu gently stroked her hair. This is merely the appetizer. The main course is yet to come. The next hour was truly a culinary awakening for Su Qinghan. Sweet and sour ribs, perfectly balanced. The meat so tender it melted in her mouth, each bite eliciting involuntary moans. Steamed base, extraordinarily fresh, as if she could taste the essence of the entire ocean. Mapo tofu, spicy and fragrant, with layers of flavor that left her craving more. Each dish drove Su Qinghan into a frenzy. She had completely lost her senses, circling around Lin Yu like a starry-eyed fan. Husband, you are incredible. You are a walking Michelin 3-star. No, Michelin 3 stars are mere trash compared to you. From now on, I want to eat your cooking every day. 3 meals a day, 1 tea suffice. I want 10. Lin Yu lightly tapped her nose. You can have it. But it depends on your performance tonight. This statement carried profound implications. Su Qinghan's face instantly flushed like a ripe apple. She understood perfectly what performance meant. Husband, you are so naughty. She shyly punched Lin Yu's chest, her voice soft and sweet. We are still eating. Lin Yu pulled her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, then let us fill up first. Later, I will let you taste something even more delightful than these dishes. Su Qinghan trembled, her body turning to jelly. Chapter 67. I'm pregnant. After dinner, Su Qinghan surprisingly rolled up her sleeves to help with the dishes. Husband, let me help you wash the dishes. She was in high spirits when, with a light clatter, a white porcelain plate slipped from her foam-covered, slippery fingers and fell into the sink, mercifully unbroken. Lin Yu approached her silently from behind, his chest pressing against her back, his hands enveloping hers, and his chin gently resting on her fragrant shoulder. Let me handle this. His voice was deep and magnetic, causing Su Qinghan's body to instantly soften. Yet there was no hesitation. Go do what you wish to do, he urged softly. Su Qinghan obediently nodded, dried her hands, and slipped out of the kitchen. Minutes later, as he dried his hands and exited the kitchen, he found the living room empty. Lin Yu pushed open the door to the master bedroom. H honey, could you come here for a moment? Su Qinghan's voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. He approached her, finding her standing there clad in an exquisitely tailored black lace ensemble. The black lace garter belts traced a tantalizing path upward from her stockings, ultimately disappearing beneath her short skirt, igniting the imagination. Honey, do you like it? Lin Yu felt his throat involuntarily tighten. The visual impact was more overpowering than the aroma of the dinner he had just savored. What do you have hidden in your hands? There was a playful note in his voice. Su Qinghan trembled slightly, then shyly produced a palm-sized booklet from behind her. She cradled it delicately, as if presenting a rare treasure, and reverently offered it to Lin Yu. The booklet was pink, the cover adorned with an elegant, yet somewhat innocent font that read, Essential Skills for a Quality Wife, 108 Intimate Service Techniques, Illustrated Edition. Lin Yu took it and casually flipped through the pages. The contents were astonishingly detailed, ranging from 01, the morning wake-up kiss, to 32, relaxing oil massage, and further on to titles that could make any man's heart race, such as 77, cat stretch, and 96, deep sea whisper. Each entry came with thorough step-by-step instructions and exquisitely precise hand-drawn illustrations. The handwriting was as neat and refined as the cover, clearly transcribed by Su Qinghan herself. This woman had put forth such tremendous effort to please him. He looked up to find Su Qinghan blushing deeply, her eyes filled with a pleading desire for his approval and anticipation. As a reward for the delicious meal you prepared, which experience would you like to try first tonight? Lin Yu chuckled, snapping the booklet shut with a decisive clap. With a swift motion, he tossed the small book onto the soft bed. In the midst of Su Qinghan's astonished gaze, he suddenly reached out, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Ah!" Su Qinghan exclaimed, instinctively clutching his neck. Their eyes locked, and she caught a glimpse of the unabashed, almost predatory intensity reflected in Lin Yu's gaze, as if he intended to consume her whole. Only children make choices. Lin Yu lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing against hers, his warm breath caressing her face, causing her eyelashes to tremble. "I want it all." Su Qinghan's mind went blank, overwhelmed by his audacity. How domineering. So utterly domineering. Yet, she found herself utterly enamored by such dominance. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Su Qinghan abruptly lifted her head and, with fervor, kissed Lin Yu passionately. She entwined herself around him like an octopus, summoning every ounce of strength to reciprocate his fervor. The techniques and steps from that little booklet she had read were cast aside, forgotten in the depths of her desire. A night of indulgence. The following morning, Lin Yu was awakened by the persistent, muffled vibrations of his phone. He opened his eyes to find Su Qinghan sleeping soundly beside him, curled up like a kitten, one delicate arm possessively draped across his chest. Lin Yu picked up his phone and unlocked the screen. A flurry of WeChat messages appeared, all from Xia Yubing. He pressed the play button, turning the volume to its lowest, and held the phone to his ear. "Lin Yu, I can't go home. I think I might be pregnant. I went to the hospital today, and I really don't know what to do." "Boo-hoo." The girl's voice was laced with helplessness, fear, and confusion. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened suddenly. "Pregnant? Xia Yubing?" The cold notification from the system flashed in his mind. More children, more blessings. A child meant an unimaginable reward. His heart raced, not out of panic, but from a wave of uncontrollable excitement. Just as he prepared to type a response to soothe Xia Yubing's distress, "Husband." Su Qinghan stirred in his embrace, mumbling in her sleep, pulling him closer, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Lin Yu froze in place. She was about to wake. He swiftly locked the screen and gently placed the phone face down on the bedside table, ensuring not a sound escaped. Leaning down, he pressed a soft kiss on Su Qinghan's smooth forehead. Seemingly aware of his affection, her lips curled into a satisfied smile before she slipped back into a deeper slumber. Lin Yu opened the chat with Xia Yubing, his fingers dancing across the screen with urgency. "Don't be afraid. Wait for me at the hospital. I'll be there shortly. Remember, you are mine. No matter what happens, I will be there to support you. Send." Chapter 68. Who dares to reprimand what is mine? At the Municipal First Hospital, the obstetrics and gynecology department was filled with women of various expressions. Some radiated the joy of new motherhood, while others struggled to conceal their anxiety and tension. As Lin Yu's tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor, the previously noisy chatter fell silent instantly. Dozens of gazes converged upon him, all at once. Whether it was the youthful female patients, the masked nurses, or even the passing female doctors, all were momentarily entranced upon laying eyes on Lin Yu. Could it be that I am not merely imagining this? How could there be such an extraordinarily handsome man in the obstetrics and gynecology department? A girl standing in line instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. This visage, this physique, this commanding presence. Has some celebrity come to experience life? A companion nearby pinched herself vigorously to confirm she was not dreaming. Look at the attire he dons, subtle yet undeniably from a top-tier luxury brand. What business does such a man have in a place like this? Whispers of speculation began anew, albeit now in hushed tones, as everyone instinctively lowered their voices. Lin Yu had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. He remained oblivious, his sharp gaze swiftly scanning the benches along the corridor. Soon, he spotted his target. In a corner of the hallway, a frail girl was curled up on the bench, her slender shoulders trembling violently as she buried her head deep in her knees, emitting muffled sobs of profound despair. It was Xia Yubing. Before her stood a female doctor clad in a white coat, seemingly in her 40s. Her sharp makeup accentuating her disdainful demeanor, arms crossed as she condescendingly pointed a finger at the girl's nose. "All you do is cry. What good does crying do? Can it conjure the examination fee?" The doctor's voice was piercing and cruel, dripping with unabashed contempt. "Let me tell you, if you can't pay, Don't go about behaving recklessly and getting yourself into trouble. Now that you are in this predicament, where's the father of your child? Call your mother. Have her come and pay up. Xia Yubing's sobs intensified, her lips forming a desperate plea. Please, I beg you, do not call my mother. The doctor sneered. Not going to call? Then you can forget about leaving this place today. 38,000, not a penny less. In that moment, Lin Yu's expression turned icy. He strode purposefully forward. Amid the astonished gazes of those around, he removed his expensive coat and bent down, enveloping Xia Yubing along with the bench in a protective embrace. Xia Yubing jolted, slowly lifting her tear-streaked, pale face. Upon recognizing him, a choked cry escaped her throat, and she lunged into his arms, clutching his waist tightly. Lin Yu, I am so scared. I am truly terrified. Lin Yu's broad palm gently patted her trembling back. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Once he had calmed the girl in his embrace, he slowly raised his head, his once warm eyes now encased in a frigid glare directed at the female doctor. Dr. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's striking appearance and the formidable aura he exuded, her heart skipping a beat. But soon, a deeper wave of contempt and jealousy surged within her. How could such an exceptional man be intrigued by this weeping young girl before him? She adjusted her expression, forcing a sardonic smile. Oh, the wild man has arrived? Just in time. I thought you were too timid to show your face. She lifted her chin. Speaking in a tone laced with condescension, the examination fee, the ultrasound fee, the hospitalization observation fee, along with various nutritional injections, totals 38,000. Hurry up and pay. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, regarding her with a calm demeanor as he inquired, why is it so expensive? This question seemed to ignite Wang Lin's powder keg. She erupted immediately, her voice rising by several octaves as she shrieked. Expensive? Do you think it's too costly? Do you believe this hospital is your family's marketplace where you can haggle? This is the first municipal hospital, the finest hospital in Jiangxing. She regarded Lin Yu as if he were a fool, spitting out her words. Do you have any idea how costly our equipment is? Do you understand how difficult it is to secure an appointment with a chief physician? Are you aware of the complexity of the processes involved in her examination? Without money, how do you expect to receive treatment? Without money, how do you pursue women? Let me tell you, today, that amount cannot be reduced by a single cent. Otherwise, neither of you shall leave. Her voice was loud and piercing, drawing the attention of all those in the corridor, who began to point and gossip about Lin Yu and Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing, nestled in his arms, began to tremble again, burying her face deeper. Overwhelmed by shame and indignation, Lin Yu gently patted her back, signaling her to find solace. Then, he turned his gaze to the woman before him, who resembled a rabid dog. Doctor, I never said I wouldn't pay. I am merely curious if you could provide me with a detailed bill, so I might see how this 38,000 is allocated across various items. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then placed her hands on her hips, sneering. What? You wish to audit the accounts? Who do you think you are? Let me inform you. Our hospital's charges are clearly marked and registered with the Price Bureau. Do you think it's south your place to question that? Very well, I shall cover the expenses. Lin Yu maintained his calm tone, but as a consumer, is it not reasonable for me to inquire about the details of my expenditure? Reasonable my foot. Wang Lin spat derisively. There's no rationale to discuss with the likes of you. Hurry up and pay. I have many patients and no time to waste on your nonsense. Lin Yu nodded, then shifted his approach. However, before I make the payment, I would like to pose a few inquiries. He raised one finger. First, as a physician, is it in accordance with your hospital's regulations to shout at your patients in a public corridor, revealing their privacy and costs? Or is this simply a hallmark of service at your esteemed First Municipal Hospital? Wang Lin's expression changed instantaneously. Before she could respond, he raised a second finger. Secondly, my girlfriend is currently experiencing significant emotional distress. As a professional obstetrician, you should be aware of the impact of a pregnant woman's emotional fluctuations on the fetus. You neither offered solace nor compassion. Instead, you relentlessly provoked her with verbal aggression. Pray tell, are you healing or inflicting harm? Wang Lin was instantly exposed. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu's tone turned icy. Nonsense, you say? He extended a third finger, his gaze abruptly sharpening. Thirdly, you accuse us of impropriety, claiming my girlfriend lacks self-respect. By what authority do you pass such moral judgment? Are you a physician or a judge? Or does your obstetrics department, in addition to treating ailments, also engage in moral education? Dr. Wang, enlighten me. Do you possess the qualifications? Chapter 69. The masterful art of medicine unleashed the women who had previously whispered and gestured now regarded Lin Yu with an entirely transformed gaze. Their initial astonishment at his looks had evolved into profound awe at his composure and authority. This man is not merely handsome. He exudes an unparalleled sense of security. Wang Lin's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, a wave of humiliation washing over her like never before, especially in front of so many colleagues and patients. This was an utter outrage. Wang Lin suddenly leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yu. "What are you? How dare you lecture me here? Security! Where are the guards?" She frantically reached for her walkie-talkie, her voice rising to a hysterical shriek. "Obstetrics! There's a disturbance in obstetrics. Yes, a man. Quickly, apprehend him. Right now?" Her piercing cries echoed through the corridor, grating on the ears. Xia Yubing, cradled in Lin Yu's arms, trembled at the sight of her frenzied demeanor. Lin Yu gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right. I'm here." Two uniformed female security guards, alerted by the walkie-talkie call, charged in from the stairway with assertive urgency. Who is causing a ruckus? Who is making trouble? The burly security captain led the charge, brandishing a baton with an intimidating demeanor. Upon seeing reinforcements, Wang Lin's bravado surged tenfold. She jabbed a finger towards Lin Yu, nearly poking him in the face. "That's him. Restrain him. Take him to security. I want to report him for disturbing the public peace." The two security guards immediately focused their attention on Lin Yu, preparing to advance. However, the instant their eyes met his, their steps faltered, as if they had been struck by an invisible force. Lin Yu cast a nonchalant glance in their direction, exuding an air of disdain born from absolute power and status, accompanied by a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. These guards, accustomed to encountering all manner of aggressive individuals, felt an unsettling chill creep up their spines, their legs weakening beneath them. The security captain's throat constricted, the harsh words she intended to unleash becoming lodged in her throat. The young security guard beside her murmured softly, "Captain, this person's gaze is rather intimidating." Wang Lin, witnessing the two guards frozen in place, was instantly overcome with fury. "What are you staring at? Why are you standing there idle? Move. Pin him down for me. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Are you two not interested in keeping your jobs?" The head of security swallowed hard, mustering his courage to step forward. "Sir, please cooperate." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu merely tilted his body slightly, casting a fleeting glance her way. That gaze was chillingly sharp, causing the security captain to feel an involuntary shiver run down his spine, instinctively taking a half-step back. "What? You can't even handle a mere brat?" Wang Lin erupted, berating them. "You are drawing a salary from the hospital, and at a critical moment, you present this pathetic display?" The captain, embarrassed by her reprimand, gritted his teeth and signaled to the young guard beside him. Reluctantly, they approached together. "Sir, please do not make this difficult for us." No sooner had he spoken than the captain reached out to grab Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu did not even lift his eyelids. With a casual flick of his right hand, bang, the captain was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the wall. The young guard, trembling in fear, stammered, "See, Captain, are you all right?" The captain clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. She couldn't comprehend. The young man had merely waved his hand, yet the force was tremendous. The corridor fell into an eerie silence, with everyone wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. Just now, Lin Yu had not even moved his feet, yet he had knocked down a security guard who stood at 6 feet tall. Was he even human? Wang Lin was even more terrified, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Yu. "Why you dare to hit someone? You dare to strike someone in a hospital?" Xia Yubing clung tightly to him, equally startled by the previous encounter. Yet, Lin Yu did not spare them another glance. In the face of absolute power, these minor characters were hardly worthy of his attention. Lin Yu extended his hand, gently grasping Xia Yubing's icy wrist. "Do not be afraid," he said softly. At the moment his fingers made contact with her pulse, the divine medical skill activated silently. An invisible and profound stream of information surged into Lin Yu's mind. Heart rate, blood pressure, fetal heartbeat, gestational age, hormone levels, countless data, more precise than the world's most sophisticated instruments, were analyzed within a mere 0.01 seconds. A second later, Lin Yu released his grip, a warm and assured smile gracing his face. He looked into Xia Yubing's tear-stained eyes, speaking clearly, "Do not worry. Our baby is very healthy. It's a boy. 8 weeks and 3 days along. with a heart rate of 168 beats per minute. All indicators are exceptionally perfect. Xia Yubing abruptly lifted her head, staring vacantly at Lin Yu, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into an exaggerated fit of laughter. Ha! What did I just hear? Surely, I must have misheard. She pointed at Lin Yu, audibly proclaiming to those around her, "Listen to this. Is this person out of his mind? He claims that by merely touching his wrist, he can discern the gender of the child, and even specify that it is 8 weeks and 3 days along, with a heart rate of 168. She regarded Lin Yu with the disdain and mockery one might reserve for an escaped lunatic. Who do you think you are? A celestial being descended to Earth? Or do you fancy yourself an ultrasound machine? What nonsense. I suspect you are simply too broke to pay for your examination and have gone mad from the pressure." The crowd murmured in hushed tones, their skepticism evident in their furtive glances, though none dared to voice their doubts aloud. After all, Lin Yu's assertions had ventured far beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. Just as Wang Lin reveled in her triumph, a calm yet authoritative voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "What is going on here? How can you make such a ruckus in the corridor?" The crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged woman, approximately 50 years of age, impeccably groomed with her hair neatly styled. Clad in a white coat that exuded an air of authority, Lu Minghui, the director of the city's first hospital. Upon seeing the director, Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had grasped the final lifeline. She quickly masked her derision with a facade of utmost grievance and rushed towards Lu Minghui, eager to present her case. "Director, you've arrived. You must take charge of this matter." She pointed at Lin Yu and exaggeratedly recounted, "It is this person who has not paid his fees. Yet he is here causing a scene, disrupting the normal order of our department. When I tried to stop him, he insulted me and threatened me, accusing me of lacking medical ethics. Just listen. Is there no law anymore? He pretends to have supernatural abilities, claiming he can determine the baby's gender by merely touching his wrist. I believe he is just a con artist, trying to pick a fight because he cannot afford to pay. Director, please call security to have him removed." As Lu Minghui listened, her frown deepened. As the director, she had encountered countless influential figures throughout her career. She turned her gaze towards Lin Yu, the object of Wang Lin's accusations. Having presided over the city's top hospital, Lu Minghui had seen it all, high-ranking officials and billionaire heiresses, all of whom treated her with the utmost respect. Her composure had been honed to a tranquil stillness. Yet, at this moment, upon seeing Lin Yu, that stillness was disturbed, creating a ripple in her otherwise undisturbed demeanor. This man, no, this boy, was remarkably striking. In an era where men are rarer than giant pandas, the commonplace encounters often consist of those emasculated canaries, raised within the confines of their families, or unremarkable individuals so ordinary that they would blend seamlessly into a crowd. Yet the figure before Lu Minghui was an entirely different species. With a tall, commanding stature and broad shoulders, her heart inexplicably quickened. An utterly absurd yet irresistibly alluring thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her being. Just as she prepared to speak and diffuse the tension, Lin Yu interjected. "I not only understand the circumstances surrounding my woman, but I also know," he paused, "Dr. Wang. Yesterday afternoon around 3 o'clock, you attended to a patient suffering from abdominal pain. You diagnosed her with ordinary appendicitis, prescribed a mere painkiller, and sent her home to rest. But have you considered the possibility that the patient was experiencing a ruptured ectopic pregnancy, leading to severe hemorrhaging? If it had been 6 hours later, it would have been a double tragedy. Director Lu, would you agree?" Lu Minghui's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost. She whipped her head around, fixing a penetrating gaze on Wang Lin, who appeared as if struck by lightning. Only she and a few core physicians were privy to the truth. How could this young man possibly know? "You are speaking nonsense, spreading falsehoods." Wang Lin's voice, grating and sharp like sandpaper, erupted in a high-pitched, frantic shriek. "Director, do not believe him. He is a madman. He is causing a ruckus here. He must be lying. Director, quickly, have him apprehended." The surrounding women stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the shocking turn of events. "Lying?" Lin Yu chuckled lightly, a sound laced with unmasked disdain. "Dr. Wang, it seems your guilt has muddled your mind. The patient's name is Li Xiaoyu, 23 years old, residing at 128 Liuxiu Street, Taohua District, Jiangxing City." Wang Lin's face turned ghostly white, her body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She screamed hysterically. How could you know such details? You must have investigated beforehand. You are in cahoots with someone. Who are you, really? Lu Minghui's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hospital lobby, filled with hurried footsteps and cries. Make way. Clear the path. Where is Director Lu? Where is Director Lu? The crowd instinctively parted, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s supported a pale, weak young girl who was gasping for breath as they rushed forward. The young girl's complexion was devoid of color, requiring assistance to walk, clearly recovering from a severe illness. Director Lu. The middle-aged woman recognized Lu Minghui at a glance and rushed over. You are Director Lu, right? I am Li Xiaoyu's mother. She pointed at the young girl beside her, her voice trembling as she uttered, My daughter visited the doctor yesterday afternoon. Doctor Wang diagnosed her with appendicitis and instructed us to return home with medication. However, last night my daughter experienced severe hemorrhaging and nearly lost her life. Had we not rushed her to the city center hospital in time, she would not be here now. At this juncture, the middle-aged woman could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into tears, embracing her daughter. The onlookers widened their eyes, incredulous at the unfolding scene. What Lin Yu had just said was entirely true. It was utterly astonishing. Wang Lin's complexion drained of color, her body shaking violently. The situation had escalated dramatically. In front of so many patients and their families, the medical malpractice had been exposed, which would be a fatal blow to the hospital's reputation. Ms. Li, please do not be overly agitated. Let us discuss this calmly. Lu Minghui quickly stepped forward to offer comfort, though her mind was in turmoil. However, Li Xiaoyu's mother was not appeased. She pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Lin, exclaiming loudly, It was her. This Dr. Wang. My daughter was in excruciating pain, and she barely conducted a proper examination before declaring it appendicitis. I sensed something was amiss and requested further investigation, yet she scolded us for doubting her professional judgment. And what has resulted? She nearly cost my daughter's life. Surrounding patients and families began to murmur among themselves. Goodness, this doctor is utterly irresponsible. She cannot even distinguish between an ectopic pregnancy and appendicitis. Is this what professionalism looks like? Thank goodness that handsome gentleman warned us, otherwise we would be oblivious to how many lives this Dr. Wang might endanger. Indeed, that gentleman is remarkable. How did he know so clearly? Wang Lin listened to the surrounding discussions, her face paling further, her body swaying precariously. She understood that her career was over. Wang Lin. Lu Minghui's voice was as cold as ice. As the attending physician in obstetrics and gynecology, your erroneous diagnosis nearly led to a medical catastrophe. Now, in my capacity as the hospital director, I officially declare, Wang Lin, you are fired. Pack your belongings and leave the hospital immediately. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lin collapsed to the ground, letting out a despairing wail. No, please, director. I realize my mistake. Grant me another chance. But Lu Minghui did not spare her a glance. She turned to Lin Yu and bowed deeply, an impeccably executed 90-degree bow. Sir, it is due to our hospital's mismanagement that you and your girlfriend have endured such distress. On behalf of the City First Hospital, I sincerely apologize to you. This scene left every attendee utterly stunned. The director was apologizing to a young man and bowing at such an angle. This was unprecedented in Jiangxing's medical system. From this moment forth, all medical expenses for Miss Xia Yubing will be fully covered by the hospital. We shall provide her with the highest standard of VIP service. The expert consultation and specialized care were executed with the utmost standards. Lu Minghui's voice resonated with strength and clarity. The gazes of the women surrounding Lin Yu transformed from initial astonishment to fervent admiration. Not only was he handsome, but he was also remarkably capable. In Chapter 71, a woman boldly exclaimed, Handsome, do you still need a girlfriend? I am available. I am willing to be your little one. Another chimed in, Are you a doctor? Could you possibly examine me as well? The women began to stir, their eyes brimming with unabashed desire. Lin Yu, however, paid no heed to their infatuation. He gently patted Xia Yubing's back. Did you hear that? There's no need to worry. Everything has been resolved. Xia Yubing lifted her tear-stained face. Her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Lin Yu, you are truly incredible. I don't even know how to thank you. Lin Yu playfully brushed her nose. Silly girl. Do we need to express gratitude between us? This warm scene only deepened the envy and jealousy of the women around them. Lu Minghui observed keenly, silently contemplating her next move. Sir, May I inquire if you have a moment to spare? She cautiously began. I would like to invite you to my office for a detailed discussion. There are some important matters I wish to address. Lin Yu glanced at her and nodded. Very well. He turned to Xia Yubing. You should go rest in the ward. I will arrange the finest room for you. If you need anything, feel free to call the nurse. Xia Yubing obediently nodded. Okay, you go ahead. I will wait for you. Lu Minghui promptly arranged for two of the most professional female nurses to accompany Xia Yubing to the VIP ward. She then personally led Lin Yu to the director's office. In the office, Lu Minghui served Lin Yu a cup of premium Longjing tea, an act that was typically unheard of. However, now she reverently presented the tea with both hands. Sir, please enjoy the tea. Lin Yu accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. This is quite good tea. Upon hearing his compliment, Lu Minghui's face brightened with joy. I am glad you like it. This is authentic Longjing that I had a friend bring back from Westlake. She sat across from Lin Yu, her gaze revealing an indescribable complexity of emotions. May I boldly inquire, which medical school did you graduate from? Your diagnostic skills are astonishing, surpassing even our hospital's most seasoned experts. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I have not studied medicine. What? Lu Minghui's eyes widened in disbelief. You Haven T studied medicine? How could you possibly? Perhaps it's a gift, Lin Yu casually deflected. He could hardly admit to possessing a divine medical skill awarded by a system. Could he? Lu Minghui was utterly astonished by these words. Without any formal medical training, could one truly possess such remarkable diagnostic abilities solely by virtue of innate talent? This was the epitome of genius among medical prodigies. No, it transcended mere genius. It was akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. Sir, might I inquire if you would be interested in joining our hospital? Lu Minghui tentatively proposed. With your capabilities, I could directly appoint you as our chief expert consultant. With an annual salary of 10 million yuan, along with various benefits and allowances. What do you think? A salary of 10 million. In the medical system of Jiangxing, that was an astronomical figure. Even the most esteemed experts returning from abroad earned only a few million. However, Lin Yu merely shook his head, saying, I'm afraid I have no interest in practicing medicine. Lu Minghui felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not relent. Then, may I ask what your profession is? I am in business, Lin Yu replied succinctly. Lu Minghui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Business is wonderful. Our hospital has numerous collaborative projects. And if you are interested, Director Lu, Lin Yu interjected, you summoned me here not solely to discuss employment. Am I correct? Lu Minghui, caught off guard, displayed a hint of embarrassment. Sir, you are truly remarkable. To be candid, I have worked in the medical system for over 20 years and have encountered countless doctors. But someone of your caliber is indeed a rarity. After a pause, her voice took on a somewhat bashful tone. In fact, I have a daughter, 25 years old, who has just returned from studying abroad and is currently working in our hospital's cardiology department. She is quite beautiful and possesses a lovely personality. However, she has yet to find a suitable partner. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. So, this Director Lu had been attempting to introduce her daughter to him. Director Lu, I already have a girlfriend, Lin Yu pointed out, gesturing towards the door where the pregnant girl had just exited. I know. Lu Minghui quickly waved her hands in dismissal. But, sir, you understand the current situation. It is quite normal for an exceptional man like you to have multiple girlfriends. My daughter, she wouldn't mind at all. Truly, she wouldn't. As long as she could be near you, even as a minor companion, she would be willing. At this confession, Lu Minghui's face flushed crimson. Yet, in a world where the gender ratio was severely imbalanced, encountering a man as outstanding as Lin Yu was an extraordinary opportunity she simply could not afford to overlook. Lin Yu regarded the 40-something director before him and found the situation rather amusing. Women in this world would go to great lengths to find an exceptional partner. Even a dignified director was resorting to matchmaking for her daughter. Director Lu, what does your daughter look like? Lin Yu asked deliberately. Lu Minghui's eyes instantly sparkled upon hearing those words. Truly beautiful. An exquisite figure. She hurriedly rummaged through her desk drawer and handed a photograph to Lin Yu with both hands. Please take a look. This is a photo of my daughter, Lu Xiyu. Lin Yu accepted the photograph and, upon closer inspection, indeed found her to be a stunning beauty. The girl in the picture possessed delicate features, flowing long hair, adorned in a white coat, and her smile was sweet and captivating. She certainly embodied a remarkable beauty and exuded an intellectual aura. Where is she now? Lin Yu inquired. She is in the cardiology department upstairs. Lu Minghui exclaimed excitedly. Shall I call her down now for you to meet? No need. Lin Yu replied as he returned the photograph to her. Perhaps another day. I have other matters to attend to today. Despite the rejection, Lu Minghui did not feel disheartened. At least Lin Yu did not outright refuse, indicating there was still hope. When will you have time? I can arrange for you both to meet. It depends on the circumstances, Lin Yu said as he rose from his seat. It's getting late. I must go see my girlfriend. All right. Please take care. Lu Minghui quickly stood to see him off. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. My phone is on 24/7. Lin Yu nodded and exited the dean's office. Lu Minghui watched his departing figure, her eyes filled with fervent light. This kind of man must be won over, regardless of the cost. Chapter 72, The Divine Doctor Descends. Understanding the fetus's gender instantly in the VIP ward, Xia Yubing curled up on the soft hospital bed. Gripping the blanket tightly, Lin Yu pulled over a chair and sat beside her bed. He extended his hand, gently clasping Xia Yubing's wrist. It was icy and still trembling slightly. He channeled a warm surge of inner energy and activated his divine medical skills once more. A stream of detailed data, more comprehensive than any precision instrument in the world, flashed through his mind. The placenta is well positioned, the amniotic fluid is sufficient, and your hormone levels are all within optimal ranges. The heartbeat is a robust 168 beats per minute, strong and vigorous, like a little tiger. Aside from a slight elevation in cortisol levels due to nervousness, everything else is perfect. Xia Yubing was utterly mesmerized. She stared at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with overwhelming admiration and reliance. How could he know so much? His insights were far more reassuring than the pile of reports presented by Dr. Wang earlier. Lin Yu's myriad words ultimately coalesced into a soft, nasal whisper. She grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly. He could distinctly sense the shift in her emotions, understanding its significance. For a woman, particularly one in the vulnerable state of pregnancy, an unparalleled sense of security is far more effective than any sweet words. Are you hungry? He shifted the topic. Xia Yubing instinctively nodded her head, then shook it gently. No, I'm not hungry. Yet, before she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Her petite face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable expression and stood up. Wait, I'll fetch you something to eat. Can you eat from the hospital cafeteria? Xia Yubing inquired softly. Who said I was going to the cafeteria? Lin Yu turned back, giving her a mysterious smile. Today, I shall let you experience what true culinary artistry is. He exited the ward and made his way directly to the nurses' station. Several young nurses were chattering animatedly about something. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, they immediately fell silent, their cheeks flushing, eyes darting, yet unable to resist stealing glances. Excuse me, do you have a kitchen here? Or a place where I can cook? Lin Yu asked politely. A kitchen? One bolder nurse stammered. Sir, do you intend to cook? Yes. I need to prepare some nourishing soup for my girlfriend, he replied. This statement landed like a depth charge, igniting a flurry of whispers among the nurses. Oh my goodness. He is going to cook himself. Such a handsome man can cook too. I can't believe it. Woe is me, his girlfriend is so lucky. Just got rid of the bad doctor, and now she has a loving soup to enjoy. Stop dreaming. Did you not hear the director? This Miss Xia Yubing is carrying this gentleman's first child. That is a monumental achievement. Lin Yu paid no mind to their chatter, focusing instead on the nurse. The nurse felt flustered under his gaze, hastily nodding. Yes, yes. There's one on the top floor, prepared for the families of special patients, but it's rarely used. I'll take you there. The independent kitchen on the top floor was fully equipped and even boasted a selection of fresh, high-quality ingredients. It was evident that Lu Minghui had taken special care in this arrangement. The young nurse, blushing, glanced back at him repeatedly as she led the way. Lin Yu opened the refrigerator, scanning its contents. Black-boned chicken, angelica, astragalus, red dates, goji berries. His culinary prowess ignited instantly. With just a glance, countless optimal ingredient combinations and perfect cooking techniques flooded into his mind like instinct. He barely needed to think. His body responded with flawless precision. He picked up a beautifully presented black-boned chicken, his movements fluid and swift, almost leaving a blur in their wake. Blanching, removing the odor, each step executed with textbook precision. The ratio of medicinal herbs was measured to the milligram. As all the ingredients were placed into the clay pot, mountain spring water added, and the fire ignited. An indescribably delicate, yet overwhelmingly fragrant aroma began to waft through the kitchen door. Meanwhile, In the cloud-top palace, Su Qinghan awoke, lazily stretching with a hint of satisfaction coloring her stunning visage. Last night, Lin Yu had shown her what it truly meant to be a man. The sensation of being utterly conquered lingered with her, intoxicating her to this day. "Husband," she murmured softly, reaching for her phone to message Lin Yu, inquiring about his return. At that moment, a notification chimed, a message from her close friend, Zhou Manlin. "Qinghan, quickly check the hospital's internal forum." Su Qinghan paused, then clicked on the link Zhou Manlin had sent. A bold, crimson headline caught her eye: "Celestial Beauty. Mysterious tycoon appears in our hospital's obstetrics and gynecology. Director Liu bows at 90 degrees to personally accompany." Su Qinghan's heart sank. Obstetrics and gynecology? She opened the post, and a high-definition image loaded instantly. The backdrop was the familiar corridor of the City First Hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department. Lin Yu's tall figure dominated the frame. He was slightly bent, removing his coat to envelop a petite girl curled up in a chair. Though only her profile and long black hair were visible, the helplessness and fragility radiated through the screen. Lin Yu's actions exuded an undeniable sense of protectiveness and possessiveness. In the lower right corner of the photo stood Director Liu Minghui and several department heads, their expressions awash with reverence, scarcely daring to breathe. The languid, blissful smile on Su Qinghan's face gradually solidified into a mask of coldness, the light from the phone screen casting an icy glow upon her stunning features. Zhou Manlin's message popped up again. "Qinghan, I've inquired, and it seems this man accompanied his girlfriend for a prenatal checkup. He ended up in a heated argument with an unethical doctor, and he silenced that doctor with his assertiveness, even exposing a medical malpractice incident. In the end, the director had to apologize to him. My goodness, he could diagnose an ectopic pregnancy with a mere touch to the wrist? He is simply extraordinary. The female doctors and nurses at our hospital are going wild." Su Qinghan did not respond. Chapter 73, 9 Phoenixes Facing the Sun. She fixated on that photograph. It was her own body that had failed her. After so long in marriage, there had been no sign of life, while other women were already bearing his child. Suddenly, Su Qinghan sprang from the bed, racing toward the cloakroom in a frenzy. She could not afford to lose him. Absolutely not. She blamed no one but herself. As long as she could remain by his side, as long as she could continue to bask in his affection, she would willingly accept any scenario, even becoming a servant to the woman carrying his child. She hastily donned an outfit, snatched the car keys, and dashed out. The corridor of the VIP ward was increasingly fragrant, a rich aroma of chicken soup mingling with the crispness of medicinal herbs, creating a wondrous scent that stirred the most primal appetites deep within the soul. Several young nurses, under the guise of conducting rounds, have traversed back and forth multiple times. "This is unbearable. I can barely contain my saliva. What kind of divine broth is this? Just the aroma alone makes me feel as though I might transcend to another realm. That man, is he truly human? Handsome, wealthy, capable. And now even his culinary skills are extraordinary? Hush, lower your voice. Dean Liu has arrived as well." Liu Minghui followed the tantalizing scent, her face adorned with an uncontrollable mixture of astonishment and curiosity. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open. Lin Yu emerged, cradling a white porcelain bowl of soup, and his presence sent the fragrance in the corridor into a euphoric crescendo. All the women who caught a whiff of this intoxicating aroma felt their taste buds dance with fervor, their minds momentarily blank. Lin Yu disregarded the fervent gazes surrounding him and confidently pushed open the door to Xia Yubing's hospital room. It was at this precise moment that Su Qinghan, in a fit of fervor, dashed upstairs. As she exited the elevator, she was enveloped by the unforgettable scent, a testament to her husband's culinary prowess. Following the direction of the delectable aroma, she stumbled to the door of the VIP room. The door was ajar, and from within came Xia Yubing's blissful and slightly bashful murmurs. "Lin Yu, this is the most exquisite soup I have ever tasted, surpassing even the celestial nectar of the heavens." Immediately following was Lin Yu's gentle laughter, imbued with warmth. "Silly girl, if you like it, drink more. Once you finish, we shall indulge in even more delectable delights." Bang! Su Qinghan felt a wave of weakness wash over her, leaning against the cold wall. She dared not push the door open. She felt unworthy. With trembling fingers, she retrieved her phone and began to type. "Husband, I'm sorry. It's my inadequacy that has caused you to toil outside. Could you please let that young lady move in with us? The cloud-top heavenly palace is vast. With servants to assist, Certainly more convenient than being in the hospital. Is that all right? Inside the room, Lin Yu was delicately lifting a spoonful of warm chicken soup to Xia Yubing's lips. She obediently opened her mouth, her small face radiating a happiness and satisfaction she had never experienced before. Her body and soul were completely captivated by that bowl of soup. Just then, Lin Yu's phone vibrated softly in his pocket. Balancing the soup bowl in one hand, he took out his phone and unlocked the screen. It was a WeChat message from Su Qinghan. Upon reading the 2 lines of text, Lin Yu's hand hesitated momentarily as he fed Xia Yubing. He looked at her, still blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation, and gently said, "You continue to drink. I shall step outside for a moment." "Okay." Xia Yubing nodded obediently. Lin Yu set down his phone and swiftly typed a response, sending just 5 words. "Wait for me outside." A few minutes later, the door to the hospital room opened. Lin Yu's tall figure appeared at the doorway. Su Qinghan rushed over in haste. With a thump, she extended her trembling hands and clung desperately to Lin Yu's thigh. "Husband, I was wrong. I was wrong. It is my fault for not bearing you a child. I am to blame. I beg you, please do not abandon me. Do not cast me away." Her forehead pressed tightly against his pant leg. This scene stirred whispers among the onlookers. "My goodness, who is that woman? Are you blind? That is Su Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Su family. What is her relationship with this man?" Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He bent down and reached out to help Su Qinghan up. "Get up." His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Su Qinghan's body trembled. Yet she continued to cling to his leg, too afraid to look up. "No, husband, if you do not forgive me, I will not stand up." "Who said anything about abandoning you?" Lin Yu's voice held a trace of helplessness and amusement. "You are my woman, now and forever." She suddenly lifted her head, her tear-streaked, exquisite face filled with disbelief. "Husband, are you truly saying that?" Lin Yu offered no reply, but instead pulled her up from the ground and, in one smooth motion, brought her into the embrace of his broad chest. Feeling her delicate body trembling violently and inhaling the familiar fragrance from her hair, Lin Yu gently patted her back. "All right, there are so many people watching. What a sight this is." Su Qinghan's composure shattered the moment he enveloped her in his arms. She could no longer care about her image or the gazes of others. Like a small cat that had suffered great injustice, she clung tightly to Lin Yu's waist, burying her face in his chest and weeping openly. "Wah, husband, I thought you had forsaken me. I promise I will never dare again. I will study harder. I will master all 108 skills. I will serve you better. I will take good care of that younger sister. I can do anything as long as you do not abandon me." She cried incoherently, repeatedly assuring her loyalty and submission. Lin Yu lowered his head, his lips near her tear-streaked ear, whispering in a voice meant only for them. "Who said you are useless?" Su Qinghan's sobs halted abruptly. Lin Yu's warm breath against her ears sent shivers through her sensitive body. "Tonight, I will help you to conceive. Husband, you." Su Qinghan was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could not form a complete sentence, biting her lip to suppress a scream. In Lin Yu's mind, the familiar, cold sound of the system echoed. Ding! Detected extreme emotional fluctuations in primary wife Su Qinghan. Loyalty and sense of belonging have reached their peak. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the psychological construction of the core character, unlocking her hidden special physique. Su Qinghan's unique physique. The 9 Phoenixes Rising to the Sun has been activated. 9 Phoenixes Rising to the Sun, a rare and exceptional alchemical physique, only activated when the host possesses absolute loyalty. Upon activation, the probability of conception is permanently increased by 999. When combined with the host, it significantly enhances the cultivation efficiency of both parties, and the offspring will possess extraordinary talents far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Lin Yu's gaze instantly ignited with fervor. The 9 Phoenixes Rising to the Sun? A 999-fold increase in the probability of conception? By the heavens! This is practically a tailor-made, game-breaking physique for my system of abundant offspring. Chapter 74, where there are 3. There is my teacher at that moment. The door to the hospital room creaked open slightly, revealing Xia Yubing peering in timidly at the 2 embraced figures at the entrance. She had just finished a bowl of soup and felt invigorated, the fears and anxieties of recent days dissipating entirely. However, upon witnessing this scene, she instantly reverted to her timid self, caught between advancing and retreating. Lin Yu noticed her. He released Su Qinghan, but did not let go completely. still wrapping one arm around her slender waist while extending his other hand towards Xia Yubing. Come here. Xia Yubing's body stiffened momentarily, instinctively glancing at Su Qinghan. Sister, don't be afraid, Su Qinghan said with a warm smile directed at Xia Yubing. Your husband is calling you, come over. Only then did Xia Yubing take small steps forward, gently placing her cool little hand into Lin Yu's broad, warm palm. Once the doctor finishes the examination, we will head home, he said softly. This scene elicited a mixture of admiration and fervor from all the women secretly watching in the corridor. Here was a man who possessed not one, but two exquisite beauties. One was the esteemed Su Qinghan, the most celebrated socialite of Jiangcheng, while the other radiated a purity akin to that of a celestial being. Incredibly, there was not a hint of rivalry between these two women. Rather, an uncanny harmony enveloped them. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? Su Qinghan is actually with this man. Look at the adoration in her eyes. She gazes at that girl as if she were her own sister. What manner of divine being is this man? Capable of winning the heart of a woman as extraordinary as Su Qinghan, who willingly shares her affection with another. Lu Minghui stood at a distance, watching Lin Yu depart. Flanked by beauties, the intensity in her eyes seemed ready to ignite. She clenched her fists, her resolve solidifying. No, I must find a way for my daughter to approach him, even if she cannot become his rightful wife. Being one among his many women would still bestow immense fortune upon her and our family. Yin Ding Tiangong. Sister, how old are you this year? Su Qinghan broke the silence first. I'm 20 years old, still studying at university, Xia Yubing replied softly. Su Qinghan nodded gently, her tone increasingly tender. What major are you studying? I'm learning dance. Dance is wonderful, it exudes an artistic aura. Su Qinghan seemed to have found common ground. I also practiced dance for a while, but I eventually did not persist. In the future, when time permits, I would love to seek your guidance, dear sister. Oh no. You are too kind, sister, Xia Yubing replied, her cheeks flushing with surprise. She had expected to face a tempest, the trials and humiliations of a rightful wife, even bracing herself for blows and scolding. Yet the current situation was entirely different from her imagination. The legendary, seemingly unattainable eldest daughter of the Su family not only did not trouble her, but was as amiable as a neighborly older sister. By the way, dear sister, what do you enjoy eating? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Since you are with child, you must take good care of yourself. Su Qinghan inquired with the utmost consideration. Xia Yubing was momentarily taken aback, stammering her response. Lin Yu observed the scene, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon entering the room, Xia Yubing was completely astonished. With her mouth agape, she gazed at the fountains, lawns, and gardens passing by outside, feeling as though she had stumbled into Alice's Wonderland. The car halted before the main villa, where 2 rows of maids awaited with respectful anticipation. Welcome home, sir or madam. Xia Yubing had never encountered such a spectacle. Her legs trembled in fear, but it was Su Qinghan who personally descended from the car and took her hand, assisting her out. Sister, this will be your home from now on. Do not feel restrained. Su Qinghan spoke with the composure and grace of a true hostess. She turned to the head maid and instructed, prepare the sunroom in the east wing. It boasts the best view and the most sunlight in the villa. Also, replace the bedding with the all-cotton set I ordered from France, the softest one. Furthermore, from today onward, the kitchen must be stocked with pregnancy-specific ingredients. Bird's nest, fish maw, sea cucumber, to be prepared in various styles daily. Remember, all food for Miss Xia must be taste-tested by 2 people to ensure utmost safety. Su Qinghan meticulously outlined her directives, clear and thorough. The maids responded respectfully, their gazes toward Xia Yubing tinged with a hint of reverence. Standing there, Xia Yubing felt her eyes well up with tears. She could sense that Su Qinghan was not merely performing. She was genuinely concerned for her and the child within her. This kindness weighed heavily upon her heart. That evening, the door to the master bedroom was gently closed. Su Qinghan emerged from the bathroom, draped only in a silk towel. Her long, snow-white legs partially visible, her hair still dripping with water, and her exquisite face adorned with a delicate blush. Darling, she approached Lin Yu, her voice soft enough to be almost tangible. Lin Yu sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her with profound intensity. Su Qinghan felt her heart race under his gaze, shyly moving to the vanity. Lin Yu gazed at her bashful yet earnest demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Rising to his feet, he effortlessly swept Su Qinghan into his arms. Ah, she exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Tonight, let us indulge in something extraordinary. Lin Yu leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath sending shivers coursing through her entire being. Darling, were your previous words sincere? Su Qinghan's voice trembled with anticipation. Can I truly conceive? Only by trying will we discover, he replied, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 75. The perfect fusion of special physique in the moment of union with Su Qinghan. Lin Yu's body trembled with a force he had never experienced before. A warm, pure current flowed ceaselessly from the point of their connection, surging through his limbs and bones. Lin Yu felt every cell within him rejoicing, his meridians expanding, his bones strengthening, and even his mental fortitude being nourished. Beep. Detected that the host is engaging in a profound fusion with the special physique. 9 phoenixes rising to the sun. Congratulations to the host for receiving the nourishment of dragon energy, permanently enhancing all attributes by 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Physique, 10. Mentality, 10. Lin Yu was overcome with elation. He felt as though he had transformed into a true dragon, while Su Qinghan embodied the fertile earth that nurtures all life. Each act of cultivation not only sowed the seeds of existence, but also drew upon the essence of the land, fortifying his being. Su Qinghan, too, experienced an unprecedented and wondrous sensation. She felt as if she were floating on a warm cloud, with each of Lin Yu's movements awakening a mysterious power within her, merging perfectly with him, culminating in the utmost ecstasy. She was utterly captivated. The following morning, as Lin Yu opened his eyes, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with explosive energy. He could distinctly sense that his senses, strength, and speed had all markedly improved, though it was merely an increment of 1. For the formidable foundation he now possessed, such an enhancement was extraordinarily formidable. He glanced beside him. Su Qinghan lay curled up like a lazy Persian cat, sleeping soundly in his embrace. Her face bore no trace of fatigue. Rather, it radiated a breathtaking glow, as if refreshed by the dew of dawn, even more radiant than before. The 9 phoenixes rising to the sun physique truly possessed an overwhelming power. Lin Yu quietly rose from bed. Making his way out of the bedroom, he intended to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for his beloved. He began by crafting a nutritious meal for Xia Yubing. Selecting the finest northeast Wuchang rice, he gently washed it by hand, infusing his inner strength, causing each grain to glisten with vitality. He then chose premium fish maw, soaking it in spring water, and combined it with a handful of top-grade goji berries from Ningxia, placing them in a clay pot to simmer gently. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with an ineffable beauty. Next, Lin Yu prepared a delightful treat for Su Qinghan, considering her arduous efforts the previous night. He chose several plump, exquisite birds' nests, and after meticulously cleaning them, he simmered them with fresh milk from Hokkaido. Just as the dish was about to be completed, he flicked his fingers, and a drop of floral honey, exchanged from the system's marketplace, fell precisely into the bowl. Buzz! A wave of sweet, fragrant aroma erupted in the kitchen. This scent, seemingly imbued with magic, transcended the walls, ascending the staircase and wafting into every room on the 2nd floor. What is that delightful fragrance? Summer Yubing, lost in slumber, instinctively twitched her nose. She abruptly opened her eyes as her stomach audibly protested. The aroma was far more compelling than the chicken soup she had savored the day before. Merely inhaling it made her mouth water and her fingers twitch with anticipation. She threw aside her covers and, following the enticing scent, groggily made her way out of her room. As she reached the staircase, she noticed the door to the master bedroom ajar, revealing Su Qinghan in a sensuous silk robe, rubbing the sleep from her eyes as she emerged. What a delightful aroma. Dear husband, what delectable dish are you preparing? Su Qinghan's voice carried a hint of morning raspiness and languor. The 2 women met at the staircase, exchanging a glance that made Summer Yubing blush with a touch of embarrassment. Dear sister, are you also enticed by the fragrance? Su Qinghan smiled at her and took her hand. Come, let us discover what culinary marvel our husband is concocting. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs, only to be utterly astonished by the scene that greeted them in the kitchen. There stood Lin Yu at the expansive kitchen island, one hand gripping a frying pan and the other wielding a spatula. His movements, though unhurried, danced with rhythm. In the pan, golden egg mixture swirled gracefully, tracing elegant parabolic arcs in the air before enveloping each premium morsel of Wagyu beef. Each flick of the wrist and each stir seemed meticulously calculated, masterfully controlling the heat with exquisite precision. Sizzle. The delightful sound of fat and protein colliding harmonized with the intoxicating aroma, creating an indulgent feast for the senses, visual, auditory, and olfactory. Su Qinghan watched, entranced, while Summer Yubing covered her mouth, fearful that her astonishment might escape as a scream. Is this truly the man she loves? Lin Yu plated the sautéed Wagyu beef and turned to see two women at the door, captivated in awe. Awake, I see. Just in time. Breakfast is ready. He placed 3 servings on the dining table. Before Summer Yubing sat a bowl of crystalline, fragrant fish maw porridge. In front of Su Qinghan was a delicate bowl of bird's nest exuding subtle notes of milk and floral essence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu himself was presented with a dish of scrambled eggs adorned with black truffles and caviar. Wow! Both women exclaimed in unison. Do try it. Su Qinghan delicately lifted a small spoon and carefully scooped a spoonful of bird's nest into her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Silky, sweet, tender. The exquisite texture erupted on her taste buds in an instant. The bounciness of the bird's nest, the richness of the milk, and the subtle sweetness of the floral honey harmoniously blended together, making her feel as if her very soul were soaring. Oh my, this is divine. Darling, this is even more delectable than 100 Michelin stars. Su Qinghan exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless. Xia Yubing also took a delicate sip of the fish maw porridge. The softness of the rice, the springiness of the fish maw, and the sweetness of the goji berries were all perfectly balanced. A warm current sliding down her esophagus into her stomach, leaving her feeling utterly at ease. This is exquisite, her eyes glistening with emotion. Thank you, Lin Yu. After the meal, Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing astonishingly vied for the chance to wash the dishes. Darling, let me do it. Sister, allow me. I can't just eat without contributing. After a prolonged dispute, Lin Yu simply waved his hand. All right, let the maid handle it. He leisurely settled onto the sofa, lifted a cup of coffee, and picked up his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he noticed several unread WeChat messages. The first was from Luo Bing. Boss, as per your instructions, I have preliminarily screened several investment projects, primarily focused on artificial intelligence, biomedicine, and renewable energy. Please have a look. Lin Yu glanced through it. Luo Bing's competence was truly commendable. In a short span, she had already laid the groundwork, and her discerning eye had selected several highly promising projects. He felt quite satisfied. However, the tone of the second message was entirely different. Boss, my sister and I both believe that the punishment you administered in the car last time has remarkably helped us manage our emotions and alleviate stress. Lately, despite the hectic work schedule, we feel as if something is missing, and we are rather uneasy. We wonder when we might once again benefit from your expert guidance. Shy JPG. Immediately following was a message from Luo Shui. Boss, my sister is absolutely right. We miss you. I dream about that feeling. When will you come again? Please. TT accompanying it were a flurry of adorable emoticons. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his phone. This pair of sister flowers was truly a perfect match, one reserved, the other bold. Before he could respond, he felt the sofa dip on either side. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing had somehow snuck over, resembling two curious kittens, stretching their necks to glimpse his phone screen. Darling, who are you chatting with that is so enchanting? You seem so amused, Su Qinghan teased, her tone laced with playful jealousy. After the nourishing essence of dragon energy last night, she now feels significantly more confident and is even daring enough to jest with Lin Yu. In contrast, Xia Yubing lacks such boldness, merely blinking her large, watery eyes with curiosity. Lin Yu generously remarked, "It's nothing, just work-related matters." He gestured toward the investment brief sent by Luo Bing, casually explaining, "Recently, I acquired a nearly defunct live streaming company. This is their preliminary development plan." He only shared the work report with them, naturally omitting the more aggressive language that followed. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan's attention was indeed captured by the mention of work. She gazed at the densely packed professional report, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with concern. "Darling, you're already working so hard. Must you also worry about these business affairs?" She extended her delicate hand, gently resting it on Lin Yu's, her voice soft and tender. "Why don't I help you share some of the burden?" Xia Yubing, witnessing this, immediately puffed up her small chest, eagerly expressing her willingness to contribute. "Yes, Lin Yu. Though I'm pregnant, it doesn't hinder me." Her small face flushed with excitement. I can help with the live streaming. I can dance. And I'm sure I can help your company thrive. Seeing the two women vying to alleviate his worries, Lin Yu felt a warm surge in his heart. He smiled and shook his head, extending his arms to embrace both of them. I appreciate your intentions. His voice was deep and magnetic. But my women need not toil so hard. He turned his gaze to Su Qinghan, his eyes filled with affectionate amusement. Your task is simply to joyfully take care of our home. With that, he playfully pinched Xia Yubing's cheek. As for you, he paused, his tone softening further. You are now a priority to protect. Your only task is to nurture your health and ensure our baby is born healthy. He assured them that all other matters were his responsibility. His words, infused with a commanding authority yet brimming with tenderness, rendered both women speechless. Su Qinghan obediently nodded, feeling completely relaxed in Lin Yu's embrace. Suddenly recalling something, she looked up and asked, Darling, is that live streaming company managed by the Luo sisters? Yes. Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. Su Qinghan, with her keen intellect, immediately grasped the source of Lin Yu's amusement. Instead of feeling jealous, she regarded him with an understanding gaze, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she lowered her voice to a near whisper. Darling, those sisters are truly exceptional. Merely assigning them tasks would not suffice. Her fingers purposefully traced circles on Lin Yu's chest, laden with implication. Our home is quite spacious. Having a couple more people around would certainly liven things up. I believe my sister needs companionship right now, and with them here, I could relax a bit more. You should pay them a visit. Do not keep them waiting anxiously. Su Qinghan's words took Lin Yu by surprise. He gazed at the woman in his embrace, who had taken the initiative to broaden his horizons, and couldn't help but chuckle. This nine-phoenix rising sun physique not only enhanced his constitution, but also expanded his perspective. Understood, a virtuous partner. Lin Yu placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, and then rose to his feet. Qinghan, take Yubing shopping at the mall. Purchase all necessary items for expectant mothers, clothes, nutritional supplements. Opt for the finest. The card is on my bedside table, no password required. All right, husband, Su Qinghan replied obediently, taking Xia Yubing's hand. Come, sister will take you on a shopping spree. Xia Yubing looked at Lin Yu. Though reluctant to part, she obediently nodded. Lin Yu, please return early. Be good. Lin Yu replied as he donned his coat, grabbed the car keys, and exited the villa. Settling into the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, he ignited the engine, feeling the surge of power. He took out his phone and sent a message to Luo Bing. Acknowledged the report, well done. However, punishment cannot be sought through WeChat. Send me your company's address. I shall come over now to provide you with the most professional in-depth guidance. Chapter 77, The Boss's Keen Insight, Unveiling All Hidden Ailments, Xingyao Media. Lin Yu stepped out. Almost simultaneously, the company's door was pushed open from within. Luo Bing and Luo Shui hurriedly emerged to greet him. Boss. Luo Shui was the first to rush forward, but abruptly halted just a step away from Lin Yu, her large eyes shimmering with unrestrained excitement and longing. You have finally arrived. Luo Bing, exhibiting greater composure, performed a deep bow. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the two sisters. After a few days apart, they seemed even more captivating. Lin Yu responded softly, striding toward the entrance. The Luo sisters immediately flanked him, maintaining a respectful distance, their postures humbly poised. Upon entering the company lobby, Lin Yu's gaze casually roamed over the female anchors diligently at work. These women undoubtedly represented the creme de la creme of beauty in the city, encompassing a variety of types: innocent, alluring, aloof, and endearing. They radiated charm, smiling playfully before the camera, fully expressing their allure. However, under Lin Yu's now heightened senses, the superficial glamour was instantaneously pierced. No matter how exquisite their makeup, it could not conceal their slightly pallid complexions. Their smiles, though radiant, could not mask the frailty and exhaustion stemming from within. The company's growth momentum is commendable, Lin Yu remarked, halting his steps, his tone calm. Yet, flowers require nurturing. If the roots are rotten, even the most beautiful bloom is but a fleeting moment. Luo Bing trembled slightly at his words. She stared at Lin Yu in astonishment, unable to fathom why her boss would suddenly utter such words. Beside her, Luo Shui blinked in confusion. Lin Yu gestured towards a nearby live streaming room. The girl there, having endured many sleepless nights, was suffering from excessive liver fire and severe nervous exhaustion. If this continued, within 3 months, she would likely face alopecia areata and endocrine disorders. He then pointed in another direction. That individual had lumbar muscle strain, with her cervical spine already showing slight deformities. Relying on her youth to endure, she would be at risk of sciatica by the time she turned 25. And that one over there, suffering from chronic gastritis, had a serious overgrowth of Helicobacter pylori, already showing signs of pathological changes. With each statement Lin Yu made, Luo Bing's complexion paled further. The individuals he casually mentioned were all top streamers in the company, and their afflictions had indeed been long-standing hidden ailments troubling them. These matters were known only to her, the boss, and the streamers themselves. How did he know? Boss. Luo Bing's voice trembled with incredulous shock. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at her. This is what you refer to as the bottleneck in the company's development, isn't it? His words struck like a thunderclap in Luo Bing's mind. She was utterly dazed. Indeed, this was precisely the greatest dilemma facing Xingyao Media at present. The streaming profession, while appearing glamorous, was essentially a trade-off of health for wealth. Prolonged nights, irregular diets, sedentary lifestyles, and immense mental pressure had plunged the majority of streamers into a state of subhealth. Ailments such as gastric diseases, cervical spondylosis, nervous exhaustion, and anxiety disorders severely impacted their streaming performance and career longevity. Many promising talents faded away simply because their bodies could not endure, ultimately retreating from the online world in silence. This also caused the company's growth to perpetually hit a ceiling. Yes, boss. Luo Bing swallowed hard and regarded Lin Yu, her expression shifting from reverence to shock. We have hired the finest nutritionists and massage therapists, yet the results have been minimal. This is almost a common malady within the industry. Luo Shui finally grasped the situation, tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve and speaking in a pitiful tone. Boss. It's not just them. My sister and I often suffer from shoulder pain and overall discomfort. As she spoke, she playfully moved her shoulders, her small face adorned with a look of grievance. This little vixen was always seeking opportunities to hint at her needs. Lin Yu observed the two of them, and then scanned the entire office area filled with those beautiful yet feeble figures feigning smiles. Suddenly, he laughed. The multi-child blessing system is truly considerate. Having just bestowed upon me divine medical skills, it has immediately presented a perfect trial ground. Chapter 78. Illuminating Chicken Soup. One sip, and all ailments vanish. He headed towards the company ST room, turning to leave. Luo Bing and Luo Shui paused for a moment before promptly following him. The break room is spacious and brightly lit, yet it is merely equipped with a few coffee machines and microwaves. Everyone is perplexed. What is the boss doing here? Luo Shui, Lin Yu's voice resonates. Here, boss. Luo Shui immediately straightens her back, like a kitten responding to a command. Lin Yu casually enumerates a series of ingredients. Go to the supermarket downstairs and procure some fresh free-range chickens, Crucian carp, yam, red dates, goji berries, along with some ginger and scallions. These are all exceedingly commonplace ingredients. Luo Shui appears utterly bewildered, yet without hesitation, she nods. Understood, boss. I shall go at once. She turns to dash out, but is halted by Luo Bing's grasp. Luo Bing gazes at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of concern. Boss, are you planning to cook? It is inconceivable to associate this godlike man with the mundane atmosphere of a kitchen. Moreover, can such ordinary ingredients possibly remedy ailments that even top nutritionists find challenging? Is there a problem? Lin Yu's gaze remains tranquil, yet it carries an invisible weight of pressure. And no, Luo Bing's heart constricts, and she promptly releases her grip. Soon, Luo Shui returns, breathless, laden with bags of ingredients. Lin Yu glances over and nods. You all step outside. He begins to prepare the ingredients. Outside the glass door of the break room, nearly all the female hosts in the company have quietly gathered. They whisper among themselves, curiosity etched on their faces as they observe the commotion within. What is the new boss doing? Why is there clattering in the break room? Rumor has it he intends to personally cook a meal for us employees. Is he joking? Can he even cook? And with such common market ingredients, what culinary wonders can he possibly create? Shoo, keep it down. President Luo is watching. Under the scrutiny of all, Lin Yu's actions commence. He wears no apron, merely rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal his well-defined forearms. His movements are unhurried, perhaps even somewhat slow, yet each gesture exudes an ineffable rhythm and grace. He picks up a free-range chicken, seemingly carelessly pressing and kneading its body with his fingers, where his internal energy seamlessly intertwines with the knowledge of divine medical arts. A few soft cracking sounds resonate, as if the chicken's skeletal structure is being reshaped. When handling the crucian carp, he employs no knife. With a gentle stroke of his fingers along the fish's belly, the entrails are effortlessly extracted, leaving no trace of blood. Slicing the yam and peeling the red dates. Each cut appears as though it has undergone the most precise calculations, flawless to the last detail. The entire process flows seamlessly. Half an hour later, Lin Yu brings out 2 enormous clay pots and places them on the long table in the break room. Everyone come over. The female hosts exchange glances, but ultimately, under Luo Bing's guidance, they approach with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. As the lid of the clay pot was lifted, a resonant hum echoed through the air. 2 radiant beams of golden light surged skyward from within the pot, their brilliance captivating yet gentle. The aroma that wafted forth was utterly commanding. Gulp, gulp. The sounds of eager swallowing reverberated among the crowd. All the women widened their eyes, fixated on the contents of the pot. Their expressions a blend of astonishment and insatiable desire. In one pot simmered a golden-hued chicken broth, thick and rich, glimmering as though adorned with a delicate layer of flowing gold leaf, exuding an irresistible sheen. In another, a milky white fish soup. Its texture reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade, warm and mellow, was dotted with vibrant red goji berries, resembling red agate upon a canvas of white jade. Could mere mortals create such culinary wonders? Everyone must try, urged Lin Yu. This is a new employee benefit from the company, and it will be available every day. Every day. The breath of all the female streamers became heavy, their eyes glistening with fervor. One audacious girl, trembling with anticipation, lifted a bowl and filled it with half a serving of chicken soup. She gazed at the luminous broth, hesitated briefly, then, as if steeling herself, closed her eyes and cautiously took a sip. In the next moment, her eyes flew open, pupils constricting in disbelief. A wave of warm, commanding energy erupted within her the instant the broth touched her palate. This warmth cascaded down her throat, surging into her stomach, then transformed into countless tiny streams that washed over her entire being, revitalizing every cell. The chronic gastric pain that had plagued her for months vanished without a trace under this soothing wave. The nerve pangs from sleepless nights and the discomfort of prolonged sitting dissipated in an instant. She felt as though she were immersed in the most luxurious hot spring, experiencing an unprecedented cleansing and elevation of both soul and body. A satisfied sigh escaped her lips, her entire being limp with contentment, her face aglow with a radiance she had never known. Oh my stomach no longer aches. My shoulders and neck feel so good. All my soreness is gone. I feel like I could punch a cow to death. With the first brave soul having tasted the delicacy, the others could no longer contain themselves. They surged forward in a frenzy, the scene teetering on the brink of chaos. Don't snatch. There's enough for everyone. Oh, it's so delicious. What divine chicken soup is this? I feel my skin rejuvenating. Look, am I not fair? The entire office space transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Those usually elegant and poised female streamers, now disregarding their images, cradled their bowls, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Luo Bing and Luo Shui stood frozen in place, utterly mesmerized. Luo Shui unconsciously took a sip of the soup, and in the next moment, a shiver coursed through her, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping her entire being. She gazed at Lin Yu, her large eyes misty with longing, murmuring, "Sister, I yearn so much for the boss's punishment." Chapter 79. Closing the door. The boss's professional guidance begins. The entire office hall of Xingyao Media erupted. I too desire the boss's punishment. My body feels aflame, brimming with vitality, yet simultaneously empty. This is no mere employee meal. It is a divine elixir. Oh, dear boss, please, grant us this once more. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Previously dismissive of the employee meal, the female streamers now fought tooth and nail for a mere half bowl of broth, completely losing their sanity. They cast aside all decorum and image, their eyes reddened. Breaths quickened, fixated on Lin Yu. Every cell within them clamored fervently, craving more. In the face of this nearly uncontrollable scene, Lin Yu's expression remained unaltered. He simply placed the empty bowl in his hand down with a soft clink. The bustling hall fell silent in an instant. All women held their breath. Lin Yu's lips parted slightly, his voice devoid of warmth. The dish is merely an appetizer. With those words, every woman's mind went blank. This elixir capable of resurrecting the deceased was merely an appetizer. What then could the true main course be, if not utterly astonishing? Amidst the stunned silence, Lin Yu's gaze finally landed on the already weakened, blushing Luo sisters. A meaningful smile graced his lips. What can truly remedy your issues is my unique massage technique. The mention of massage technique sent a shiver through Luo Bing and Luo Shue's bodies. As memories of that night in the car, the exquisite experience that had made their souls tremble, flooded back like a tidal wave. The boss spoke of that, of his extraordinary punishment. Lin Yu pointed towards the end of the corridor, where the largest and most opulent presidential office resided. His voice held a hint of playful mockery. This is the in-depth guidance I previously mentioned. You both wished to learn emotional management, did you not? Gazing at the sisters who could scarcely remain standing, he slowly uttered the final words. Now we may commence. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing could no longer sustain herself. Her body weakened. And had it not been for the swift support of Luo Shue, she would have collapsed to the ground. Her cheeks were crimson, as if blood could drip from them. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness, excitement, anticipation, and an indescribable longing. Luo Shue was not faring much better. Supporting her sister, her legs trembled like noodles, her heart racing violently within her chest, as though it might leap out at any moment. It was here. Finally, it had arrived. They yearned for the profound guidance of their esteemed boss, a desire that consumed their dreams. This dialogue and scene, observed by the other female streamers, ignited a jealousy so fierce it threatened to scorch their rationality. Profound guidance, unique massage techniques. Good heavens! It turned out that Ms. Luo and her sister had long been recipients of the boss's mentorship. In an instant, all the women comprehended the situation. Their gazes towards the Luo sisters transformed entirely, filled with unabashed envy and bitterness that seemed almost tangible. Why? Why were these sisters favored so greatly by the boss? They too had partaken of the boss's miraculous elixir. Their bodies had also improved. They too yearned for the boss's profound guidance. A voluptuous headstreamer, renowned for her sultry demeanor, could no longer contain her inner turmoil. Summoning all her courage, she stepped forward, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Esteemed boss, I too wish to learn emotional management. I require your profound guidance. Please." Her words appeared to activate something. "Boss, I want in. Boss, look at me. My physical prowess surpasses theirs. I can endure your guidance better. Boss, choose me. I am capable of anything. I am willing to do everything." In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with fervor. All the female streamers surged forward, their gazes fervent and infatuated, as if they wished to pounce and devour Lin Yu. Lin Yu surveyed the scene, noting over 30 carefully selected beauties, their appearances radiant after consuming his miraculous elixir. A rather absurd thought flickered through his mind. Could even a robust constitution withstand such relentless attention? Even a system that rewards fertility has never issued such an outrageous performance task. Did they truly believe him to be a machine on an assembly line? If they all approached him, the queue would stretch into the next month. Amused, Lin Yu cast a faint glance at them. "You are not yet ready. Why, esteemed boss?" The bold vixen who had led the charge inquired, her voice quavering with indignation. "What is lacking in us? We can change. Indeed, whatever you say, we shall comply." A subtle smirk graced Lin Yu's lips as he diverted his gaze toward the sisters, who had long since melted into a pool of spring water. This gesture spoke volumes. Why them? Because they were the executives. They were the pioneers. In all matters, there is a sequence of precedence. All eyes among the female streamers converged upon Luo Bing and Luo Shue, their gazes brimming with jealousy, envy, and resentment, sharp enough to cleave through flesh. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Luo Bing and Luo Shue felt an inexplicable sense of exclusive superiority rising from the depths of their hearts. They were personally appointed by the boss. Lin Yu disregarded the women behind him and made his way directly to the Luo sisters, his voice imbued with an undeniable command. "What are you still dawdling for? Keep up. Yes, yes, boss." Luo Bing and Luo Shue, as if awakening from a dream, quickly supported each other and took tentative steps to follow closely behind. Under the envious and frenzied stares of all the women in the company, the sisters, one on each side, trailed Lin Yu into the tightly shut door of the president's office. Bang! The door closed. Chapter 80. A Transformation in 2 hours. The women of the company went mad. Lin Yu leisurely settled into Luo Bing's executive chair, his hands crossed before him, his gaze calmly sweeping over the Luo sisters standing before him. "Boss, Luo Shui could no longer contain herself, cautiously approaching Lin Yu's side. Her voice soft and sweet as if it could be squeezed for nectar. Is your shoulder a bit tired? May I offer you a massage? As she spoke, her hands gently rested on Lin Yu's shoulders. Seeing this, Luo Bing hurriedly sprang into action. Fumbling, she poured a cup of tea for Lin Yu and, as she presented it before him, her hands trembled slightly. Boss, please enjoy this tea. It's my treasured Dahong Pao. Do give it a taste. Lin Yu accepted the teacup, took a delicate sip, and nodded in approval. Not bad. These simple words made Luo Bing's face flush instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, outside the office, a different scene unfolded. The female streamers who had just finished their soup did not disperse. They clustered together in small groups, whispering to one another, casting envious and jealous glances toward the office. Why is this happening? Why can only they two be alone with the boss? A top streamer named Lily said. Her voice lowered in indignation. As one of the company's leading stars, she was usually a significant presence in the workplace. Yet today, she felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Exactly. We also desire the boss's guidance. That soup was already so miraculous. If we could receive the boss's personal mentorship, wouldn't we soar to new heights? The Luo sisters are abusing their power. This is outrageous. Lily's eyes darted around before she leaned closer to a few others, whispering, Sisters, we cannot let this slide. The boss is so remarkable. Why should he be monopolized by just them? What do you propose we do? We should unite. When the boss comes out, we'll confront him and demand an explanation. Lily's words instantly resonated with the others. Soon, a dozen female streamers gathered outside the office, each brimming with righteous indignation and eager to take action. Meanwhile, within the office, Lin Yu was undoubtedly aware of the commotion outside. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. These women truly refused to embrace solitude. Boss Luo Shui's massage techniques have become increasingly audacious. She is nearly pressed against Lin Yu's back, her warm breath cascading upon his ear. Do you see those people outside? Is it not a bit excessive? Luo Bing also noted the situation beyond the confines, her expression darkening. Boss, should I go and chase them away? Lin Yu waved his hand, signaling them not to be anxious. There is no rush. He slowly rose, stretching his limbs. Since they are so eager for guidance, I shall fulfill their wishes. With that, he cast a penetrating gaze at the Luo sisters, his eyes deepening in intensity. However, before that, I must first demonstrate to you two, so they may understand what true guidance entails. Luo Shui and Luo Bing exchanged glances, both sensing excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. Boss, we are ready. Luo Bing's voice quivered slightly. Lin Yu nodded, then gradually raised his hands. In the next moment, his palms gently rested on the shoulders of both women. Divine medical arts activated instantaneously. A warm and powerful internal energy surged from Lin Yu's palms, enveloping the bodies of the Luo sisters in an instant. This experience was far more intense than their previous encounter in the car. Luo Shui felt countless warm currents flowing within her, each cell rejoicing in exuberance. The accumulated fatigue and hidden ailments dissipated entirely under this miraculous force. Luo Bing, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the sofa, her gaze dreamy and her cheeks flushed, immersed in an unprecedented, exquisite experience. Lin Yu also observed a fascinating phenomenon. When he simultaneously applied divine medical arts to both individuals, the effects resonated and amplified. The improvement in their conditions exceeded that of individual treatments. 2 hours later, Lin Yu withdrew his hands, gazing with satisfaction at the transformed Luo sisters before him. Their demeanor had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Luo Bing's inherent aura of a career woman was now more pronounced. Meanwhile, although Luo Shui remained petite and adorable, her eyes now radiated a sense of composure and tranquility, no longer resembling the previous girl who solely relied on cuteness. How do you feel? Lin Yu inquired. Absolutely incredible, Luo Bing exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. I feel invigorated. Luo Shui nodded enthusiastically. Boss, I feel as though I could run 10 kilometers in one breath. Lin Yu chuckled and then approached the office door. Since you have both recovered, let us venture outside. He pushed the door open and stepped out, feeling refreshed. Outside the office, a dozen female streamers were gathered. Upon seeing Lin Yu's appearance, they instantly fell silent. Yet, when their gazes fell upon the Luo sisters trailing behind him, everyone was left utterly astonished. Are those still the same two individuals from earlier? The transformation of Luo Bing and Luo Shui is strikingly apparent. My goodness, how is this possible within such a short span of time? What on earth has the boss done to them? Lily gazed at the scene before her, the flames of jealousy almost erupting from her eyes. Unable to contain herself any longer, she dashed directly in front of Luo Bing, demanding loudly, "Luo Bing, what do you mean by this? Why is it that only you two can enjoy the boss's special treatment? Are the rest of us unworthy?" In the face of Lily's confrontation, Luo Bing remained unperturbed. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze icy as she regarded Lily, her aura suddenly surging. "Lily, are you questioning my decisions?" Luo Bing's voice commanded authority. "As the general manager of Xingyao Media, I possess the right to determine how the company's resources are allocated. And you, as an employee, what qualifications do you have to raise your voice here?" Lily was momentarily taken aback by Luo Bing's imposing presence, yet she defiantly retorted, "I am acting for the benefit of everyone. The boss is so capable. It should be a shared fortune." "Shared fortune?" Luo Bing scoffed coldly. "Then tell me, what contributions have you made to the company? Aside from your daily antics in the live stream, what else do you bring to the table?" The word struck sharply, causing Lily's face to flush crimson. "How can you speak to me like that? Why shouldn't I?" Luo Bing pressed on relentlessly. "Lily, I am formally notifying you in my capacity as general manager that due to your incitement of co-workers and disruption of company order, your employment contract is hereby terminated. Effective immediately." "What?" Lily's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Luo Bing. "You can't do this. I will sue you." "Sue me?" Luo Bing retrieved her phone, bringing up the company regulations. Article 37 states that employees must not incite their colleagues' emotions or disrupt normal work order. Violators will be dismissed. Your recent actions fit this criterion perfectly. Lily was left utterly speechless. She had never anticipated that the typically gentle Luo Bing could exhibit such ruthlessness. The other female streamers were also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They had initially contemplated uniting to create a ruckus, but witnessing Lily's fate, they each fell silent. Lin Yu observed all of this from the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction. Luo Bing's performance had far exceeded his expectations. This is the remarkable power of divine medical skills. It not only heals physical ailments, but also unleashes one's inner potential and confidence. "All right," Lin Yu finally spoke. "Since Lily is no longer part of our company, we need not concern ourselves with her any longer." His gaze swept across all the female streamers, his tone calm yet authoritative. "I understand that you all wish to receive my guidance, which is entirely natural. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. From today onward, Xingyao Media will implement a new evaluation system. We will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on various dimensions, including each individual's work performance, live streaming data, and fan growth. Those who contribute the most will have the opportunity to receive my personalized employee benefits." This single phrase instantly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present. The female streamers, who had just felt apprehensive due to Lily's dismissal, now radiated an intense fighting spirit. Personalized employee benefits. The mere thought of it sent shivers of excitement through them. "Boss, when does this assessment commence? What are the specific evaluation criteria? How can we enhance our contributions?" The female streamers clamored, their eyes shimmering with fervor. Lin Yu watched with satisfaction, pleased with the outcome he had envisioned, transforming jealousy into motivation and internal strife into competition. "The specific rules will be formulated and announced by Luo Bing," Lin Yu declared. "Now, return to your work. Remember, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared." With that, he turned and departed, leaving a group of spirited female streamers in his wake. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing had nearly finished their shopping. Su Qinghan sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing back to check on her sister in the rear seat. "Sister, are you tired? Would you like me to adjust your seat for added comfort?" Xia Yubing shook her head, a satisfied smile illuminating her petite face. "No, I'm not tired. I'm truly happy today." She gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Never had she imagined that she could lead such a life. "All right, let us go pick up my husband and head home." Su Qinghan smiled as she started the car. As they exited the parking lot of the shopping mall, Su Qinghan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Lin Yu. "Darling, I'm at the entrance of Xingyao Media. Come pick me up." Lin Yu's voice resonated through the phone. "All right, we'll be there shortly." 10 minutes later, the car halted in front of the Xingyao Media building. Upon spotting the familiar license plate, Lin Yu approached and inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like to find somewhere to eat first?" Yes, I'm starving. Xia Yubing eagerly raised her hand, having expended considerable energy during their shopping spree, her stomach now growling. Su Qinghan nodded in agreement. I'm a bit hungry too. What would you like to eat, darling? Lin Yu opened the car door and settled into the front seat. He turned to observe the rear seat, filled with shopping bags, and raised an eyebrow. It seems you both had quite the haul today. Hee hee, my sister bought me so many things, Xia Yubing replied, her face flushing with embarrassment. Maternity clothes, nutritional supplements, and plenty of baby supplies. Of course, Su Qinghan said gently, my sister is a priority for special care. The trio chatted amiably. Soon arriving at Jiangqing's famed food street, where stalls lined the sides, bustling with activity and wafting enticing aromas. Suddenly, Xia Yubing's eyes sparkled as she pointed to a small shop at the street corner. Lin Yu, look at that one. Wang's Sweet Soup Shop. Her voice resonated with excitement and nostalgia. When I was a child, I adored the sesame paste from this shop. The flavor remains etched in my memory. If you crave it, let us indulge, Lin Yu remarked, promptly pulling over to the roadside. The three of them disembarked and made their way towards the renowned dessert shop. Wang Ji Dessert Shop, a venerable establishment, boasted a modest facade yet appeared to thrive in business. Inside, numerous patrons occupied the seats, comprising mostly local residents and a few curious visitors. The proprietress, a woman in her 40s with a robust figure, bore an expression of palpable impatience. Busy behind the counter, her movements were brusque, and her demeanor was less than welcoming. What do you want? Speak quickly. Don't you see how many people are waiting? She barked at a young girl. Startled, the girl trembled and inadvertently toppled the bowl she had just lifted. Crash! The porcelain shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering sesame paste everywhere. The proprietress erupted in fury. You clumsy girl! Have your eyes migrated to your backside? A bowl of sesame paste costs 15 yuan. You owe me 20 for the bowl. Hand over 35 yuan. The girl, pale with fright, repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to? Does that exempt you from paying? The proprietress retorted, hands on her hips, her voice shrill. Today's youth are utterly useless. Can't even carry a bowl steadily. Hurry up and pay. If you don't, you won't be leaving. The surrounding customers exchanged uneasy glances. Yet none dared to intervene. Xia Yubing, hiding behind Lin Yu, whispered, Lin Yu, let us go. This proprietress is quite fierce. Su Qinghan furrowed her brow. With such service, how can she even run a shop? Lin Yu remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. The girl fished out her wallet, trembling as she counted the money. Clearly a student, her funds were scant, totaling merely 20-something yuan. I only have 25, she stammered, on the verge of tears. 25? I said 35. You think you can leave with 10 yuan short? The proprietress grew increasingly brazen. If you lack money, stay home and munch on steamed buns. This remark was excessively harsh. Lin Yu approached the counter calmly. Madam, we would like 3 bowls of sesame paste. Noticing Lin Yu's handsome visage, the proprietress's attitude softened slightly. 3 bowls of sesame paste. 45 yuan. Lin Yu nodded, casually picking up a small spoon from the table and sampling the sesame paste. The next moment, his brow furrowed slightly. There's an issue with your sesame paste. Chapter 82. The essence of water for crafting celestial delicacies. The proprietress paused in surprise. What issue? This is a family recipe passed down through 3 generations. How could there be a problem? Lin Yu set down the spoon, his tone still composed. You've used aged sesame, at least 2 years old, which has begun to deteriorate. During roasting, the heat exceeded the proper level, resulting in a burnt and bitter flavor. The most critical issue lies in the fact that the stone mill in your establishment is cracked, resulting in a coarse texture of the sesame paste, with traces of stone powder mixed in. Are you certain this is what you wish to offer your customers? The proprietress's expression instantly shifted, for every word uttered by Lin Yu was undeniably true. Indeed, she had been using aged sesame seeds solely for their affordability. The stone mill's grinding core was indeed fractured, yet the repair costs were prohibitively high, and she had been reluctant to replace it. As for the issue of cooking time, that was a long-standing flaw of hers. However, no one aside from herself was aware of these matters. How could this young man possibly know? What nonsense are you spouting? The proprietress barked with a facade of authority. Our sesame paste is perfectly fine. Do not cause a stir here. The surrounding patrons began to murmur in response to Lin Yu's remarks. I wondered why this sesame paste had such a peculiar taste. Indeed, last time I had it, I ended up with an upset stomach. It turns out they had been using spoiled sesame seeds. How unethical. Realizing the tide had turned against her, the proprietress immediately redirected her ire towards Lin Yu. You pretty boy? What kind of expert are you pretending to be? Do you believe I won't have someone throw you out? Lin Yu remained unperturbed, merely smiling faintly. He extended a finger, dabbed it in water on the table, and casually drew the character for fire. In the next moment, a miraculous event transpired. Lin Yu released a subtle breath of energy, and the water-drawn character for fire instantly evaporated, leaving a charred mark on the tabletop. The entire dessert shop fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the scorched mark on the table. Could a mere human accomplish such a feat? The proprietress was utterly terrified, her legs quaking, nearly collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Her voice trembled. Lin Yu retracted his finger, stating, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your establishment has issues." He pointed to the still weeping female student. Her spilling the bowl was an accident, but your use of spoiled ingredients to harm customers is intentional. Now, I present you with two choices. First, immediately replace all substandard ingredients, repair the stone mill, apologize to this young lady, and refund her money. Second, Lin Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened. With a single phone call, I could have the relevant authorities investigate your health permits and food safety standards. The proprietress was completely cowed. Trembling, she withdrew money from the cash register and handed it to the female student. Little girl, I apologize. It was my fault. Please take this money. The student was momentarily taken aback, then gratefully looked at Lin Yu. Thank you, big brother. Lin Yu nodded and turned to the proprietress. Remember my words. Conduct business with integrity. With that, he took the arms of Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing and turned to leave. Darling, that was incredibly impressive. Su Qinghan exclaimed excitedly, linking her arm with Lin Yu. Xia Yubing gazed at him in admiration. Lin Yu, how do you excel at everything? Even the quality of sesame paste can be discerned. Lin Yu chuckled and said, let us go. I will take you to savor the truly delectable sesame paste. Is there even better? Xia Yubing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Lin Yu replied with a mysterious smile. I shall prepare it myself. Upon returning to the cloud-top heavenly palace, Lin Yu promptly entered the kitchen. Darling, you truly intend to make the sesame paste yourself? Su Qinghan followed closely behind, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Absolutely. Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves. Xia Yubing perched herself at the kitchen bar, resting her chin on her hands. Observing Lin Yu's busyness. Lin Yu, can you really make sesame paste? It seems quite challenging. Challenging. Lin Yu chuckled. Just watch, and you shall witness what true culinary artistry looks like. He accessed the system marketplace in exchange for a bottle of spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water, a condensation of the essence of heaven and earth, capable of enhancing ingredient quality and improving the effects of consumption. Price, 1,000 points. Points were trivial for Lin Yu at this juncture. He then retrieved the finest black sesame from the refrigerator, each seed plump like tiny pearls. Lin Yu first placed the sesame seeds in a frying pan, toasting them over low heat. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the sesame seeds danced in the pan, each one receiving even heat. Wow, Xia Yubing exclaimed, her eyes wide. Lin Yu, your hands are so swift. This is merely the beginning, Lin Yu replied, wholly focused on toasting the sesame. Soon, you will understand what true amazement feels like. 10 minutes later, the sesame was perfectly toasted, emanating a rich aroma. Lin Yu poured the toasted sesame into a stone mill and began to grind it. With a subtle release of his inner energy, the mill turned with remarkable steadiness, producing a low, humming sound. What a peculiar sound! Su Qinghan leaned in to listen, realizing this was no ordinary grinding. Lin Yu smiled enigmatically. I am using my inner energy to regulate the speed and pressure of the mill, ensuring each sesame seed is perfectly pulverized. As the grinding continued, an unprecedented fragrance began to waft through the kitchen. This aroma was overpowering. It was not merely the scent of sesame, but also carried an indescribable freshness that enveloped one in a sense of comfort. My goodness! Xia Yubing inhaled deeply. This aroma is simply divine. 1,000 times superior to that shop we visited earlier. Su Qinghan too was entranced by the fragrance. Darling, what on earth did you add to the sesame? It's a secret, Lin Yu teased. You'll find out soon enough. Once the grinding was complete, Lin Yu poured the sesame powder into a pot, added the spiritual spring water, and began to simmer. As he stirred, he infused the pot with his inner energy. The sesame paste began to emit a faint golden glow, warming the entire kitchen. Lin Yu, Xia Yubing pointed at the pot, her voice trembling. Your sesame paste is glowing. Standard procedure. Lin Yu remained unfazed. This is called resonance of spiritual energy. Su Qinghan was utterly mesmerized. Darling, are you certain you are making sesame paste and not concocting elixirs? Something like that. Lin Yu laughed heartily. It's all for the sake of making my ladies healthier and more beautiful. 20 minutes later, 3 bowls of steaming sesame paste emerged from the stove, each exuding an enticing aroma and adorned with a delicate golden sheen. Come, have a taste, Lin Yu said as he placed the sesame paste on the dining table. Summer Yubing could hardly contain her excitement as she scooped a spoonful into her mouth. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. A satisfied moan escaped her lips, and she melted into her chair. The texture of the sesame paste was beyond description. Even more astonishing was the wave of warmth that enveloped her entire being upon tasting it. She felt every cell in her body rejoicing, and even the baby within her began to stir. Lin Yu, Summer Yubing exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. The baby is moving. The baby is kicking me. She grasped Lin Yu's hand and pressed it against her abdomen. Feel it. It's really moving. Lin Yu placed his palm on her belly and indeed sensed the gentle movements. This little one is quite lively, he chuckled. It seems to adore the sesame paste made by its father. Su Qinghan also took a sip and was instantly captivated. It's absolutely delightful, she said, her eyes narrowing in bliss as warmth enveloped her, bringing unparalleled comfort. Just then, Su Qinghan's expression shifted abruptly. She covered her mouth and hurried to the restroom. Ugh. Summer Yubing paused momentarily, then her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, she exclaimed. You can't be. Lin Yu's lips curled into a knowing smile. He had anticipated this outcome. The chances of conception for the 9 Phoenix's rising body were elevated by 999, and given the intense activities of the previous night, it would have been peculiar not to conceive. He stood up and made his way to the restroom. Su Qinghan was staring at herself in the mirror, her face a blend of astonishment and joy. Darling, her voice trembled. Am I? Lin Yu embraced her from behind, his hand gently caressing her flat belly. The divine medical skills, activated instantly, and detailed results flashed in his mind. He whispered in her ear, you are pregnant. The 9 Phoenix's rising body truly lived up to its reputation. Tears streamed down Su Qinghan's face as she held Lin Yu tightly. Darling, I did it. I really did it, she exclaimed, trembling with excitement. I can finally have a child for you. In that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host's wife, Su Qinghan, for successfully conceiving with the 9 Phoenix's rising body. Double happiness has arrived, and a dragon and phoenix are presenting auspicious tidings. A super reward has been triggered. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy as he immediately checked the reward details. 1. Cash reward of 10 billion. 2. Ownership of the global financial center in the core area of Jiangqing CBD. 3. The host's special physique, the Azure Dragon Dominance, has achieved initial awakening. All attributes at 100, along with the passive skill, Dragon Might. Wow! Lin Yu nearly exclaimed in disbelief. 10 billion in cash. The global financial center. And the awakening of a special physique. The rewards are indeed astonishing. He can distinctly feel a powerful force awakening within him. His muscles have become more robust, his bones denser, and even his mental acuity has experienced a significant enhancement. Remarkably, an invisible aura of dominance begins to emanate from him. This is the majesty of the dragon. Darling, what's wrong? Su Qinghan inquired with curiosity. Nothing. Lin Yu suppressed his inner excitement, overwhelmed with joy. He embraced Su Qinghan more tightly. My woman is about to give me a child. How could I not be happy? As they emerged from the restroom, Xia Yubing hurried towards them. Sister, congratulations, she exclaimed, ecstatic and animated. Our baby will be siblings. Su Qinghan blushed and nodded. Thank you, sister. Oh, there's no need for thanks. Xia Yubing grasped Su Qinghan's hand. We are family after all. Lin Yu gazed upon this heartwarming scene, filled with immense satisfaction. 2 exquisite beauties, both carrying their children. Life couldn't be more delightful. By the way, darling, Su Qinghan suddenly recalled. Shouldn't we go to the hospital for a checkup? No need. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. I am more proficient than any doctor. He placed his hands on the bellies of the 2 women, activating divine medical skills once more. Yubing's baby is very healthy, a lively little one. Qinghan's baby has just implanted. Everything is normal. What you both need to do now is rest well and eat properly. I will handle everything else. Upon hearing this, Both women felt a profound sense of security. With such an omnipotent man by their side, what was there to worry about? Darling, does this mean we have 2 babies now? Xia Yubing asked curiously. Yes, Lin Yu smiled, and I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Su Qinghan's face flushed. Darling, how many children do you want? The more, the better, Lin Yu declared confidently. I intend to form a soccer team. The 2 women burst into laughter at his jest. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello? Mr. Lin, good day. I am Wang Li. The property manager of the Global Financial Center. A respectful voice came through the line. I have just received notification that you are now the new owner of our building. When would it be convenient for you to come and complete the handover procedures? Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment before realizing. This was the Global Financial Center awarded by the system. Is the efficiency truly this impressive? Tomorrow morning should be fine, Lin Yu said calmly. I will be there. Understood. We will prepare everything accordingly. After hanging up, Su Qinghan inquired curiously, Darling, what is the Global Financial Center? Oh, it's the tallest office building in the CBD. Lin Yu casually replied, I just purchased it. What? Both Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing exclaimed in unison. The Global Financial Center. It stands as a landmark in Jiangxing, valued at no less than several hundred billion. My dear, when did you amass such wealth? Su Qinghan exclaimed, rendered speechless by shock. I've made some profitable investments recently. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, just a small sum. A small sum? Several hundred billion is hardly trivial. The 2 women were utterly astounded. Chapter 84, A Billion-Dollar Edifice? Merely the baby's formula money. Lin Yu playfully pinched Su Qinghan's nose and gently squeezed Xia Yubing's cheek. Come, my loves, let me take you to acquire our new toy. New toy? Xia Yubing blinked her innocent eyes in curiosity. Su Qinghan, sharp-witted as ever, quickly realized, her eyes sparkling with delight. Darling, is it the Global Financial Center? What else could it be? Lin Yu laughed heartily. That building will be the source of formula money for our unborn babies. A landmark worth several hundred billion. Solely to earn money for baby formula? This statement enveloped Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing in an overwhelming sense of happiness. The trio made their way directly to the Jiangxing CBD. As the car door swung open, Lin Yu was the first to step out. Following him, from the passenger seat emerged a woman of noble bearing, strikingly beautiful, instantly recognized by the elite entering the building. My goodness, is that not Su Qinghan, the president of the Su Corporation? How could she alight from this car? Yet, what left them even more astounded was the pure and ethereal beauty who exited from the back seat. A girl so captivating, she could inspire admiration from anyone. Most astonishing of all, these 2 exquisite women, each with their own distinct charm, approached the young man with the grace of gentle kittens, closely snuggling beside him. Their faces bore no trace of jealousy, only an effulgence of joy. The air in the entire plaza seemed to crystallize. All who witnessed this scene felt their worldviews being dramatically challenged. Goodness, what am I witnessing? Su Qinghan is sharing a partner with other women. The way she gazes at that man is utterly intoxicating. And that little fairy, her eyes reflect nothing but adoration and infatuation for him. What sort of extraordinary man is this, that even such a celestial beauty as Su Qinghan willingly submits to such a degree? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, their minds momentarily short-circuited. From within the revolving doors of the building emerged a woman clad in a professional suit, donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of competence and decisiveness. She was Wang Li, the newly appointed property manager of the Global Financial Center, accompanied by a cadre of executives and security personnel, hastily advancing toward them. Mr. Lin, why didn't you inform us of your arrival in advance, so we could prepare to welcome you? Wang Li jogged to a halt 3 steps away from Lin Yu, bowing deeply in respect. Mr. Lin, everyone was aware that the Global Financial Center had previously belonged to a mysterious overseas consortium. Now, its owner was this young man, embraced between 2 stunning women. This spectacle was observed in its entirety by a woman seated by the floor-to-ceiling window of an upscale French restaurant on the 3rd floor of the building. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with cascading chestnut waves of hair and adorned in a meticulously tailored burgundy gown that accentuated her mature and curvaceous form. Her name was Lu Ruyan, the general manager of this Michelin 3-star restaurant. The peculiar yet harmonious scene before her stirred a profound curiosity in her previously unperturbed heart. A man capable of compelling a woman of Su Qinghan's stature to relinquish her pride and embrace another's existence must possess an irresistible allure. A flicker of intrigue and a desire for conquest ignited in Lu Ruiyan's eyes. She lifted her glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Her gaze firmly affixed on Lin Yu. Adjusting her skirt, she sauntered forward with an alluring grace. Jia Wang, is this our new building owner? Shouldn't you introduce us? Wang Li, momentarily taken aback, straightened up and donned a professional smile upon recognizing the newcomer. Lu Zong, what brings you down? This is our group's newly appointed chairman. Chairman Lin. At last, Lu Ruiyan's gaze settled meaningfully on Lin Yu, her eyes bold and direct, unabashedly revealing admiration and curiosity. Chairman Lin, it is truly a pleasure to meet you in person. She extended her hand, her nails perfectly manicured and painted in the same hue as her gown. I am Lu Ruiyan. The modest French restaurant on the third floor bears my name. Her voice carried a hint of self-deprecation, yet her poise and confidence outweighed any boastfulness. A hush of astonishment rippled through the crowd once more. Lu Ruiyan, the proprietress of the Michelin 3-star restaurant, the queen of Jiangqing's culinary realm, a sought-after guest among the affluent and renowned, notoriously difficult to approach, yet today she is extending her goodwill toward a young man. Su Qinghan's gaze sharpened, subtly appraising the suddenly present woman, instinctively tightening her hold on Lin Yu's arm. Xia Yubing, feeling the potent aura of aggression radiating from Lu Ruiyan, timidly shrank behind Lin Yu. Lu Ruiyan's glance swept over Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing. Then her lips curved into a deeper smile as she addressed Lin Yu. I wonder if Chairman Lin and his two esteemed ladies have any arrangements for lunch? I would be delighted to prepare a modest banquet at the restaurant, as a gesture of goodwill and to welcome you. Lin Yu, upon hearing her words, could not help but admire her charm. Ding. High-quality target for conquest detected. Name, Lu Ruiyan. Age, 31. Beauty, 96. Figure, 97. Special condition, none. Can be altered through acquired means. Current state, heart fire pent up, liver qi stagnant, chronic insomnia. Possesses extreme curiosity and desire for conquest towards the host. In the heart of Lin Yu, amusement bubbled forth. Yet another had arrived. This system of abundance seemed to be a veritable detector of hormones. Very well, Lin Yu responded with a subtle nod. Su Qinghan, as the legitimate wife, immediately sensed the tension. Here came yet another contender for her husband. However, the current Su Qinghan was no longer the insecure woman she once was. Nourished by the essence of the 9 phoenixes and the aura of dragons, and now carrying Lin Yu's child, her position was as steadfast as a mountain. Her horizons broadened. Rather than feeling anger, she stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Lin Yu's, pressing her alluring figure against him, and offering Lu Ruiyan a composed smile befitting a hostess. Manager Lu is indeed thoughtful, she remarked in a gentle tone, yet her words carried an undeniable assertion. However, my husband has rather discerning tastes. He may not be easily impressed by the average Michelin establishment. I wonder if Manager Lu's restaurant possesses the ability to truly cater to him? Lu Ruiyan, unperturbed, smiled back, her charm radiating as she tossed her hair and gazed intently at Lin Yu. Whether one can cater to him is something that must be experienced, is it not? Director Lin? Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Xia Yubing, innocent and naive, still somewhat oblivious to the underlying intricacies, tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve and whispered, Lin Yu, I'm hungry. This innocent remark shattered the tension. Lin Yu laughed heartily, patting Su Qinghan's hand and playfully pinching Xia Yubing's cheek before turning to Lu Ruiyan. Since Manager Lu has graciously extended the invitation, please lead the way. Director Lin, esteemed ladies, this way please. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Lu Ruiyan's eyes as she promptly guided them ahead. Su Qinghan observed her retreating figure, the corners of her mouth curling into a knowing, cold smile. Chapter 85. Your fate is in my hands. Upon entering the restaurant, Lu Ruiyan immediately showcased her professionalism and adeptness as the general manager. She dismissed all the waitstaff, personally attending to the trio, her gaze almost entirely fixed upon Lin Yu. Director Lin, this is our restaurant SA5 Wagyu, airlifted from France. Sourced exclusively from the finest sirloin cuts, tailored for a gentleman of your esteemed stature. Ladies, I have prepared a nourishing bird's nest and fish maw soup especially for you. Her attentiveness was impeccable, yet she skillfully differentiated her treatment of Lin Yu from that of the two women, continuously elevating Lin Yu's status with her words. Xia Yubing sipped the soup delicately. Being innocent, she leaned close to Su Qinghan and whispered, just loud enough for them to hear, sister. Manager Lu looks at our husband like a wolf eyeing its prey. Does she wish to be our sister as well? Su Qinghan nearly burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling Xia Yubing's hair. Silly sister, there are countless women in this world who wish to be my husband's partner. They could line up all the way to France. However, not just anyone possesses the qualifications to enter our home. It also depends on whether she has the fortune for it. Lu Rian paused briefly in her actions of pouring wine. She took a deep breath, lifted a glass of Romani Conti, and approached Lin Yu, her body subtly leaning closer. She brought the glass to his lips and exhaled softly. Mr. Lin, this drink is my personal toast to you. Allow me to drink first as a gesture of respect. With that, she tilted her elegant neck and drained the exquisite red wine, teasingly licking her luscious lips afterward. The entire sequence of movements exuded an innate charm and irresistible allure. Upon witnessing this, Su Qinghan immediately sprang into action. She selected the most tender piece of Wagyu beef, gently blew on it, and brought it to Lin Yu's mouth, her voice dripping with sweetness. Darling, ah. Xia Yubing was equally determined. She scooped up the largest piece of fish maw from her bowl, holding it with a small spoon, her eyes brimming with expectation as she offered it to him. Lin Yu, you must try this. It's the most nourishing. In that moment, Lin Yu found himself flanked by premium Wagyu beef from his legitimate wife on one side and exquisite fish maw from his pregnant concubine on the other, while a captivating beauty was sending him electric glances with her wine. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. To be a man in such a position was invaluable. System, you are truly like a second parent to me. Amidst this bizarre yet harmonious ambience, Lu Rian dared to make an even bolder move. As she poured wine for Lin Yu, her wrist inadvertently tilted, causing half a glass of red wine to spill directly onto Lin Yu's trousers. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, Lu Rian exclaimed, her face flushed with panic and remorse. She immediately crouched down, retrieving her silk handkerchief to wipe at the base of Lin Yu's thigh. I'll help you clean it. The fragrant handkerchief was poised to touch Lin Yu's thigh, and a glint of coldness flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes, her composed smile freezing instantly. Xia Yubing instinctively grasped Lin Yu's other arm, akin to a protective creature. Just at that critical moment, Lin Yu seized Lu Rian's wrist. His grip was gentle yet firm, akin to a vice, rendering her delicate wrist immobile. Rather than displaying anger, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, swiftly placing his other hand on Lu Rian's pulse. She trembled violently, her previously alluring visage paling to a ghostly white in mere seconds. Ultimate medical skills, activated instantly. A complex network of meridians, neuronal signals, and the flow of qi and blood flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He observed Lu Rian, noting, your hand is shaking severely. This is not mere nervousness, but rather an ailment. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Rian attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find Lin Yu's grip unyielding. The composure she had prided herself on shattered completely in that moment. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing were both taken aback. They had initially thought Lu Rian was intentionally using such underhanded tactics to seduce Lin Yu, but upon seeing her pale face and terrified expression, they began to realize that the situation might not be as it seemed. Liver qi stagnation and excessive heart fire have led to prolonged insomnia and vivid dreams, resulting in damage to the heart meridians and disrupted nerve conduction. Lin Yusong released his grip and continued in a calm tone. You've consulted numerous doctors. Western medicine diagnosed you with Parkinson's syndrome, while traditional Chinese medicine identified a deficiency in both qi and blood, prescribing you a plethora of ineffective medications. Am I correct? Lu Rian was utterly stunned, gazing at Lin Yu as if he were a ghost. These diagnoses and details were the fragmented results she had painstakingly pieced together after traversing the globe's premier hospitals. Yet this man before her merely took her pulse and articulated everything, even more accurately than those experts. She opened her mouth, but no words emerged, her eyes immediately glistening with tears. Mr. Lin, are you a divine healer? Is there hope for my condition? Su Qinghan gently patted Lu Rian's shoulder, her tone imbued with a gentle yet undeniable superiority. Manager Lu, do not be agitated. My husband is capable of anything. If he says he can heal you, he undoubtedly can. Xia Yubing nodded vigorously, gazing at Lin Yu with adoration akin to that of a devoted fan. Yes, Lin Yu is incredibly talented. The sesame paste he makes even glows. Healing you will surely be a piece of cake. Lin Yu chuckled to himself, thinking how these two girls complemented each other perfectly, truly deserving a stage for their comedic talents. Lu Rian's eyes suddenly sparkled with intense desire for survival and hope. She cast aside her pride and modesty, and with a thud, she knelt directly before Lin Yu. Her voluptuous figure bowed low to the ground. "Mr. Lin, if you can cure my ailment, my life, this restaurant, and everything I possess will belong to you." "Rise," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Kneeling does not suit you." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian felt as though she had received a reprieve from death. She hastily stood up, but remained respectfully at attention, not daring to breathe. "My rule is that no one is saved for free," Lin Yu remarked with a smile at Lu Rian. Her heart leaped into her throat. Chapter 86. Accepting the Restaurant. The Enchantress pleads for healing. Lin Yu regarded the mature and ample Lu Rian before him and slowly spoke. "I find myself quite interested in your restaurant. My condition is simple. You must gift it to me." As these words left his lips, Lu Rian's entire being froze, soon enveloped by an overwhelming and incredulous joy. She had anticipated that he might propose some exceedingly harsh terms, perhaps even trampling her dignity. After all, to cure her ailment, one that had baffled the world's leading experts, was akin to a miraculous act, and asking for anything in return would seem justifiable. Yet, all he desired was this restaurant. Though it held substantial value and represented the culmination of her life's work, what was it compared to her very existence? This was not merely a condition, it was a blessing. "I am willing. I am willing," Lu Rian exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless, and without a second thought, she bowed her head in reverence to the ground. "Do not speak of this restaurant. Even if you were to demand all of Lu Rian's wealth, I would readily offer it with both hands. Chairman Lin, I shall summon my lawyer to handle the formalities at once." Su Qinghan's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze directed at Lin Yu with a hint of confusion. Given her husband's current fortune, not to mention the possibility of acquiring an entire Michelin-starred restaurant, it seemed rather peculiar that he had suddenly taken an interest in this modest establishment. Xia Yubing, unable to conceal her curiosity, leaned closer to Lin Yu and innocently inquired, "Lin Yu, what do you need this restaurant for? Your cooking is 100 times better than theirs. Even their sesame paste pales in comparison." Feeling the warmth of her breath near his ear, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was certainly not motivated by the mere assets involved. Rather, with both Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing expecting, his grand ambition of assembling a football team was now due for consideration. With more women in the household and children arriving in due time, it would be impractical to dine at home every day. A restaurant of their own was essential. This establishment, with its favorable location, decent decor, and seemingly professional kitchen staff, was perfect for him to hone his culinary skills and transform it into a dedicated family restaurant. Whatever the children desired to eat or the women wished for in terms of gatherings could be arranged with just a phone call. How convenient. Such far-sighted plans, of course, he would not disclose to the two expectant mothers. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Xia Yubing's delicate nose, smiling enigmatically. The resourcefulness of Lu Rian was astonishing. With a single phone call, within 10 minutes, the most elite legal team in Jiangxing arrived at the restaurant, breathless and carrying briefcases. When they learned that their longtime client, the queen of Jiangxing's culinary scene, Lu Rian, intended to transfer her most valuable asset without compensation to a young man in his 20s, they were certain their ears had deceived them. "Chairman Lu, you jest, do you not? This is a gratuitous transfer," the chief lawyer cautiously reminded her, apprehensive that she might be under duress. Lu Rian, however, did not even glance in her direction. Her full attention was devoted to Lin Yu. She personally refilled the teacup before him, her demeanor respectful. "What are you waiting for? Proceed with my instructions." Immediately, her eyes radiated an unprecedented urgency. The legal team dared not utter another word and promptly began drafting, printing, and reviewing the contract on site. Throughout the process, Lu Rian remained as a loyal attendant, never straying from Lin Yu's side. The obsequiousness and eagerness she displayed would surely astonish those who had once clamored for her favor. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing observed with cold detachment, each lost in her own thoughts. Su Qinghan could not help but admire this woman's decisiveness and intelligence. She understood all too well that once Lu Rian secured her alliance with Lin Yu, the value of not just one restaurant, but 10, would pale in comparison. Xia Yubing simply felt pity for manager Lu. Recognizing both her unfortunate predicament and her remarkable tenacity, she was willing to forsake everything for the sake of survival. Soon, all formalities concerning the equity transfer agreement were completed. Legally speaking, this Michelin 3-star restaurant, like smoke, now entirely belonged to Lin Yu. Director Lin, the restaurant is now yours. Lu Rian reverently presented all the documents to Lin Yu, then took a deep breath and knelt before him once more. Her voice trembled with an uncontainable quaver and a plea. Lin Yu accepted the documents, casually perusing them before tossing them to Su Qinghan at his side. Yubing, Haven Tea, you always found it dull at home? This establishment will be entrusted to you. Manage it as you wish. Xia Yubing was taken aback, never anticipating that Lin Yu would gift her this restaurant. Without waiting for her response, Lin Yu's gaze returned to Lu Rian, scrutinizing the exquisite creature before him from his elevated position. It must be said that Lu Rian's figure was indeed exceptional, even while kneeling. Her breathtaking curves were delineated with striking clarity, exuding the unique, lethal allure of a mature woman. Lin Yu slowly extended his hand, not to assist her, but rather to press it gently upon her smooth, full crown. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and do not resist. His tone was calm, yet it seemed imbued with a certain enchantment. Lu Rian shivered, immediately complying by shutting her eyes and striving to relax her body. In the next moment, boom, a warm, rich, yet overwhelmingly potent current surged from Lin Yu's palm, instantly flooding into Lu Rian's Bai Wei acupoint. The combination of divine medical skills and the initial awakening of dragon dominance resulted in effects far surpassing anything before. Lu Rian felt her mind resonate with a loud buzz. That warm current, akin to a bursting dam, rushed through her meridians with an unstoppable force, cleansing her limbs and bones with fervor. She sensed the long-stagnant ailments within her, the chilling energies undetectable even by the most sophisticated instruments, instantaneously dissolving and evaporating before this power. The nerve pains from prolonged insomnia vanished. The heart palpitations and chest tightness stemming from liver qi stagnation disappeared. The frailty caused by damaged heart meridians dissipated. Every organ, every bone, every inch of skin, every cell within her was reborn through this sacred force. She collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling involuntarily, releasing soft yet suppressed moans. After several minutes, Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand, observing the woman on the floor who had undergone a complete transformation, his expression revealing neither joy nor anger. I have cleared 90% of your ailments. Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented lightness and vitality coursing through her body. The sensation of rebirth stirred her emotions, bringing her to tears. She lifted her gaze, and her already enchanting visage radiated an astonishing brilliance. Mr. Lin, thank you. Thank you for saving me. You are my deity, my rebirth parents, she exclaimed, bowing once more in gratitude. Yet, Lin Yu raised his hand to halt her. I have merely cleared 90% of the affliction, he remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips, his tone imbued with an enigmatic quality. Your ailment stems from an imbalance of yin and yang. Relying solely on external forces addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. To achieve complete healing, a crucial medicinal catalyst is needed, requiring long-term, intimate care. Chapter 87. Unique Therapeutics, Intimate Treatment. Intimate care? Lu Rian repeated those words, her radiant face reflecting confusion. She was no fool. She quickly comprehended the deeper implications of Lin Yu's words. Her mature and alluring features flushed with a deep crimson, extending all the way to her snow-white neck. However, rather than feeling any resistance, an indescribable, fervent anticipation surged within her. Divine. The man before her was, in her heart, an omnipotent deity. To receive his intimate care was an unparalleled honor, a fortune she had cultivated over several lifetimes. Xia Yubing blinked her curious eyes, glancing between Lin Yu and the blushing Lu Rian, whose cheeks appeared ready to bleed. Though innocent, she had gleaned some understanding from Su Qinghan's influence. Lin Yu, she whispered, does it mean we will do it like last time in the private cinema? Her words shattered the veil of subtlety. Su Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle, pinching Xia Yubing's cheek. Silly sister, this is a remedy. She glanced at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with the poise of a hostess and an unspoken understanding. Her husband's unique constitution, imbued with dragon energy, was the finest tonic for women. Given Lu Rian's cold constitution, receiving his yang energy was indeed her only path to survival. Lin Yu observed the two capable assistants in his embrace, feeling greatly satisfied. He cleared his throat and continued, adopting the tone of a divine healer, weaving a tale both profound and nonsensical. Yubing is partially correct. He pointed at Lu Rian, have an accumulation of yin energy that cannot be resolved by ordinary remedies. It requires the most vigorous and purest yang energy to guide and harmonize, thereby eradicating the ailment. My dragon dominance physique embodies the purest source of yang energy in existence. The so-called intimate care involves infusing you with my primordial dragon energy for the deepest level of energy infusion and yin-yang exchange. This process necessitates absolute tranquility and close proximity. His words, shrouded in mystery, were steeped in a sense of medical rigor and intrigue. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing as her gaze towards Lin Yu transformed from awe to utter infatuation and fervor. This was no sordid transaction. It was a sacred, life-saving transfer of energy. I am willing. Mr. Lin, 1,000 times over, I am willing. Lu Ruoyan straightened herself, her ample bosom rising and falling with fervor. As long as my ailment can be completely cured, I am ready to do anything you ask. My body, my very essence, from this moment forward, belongs entirely to you. You may treat it as you wish. Seeing this, Su Qinghan finally stepped forward. She approached Lu Ruoyan, elegantly assisting her from the ground, her tone gentle. Manager Lu, we are family now, there's no need to kneel. As she spoke, she affectionately adjusted Lu Ruoyan's disheveled skirt. Our husband is kind-hearted. Since he has promised to heal you, he will surely do so. However, you must remember, his body is immensely precious, and his innate dragon energy is a treasure beyond compare. From now on, you must serve him with utmost devotion. Do you understand? This statement was both a reassurance and a gentle admonition, a declaration of her authority. Lu Ruoyan, with her keen intellect, immediately grasped Su Qinghan's intent. She quickly bowed deeply to Su Qinghan, lowering herself even further. Yes, madam, I understand. I will treat Mr. Lin like the heavens and regard you and this young lady as my elder sisters. Xia Yubing blushed at the mention of young lady, and Lin Yu observed the exchange with keen interest. Behold, this is what is meant by grandeur. His primary wife had already begun to embody the demeanor of a regal matriarch, proactively expanding his horizons while simultaneously establishing the rules for newcomers. What a relief. With matters settled, Lin Yu felt at ease as the group prepared to return home. Lu Ruoyan followed closely behind him, her demeanor humble, her eyes filled with fervent admiration. As Lin Yu approached the car, she hurried ahead, eager to open the door for him. Mr. Lin, please watch your step. Her eager attentiveness elicited amused reactions from Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing. The enchanting figure from moments ago now resembled a devoted maid. Just then, a jarring screech of tires shattered the tranquility. A flamboyant red Ferrari, executing an audacious drift, abruptly blocked their path. The car door swung open with a bang, and a young woman clad in a black, ultra-short dress with heavy smoky makeup leapt out. Her figure was striking, yet her expression bore a haughty defiance. Without a glance at anyone else, she strode directly to Lu Ruoyan, raising her hand as if to poke Lu Ruoyan's nose. Lu Ruoyan, you shameless wretch. The woman's voice was shrill and piercing, brimming with resentment. My mother has just encountered her misfortune, and you are already eager to sell the restaurant? Have you been plotting this all along, intending to abscond with the money? Lu Ruoyan, having just regained her vitality, was momentarily taken aback by this sudden upheaval. She gazed at the woman before her, her complexion paling in an instant. Qian, what brings you here? It is not as you perceive. This woman was none other than her former partner's only daughter, Zhao Qian. Just days ago, Zhao Qian's mother had been taken away for investigation due to alleged involvement in substantial economic crimes, which had inadvertently implicated Lu Ruoyan, leaving her utterly drained and exacerbating her old ailments. To her astonishment, Zhao Qian unleashed all her ire upon Lu Ruoyan. Zhao Qian paid no heed to her explanations. Instead, she scoffed derisively, her gaze cutting and appraising as it roamed over Lu Ruoyan's companions, Lin Yu and Su Qinghan. Upon seeing Lin Yu's exceptionally handsome visage, her contempt and jealousy intensified. Oh, look at you, Lu Ruoyan. My mother has just fallen from grace, and you've swiftly found a new patron? Her eyes lewdly scanned Lin Yu, her words dripping with insult. This pretty boy may be youthful, but he seems quite capable in other respects, doesn't he? Have you bestowed the restaurant upon him for his services? The comment struck Lu Ruoyan like a sharp slap across the face. Zhao Qian, silence yourself. You shall not speak of Mr. Lin in such a manner. Lu Ruoyan trembled with rage, her voice trembling with emotion. Yet, to Zhao Qian, Her agitation was merely an indication of being hit where it hurt. What is this? Have I struck a nerve? You don't want me to speak the truth? Zhao Qian laughed more wickedly. I've seen plenty of women like you, who rely on men to rise to prominence. Su Qinghan's expression darkened at once. Xia Yubing furrowed her brow, instinctively clutching Lin Yu's sleeve, murmuring softly, this person is so vile. How can she speak like that? Lu Ruyin was filled with both fear and urgency, terrified that her presence would bring any offense to Lin Yu. Chapter 88. Dare to insult my husband? You wouldn't even make it to the queue. She could no longer concern herself with dignity, and, with a sudden thud, knelt before Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I have brought you trouble. Her forehead pressed against the cold ground, her voice thick with tears. Please, punish me. Do not let this upset you. Observing the trembling Lu Ruyin on the ground alongside the arrogant Zhao Qian, Lin Yu found the situation somewhat amusing. He stepped forward slowly, positioning himself protectively in front of the shivering Lu Ruyin. Slap yourself. Zhao Qian appeared to have heard the most absurd joke. Momentarily stunned before bursting into exaggerated laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Ha ha. Slap myself? You think I would do that? Who do you think you are? She composed herself, her expression rife with disdain as she regarded Lin Yu, as though he were a fool unaware of his own insignificance. Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my godmother is? Zhao Qian raised her chin, her face radiating arrogance and superiority, enunciating a name with deliberate precision. Lin Jiao. Are you afraid now? The moment this name escaped her lips, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd of onlookers. My heavens! It is indeed the infamous female overlord of Jiangqing. This young man is doomed. Of all the people to offend, he has angered the goddaughter of Lin Jiao. Quick! Retreat before you are drenched in blood. Many discreetly stepped back, their gazes towards Lin Yu now tinged with sympathy and pity. Standing not far away, the property manager, Wang Li, was rendered pale with fright, her palms slick with cold sweat. As the head of the global financial center, she was acutely aware of what the name Lin Jiao signified in Jiangqing. She was a woman forged in the crucible of danger, ruthless and formidable. A queen in the underground world who commanded absolute authority. Seeing the fear etched on the faces of those around her, Zhao Qian's smugness intensified. She looked down haughtily at Lin Yu, her chin elevated even higher. What now? Are you scared, pretty boy? Let me tell you, in Jiangqing, offending my godmother is far more perilous than crossing the foremost power. Now, kneel and apologize, and have that wretched Lu Ruyin crawl beneath me. Perhaps in my mercy, I might spare you a leg. Lin Yu, however, found the situation somewhat absurd. Lin Jiao? Another Lin? This abundance of Lin surnames. Could it be that the system desires me to gather all the beautiful women with that surname? And a queen of the underground, a female Yama? What era are we in that such juvenile titles still exist? Before he could respond, the women beside him had already taken action. Su Qinghan stepped forward, her commanding presence emanating an undeniable authority, her cool voice tinged with unyielding gravitas. Miss Zhao, is it? Your mother's legal troubles are her own concern and involve no one else. As for my husband, his identity is beyond your comprehension. I advise you for the last time to leave now, while you still have a semblance of dignity. Lu Ruyin rose from the ground, summoning her courage to stand in front of Lin Yu, urgently imploring Zhao Qian, please, you must leave. You have no idea whom you are addressing. I beg you, stop this, you will bring ruin upon yourself. The more she pleaded, the more Zhao Qian felt her insecurity. Lin Yu regarded Zhao Qian directly. Lin Jiao? Never heard of her. Never heard of her. Zhao Qian's voice escalated with fury, her features contorted in rage. What are you, to even be worthy of uttering my godmother's name? She lunged at Lin Yu, claws poised to mar his handsome face. I shall ruin your pretty visage today, and let us see how you will sell yourself afterward. Yet, her hand never grazed the fabric of Lin Yu's clothing. He did not so much as blink. An invisible, oppressive force, heavy as a mountain, suddenly descended upon them. Zhao Qian's movements froze mid-air, as if an invisible giant hand had firmly gripped her, causing every bone in her body to emit a groan of unbearable strain. The arrogance and resentment etched on her face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a profound, incomprehensible terror emanating from the depths of her soul. What had she seen? Nothing at all. Yet she felt it. She sensed that she was being targeted by a colossal dragon awakened from the primordial chaos of antiquity. Thud! Zhao Qian's legs could no longer bear the weight of her body. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the cold, hard ground with a muffled thud. She longed to scream, but her throat felt as if it were being tightly choked, allowing only a rasping gasp to escape. She wished to struggle, yet her limbs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering even a single finger immobile. A warm liquid began to flow uncontrollably down her inner thigh, pooling on the ground and spreading a small stain that exuded a pungent odor. She had been so thoroughly frightened that she lost control of her bodily functions. The entire square was spellbound, all eyes fixed in disbelief upon this extraordinarily bizarre scene. Just a moment ago, Zhao Qian had been brazen and overbearing. Now, without warning, she knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her pants soaked. Meanwhile, the young man had not shifted a single step throughout the ordeal. What on earth was happening? Su Qinghan's cold visage betrayed not a hint of surprise. She elegantly cast a glance at the chaos on the ground and subtly gestured towards Lu Rian. Lu Rian understood immediately. At that moment, her admiration and reverence for Lin Yu reached an unprecedented zenith. Lu Rian approached Zhao Qian, gazing down at the woman who had just moments ago humiliated her in every possible way, now reduced to a pitiful state on the ground. In her heart, there was no trace of pity, only a sense of vindication. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed as Lu Rian summoned all her strength to deliver a forceful blow to Zhao Qian's face. Zhao Qian's cheeks swelled visibly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet she remained unable to move, her eyes filled with fear and desperation as they pleaded with Lu Rian. Zhao Qian, listen closely, Lu Rian declared from her elevated position, her voice cold and cutting. Director Lin is my master. His nobility, his authority, are beyond the reach of a wretched insect like you, who lacks even the qualification to gaze upon him. How dare you insult my master? What do you think you are? Do you even deserve to raise your voice here? A near sadistic smile emerged on Lu Rian's face. This slap is merely the beginning. Should I ever hear you utter another disrespectful word towards Director Lin, I assure you, you will experience what it truly means to wish for death. With that, she turned her back on the prostrate Zhao Qian, respectfully retreating to stand behind Lin Yu. Her demeanor transformed from that of a fierce avenger to one of humble submission. Chapter 89, End. The newly acquired beauty is destined to be torn apart by the female overlord. Enough, I am weary, let us return. Lin Yu opened the rear door of the car, gently assisting Xia Yubing into her seat and meticulously fastening her seatbelt. Xia Yubing murmured, though her tone lacked genuine sympathy. Darling, that woman seems so pitiable. Lin Yu playfully pinched her petite nose, chuckling. She is not pitiful at all. This is merely the consequence of her own actions. He closed the car door and circled around to the other side, opening the front passenger door for Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan elegantly took her seat and glanced back at Zhao Qian, who remained motionless on the ground, and coolly stated, Darling, are we just going to let her go? She is merely a foolish jester, unworthy of our involvement, Lin Yu replied, settling into the driver's seat and starting the engine. However, that so-called female overlord behind her piqued my interest. He absurdly mused, could this Lin Jiaojiao also be a pawn orchestrated by the system? This system of abundance indeed has a wide reach, even extending to the underworld. The square was left with a dazed crowd and the property manager Wang Li, whose face was as pale as a sheet. There was also Zhao Qian, kneeling in her own urine, her body and dignity utterly crushed. After a prolonged silence, the terrifying pressure that loomed over her gradually dissipated. Zhao Qian gasped for air, collapsing onto the ground, coughing violently, her face streaked with tears, mucus, and saliva. A picture of utter disgrace. She watched as Lin Yu's car vanished from sight, her previous arrogance and bitterness replaced by an indelible, profound fear that penetrated her very being. In Jiangcheng, within a top-tier private club not open to the public, on the top floor, in an opulently decorated suite, the air was thick with a fragrant aroma, and the atmosphere was stifling. Dozens of muscular women, clad in black fitted suits, lined the sides, their breaths cautious. In the center of the room, a massive leather sofa cradled a woman lounging languidly, dressed in a black high-slit qipao that revealed her long, straight, porcelain-like legs. She possessed an exquisite figure and a strikingly beautiful face framed by cascading black hair. She was Lin Jiaojiao, the underground queen of Jiangcheng, as referred to by Zhao Qian. Her long fingers, adorned with bright red nail polish, deftly wielded a small silver knife, slicing an apple with deliberate grace. Suddenly, The tranquility of the room was shattered by the urgent ringing of a telephone. Lin Jiao remained unmoved, while a stern-faced female assistant swiftly stepped forward to answer the call. After a brief exchange, the assistant's expression shifted slightly. She covered the mouthpiece and hastily approached Lin Jiao, lowering her voice to report urgently, "Sister Jiao, Qian has encountered an incident at the Global Financial Center." Lin Jiao's apple slicing paused momentarily, the sharp blade leaving a delicate mark on the apple's smooth skin. "Speak," she commanded. The female assistant, filled with trepidation, relayed the recently acquired information in its entirety, detailing how Zhao Qian had provoked others, how she had been inexplicably terrified into submission, and how Lu Ruyan had publicly slapped and humiliated her. Upon hearing the phrase "terrified into submission," Lin Jiao's silver knife sliced through the apple with a decisive snap, cleaving it in two. She casually discarded half of the apple and the knife onto the table, rising slowly to her feet. In that instant, all the black-clad female bodyguards in the suite bowed their heads in unison, their bodies tense, scarcely daring to breathe. They understood that Sister Jiao was furious. Lu Ruyan. Lin Jiao's crimson lips parted to utter this name, her tone laced with a mixture of amusement and a chilling intent to kill. "How daring! To act against my people on my territory." She approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down upon the bustling nightscape of Jiang City, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the Global Financial Center." Half an hour later, a convoy of luxury black business cars, akin to specters of the night, silently arrived at the entrance of the Global Financial Center. The doors swung open in unison, and nearly 100 uniformed, imposing figures emerged, swiftly taking control of the lobby. The white-collar elites, taken aback by this sudden display of force, fell silent and retreated. Amidst the throng, Lin Jiao, elegantly striding in her 10-centimeter heels, made her way into the lobby. The property manager, Wang Li, upon receiving the news, hurriedly rushed out of her office. Upon seeing Lin Jiao's strikingly cold visage, her legs wobbled, nearly succumbing to the floor. "President Lin." Lin Jiao did not spare her a glance, merely uttering 2 words with a chilling calmness. "Where's Lu Ruyan?" Wang Li trembled at the inquiry, her resolve crumbling as she promptly led Lin Jiao's entourage towards the 3rd floor's Ruyan restaurant. At that moment, Lu Ruyan had just bid farewell to her legal team and was preparing to personally select the freshest ingredients for her new master's breakfast the following day. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Lin Yu, contemplating how to better serve him and how to quickly procure his miraculous personal remedies. Suddenly, the restaurant's door was kicked open with a resounding thud. Lu Ruyan, startled, turned to see Lin Jiao, clad in black and emanating an aura of menace. "Sister Jiao?" Lu Ruyan's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. What was she doing here? With graceful strides, Lin Jiao approached Lu Ruyan, extending her hand adorned with crimson nail polish, gently gripping Lu Ruyan's chin. Her touch was delicate, yet Lu Ruyan felt as though she were caught in a vice, unable to move. "My dear sister, it seems your courage has grown in my absence," Lin Jiao remarked, her smile devoid of warmth, imbued with an ominous chill. "Dare to harm my goddaughter and frighten her to the point of losing control. Pray tell, how shall I reward you?" "Sister Jiao." "No, please allow me to explain." Lu Ruyan struggled in terror, exclaiming that it was Zhao Qian who had spoken disrespectfully, thus offending my master. "Master?" Lin Jiao released her grip on Lu Ruyan's chin, delicately wiping the pale lips of Lu Ruyan, which had turned white from fear. The man capable of earning Lu Ruyan's willing submission to call him master must be quite formidable, she mused, her gaze shifting to the trembling restaurant manager nearby, her tone indifferent. "Call that man. Inform him that his associate is now in my possession. If he wishes for her survival, he must personally come to my establishment, kneel, and apologize profusely to my goddaughter. Remember, I grant him but 1 hour." Chapter 90. The Lady Yen Wang, Lin Jiao. How audacious her demands are. Yending Tiangong. Lin Yu had just finished his bath, relishing the attentive service of the 2 expectant mothers, Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing. One gently massaged his legs while the other fed him meticulously cut fruits, piece by piece. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. He pressed the speakerphone button, and a woman's cold and monotonous voice immediately resonated through the device. "Is this Mr. Lin Yu?" "Yes, it is. Miss Lin Jiao has asked me to convey a message." Lu Rian is currently in our custody. You have 1 hour to arrive at the Qingqing Club. Kneel down and apologize to Miss Zhao Qian. Should you exceed this time by even a minute, prepare to receive news of Lu Rian's demise. The call was abruptly terminated. Xia Yubing's face turned pale. Darling. They have captured Manager Lu. Su Qinghan's brow furrowed, a chill spreading across her features. This Lin Jiao is quite audacious. Lin Yu leisurely savored the last piece of fruit offered by Xia Yubing, then gestured for Su Qinghan to cease her actions. Kneel? Apologize? Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. How quaint that such antiquated phrases still lingered in this modern age. He even pondered how this Lady Yan Wang would react if he were to slap the contract for the global financial center across her face. Darling, what do you intend to do? Should I leverage the Su family's influence? Su Qinghan proposed immediately. Given the Su family's standing in Jiangqing, dealing with a so-called underground force would be trivial. No need, Lin Yu replied, rising to stretch his limbs. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Since I have some time to spare, I shall pay a visit to this Lady Yan Wang. He turned to the two anxious, expectant mothers, reassuring them, stay home. Enjoy some television, I shall return shortly. Su Qinghan contemplated for a moment, but still felt uneasy. I will accompany you. Lin Yu cast her a glance, patting her shoulder. No, this is a trivial matter. I can handle it alone. You two remain obediently at home and await my return. Qingqing Club. Lin Jiao sat on the main sofa, idly toying with an exquisite white jade lighter. Lu Rian knelt on the ground, restrained by two female bodyguards clad in black, her face a portrait of humiliation and anxiety. Sister Jiao, this matter has nothing to do with Director Lin. It is entirely my fault. If you must impose a punishment, let it be upon me alone. I implore you to spare him. Lin Jiao scoffed, barely sparing her a glance. You seem quite loyal now. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong master. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Lin Yu strolled in with an air of nonchalance. As Lin Yu made his entrance, the breath of everyone in the room caught in their throats. The lighter in Lin Jiao's hand clattered to the carpet. In her eyes, for the first time, a sense of awe flickered. What a handsome man. No, handsome could hardly encapsulate him. He embodied a perfection that transcended gender and aesthetics, bordering on the divine. His features appeared to have been meticulously chiseled by the creator, with neither excess nor deficiency. Particularly striking was his ethereal demeanor, which seemed to dissolve into the air. This aura, juxtaposed with the hint of his powerful physique subtly outlined beneath his white shirt, created a fatal contradiction and allure. Note: high-quality target detected. Name: Lin Jiao. Age: 28. Attractiveness: 97. Figure: 98. Special physique: mysterious Yin body, a rare and exquisite furnace body, but if not harmonized with pure yang energy, will suffer from the backlash of Yin energy after the age of 30, leading to a ruined appearance and certain death. Current condition: qi and blood are unstable. Severe coldness in the palace, with a strong curiosity and desire for conquest towards the host. Favorability: 50. Curiosity: a subtle smile graced the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. Mysterious Yin body: what a splendid match for my Azure Dragon dominance. Director Lin, Lu Rian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if she had seen a savior. Lin Yu ignored her, his gaze sweeping past everyone to rest directly upon Lin Jiao. You are Lin Jiao? Lin Jiao quickly regained her composure, retrieving the fallen lighter and resuming her icy, queenly demeanor. Yet, she was acutely aware of the turmoil within her heart. And you must be Lin Yu? She retorted, her voice tinged with an unrecognized tremor. It was I who injured your goddaughter, and it was also I who instructed my subordinate to convey this message to you. Lin Yu approached the sofa and seated himself without a hint of formality, even crossing his legs. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. It was her first encounter with someone audacious enough to act so brazenly within her domain. You possess quite the audacity. Merely average, Lin Yu shrugged, but you, on the other hand, are quite young, yet harbor a considerable temper. The body of Xian Yin is inherently cold and yin-han, and should one frequently succumb to anger, the accumulated liver fire will hasten the backlash of Vincit. At that point, it will no longer be a mere matter of Gonghan Tongjing. Lin Yu's words struck like a thunderclap in Lin Jiao's mind. Her pupils constricted violently, and for the first time, a look of terror appeared on her eternally icy visage. Xian Yin body. Backlash of Vincit. This man merely cast a glance at her and unveiled the hidden truths. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Lin Jiao fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, her chest heaving violently, her mind a whirlwind of chaos. Threat? Intimidation? The tactics she often employed seemed utterly feeble before this enigmatic man. After a prolonged silence, she took a deep breath and made a decision that left everyone present, including Su Qinghan and Lu Ruyen, utterly astounded. She waved her hand, her voice hoarse yet resolute. All of you leave. Rising to her feet, her sharp, knife-like eyes locked onto Lin Yu as she approached him step by step. Beneath the high slit of her qipao, her snow-white legs flickered into view, exuding a deadly allure. Standing before Lin Yu, she leaned down, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear, exhaling softly. Can you cure my ailment? But I do not believe in a free lunch. Speak, what are your terms? Straightening up, she looked down at Lin Yu from her elevated position. Her face adorned with the regal smile of a queen, though within it lingered a trace of anticipation and tension that even she had not recognized. My conditions are simple. A glimmer of ruthlessness and determination flickered in Lin Jiaojiao's eyes. If you can heal me, not only will I release you, but I will offer my life, this enchanting establishment, and the allegiance of my several hundred brothers to you. However, she shifted her tone, leaning forward, extending her index finger adorned with bright red nail polish, gently tracing Lin Yu's throat in a provocative manner. If you fail to heal me, or dare to deceive me, tonight you shall not walk out of this door. I want you to stay, using your body as my lifelong antidote. Chapter 91. Madam is pregnant? Mr. Lin, come to my home tonight. Lin Yu scrutinized Lin Jiaojiao's stunningly beautiful face. Are you certain you wish to negotiate under these terms? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiaojiao felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. She had assumed her threats would instill fear in this man. However, his tone exuded a calmness she had never encountered before. What? Are you afraid? Lin Jiaojiao maintained her queenly demeanor. Suddenly, Lin Yu laughed. He rose and approached Lin Jiaojiao, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. Do you know what happens if a Xianyin body does not receive the harmonizing energy of pure yang after the age of 30? Lin Jiaojiao's body trembled. She certainly knew. Her beauty lay in ruins, her vitality severed. This was the source of her nightmares for years on end. The chill within your palace has become quite severe. During those few days each month, the pain is so excruciating that you feel compelled to throw yourself against the wall. How long do you believe those painkillers will remain effective? Lin Jiaojiao's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She bit her lip fiercely, her nails nearly digging into her palm. These secrets had never been divulged to anyone. Not even her closest assistant was aware. Who exactly are you? Lin Jiaojiao's voice began to tremble. Who I am is of little consequence. Lin Yu released her hand and returned to the sofa. What truly matters is that I can save you. However, Lin Yu's tone shifted. My method of treatment is not as simplistic and crude as you might imagine. Lin Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The treatment for a body of profound yin requires a long-term, sustained infusion of pure yang energy. Lin Yu spoke with earnest absurdity. This cannot be resolved in a single night or through just a few instances. You must entirely comply with my arrangements and follow my methods for recuperation. Furthermore, throughout this process, I will maintain absolute authority. Lin Jiaojiao felt her heart race. Long-term, sustained. Does this not imply that she would be wholly subjected to this man? Lin Jiaojiao opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. The instinct for survival prevented her from rejecting this solitary glimmer of hope. I need to consider. No need for consideration. Lin Yu interrupted her. My time is precious. I cannot afford to wait for you too long. For now, release Lu Ruoyan as a sign of your sincerity. Lin Jiaojiao cast a deep glance at Lin Yu, then turned to step outside, facing the kneeling Lu Ruoyan. Get up. Lu Ruoyan looked up in disbelief. Jiaojiao? I said get up. Lin Jiaojiao repeated, then turned to the black-clad bodyguards. All of you step back. The bodyguards exchanged glances but ultimately complied. Lu Ruoyan trembled as she rose to her feet, then rushed to Lin Yu's side. Mr. Lin, are you all right? It's all my fault for causing you trouble. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her pitiful demeanor evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. It's nothing. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing those two words, Lu Ruoyan burst into tears. Mr. Lin, you are truly too kind. To save me, you even ventured into this perilous place yourself. I, Lu Ruoyan, will belong to you in this life, the next, and for all eternity. I shall do whatever you ask, even if it means sacrificing my life. Lin Yu gazed at the tear-streaked beauty before him, a sense of hidden delight swelling within him. That Lu Rian truly is a natural sycophant, she remarked. Yet, this pitiful expression she bears is undeniably potent. Lin Jiaojiao observed from the side, her emotions in turmoil. She had never witnessed Lu Rian exhibit such a demeanor towards any man. What enchantment does this Lin Yu possess? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the private room. Lin Jiaojiao's assistant rushed in. Jiaojia, regarding Zhao Qian's condition. The assistant glanced at Lin Yu, hesitating to continue. Speak, Lin Jiaojiao commanded coldly. Zhao Qian is currently in the hospital, and her condition is quite dire, the assistant reported cautiously. Lin Jiaojiao's expression shifted. She glanced at Lin Yu, only to find him gazing at her with keen interest. Are you not concerned about your goddaughter? Lin Yu asked with a smirk. Lin Jiaojiao paused for a moment. She brought this upon herself. The words hung in the air, shocking both the assistant and Lu Rian. Jiaojia would forsake her own goddaughter for this man. Very well. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. It seems you possess some sense. He stood up and adjusted his attire. I must take my leave. Wait. Lin Jiaojiao called out urgently. My illness. What is the rush? Lin Yu turned to glance at her. Healing is a matter of fate. Come to me when you have come to terms with it. Remember, I will not reach out to you first. With that, he began to walk out. Lu Rian hurriedly followed, mirroring his steps. Mr. Lin, allow me to escort you. Lin Jiaojiao watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never been so disregarded by any man. Yet paradoxically, this feeling of neglect stirred within her an unprecedented anticipation. Upon exiting the Qingxing Club, Lu Rian transformed into the most attentive companion. Mr. Lin, where's your car? Shall I call for the driver? No need, I drove myself. Lin Yu indicated towards the understated Mercedes parked by the roadside. Lu Rian immediately sprinted ahead, opening the car door before him. Mr. Lin, please be careful. Watch your head as you enter. She bent slightly, one hand shielding the top of the door, as if fearing he might bump his head. Her cautious demeanor resembled that of a devoted maid. Lin Yu settled into the driver's seat, and Lu Rian quickly circled to the passenger side. Mr. Lin, may I sit beside you? Her voice carried a tentative hopefulness. Come on in. Lu Rian's face lit up with delight as she swiftly took her seat. As the car roared to life, Lu Rian commenced her performance as the devoted admirer. Mr. Lin, you were truly remarkable today. That Lin Jiaojiao, so arrogant normally. Who could dare to approach her in Jiang City? Yet, before you, she was as docile as a little kitten. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. And then there's Zhao Qian, who often bullies others, relying on her godmother's influence. Well, she was so terrified by you that she wet herself on the spot. Ha ha. Lu Ruyan laughed exuberantly, her demeanor a stark contrast to the pitiful figure she had just portrayed. Lin Yu glanced at her through the rearview mirror, thinking, this woman certainly changes her expression swiftly. Mr. Lin, would you care to visit my home now? After all, both of your wives are currently expecting.